After grinding out every last shred of his own virtue, this young man was ready to roll for top-tier celestial demon character. Then his SSR pull was immediately slammed by a truck that came out of nowhere. By the time Junsu came to, he found himself lying in a hospital. Right, I'd been hit by a truck. As soon as that memory surfaced, a nurse walked in. "Private Kim, you're awake. Wait a moment, I'll call the doctor," she said, then hurried out. "What is going on? Why is she calling me Private Kim?" Confused, Junsu walked to the end of the room and looked at the patient information board. Private Kim, male, 22 years old. Diagnosis, joint injury and concussion from an accident. "So I'm Private Kim now, what kind of mistake is this?" Junsu went back to the bed. He let out a long sigh. "I felt guilty for turning all those Private Kims into EXP for the celestial demon, but now I'd become Private Kim. How could this happen?" While moving around, Junsu's foot clipped a chair leg by accident and pain shot through him. He squealed like a pig being poked. Hearing Junsu's scream, the nurse rushed in. "Private Kim, you can't be moving around yet." The doctor arrived at that moment as well. Seeing this, he chuckled and said, "You were hit by a truck. Luckily, it's only minor injuries, but we still need to run more tests. You'll need an MRI and a magical vision test." "Magical what now?" Junsu bristled. Before he could even process anything, he was quickly hit with another nightmare. Discharge fees, ER fees, facility charges, and the CT scanner. Imaging and other expenses added up to a total of 22,370,569. Junsu's mouth twitched at the number. "What? I've only been here 4 days and it's 22 million. You don't have insurance, so you have to pay the full amount yourself," the receptionist explained. "What? How can I not have insurance? Every citizen of Korea has health insurance," the receptionist asked, looking a little flustered. "What's health insurance? You don't have Legion insurance or Magic Tower insurance, do you?" "Legion? Magic Tower? What is she talking about?" Junsu was about to pay when he suddenly remembered. "Wait, I've heard these terms before. Where did I hear them? The Legion, the Grand Assembly, the Magic Tower, the Holy Church. This is the setting of Axion Super Noah. In a world where the gods abandoned humanity, occult science advanced by leaps and bounds. Earth was polluted and filled with monsters. Humans had to modify their bodies just to survive. In short, it was a brutally unforgiving world. And I've transmigrated here." Junsu stood in the middle of the street and yelled in despair. Then he dragged himself home, leaning on things for support, thinking, "I went to sleep happy I'd gotten a celestial demon, and I wake up as a trial character. Maybe this is the saint's punishment for reincarnating all those Private Kim." Staring at the room in front of him, barely bigger than a nostril, Junsu grew even more hopeless. It was even more rundown than my old apartment. Why is Private Kim this broke? Damn it, my body's a mess and I'm out of money. What do I do, and if this really is Axion Soul? Then soon things like nuclear war, spatial flood events, or the resurrection of the old gods will happen and turn this place into hell. I don't even know why I ended up here, but if I just stay put, I'm going to die 100%. A question popped into Junsu's head. He immediately reached out and clicked a ballpoint pen while his other hand rested on the desk. "I need to check before it's too late." Steeling himself, and despite his trembling arm, Junsu drove the sharp tip of the pen hard into the desk. With his hand on the desk, he endured the pain and waited for the result. And soon enough, the wound from the pen gradually closed up, then vanished completely. A notification window appeared too, showing his recovery status. So it really works, Junsu quietly rejoiced. It was because he had raised countless Private Kims. Private Kim was a free trial character, the only one without a fixed base status. However, Junsu could unlock statuses and even change the surname, so he could raise Private Kims more freely than other characters. For a strategy-based player like him, Private Kim was easier to use than other rare characters. In other words, wound recovery had activated, restoring every injury he had ever suffered. Junsu beamed and tore off the bandages, because his body was now completely healed. "Now that I'm Private Kim, I can take any status I want, as long as I can get it." In Axion Soul, being poor and powerless meant death, or worse. But Junsu wasn't going to let that happen. He had the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on the game Axion Soul, back when he was a pure free-to-play player, now inside Private Kim's body. He'd even once climbed straight from rank 115,689 to rank 9. The next day, Junsu headed to the player recruitment hall. Jo Seo looked over Junsu's file, then stared at him with a stern gaze, the director of the player recruitment hall. "Your price, Knight Kim, do you mean this is your first time entering our player vault room?" "Yes, I plan to join the mana purification project." Junsu replied, secretly sighing in his heart. "In such a crappy game, I have to earn some money. Since I only have this body, the only thing I can do is make a lot of money. You may call it mana purification, but do you even understand what dungeon cleansing truly requires?" Jel asked while propping his feet on the table. "Ah yes, I know, yet your CV shows nothing at all." Junsu looked embarrassed, thinking, "Of course I know how terrible this job is. Why monsters can invade Axel. Dungeon cleansing, cleaning up, releases a huge amount of contaminated mana. Prolonged exposure to mana can be fatal or cause mutations, making this job extremely dangerous. Alright, once we have enough people, I'll assign you to a team, Cho Jae-o said. He also reminded Junsu before leaving, but, are you sure? I've seen countless people like you come here for money, only to end up with empty souls. Don't worry, I might even be better than you. Junsu replied confidently, turning his head with a satisfied smile. Going in, playing freely is Night Kim's forte with 10,000 hours of playtime. Soon after, Junsu was assigned a mission. Dia Huang, the team leader, immediately asserted dominance. So you're the rookie joining our team. Ah yes, I guess so. I'm only here because I got assigned to this team. Who looked him up and down, grabbing Junsu's collar. Hey, is this your turf? Where's the determination in your eyes? Don't ask me to save you if you mutate. If I detect any mutation signs, I'll deal with you. Alright, I'll remember that, Junsu replied casually, thinking, scaring newbies. Same in-game or real life, I see. But why is a low-level, useless character here? So that's what he looks like before awakening. His character is normal too. Oh dear. Yuang, don't treat newbies like that. We're short on manpower, so we have to make use of any help we can get. Someone with 5 years of dungeon clearing experience could step in if he can help us. Look at him, not causing trouble is already a relief. Who clicked his tongue, released Junsu, and said to the team, alright, we have exactly 4 days to clear 5 contaminated zones. Move out. That jerk, he's even stricter than in-game. Junsu was watching Hu, and the hedgehog next to him reassured him. Don't mind him, he's strict outside, but he's really good. Ah yes, Junsu replied, feeling somewhat relieved, and followed the plan without further thought. The team went on the mission. Hu led them to an abandoned station, from which a stench made anyone nearby recoil. I'll open the door, everyone get ready. Huang ordered, using a card to unlock the dungeon. Upon seeing the low-level contaminated slimes, all raised their swords to prepare for battle. Only Junsu stood back observing. The key to clearing contaminated mana zones or slime monsters is that, although they are weak, the difficulty lies in that they aren't weak until you find their mana cores. After struggling to deal with the slimes in vain, the more they fought, the more they multiplied, and the cleaning team began to panic. Find their mana cores? How do we do that? If this keeps up, we'll be contaminated by the mana. A young man about to be attacked by slimes suddenly heard a voice behind him. Step back, I won't take responsibility. After the warning, Junsu ran over, smashing down between the young man's legs. The slime there didn't replicate, it immediately vanished, exposing a bright yellow mana core. The next few minutes, Junsu single-handedly wiped out the slimes, leaving his teammates stunned. What the hell, he cleared all the slimes in one strike. How is that possible? Junsu thought proudly. Of course it's possible. Before killing the monsters, he learned some important principles while gathering necessary attributes. First, gathering attributes works like in-game, as long as certain conditions are met. So 2 days before dungeon conquest, Junsu crawled around collecting treasure-hunting attributes. Smelling trash to gain toxin resistance attribute. Second, Junsu could have up to 6 attributes. He could switch between them whenever he wanted. Activating treasure-hunting attributes allowed him to find opponents' weaknesses, letting him see the mana cores. Thus, he wiped out the slimes in no time. Then he switched to toxin resistance to counter the contaminated mana during cleanup. Even with support attributes, working all day still left Junsu exhausted. On the ride home, HEDGEHOG Chinese letter took the initiative to come over to Junsu's seat and strike up a conversation. We got to leave early today thanks to you. Just looking at you, I can tell you're amazing. Are you waiting to awaken like a bear or something? Junsu smiled and replied, not like that. I only knew what to do because of my experience during military training. If that's the case, you're really impressive, Hedgehog said admiringly. At the same time, 2 horns suddenly sprouted from his head. This guy's mutation signs were getting worse and worse. Looks like he'd been exposed to far too much mana. Thinking to himself, Junsu spoke up and suggested, hey, you don't look too well, why don't you take tomorrow off? Hedgehog waved him off with a bitter smile. No, I'd rather face mutating than face those debt collectors. That actually made sense. There weren't many reasons someone would choose to do this kind of work. Thinking that, Junsu decided not to bring it up again. But what was bound to happen still happened. 4 days later, everyone on the team except Junsu was affected by mana to varying degrees. Especially Hedgehog. His body gradually grew larger, his breathing turned ragged, and his eyes became cloudy. I told him not to push himself so hard. While Junsu was watching Hedgehog struck up a conversation, his attitude far friendlier than the first time. You're full of fire, huh? Is it because you're still young? I never thought you could handle my job, you did great. It's thanks to everyone. Junsu forced a smile as he replied, thinking to himself. With the new attributes I got from cleaning up monsters, the work has become much easier now. Junsu's gaze shifted to Hedgehog. He looked exhausted too. Was it because he was a fire type? Right then, Hedgehog suddenly let out a loud roar. Then he clutched his head and growled. More and more sharp spines bulged out across his body. Seeing this, the others stopped working and gathered around him to ask. Don't tell me, A possibility flashed through Junsu's mind. Hedgehog seemed to be thinking the same thing as Junsu. He hurried over to Hedgehog, his expression grave as he tried to talk him down. Hedgehog, snap out of it. Let's get out of here. Hedgehog turned to look at him. There was no warmth left in his eyes. He looked exactly like a bloodthirsty wild beast, bearing razor-sharp teeth. With a boom, the gentle Hedgehog transformed into a massively oversized mutant hedgehog. He's mutated. Looks like he's completely lost his mind. If we don't defeat him, we won't make it out of here. Junsu hurriedly checked his status panel. All the new attributes I gained were for clearing monsters. None of them helped with this. No matter how he thought about it, there was no way forward. Junsu looked at the mutant hedgehog, who was staring at him with an oddly affectionate gaze, and cried out inwardly. I'm done for. Junsu was punched by the mutant hedgehog and sent flying backward, spitting a huge mouthful of blood. Thinking to himself, the power gap is way too big. At this rate, I'm going to die. System notification, endurance acquired, you have obtained a trait. Seeing that notification, Junsu suddenly snapped back to his senses, like he'd grabbed a lifeline and shouted inwardly, trait right, I've got traits. It's still too early to give up. Next, he quickly opened his trait panel. To survive, I have to use my brain. How do I beat that thing? First, delete a few traits. Next, strength will be useful right now. A mana heart will help control mana. Endurance will reduce the damage I take. Mana absorption lets me absorb mana. Deep breathing helps me recover more mana. Finally, the last missing piece, resistance. After adjusting his traits, Junsu immediately stood up, locked his eyes on the mutant hedgehog and shouted, "Come at me, you bastard." Of course, the mutant hedgehog didn't disappoint Junsu. It charged straight at him. Junsu fixed his eyes on the mutant hedgehog. The mace in his hand drew back, glowing with a blue light. System notification, strength trait activated. Strength amplified by tenfold, waiting for Hedgehog to enter attack range. Junsu gripped the mace with both hands and swung with all his might, smashing it and sending it flying backward. Junsu rejoiced silently. Great, it worked, I can do this. But that joy didn't last more than a few seconds before Junsu noticed something. The mutant, while still midair, curled up and began spinning at high speed. Like a deadly spiked wheel, it rolled straight at him. What the hell is that? Junsu screamed in panic. Then he saw the spiked wheel use a protruding rock as a ramp to launch itself high into the air, and its landing point was exactly where he was standing. Holy shit! Junsu only managed to spit that out before the spiked wheel slammed down, shattering the ground into pieces. After that strike, the spiked wheel changed back into the mutant hedgehog. It looked over at the results it had created. System notification, endurance trait activated, strength amplified tenfold. Thanks to his stamina, Junsu barely withstood a terrifying blow from the mutated porcupine and sprang back up. He leapt into the air above it. Even with stamina, the pain was still unbearable. As he spoke, Junsu chose a trade blows approach. He poured everything into driving both fists into the mutated porcupine. He knew full well that if he stopped now, he was dead. There was no choice but to keep attacking. At that moment, a spike on the mutated porcupine suddenly changed direction, locked onto Junsu, and shot out without warning. It was far too sudden. Junsu only managed to twist aside, but the sharp spike still grazed his shoulder and tore his clothes. It even left a bleeding cut on his skin. Worse still, the mutated porcupine fired another barrage of sharp spikes straight at Junsu. Without giving him any chance to react, multiple spikes slammed into him. The pain sent him flying backward and he crashed hard onto the ground. No, just a little more, just a little more, Junsu kept telling himself. He forced himself up, charged the mutated porcupine, and threw a punch. But after that punch, his right hand was almost useless, and it still didn't leave even a scratch. The mutated porcupine only grew more agitated. Enraged, it aimed a cluster of sharp spikes at Junsu and fired, making his left arm throb with searing pain. The pain surged up near his shoulder, too much for Junsu to bear. He collapsed and screamed in agony, as expected. He couldn't win with Golden Soldier. Muttering to himself, Junsu lay helpless on the ground, watching the mutated porcupine clench both hands into one massive fist and slam it down. Junsu suddenly remembered how he used to sit around playing Accenture, laughing as he said, "Come on, get over here, I'll beat everything with just Golden Soldier." In this moment, his mind was razor sharp. He seemed to realize something. Back when he played games, everything was easy, one tap and the monsters dropped. He never once thought about how the character felt. He simply pushed the character to the limit, calling it efficient training. But now he understood. You have to endure pain just to reach an average state. If you want to win, you have to pay a price. All of it happened in a blink. When Junsu snapped back to reality, the mutated porcupine's massive fist was already about to smash down on him. Facing it head-on, Junsu suddenly raised an arm to block. That arm was nearly as huge as the mutated porcupine's. Seeing its attack stop so easily, the mutated porcupine froze for a beat, then got sent flying by Junsu's sudden punch. It was as if Junsu had been pumped full of power, both arms were fully restored. The strange part was how oversized they were, throwing his body proportions out of balance. The system announced that the muscle mutation status had been activated. Junsu clenched his fists and silently acknowledged that the reason he had fought so recklessly was to break past his limits, trigger the mana heart status, and uncover that power. It had all been for this moment. As for the mutated porcupine, after being knocked down, it flew into a rage, sprang up, charged Junsu, and threw a punch. Junsu lifted an arm and blocked it with ease. He curled his lips into a smirk. That won't work anymore. Then he hammered the mutated porcupine with a rapid flurry of punches. It could only raise both arms to guard its torso, forced onto the defensive. Seeing that, Junsu taunted it. "Stab me, go on, stab me again, I dare you." The mutated porcupine was provoked. It stopped blocking and switched to attacking. A mass of sharp spikes suddenly sprouted from its fist, and it drove a heavy punch into Junsu's chest. This time he couldn't hold it off and he was knocked to the ground. Several bloody holes opened across his chest. Junsu spat out a huge mouthful of blood and thought, it still hasn't gone all out. Even though he'd been knocked down again, Junsu was empty-handed. The system announced, "You have obtained mutated body. You have obtained a status." Junsu immediately slotted mutated body into his status panel. In an instant, Junsu's body began to grow, becoming perfectly proportioned with his two arms. Junsu stood up, smiled at the mutated porcupine, and said, "Thanks. Because of you, I'm stronger now." After that, the two of them clashed head-on, and neither side could gain the upper hand. Junsu laughed, "Now we're evenly matched." Then the non-stop sounds of fists and kicks rang out, jolting Su, who had been unconscious on the ground, awake. "What's going on? It's so loud," Su thought to himself as he turned toward the noise and saw Junsu fighting the mutated porcupine. "You throw a punch, I throw a punch, neither willing to give in." Su was stunned by the sight. Golden Soldier, what even is he? A superhero or something? How can he trade blows with a mutated monster? Just then, both Junsu and the mutated porcupine were knocked to the ground by the other. Junsu sat on the ground, panting as he watched the mutated porcupine climb back to its feet. It still had strength to spare and threw its head back with a roar. Junsu thought, "This isn't easy at all. I'm already as big as that thing, but at this level I'm still at a disadvantage." Then he gritted his teeth and thought, "It's a bit dangerous, but there's no other way." Having made his decision, Junsu stood up at once, murmured softly, and activated the hug resistance state. The system announced that the mana resistance growth state had been activated. "I have to believe in myself." Telling himself that, Junsu softly called out again. "Purify." In an instant, under Hyung's stunned gaze, Junsu's entire body mutated. The process was extremely fast and completed at once. System notification. Soldier-type mutation Kim Junsu in mutated form threw his head back and roared. His mouth seemed to gather energy, then fired it straight toward the mutant porcupine. Under overwhelming power, the mutant porcupine was completely annihilated without a chance to fight back. After that, Junsu's gaze turned to Hyu, and he walked toward him step by step. "What is this? A monster?" He actually turned into a mutant while fighting one. Still trembling in shock, Hyu shuddered, feeling as if a savage beast were stalking him. Hyung lifted his head and saw Junsu staring right at him, making him panic as he shouted inwardly, "How is that possible?" Hyung looked at the soldier-type mutant form and a boundless terror rose in him. In his mind, there was only one thought: run from this place. He had only just turned to flee when he realized a huge shadow had covered him. Hyung turned around mechanically and saw Junsu right behind him, reaching a large hand toward his jaw. Thinking he was dead for sure, he helplessly shut his eyes, but a few seconds later, feeling no impact at all, he opened them to look. He was stunned to see Junsu had returned to his normal body. After reverting, he looked completely drained, pitched forward, and whispered softly, "I did it." Hug resistance, final line of defense. If you possess a mutant form and a mutant body and remove hug resistance, you will obtain a mutation. People usually believe that once you become a mutant, you can't go back to normal. But Junsu was different. He changed the state. He knew that as long as he kept a shred of rationality, he could change the state. That was how he traded mutation for hug resistance and returned to a human body. A while later, Junsu got up, exhausted, and leaned against the wall, groaning inwardly as if every bone and muscle in his body were shifting. "I never want to go through that again." Forcing himself upright, a purple orb suddenly appeared in Junsu's hand, about the size of a ping-pong ball. System notification, acquired a grade 1 mana core. Junsu bared his teeth in a happy grin, but still. "It was all worth it. I got a grade 1 mana core. Turns out this cleanup job really does pay." At that moment, Hyu and the other two walked over. Hyu stared at Junsu and asked, "Are you okay? You turned into a mutant. What happened?" Junsu calmed down from his excitement and turned to look at the three of them, worried it would be troublesome if strange rumors spread about him. Thinking that, Junsu said, "Ah well, I gambled on being able to come back. I was really lucky." Hyung didn't believe it. That's luck." But before he could finish, Junsu had already taken out a pile of yellow orbs. They were as small as marbles. He handed them to Hyu and said, "Here, take them." Then he turned to leave, waving as he said, I'm heading back, I want some fresh air. Behind him, the two beside Hayu freaked out. Grade 1 mana cores, holy, are you serious? Junsu smiled to himself, thinking that he'd saved their lives and even given them some mana core. They'll keep my secret, right? Hayu watched Junsu's departing back and stayed silent. The next morning in the player cemetery's office, Cho Seo smiled, rubbing his hands as he said to Junsu, "Goodness, word is you went through a rough time. Must have been terrifying." Junsu replied with a smile, yeah. At the end I was a little tired. Beside that, he secretly wondered, why is this guy suddenly showing concern for me? Cho Seo continued, "Anyway, you should have told us you were a superhuman, you know. We could have given you proper work instead of having you do cleanup." Hearing that, Junsu understood. He thought Junsu was a superhuman. In Akshinction, superhumans awaken abilities that let them wield powerful mana. In this world, strength meant power and status. Superhumans were basically nobles. Well, no wonder he thought that. Because only a superhuman could defeat a mutant, though I won thanks to my stake. Just then, Cho Seo turned around and pulled out a paper bag he'd prepared, smiling as he said, "In that case, I guess I should pay you for the cleanup." "Sure," Junsu answered, laughing hard inside and deciding to let him keep thinking he was a superhuman for now. Cho Seo pulled several stacks of cash from a paper bag, set them on the table, and explained, "You cleared 5 zones and we take a 20% fee out of the total, 50 million won. If we split it evenly among the team, I'd give you 5 million. But this time we'll do it a little differently. We'll only take a 5% fee from your share and add a bonus on top. We hope to keep working with you." Junsu didn't quite catch everything. His eyes were locked on the pile of money as he thought, 12 million being a superhuman is amazing. A moment later, Junsu left the room cheerfully, carrying a big payout. He was already thinking about how to spend it. Suddenly a man walked up and said, "You look happy. Must have just gotten paid again." Junsu recognized him as someone he'd worked with last time, so he gave a modest smile and said, Yeah. "We finished the job after all." The man spoke up, "Actually, I came to ask you for a favor." Junsu asked warily, "A favor?" The man replied, "My wife is really sick, so I was wondering if you could lend me some money. I'm sorry to ask, even though we only worked together once, but please." As he said it, the man even bowed his head. Faced with that, Junsu frowned slightly. In this world, helping strangers you don't really know isn't always wise. Who knows when they might stab you in the back? Just looking out for yourself is hard enough. But still, I'd feel awful turning him away. Staring at the man, Junsu hesitated. But only for a moment, his reason won out. He clasped the man's hands with both of his and smiled. "Oh, come on, don't do that, you're older than me. It's not much, but please take this." As he spoke, Junsu shoved a big pile of low-grade mana cores into the man's hand. By nightfall, in a shadowy corner, the man from that morning looked at Junsu in the distance, held the mana in his hand and burst out laughing. "What an idiot. I just pretended to be a poor old man." And he handed over all this money. To his surprise, he wasn't alone. Hayu and 2 others were there with him. Young laughed and asked, "Is he new to the job?" The man from the morning replied, "If my kid takes another drink, he'll give even more. What really pisses me off is he gets paid more than us. He tossed us scraps and then played superhero and pocketed our share, too." Hayu spoke up, "He's not a superhero." The man from the morning looked at Hayu and asked, "We should teach him a lesson. Got any ideas?" Yang took the pile of mana cores, crushed them to dust, and grinned viciously. "Because we know his secret. Let's show him how scary this world can be." Junsu had no idea a plot against him was already underway. Right now he was lying in bed, proud of the help he'd given that morning. "It feels good being a good person. At this rate, I'll become a hero in this world." A few mornings later, in a luxury hotel, Junsu lay on a single bed by the window. He savored the bliss as a massage therapist worked him over, warm sunlight spilling across his body. Money really is the best. I never thought I'd get a massage in a place like this. This game really is way better than real life. But when the therapist pressed into his left bicep, Junsu nearly cried out in pain. "I've been resting at this hotel for 3 days and it still hurts. From now on, I need to think carefully before using any mutation state. Changing states doesn't work exactly like I thought. Your body changes to match the state. The worse the side effects, the more your body is altered. The problem is, will I even survive if I limit how often I use a state?" While thinking, Junsu rolled over so the therapist could work his back and accidentally spotted someone attractive. A broad-chested man with 2 black lines tattooed across his chest was lying on a lounge chair by the first-floor pool. 2 men in black stood guard beside him. "Wait, aren't those the Iron Fist gang? Still as arrogant as ever. Axel Seul is ruled more by local gangs than by the law. Makes sense, there are too many places around here where people have to rely on superhumans. I barely managed to survive as it was. But relying only on a state in a dangerous place like this would be stupid." Suddenly, something clicked and he bared his teeth in a small grin. "It's not like I don't have items too." By afternoon, Junsu arrived at a shop. The girl at the counter asked, "Are you here to sell something?" Junsu replied, "Yeah, I've got a few monster byproducts." The girl said, "I'll warn you now, I'm not buying any. Low-grade mana cores, I know, what I want to sell is this. As he spoke, Junsu pulled a large blue orb from his backpack bigger than a fist and held it out to her. The girl stared at the orb in disbelief and shouted, "This is a tier 2 mana core?" Junsu smiled. "That's right, take a look." Inside, he couldn't help feeling pleased. Seeing her so shocked was satisfying. All that effort refining it in the hotel room had paid off. "I merged everything together and that's how I got a tier 2 mana core." A moment later, Junsu looked at the stack of cash in the girl's hands. He thrilled quietly. Prices vary by tier and he'd sold it at the top rate. "That's how it is." The girl handed Junsu the money and said, "This is the price for the core, for 77 million won." Junsu took the money and smiled as he thanked her. Then Junsu asked if she sold any weapons or armor. The girl smiled and replied that of course she did and asked him to come this way. She then led Junsu into the back room. The moment he stepped inside, Junsu saw all kinds of weapons displayed on wooden racks along the wall. "So they really have everything here." He chuckled to himself. "Every basic item I used in the game is here." The girl said, "Take your time." "Sure," Junsu replied. He was fired up inside, thinking, time to gear up. By nightfall, Junsu left the shop wearing a backpack stuffed with weapons and said with satisfaction, "Now that I've got weapons, it finally feels like I'm playing eccentric." Just then, a pretty long-haired girl came running toward Junsu in a panic and asked, "Excuse me, are you a mercenary? I need help." Junsu waved his hand and replied, "Oh, I'm not, you should find someone else." As soon as he finished speaking, the long-haired girl pulled out a thick wad of cash and said, "I came here for something, but the assassin's gang scared me. Can you protect me back to where I'm staying?" Junsu's eyes locked onto the stack of money in her hand. 500,000 for a bodyguard, just like a daily quest. Since I'm already here, I might as well try taking it. With that thought, Junsu put a hand on the long-haired girl's shoulder. He grinned, "I can't ignore a lady in danger. Let's go." The long-haired girl brightened and hurried after him. "Thank you." After that, Junsu followed her into a deserted side alley. Junsu thought in confusion, why does she live somewhere this remote? Forget people, there isn't even an ant around. Suddenly, the long-haired girl sped up and ran into a turnout. Junsu hurried after her and found an alley dark as ink. He could only barely make out her silhouette ahead, thanks to the streetlight outside. In the dark alley, the long-haired girl urged, "They're almost here, hurry and get over here." Junsu walked forward. He complained under his breath, "It's too dark, I can't see anything." The instant he stepped into the alley, a system panel appeared. "Status acquired, night vision, you have acquired a status." Junsu said happily to himself, "Oh, I can see now." He didn't expect to gain a status like that. His night vision improved dramatically. Everything in the alley gradually became clear to his eyes. And what he didn't expect even more was seeing the long-haired girl pointing a gun at him now, smiling as she said, "You're more cautious than I thought." Junsu jolted, thinking, "A gun? Who is this woman? Wait, this is a trap." He slowly backed away, only to bump into something behind him. He turned around and saw it was Hayu. Staring at him, Hayu asked with a teasing grin, "Where do you think you're going, kid?" At the same time, the lights in the alley flicked on, and 3 more men stepped out from the shadows. Junsu glared at Hayu and said, "You," Hayu chuckled. "Nice to see you again, isn't it?" Junsu frowned and demanded, "What did I do for you to pull this?" Hayu laughed, "Nothing, I just thought you were stupid." "No other reason, you gullible bastard." Before he could finish, Junsu seized the opening, slipped past him, and bolted. Hayu snapped out of it and roared in fury, "You little punk, you got played and you still think you can run, shoot him." Hearing that, the long-haired girl didn't hesitate. She aimed at the fleeing Junsu and pulled the trigger. In an instant, a bullet slammed into Junsu's back. He cried out in pain and pitched forward. Hayu and his men rushed over to check. When they saw Junsu lying motionless in a pool of blood, Hayu cursed angrily, "What the hell? You were supposed to shoot his leg, not his body." The long-haired girl defended herself. "It's still better than letting him get away." Hayu muttered a curse. "Damn it, looks like he's dead," a man said. He turned back into a human after the mutation. "I'm sure the mages will be happy to buy this kid's corpse," another man said. "If we'd captured him alive, we could have made even more money." "Just take his bag and gear," Hayu sighed. "There's plenty, let's do that for now." But when they looked back toward where Junsu had been, they all froze in shock. Only a pool of blood remained and he was gone. Hayu screamed in panic, "Where's his body?" At that moment, glass shattered. The light illuminating the alley was smashed by something, plunging the whole alley back into darkness. Next, a man beside Hayu was ambushed, struck hard in the back of the neck. He didn't even have time to make a sound before collapsing. The others shouted in confusion, "What was that?" Hayu guessed, "Don't tell me he's still alive." Junsu's voice suddenly rang out, "I'm still alive." He didn't show any signs of being shot. Part of his body had turned golden. His current status included strength, endurance, mana heart, night vision, and mana regeneration. At that moment, Junsu smiled and said, "I can't die from someone who repays grudges." He felt lucky for having bought a gun and bullets earlier, especially after dodging a shot from the long-haired girl. Junsu gained a new status, playing dead. Thanks to this, he fooled the Deer Gang, making them careless and giving us an advantage. The Deer Gang and their companions were now without streetlights, panicking like headless flies, looking around frantically and shouting, "He destroyed the streetlights, I can't see anything." Where the hell is he? Junsu suddenly appeared behind them and quietly asked, "Looking for me?" They spun around in shock. Junsu immediately threw a punch at him and shouted, "I saved your life, now I'll take it back." That bastard Huang grabbed Junsu's fist and fell to the ground. He quickly sat up, wiping the blood from his face. "You bastard!" Hu rushed forward, kicking at Junsu. Junsu swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. "You should be grateful I saved you. Do you think trying to kill your own savior is the right thing to do?" As he spoke, Junsu delivered a powerful punch that sent Hu crashing to the ground again. Just as he was about to kick Hu, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Not far away, a long-haired girl raised a gun, smoke still curling from the barrel. Panicked, she shouted, "You're over there, right? Are you okay?" Junsu froze, staring silently at the blood from the bullet on his arm. "I was careless. In Accenture, the scariest thing isn't monsters or mutants. It's humans. I was too naive and trusted others too easily. I won't make that mistake again." Resolving this in his mind, Junsu pulled out a pistol without hesitation, firing 2 shots in quick succession. One hit the long-haired girl's wrist, injuring her and making her unable to hold the gun. The other struck the man next to her in the shoulder, causing him to collapse in pain, crying out miserably. Seeing the two no longer a threat, Junsu muttered with satisfaction, "That's enough." He was about to eliminate the biggest danger, Hu, when a gust of wind came from behind. Instinctively, Junsu turned and saw Hu's foot just an inch from his head. By reflex, Junsu raised both hands to shield his face and was kicked backward. Scrambling up, Junsu looked at Hu and was startled to see his appearance had changed. "His legs have transformed," he thought, realizing a serious truth. Huang had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. No longer feeling comfortable, his face tense, he muttered, "Huang, this lousy game, superhuman awakening." Since every character could go through the superhuman awakening stage, it was considered a basic development phase of the game. In Axon's world, a level 1 superhuman was strong enough to threaten any ordinary civilian armed only with a rifle. In other words, he had to fight a superhuman with nothing but his normal body. At that moment, Huang tilted his head and glared at Junsu. "I will kill you." Then his body vanished from Junsu's sight. Alarmed, Junsu recalled Huang's traits, whose trait was lateral movement. Users could use extremely elastic legs to move freely in any direction. Considering the current situation, Junsu deduced, he's using lateral movement to climb the building wall. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Hu descending from above, kicking toward him and shouting, "I'll kill you." Against this powerful attack, Junsu knew he could only dodge. He jumped to the side and narrowly avoided it. Hu glared angrily. "You can dodge, not this time." With that, Hu lunged at Junsu, delivering a kick. When his foot made contact, he smiled. However, that smile stiffened when he saw Junsu had blocked the kick with his weapon, instead of being hit. Facing him, Junsu smirked, "Sorry, but I'm not listening." That beast. He thought buying a baton was a good idea a few hours earlier. Junsu had stood in front of the weapon racks in the store, hesitating. Is buying a gun worth it? But since the Kim warrior was a warrior-class character, even if he was stronger, his shooting skill had a certain limit. To prepare, he decided to buy another warrior-grade weapon. In the end, Junsu chose to purchase a baton. Back in the present, the truth proved that buying the baton was absolutely the right choice. Each character had weapons and traits suitable for their class. That's why, to defeat Hu, he needed to use a melee weapon suitable for a warrior. Thinking this, Junsu raised the baton and struck Hu hard. Knocking him down a third time, the system notified, "Trait acquired. You have acquired the strike trait." Seeing the system panel, Junsu happily muttered, "All right." The first class specialized trait, strike. Then, Junsu's confidence surged and he actively lunged at Huang. He used successive moves, slashes, overhead strikes, horizontal cuts to attack Hu, but Hu skillfully dodged. Then, Huang counterattacked. He swung his leg and kicked at Junsu. Seeing the strike, Junsu shouted inwardly, "This is my chance. Should I dodge, I can't stop now." Even if his bones broke, he had to keep attacking. Having made up his mind, Junsu clenched his teeth and went all in. He only raised one arm to block Hio's kick, then gripped his baton and slammed it hard into the man's thigh. System notification, a trait has been acquired. You have acquired a composite trait. Junsu smirked to himself. There it is, the best trait setup for a warrior class. In the early stage, Junsu immediately used his strike and combine traits to form a powerful barrage at Hio, leaving him no room to evade. Hio took hit after hit. The pain kept building. His consciousness was eroded little by little with every blow. Very soon he couldn't endure it and begged weakly, "Please stop." Junsu actually stopped. After a full force slam into Hio's chest, he halted his assault. Seeing Hio lying motionless, Junsu threw both hands up and shouted, "I did it. I defeated a hollow." Junsu's skin flushed red and the raindrops that hit him instantly evaporated. This feeling. What is this? His whole body ached, yet something still seemed to be flooding through him. Junsu finally met someone. He cried out in pain, but at the same time he guessed, "Don't tell me today is the day I learn the brutal truth of the world of Axion-Sue." System notification, level 1 awakened. Superhuman warrior. Junsu was stunned, then delighted like a child. He shouted while doing a tumbling flip, "I'm finally a superhuman. I can take high-paying offers from mercenaries, and I can even get low-interest bank loans." Suddenly, a voice behind him said, "You done." Junsu turned to the speaker. When he saw who it was, he thought, this guy Kim Fist Trigger. He's the second basic character introduced in Ascension. A fighter and enhanced warrior class, who uses guns as his main weapon and specializes in hunting with a prosthetic arm. The problem was, Kim Fist Trigger was a terrifying name in this world. Since I fought on their turf, I must have provoked them. Just then, Kim Fist Trigger demanded, "Did you check this place before you started trouble?" The moment he finished, several lackeys behind him aimed their guns at Junsu. One wrong word and they'd shoot. Seeing this, Junsu's face went pale. He'd been attacked out of nowhere. He couldn't just lie down and die. Hearing Junsu's explanation, Kim Fist Trigger drew his pistol. He racked the slide and asked, "Oh, so you're saying those guys are even scarier than the Iron Fist crew?" Junsu jolted. "A gun? If I fight like this, I'm definitely dead." Kim Fist Trigger didn't give him time to react. He raised the gun and aimed straight at Junsu's chest. "You little punk, you've made a horribly wrong choice. I'll show you what happens when you trespass on our territory." With that, Kim Fist Trigger's face turned vicious. He was about to pull the trigger when he heard Junsu's strangely calm tone. "Oh, I see, but you forgot one thing." As he spoke, he grabbed the pistol's frame, pressed the muzzle tight to his own chest, and barked, "I'm not the kind of guy who dies easily." Then he pulled the trigger himself. The gunshot rang out. A bullet punched through Junsu's chest. Only then did Kim Fist Trigger react, staring in disbelief. This bastard just fired at himself. Facing him, Junsu had taken the shot yet looked unfazed. "Huh, what's this? It itches like hell." At the same time, the bullet wound rapidly closed. System notification, regeneration trait acquired. The sight left Kim Fist Trigger stunned. He switched to a bright smile. "Oh, look at you. You've got an interesting ability," Junsu thought to himself. This is the upgraded version of the wound recovery trait, regeneration. It was the recovery and regeneration trait you get upon becoming a level 1 superhuman. It would all end once they underestimated him, and he'd use intimidation tactics. But on the outside, he only curled his lip into a smirk. A voice rang out behind him. "You see that? I don't have many lives and I'm lucky. I don't care who you are if you mess with me." Kim Fist Trigger didn't get angry. He laughed and said, "Heh, so that's your name. I like that courage of yours. All right, I'll let you go this time, but later you'll owe me." Then he patted Junsu's shoulder and leaned in to whisper, "You know what that means, right?" Junsu smiled back. "All right, I'll remember." But inside he wondered, did he recognize me? Satisfied with the answer, Kim Fist Trigger held out his hand to him. "All right, let's do a job together next time." Junsu stared at the hand Iron Fist was offering him. Iron Fist wasn't the kind of person who would betray him. It wouldn't be a bad move to build connections here. With that thought, Junsu casually shook Iron Fist's hand. Junsu laughed, "Sounds great, see you next time." The next morning, Junsu showed up dressed like he was headed for a beach vacation and walked into Jamsiu, the superhuman tower. In the game, it didn't look like anything special. But in real life, it was truly grand, nothing like his little town. As he looked around in fascination, Junsu saw a woman in office attire approach with a welcoming smile. "Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How can I help you?" Seeing her, Junsu's face reddened a little as he thought in surprise. "What the? She's gorgeous, but she looks like an NPC." The staff here seemed to be very well trained. Even with Junsu staring at her, she didn't look flustered or annoyed. She kept a professional smile, gestured to the passage on Junsu's right, where a huge mechanical platform stood, and introduced it. "If you're here to receive a superhuman certificate, please use that machine over there to measure your mana and traits." Junsu replied, "Thank you." Then he headed toward the massive platform. As he walked, he thought, "I didn't even ask and she already told me what to do. Guess I look like a newbie." Either way, once he got his superhuman certificate, his real life and accent soul would finally begin. Suddenly, cries of surprise erupted. "What is that? Look at the ceiling. The saint is here." Hearing that, Junsu looked up curiously and saw a golden point of light. Suspicious, he thought, "That's just a ship, isn't it?" At that moment, the golden light flared, shining down onto a large circle on the ground and making everyone shield their eyes. Right after that, a group of people stepped out from within it, appearing before everyone. When Junsu saw them, especially the girl leading the group, his face turned incredulous as he muttered to himself, "The main Royal Legion, why is the saint here?" Meanwhile, their arrival instantly caused a wave of commotion. "The saint, what an honor!" Unlike the crowd, Junsu couldn't feel happy at all. "I'm still in the tutorial and she's already the saint." But as the story continued, it was revealed they belonged to a doomsday cult, disguised under a religious facade. They looked gentle on the surface, but they had started attacking innocent civilians indiscriminately. People guessed the saint had come here to measure mana, or to renew her level cap. The saint only smiled, then answered with action, walking straight to the huge machine platform. A few seconds later, the platform began to operate. The grinding noise made Junsu uncomfortable, and he complained under his breath, "The mana test is so loud." Very quickly, under the crowd's expectant gaze, the electronic screen displayed, "Saint Class Cleric. Mana level 8 with 6 support traits." Another round of gasps exploded. "What the hell? Level 8 and she's got 6 traits. This is insane." The saint smiled, savoring everyone's admiration. Junsu watched for a few more seconds before heading toward the platform himself. To test his mana, his mood was heavy. This isn't the time to praise her. A level 8 superhuman was like an entire squadron of aircraft. That was a national-level superpower, and with strength like that, she would wipe Seoul off the map in the future. But if he said it now, they'd think he was crazy and start pelting him with stones. Forget the future for now. First, I need to test my own mana. A rookie like me having 6 traits would draw way too much attention. So I'll cut it down to 3. Just as Junsu opened his trait panel to adjust it. The saint hadn't gone far when she suddenly stopped and turned to look his way. Someone in her entourage asked, "Your Eminence, is something wrong?" The saint kept staring at Junsu and replied softly, "It seems there's someone I've never seen before." Then she abruptly appeared behind Junsu and spoke. "You seem to have an interesting ability." Junsu jumped and shouted, "You startled me." Then he panicked inwardly. Wait, what did she just say to me? Did she sense that I changed my traits? The people around them began whispering. Why would the saint? He looks pretty ordinary, doesn't he? Before they could make sense of it, what shocked them even more was the saint taking Junsu's hand and asking, "Warrior, what is your name?" Junsu stammered, I'm Warrior Kim. He thought in panic. If the saint asks my name in accession, just as Junsu expected. The saint said, "Then, Warrior Kim, on behalf of the old auxiliary order, I will baptize you. The former master of the Black Gold Throne has always craved people with rare power like yours. Submit to him and seek peace on this hellish earth." At the same time, a line of golden symbols on the saintess's hand began to flow down Junsu's arm. Seeing this, the crowd erupted with mixed sounds of admiration and envy. A baptism so jealous, the pure virgin herself performing the baptism. But Junsu, the one involved, gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, if I accept the baptism and gain that trait, I'll become a holy knight of the order. The order is declining, and my former master's order would lose in the future conflicts with the major powers in Axel Sune. It's like being forced to buy stocks on the verge of bankruptcy. Unacceptable. That was the only thought in Junsu's mind. So, in the astonished eyes of everyone, he decisively withdrew his hand, then knelt on one knee and said, "I refuse the baptism." The saintess froze. She looked a bit incredulous, glanced at her hand, and asked, did I hear wrong?" Junsu replied, "No, I'm serious." A brief silence. The saintess spoke, "It's your choice, whether to serve or reject divinity is your freedom." Then she used her hands to help Junsu up and said, "But your former master has already chosen you. If you can't overcome that small step, your little freedom will hold no meaning at all." As she spoke, Junsu panicked as he noticed the position of his arm, where her hand was touching, suddenly igniting a spark. By the time the saintess stepped away, the flame had engulfed Junsu's entire body, continuously burning him so he couldn't help but collapse to the ground, clutching his head and wailing in agony. The onlookers were somewhat gleeful, standing by indifferently as Junsu struggled in the flame. How dare this ordinary guy refuse the baptism? A heretic, pathetic. System notification, trait activated. Divine deception, must endure the unrelenting pain of burning for refusing the baptism. Junsu thought to himself, I anticipated this, but my entire body feels as if it's being roasted. Divine fire is one of the strongest negative statuses in Accenture. The deadly heat of divine fire makes daily life difficult, with no remedy except going to the holy church to receive the baptism. I refused for the sake of the future. But am I about to die now? Just as Junsu's consciousness was about to fade, the office-attired girl who had greeted him earlier ran over, holding a bottle of water and poured it onto his face, anxiously asking, "Warrior, are you all right?" Junsu suddenly felt a cool, comfortable sensation on his face. He regained some clarity, and his blurry vision gradually focused on the person in front of him. Who is this? This person is the one who guided me earlier. The divine fire had made everyone avoid me, no one helped. I'm truly grateful to her. That's right, hang in there just a little more. Motivating himself, Junsu tried to sit cross-legged on the ground. System notification, you have gained the fire resistance trait. I didn't refuse the baptism without thought either. The divine fire negative status intensifies based on the target's magic power. I'm only a level 1 warrior, so the divine fire is weak, and there are still ways to handle. The first step is to acquire the fire resistance trait, then increase magic power. Muttering to himself, Junsu opened his trait panel and adjusted his traits mentally. As soon as he finished, the flames on him seemed stimulated, blazing more violently, causing him to scream in pain. The office-attired girl saw this and poured 2 more bottles of water on Junsu while encouraging him. Keep going. The effect was immediate. Thanks to the 2 bottles, Junsu regained composure once more. The cool water reduced the burning pain. I need to focus on this opposing sensation. Fire and water, burning agony and cold reason. Following Junsu's thoughts, the water and fire intertwined, swirling together and eventually forming a yin-yang symbol, extinguishing the flames with his magic. A loud shout resonated within. Junsu opened his eyes wide. The pain from the flames had completely vanished. System notification, you have gained the magic shield trait. The office-attired girl saw Junsu stand up and asked, "Oh my, are you all right?" Junsu replied, "Yes, thanks to you, I'm fine now." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He overcame divine fire. What's going on? Did he hack it? Junsu grinned, thinking silently, not fully overcome, just a temporary solution with the shield. But now the burning pain is gone. The black flames look pretty cool too. Only a warrior could see that. Then he went toward the machinery platform to test his magic power. Others watched the electronic panel with curiosity. Very quickly the results popped up. Warrior Kim, 22 years old. Warrior class, Mana level 1, 6 traits. Oh, level 1 and already has 6 traits. A super rookie is born, so that was why he turned into a girl. Hearing everyone gossip, Junsu helplessly rubbed his nose and thought, I'm standing out way too much. I was supposed to get stronger quietly. Because of the force shield, the number of traits didn't decrease. The office woman walked up with a smile and congratulated him. Warrior, since I started working here, this is the first time I've ever seen someone begin with 6 channel. Then let's make your warrior ID card right away. A moment later, the office woman handed a card to Junsu and said, "Here's your warrior ID card. Congratulations, you're officially recognized as a warrior now." Junsu was so happy he nearly cried. Holding the card up to admire it, he said, "You have no idea how hard I worked to get this." The office woman tilted her head and smiled. "Ah, then let me explain the perks for a level 1 warrior." First, before she could even finish, Junsu cut in. He rattled them off. Yeah, I already know. Tax reductions, privileges to use weapons, and when you level up, you're exempt from all kinds of taxes. You also can't be arrested. You can use any transportation for free, and there are other benefits too. The office woman blinked in surprise. You really know your stuff. Junsu laughed. I'm a gaming PhD, no. A warrior studies PhD, haha. Then Junsu said also, I don't like wasting time. As he spoke, he glanced at the noisy crowd outside the glass, all staring straight at him. We have to bring him back to the guild. Think I can get an autograph. A super rookie, we have to write a special feature about him. The office woman also turned to look at the pack of people outside, like predators waiting for prey. Junsu asked, is there a way for me to get out quietly? The office woman stood up with a smile. Of course, I prepared something in advance. Junsu asked in surprise. You already prepared it. She took out a large black cloak and said, just follow me. In that instant, Junsu froze, staring at her. His face turned red. A moment later, Junsu put the cloak on, followed her, and successfully slipped past the crowd. He said, thank you for looking out for me. You even gave me a cloak of invisibility and led me through a secret route. The office woman said, it's nothing, helping each other is a good thing. System notification, invisibility trait. You have obtained the invisibility trait. Seeing the panel, Junsu thought happily, I didn't expect to get such a sweet bonus trait like this. The woman stopped, pointed toward the corridor ahead and said, just go straight down this way, warrior, and you'll be outside. By regulation, I can only guide you as far as here. Junsu bowed slightly. That's enough. Thank you so much for today. She smiled. All right, take care on your way out. Watching her leave, Junsu chuckled to himself. Who knew there'd be someone this kind at Accenture, and she's beautiful too. When I get stronger, I'll definitely repay her. Wait, what was her name again? I think I got her business card earlier. Junsu remembered and quickly took it out to check. Associate Superhuman Manager Big Soji. The moment he saw the name, Junsu's expression changed. He looked again at the woman who still hadn't gone very far. What did it say, Big Soji? Big Soji is one of the 3 strongest SSL warriors in the game. She's a swordsman type, so she always looks terrifying, but I kept feeling like she seemed familiar. So in the game, she always looked fierce. No wonder I couldn't imagine it. I can't believe Big Soji is actually this kind. What on earth happened? Meanwhile, Big Soji's face lit up with a cheerful smile as she murmured softly, thank goodness the warrior is fine. A week later, to maintain the force shield, Junsu had to adjust all his special attributes. Passive invisibility made dungeon clearing harder than ever. If he could use the specialized trait for clearing monster dens, he'd have finished ages ago, but that damn debuff meant he couldn't do anything else. To remove the heat toxin, he needed a rare item called nectar, and it was insanely expensive. With this pickaxe-style grinding, how could he ever afford it? As Junsu was thinking, his phone rang. It was Chai Cell. How many times is he going to call? Persistent like a leech. We're done between us. Junsu was about to pick up and curse him out when a great idea suddenly popped into his head, making him turn around. A moment later in the player's tomb hall, oh my, it's our assistant Kim. He got through the heat toxin without the slightest trouble. The one who started with 6 different traits. It's such an honor to meet the main character, Cho Seo said as he carried a cup of milk tea to Junsu. His ingratiating attitude was 10 times more over the top than last time. Yeah, who would have thought it'd turn out like this? Junsu took the cup and sipped. Then he asked, by the way, did you find what I asked you to? Oh man, don't even get me started, Cho Seo groaned. It's seriously hard. Netter is an item you can only find from a 5th rank or higher ritual mage. If I can't find it, then I'll. Junsu acted like he was about to leave. No, this is tied to the contract with you. We have to get it no matter what. I found it. Cho Seo blurted out. If it's Major Choi, the one desperate for a warrior contract, I think he'll get me one of his missions. One that rewards Netter. Thinking that, Junsu relented and sat back down. So what's the mission? Have you ever heard of gel security? As he spoke, Cho Seo handed Junsu a tablet. First time I've heard of it. Is it a security company? It's a private military company, one of the 10 biggest. Director and deputy director are a married couple. They come from an old martial clan, so their foundation is rock solid. Hearing that, Junsu wondered, with money like that they can have anything. So why would they need to outsource a mission? I found the problem, it's their son. He's already over 20, but he still hasn't awakened as a warrior. But both parents are from a martial clan. Junsu asked while looking at the photo of their son. Rumor has it he's accumulated 8th tier mana, but still hasn't awakened. That's why it's such a mystery. Their condition is someone who has awakened as at least a 1st rank warrior. It's the perfect mission for you, Sir Warrior. Hearing the condition, Junsu sensed something interesting and decided to give it a try. And that's how Junsu and Choi Seo ended up sitting in the living room of this grand, magnificent villa. Looks like the director and his wife are busy. They're not the kind of people who are late for no reason. Cho Seo explained, fidgeting as his leg bounced. Junsu didn't really care about the host's delay. He looked around, then couldn't help thinking, this place reeks of money. Sorry to keep you waiting, have you been here long? A woman's voice made Choi Seo and Junsu startled. The two who entered were the director and deputy director of Geosecurity. The woman smiled and continued, we're the ones who made the request, Seo Jongju and Limage. Oh no, you're far too kind. Cho Seo hurriedly replied, bowing as well. Thank you for taking the time to come, Limage said with a smile. Junsu bowed politely too and judged the couple by the aura they gave off. Probably at least rank 6 warriors. Neither of them was ordinary. Seo Jongju, who'd been silent, suddenly snorted coldly and said with disdain, one look and I can tell this guy's useless. What are you saying? If this keeps up, go to the room already. No chance. Seo Jongju shot back, so stubborn, fine, sit down. Limage told her husband, then turned back to speak with Cho Seo and Junsu. You coming here means you're here to take on our mission, right? First, I want to check your son's condition. If there's some special reason he can't awaken then. Before Junsu could finish, Seo Jongju slammed his hand on the table and shouted, some rookie soldier from who knows where. You think I'll just obediently tell you? Honey, calm down. Limage soothed her husband, then said apologetically to Junsu. I'm sorry, he's been under a lot of stress because of our child. This isn't something worth revealing to an outsider. If you accept the mission, we'll call our son and explain everything to you both. You need Netter too, don't you? They know exactly what I want, Junsu thought, smiling. Fine, I'll take the mission, call your son in. A little later, a timid young man appeared. Hello, I'm Seo Yujin. Ah yes, nice to meet you. Junsu shook Yujin's hand, quietly assessing him. It was suspicious that he couldn't sense even a trace of mana. Just then, Junsu noticed a pair of gloves with Yujin's crest engraved on them. Your gloves are beautiful. Ah yes, they're precious to me and I always use them with gratitude. Right. Yujin must need a powerful mana seal. Junsu's words made Yujin and his parents freeze on the spot. From their expressions, Junsu knew he was on the right track. The moment I saw those gloves, I was sure. This is a major issue tied to an entire noble family. Yet they set a condition asking for only a rank 1 warrior. The simplest reason is that they wanted to bait me with something like Netter. Yujin, you've also undergone a baptism from the order, right? Junsu turned to look at Seo Jongju. The reason this boy couldn't awaken was because he had refused to undergo the baptism ritual. He had sealed his own magic power. To avoid divine punishment, that was why he couldn't publicly announce it. Recently, there were rumors that a rank 1 warrior had overcome the baptism ritual and divine punishment. That must be why everyone came looking for me. Yujin couldn't help but admire Junsu as he listened. Amazing. I don't even need to explain anything. It's like you're the protagonist of a detective novel. Well, I just grasped the situation in a simple way, Junsu replied with a smile, thinking to himself that nothing was difficult if you already knew the future. I had a feeling from the moment I saw the photo. In the future, Seo Jin would become the vanguard Holy Knight of the Holy War Order if he refused the baptism ritual and tried to resist the order's command. Once his parents lost their power, a dark future would be waiting for him. Master Seo Jongju immediately changed his attitude and shyly asked Junsu, is there any way for my Yujin to escape the baptism ritual? So arrogant just moments ago, and now you're convinced already. Junsu secretly rejoiced and replied with a smile, of course it's possible. Who do you think Junsu is? After spending 10,000 hours playing Accent Soul, how could I not know the way? How would I not know? I understand your pain, Yujin, because I've experienced it myself. Junsu patted Yujin on the shoulder reassuringly. Trust me, I will definitely help you escape it. Yujin, unable to hold back his emotions, threw his arms around Junsu. His parents embraced each other and wept. And a fraud dares to perform a baptism ritual on me. Those capable subordinates of your future now stand on my side. Junsu responded by giving Yujin a warm hug. Then he added, however, before proceeding with the treatment, I would like one additional condition. Yujin's parents were taken aback. An additional condition? Has the difficulty of this request increased? Limouzi wiped her tears and replied, that's right. It's no longer just about awakening magic power but about overcoming an illness. Please, go ahead if you can save my Yujin. Before Limouzi could finish speaking, Yujin stated his condition. I want to be taught the sword-breaking technique. The elegance instantly vanished from Limouzi's face. Do you fully understand what you just said? Junsu was frightened by the sharp aura and icy glare emanating from Limouzi. So the deputy director was even scarier than the director. Seeing her serious attitude, Seo Jongju didn't dare object. He only gently reminded, dear, take it easy. I know she's angry, but I won't give up on the sword-breaking technique. Some might think choosing to learn swordsmanship in the information age of the 21st century is absurd. However, it's completely different in Accent Seoul, where the strong hold power, because a super swordsman can easily destroy an entire tank. A high-level martial artist is likened to a trillion-1 fighter squad. If a rank 1 superhuman continuously learns and trains in the sword-breaking technique, they can reach rank 4 without any difficulty at all. This is basically an early game cheat. Only the elite are allowed to learn this sword art. Of course, only after I complete the task, Junsu said, trying to soothe Limouzi's temper. Mom, Yujin's shout immediately brought Limouzi back to her senses. Fine, Limouzi withdrew her aura, then bowed her head and said, if you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that sword art and its secret method. Really, thank you. Yujin bowed gratefully, secretly sighing in relief, thinking he had almost died just now. Now I'll even get the sword art. Great. However, if you fail, my husband and I may be very disappointed, even furious. Limouzi gave a light reminder. Heh, that won't happen, I guarantee it. All right, then it's best to start as soon as possible. Very quickly, a room with a magic concentration circle and 200 mid-grade magic potions was prepared at Junsu's request. This is enough. I would like to be alone with the patient during the treatment process. So you can, Junsu was speaking when Limouzi suddenly interrupted. Yes, I'm sorry for what happened. My Yujin was forced to undergo the baptism ritual even before starting school. He never had the chance to make friends, let alone go on a family outing. He had to endure being confined to his room. It seems we were too sensitive. From now on, I will leave everything entirely to you. As she spoke, Limouzi bowed deeply. Hearing Yujin's story, Junsu felt even more indignant. Their whole family had to endure this because of her trap. Saint Yujin, moved, ran to hug his mother. Mom. I'm fine, Yujin, you really are in the game. He ultimately betrayed his own family. No wonder he became so cold. I feel a bit sorry for them. Thinking this, Junsu said, don't worry, I will succeed no matter what. Only then did Limouzi leave with peace of mind. Now it's just the two of us. Let's begin. Junsu stretched cheerfully and said, what should I do now? Looking at Yujin's pale face and body trembling like a leaf, Junsu pursed his lips and said, why are you so panicked? Calm down, my friend. Yujin anxiously asked, aren't you going to torture me with needles or electric shocks to force me to awaken like they usually do? How have you been treating me all this time? Junsu sighed and explained, the usual treatment to cure a divine power fever is to drink nectar after awakening. However, because Yujin's body has accumulated too much mana, the fever is too intense. That's why awakening you fail. You don't need to worry, but remember one thing. Keep everything you see in today's treatment a secret. I promise, Yujin replied firmly. Junsu picked up the 2 bottles of glowing liquid and began the process. First, he had to expand the mana barrier to its maximum limit. Then, the barrier would weaken, and then the surge of holy power hit, causing Junsu pain. He quickly poured both bottles of glowing liquid, the taste bitter and awful on his hands. Soon, the prepared magical medicine was fully absorbed into his body. He acquired the addiction trait, incoming damage increased and mana consumption rose. But the effect of the medicine intensified unusually. Got the addiction trait. Now if I focus my mana into a shield, Junsu thought, concentrating to form a shield around the mana convergence circle. The surge of holy power was completely pushed outside by the barrier. Yujin's eyes lit up as he looked at Junsu. This is amazing. Junsu smiled, you're surprised too early. Now, you need to remove your mana-sealing gloves, reach your hands outside the barrier, and then grab my hand. Yujin turned pale. Won't there be a resonance between the 2 surges of holy power? You'll be fine as long as you stay inside the barrier. Junsu stepped outside the barrier as he spoke. Immediately, the surge of holy power returned. Don't ask why, just do as I say. Yujin, who had never removed his gloves since his baptism, decided to follow Junsu's instruction. As soon as Yujin's hand reached outside the barrier, the surge of holy power on his hands flared violently, startling Junsu. How much mana does this guy even have? Even knowing the consequences, Junsu still chose to grab that hand. It hurt more than when the holy maiden baptized me. My bones felt like they were shattering. But I must stay focused and endure this pain. You bastard, this damn holy power surge. Junsu gritted his teeth. resisting both Eugen's and his own holy power surge, then returned inside the barrier. I removed my gloves and nothing happened. Eugen looked at his normal-looking hands, moved. I see, that's why we had to do all that nonsense. Junsu replied. Besides using the barrier, he also absorbed damage to transfer Parta. The holy power surge into himself. That is, Seo Eugen's holy power surge decreased significantly. Next, Junsu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Eugen. This is the final step, don't stop. Attack me until you awaken. Alright, it's time to use the sword techniques trained since childhood. Eugen nodded and swung the sword at Junsu. Junsu raised his hands to block, then bolted away as fast as he could, because he noticed the iron gauntlets shattered from just one wooden sword strike from Eugen. Just then, the system notified him of a new trait. Protection, but even with this trait, getting hit by Eugen would still kill him. His legs went cold as usual. After a while of playing chase with Eugen, Junsu grew exhausted, and Eugen still hadn't awakened, making him frustrated. What kind of sword technique did she teach this kid? Just dodging attacks is this hard. You've gained the evasion status. At this moment, Junsu looked back at Eugen and saw energy radiating from him, meaning he was about to awaken. But before he could rejoice, he noticed the sword in Eugen's hand also started. SSR rank Seo Eugen. Human sword fusion. Junsu read the information silently. Human sword fusion is a state where the person and the sword become one. This is an extremely powerful state for a warrior, but that guy is fully in a berserk state. One hit and I'm done. Facing a life-threatening attack, Junsu naturally wouldn't just wait to die. He quickly opened his trait panel, his brain racing for a viable plan. First, I have to activate every defensive trait I can, and concentrate the shields onto both hands, with support from the mana circle in the room. As soon as Junsu finished setting up his trait, Eugen's attack arrived. Junsu gritted his teeth, crossed his arms in front and braced himself. A second later, a loud explosion with blinding light filled the room. When the dust settled, Junsu emerged unharmed. In front of him stood a large protective shield. The system notified, Mana Shield, you've acquired a new trait. Junsu smirked. He chuckled inwardly, I did it. He had combined the Mana Shield and Protection traits to create a Mana Shield. Then he exhaled wearily, silently thinking, it's just a wooden sword, yet I almost lost my life. He was about to sit and rest when he heard a faint groan from Eugen. Junsu looked up to see him staggering and then collapsing to the ground. How dare he faint so calmly after almost cutting me down? Muttering under his breath, Junsu slowly walked over to Eugen and found that he'd already fallen asleep. I guess he went a little crazy after awakening. In the game, Seo Eugen was a powerhouse with an SSL rank, but since he awakened as a warrior, not a knight, he gained sword fusion as his starting trait. Looks like I created a monster warrior by awakening Seo Eugen as a warrior instead of a knight. I don't know how this change will affect the story later on. Well, he was born with a silver spoon and unmatched talent anyway. And now he owes me a favor, so that's not bad at all. Thinking that, Junsu grinned and hoisted Eugen up with all his strength as he headed out. A little while later, in Eugen's bedroom, his parents looked at their son with loving eyes. As he slept peacefully on the bed, they whispered, our Eugen really got through the awakening fever. Then they turned to Junsu and bowed. Thank you so much. Junsu smiled. It's nothing. I told you I could do it. Seo brought over a cup of water for Junsu, flattering him with a fawning smile. I knew you'd pull it off. Lee Miji gently stroked Eugen's hair and said, it's been so long since we've seen him sleep. I don't know how we can repay this debt. Then, she smiled and looked to her husband, giving him a nod. Jang Du understood at once, smiling back as he nodded and took out an envelope. He walked over to Junsu. Then here's what we promised, along with the water, a swordsmanship memory chip, Kongsun's Swordbreaker. And I'll add an extra bonus for your success. Junsu beamed but still put on a show of refusing. Oh, you really don't have to, Jang Du said sincerely. Please, I hope you'll accept 1 billion won from us, even if it's still far less than what you've done for our family. Hearing the number 1 billion won, Junsu was going wild inside, but he kept his manners and said, man, my heart would hurt if I turned it down twice, so I guess I don't have a choice. After that, Junsu and Jongju happily shook hands with genuine smile. Not long after, Junsu and Choi Seo left Eugen's house. Sitting in the car, Choi Seo said, we really hit the jackpot today, warrior. Junsu examined the vial of nectar and the Kongsun Swordbreaker memory chip in his hand and replied, I know. They look great, don't they? Choi Seo asked. Are you going to drink it now? Or not? Junsu answered, I am, and I'm planning to lie low for a while. Choi Seo said, that makes sense. You probably don't want to draw the attention of the higher-ups or anyone who knows about your reward, but it's a shame. If you refine the nectar and absorb it, it'll boost your mana by a huge amount, Junsu replied. Exactly. He looked down at the vial of nectar in his hand and thought, if I can refine it and drink it, I can raise my superhuman rank by a lot, instead of spending money to cure awakening fever. Before long, the car arrived at the hotel where Junsu was staying. Choi Seo pulled over and smiled. Warrior, I'll look into what equipment you need to refine the nectar. Think it over and then decide. Thanks a lot, I'll think about it. Back in his room, Junsu opened the vial of nectar and laughed to himself. I'm drinking it right now. I learned just how ruthless Xiaon can be from what happened with Hyang. I can't guarantee Director Choi won't betray me. Medicine resistance, mana absorption, potion dependency, whatever. I've got traits that can maximize the effects anyway. With that in mind, Junsu didn't hesitate and chugged the entire vial. The next instant, searing pain flooded his whole body. It felt like every muscle fiber was being torn apart and put back together. An enormous amount of mana surged through him. After a moment, the pain faded, and Junsu's room filled with a dazzling golden light. System notification, rank 2 superhuman gold warrior. I leveled up. Cheering silently, Junsu then saw another system message. You have obtained a trait, harvest trait. Black flame, and by curing awakening fever with nectar, I obtained one of the best rank 1 traits in the entire game. Black flame was added to my trait list. Along with the Kongsun Swordbreaker swordsmanship, I finally felt at ease. Now I can focus on training these two and there won't be any problems. As Junsu was thinking, the phone on the desk buzzed. It was a message from Choi Seo. Sir, there are a few things I need to tell you. Junsu stared at the screen. Director Choi, why is he suddenly texting me? He felt a flicker of suspicion. Junsu tossed it out of his mind and laughed. Whatever, I'm going to train. But only a few seconds later, a flurry of notification chimes from the messenger phone rang in his ears. Seriously, what's so urgent? Junsu snapped, then ran over and picked up the phone to read the messages. Superman, I have a lot to discuss, but I thought it would be more respectful to contact you by message first. I'm sure you'll need help. I understand why you're hesitating. It might be because people in the faction oppose it. Ignore everything and make up your mind. It's time to re-examine yourself. Once you learn the sword technique, your path will reveal itself. Of course, a few people will complain about this. Please reply as soon as you read this. After finishing the message, a huge question mark popped into Junsu's head as he thought to himself. What the hell is this? What is he even texting me? But a few seconds later, Junsu noticed something off about these messages. He reread them carefully and very quickly found the answer. Run, hide from the Dagger Gang. Once he pieced it into a sentence, he immediately thought he hid this info in the message using Dagger. They were one of the gangs opposed to the Iron Fist Gang. If Director Choi wanted to betray me, he would have called me normally to stall for time. Judging by what he sent, he must have been captured beforehand. Looks like the information was exposed while he was preparing the equipment. With everything clear in his mind, a sudden coldness appeared on Junsu's face as he murmured, "All right, I'll ignore it. I've already gotten what I needed." Everyone has to take responsibility for their own life at Accenture. The next day, in a deserted, narrow alley, a man's agonized screams rang out again and again. There was a small warehouse here. Choi Seo was tied tightly to a chair. Several men stood around him. One of them grabbed Choi Seo by the hair and said, "You're pretty tough. All night and you still won't tell us where that damn Superman is." Choi Seo stubbornly replied, "He signed the contract because he trusted me. I won't talk no matter what you do." Hearing that, the man bared his teeth viciously. "I don't want to do this, but you've left me no choice." After that, he waved to signal his men. One of them got the message, picked up an axe, stepped in front of Choi Seo and asked, "Left or right, what hand do you use to eat?" Choi Seo only stared at him in silence. The man laughed loudly. Not answering, then it's usually the right hand yet. As he spoke, he raised the axe high and swung it down toward Choi Seo's right hand. Just as the blade was about to come down, a violent explosion thundered nearby. The man froze, then glared toward the source and shouted, "What the hell was that?" At that moment, a lackey rushed in to report, "Boss." The axe-wielder growled, "What the hell happened over there?" The lackey replied in terror, "Some crazy bastard threw a grenade into our building." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building not far away, Junsu grinned. With a grenade launcher slung over his shoulder, he aimed at the building holding Choi Seo. "Dagger Gang, you picked the wrong person to mess with. I can't abandon someone who kept their promise to me in this brutal Axel Seul world. All right, now the battle begins." Junsu pulled the trigger again. A shell launched from the barrel and flew straight into the Dagger Gang's building, setting off a huge explosion. A few seconds later, through the massive breach left by the blast, a large number of armed men poured out. "Where is he? Where did he shoot from? Find him right now." Watching them howl below, Junsu curled his lip in contempt. Just as expected, they rushed out of the building like a swarm of snakes. It looked like an ordinary apartment from the outside, but I knew they were all in there. Because this place was the Dagger Gang dungeon I'd cleared so many times, I was sick of it. It was a complex dungeon made up of 6 different buildings. Since the Dagger Gang mission was one of the trial missions, I could clear it with my eyes closed now. With enough grinding, an iron rod becomes a needle. And now, the veteran is here to finish the job. With a backpack full of weapons on his back, Junsu leapt to the rooftop of the next building so he wouldn't stay in one place long enough to be discovered. Down below, the Dagger Gang had already split up and started sweeping the surrounding area. A few minutes later, in some alleyway, 3 members of the Dagger Gang were slowly searching. The ones who attacked us earlier have to be the Iron Fist Gang, right? Only those guys could pull off something this insane. Once we catch them, let's beat them to a pulp. While they were talking, one of them suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the trash bin behind them. The lookout turned around and asked, "What was that sound just now? I'll go check it out." The buzzcut guy reminded him, "Okay, make sure you search thoroughly." So the one who heard the sound walked behind the trash bin, stuck his head in to look, but didn't see anyone. "There's nothing here," he muttered. Just as he was about to turn back to his buddies, a hand suddenly grabbed him. The hand seized his head and slammed him hard into the ground. Junsu appeared from invisibility, propped the knocked-out man against the wall, and grinned happily. I was standing right in front of him, and he still didn't notice. When it comes to infiltration, nothing beats playing dead paired with stealth movement. While those thugs are wandering outside, I'll slip into their main building. Piece of cake. I'll go in through the secret route. With that, Junsu walked up to the trash bin, gently lifted the lid, and climbed down underneath. He stepped onto the ladder inside. Once he got down there, Junsu immediately stayed alert and scanned his surroundings. Up to now, I've avoided fighting as much as possible to infiltrate. The Dagger Gang likes to keep hostages near their boss's room on the 5th floor, so there should still be a way. I'll move as quietly as I can so they can't catch me. It sounded good in theory, but reality didn't work that way. Junsu had only tiptoed a few steps when the alarm blared loudly. "Emergency, emergency, the enemy is attacking. An intruder has infiltrated the building. Everyone gear up and assemble at the designated rally point." Hearing that, Junsu's expression turned ugly as he muttered, "They found out." Then his gaze shifted to the tightly shut door right in front of him. "I'm stuck in a bind. If I go out there, I'll step right into a hallway. And that's the best route because the main staircase leads up to the upper floors. But the problem is, once they realize there's an intruder, they'll set up barricades in the hallway as a defensive line. If I open the door now, they'll hose me down with bullets like lunatics." After only a brief hesitation, Junsu still decided to open the door. Inside was exactly as he predicted. A whole group from the Dagger Gang had built a barricade and were waiting with guns in hand. "Hello, have some bullets, a little gift from me." Laughing as he spoke, Junsu drew his gun and sprayed wildfire at the Dagger Gang members. In the blink of an eye, screams of agony rang out one after another as bullets hit their marks. The ones who weren't hit reacted fast. "What the hell, a Gatling machine gun, you bastard. Fire back," they cursed as they raised their weapons to return fire. Then they suddenly saw a grenade flying toward them. A huge explosion shook the room. Junsu hid outside the door and laughed, "If you're scared, go home, style, pure style." After that, he pulled a few more grenades from his backpack and held them up. "One won't be enough, have some more." With that, Junsu tossed several grenades into the room, immediately stepped back and shut the door. He heard more loud blasts and anguished howls, and a devilish smile spread across his face. "Seeing you enjoy it so much makes me happy." After waiting a few minutes, Junsu went into the room, still scanning warily as he muttered, "That's all of them. A few of them are probably still alive. I can't let my guard down." Suddenly, a man lying on the floor lurched up and fired at Junsu. Because he'd been on alert, Junsu keenly sensed the bullet flying straight for his head. He only had to tilt his head to the side to dodge it. "System notification, you have acquired the sensitivity trait. Nice. Now I've gotten the sensitivity trait I needed from this dungeon." Muttering to himself, Junsu looked toward the one who had tried to ambush him. In just a few seconds he finished him off, then raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "That's the underlings dealt with. Now I'm heading upstairs." A while later, Junsu reached the 4th floor. "Maybe I made it to the 4th floor safely, but the real danger is only starting now. Gang members should show up on the 4th floor. The casino, right before I go up to the 5th floor into the boss's room." Thinking that, Junsu quietly walked to a corner turn. He tilted his head to peek in and was surprised to see no one there. Suspicious, Junsu headed toward the casino, opened the door to check but still didn't see anyone. Realizing something was off, Junsu's face hardened as he told himself, "Something's not right. I need to focus." System notification, you have acquired the focus trait. The moment he gained it, Junsu immediately heard a strange noise from above. He looked up and saw a drone flying out of an air vent. Next, Junsu saw the drone drop a grenade onto the floor. The grenade erupted in a blinding flash of light, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. Inside, he cursed silently. "Damn it, a white grenade." Right then, a figure appeared behind Junsu, dagger in hand, lunging in and stabbing hard at his neck, laughing loudly with savage brutality. "Got you, you little rat." The newcomer was the boss of the Dagger Gang, a level 2 Lion Man assassin. But the Dagger Gang boss's stab was stopped by a barrier that suddenly appeared. Junsu regained his sight, turned to look at him, and asked, "Who did you say you caught?" The Dagger Gang boss shouted in disbelief, "The knife can't pierce through." He hurriedly leapt backward, widening the distance from Junsu. Junsu didn't make any move. He only asked, "Who are you calling a rat?" "You're the one dressed like a rat, aren't you?" he thought to himself. He hadn't expected the gang boss to show up on the 4th floor. That was really dangerous. What just happened never occurred in the game, but he could still read the game's patterns. The white grenade was a linked attack pattern. It would trigger when a player entered the boss's room. Before that, he had to equip the sensitivity and focus traits in case of an ambush. The dagger gang boss was an assassin. He had to sense where the attack was coming from with all 5 senses. At this moment, the dagger gang boss roared in anger. "You blocked my ambush." Junsu smiled and said, "Don't be surprised so quickly." Then he pulled out a weapon from the pack on his back and said seriously, "I'll make you regret setting your sights on me." Junsu charged straight at the dagger gang boss and slashed out with his sword, but it failed because the man vanished before the blow could land. When the dagger gang boss appeared again, he was already behind Junsu. "So slow, yet you still try to put on a show." He dropped the line with disdain, then hurled a dagger glowing green toward Junsu's back. Junsu hurriedly turned, slashed the dagger away with his sword and thought to himself, "He's too fast, he really is an assassin. If I didn't have sensitivity and focus earlier, I'd be dead. That guy's dagger is infused with poison magic. Even a single touch would be enough to send me to the other side. The longer this fight drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be." The dagger gang boss said in surprise, "Oh, you're pretty lucky, huh? If you surrender now, I'll be merciful and only cut off one of your hands." Junsu laughed, "Stop talking nonsense. Come at me." The dagger gang boss laughed loudly. "Just looking at that ugly way you hold a sword, I can tell you're an assassin, compared to someone who can't even judge the situation. You've got some nerve." Hearing that, Junsu jolted and thought, "He thinks I'm an assassin. That's right, since I've been using a gun this whole time. He probably misjudged me as an armed soldier." Seeing Junsu stay silent, the dagger gang boss assumed he guessed correctly and curled his lips into a vicious grin. "I'll tear you to pieces and deal with you in the most painful way possible," he bellowed, charging at Junsu and cutting out a slashing attack. At the same time, Junsu gripped the sword hilt and raised it high over his head. "I only have one chance, and it's right now," when he's let his guard down. With a silent shout in his heart, Junsu didn't hesitate and brought the sword down. The dagger gang boss withdrew his offensive momentum and shifted aside to dodge. A mocking smile spread across his face. Too slow. He had no idea Junsu was waiting for exactly this moment. Junsu's eyes flashed. His hand twisted the hilt slightly, turning the blade toward him, changing the downward chop into a horizontal slash. Seeing this, the dagger gang boss panicked inwardly. What? An assassin using a combo attack. He hurriedly slashed out with his dagger to block, yet the rebound force still knocked him down onto the ground. By now, the dagger gang boss no longer dared to look down on Junsu. In his eyes was nothing but wariness. Junsu raised his sword again. "Sorry, but I changed traits. I'm not an assassin anymore. I'm a top-tier warrior equipped with sword techniques." As he spoke, Junsu used the first sword form, stance like a mountain, slashing at the dagger gang boss and dealing heavy damage. The dagger fell aside. He lowered his head and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Junsu chuckled smugly. "Let your guard down and you lose." The dagger gang boss cursed angrily, "Bastard." He also copied Junsu, taking advantage of Junsu's smugness and lapse in vigilance. He reached down to pick up the dagger, then hurled it straight at Junsu with all his strength, roaring, "This isn't over." Junsu cried out in shock. Is he going for one last strike? In the next instant, fresh blood sprayed out. Junsu finished the dagger gang boss with a single sword strike, but the thrown dagger hit Junsu in a vital spot. A few seconds later, Junsu suddenly dropped to one knee. He frowned, yanked the dagger out, and muttered, "Damn it, I let my guard down at the last second." The poison had already spread through his blood and throughout his body. "I need to change traits. The trait you equip will restore your injuries. Regeneration, Fortification, Mana Core. Take deep breaths to recover mana." After swapping these traits, Junsu was able to stand up on his own. "I can endure it, but it hurts like hell." As he spoke, Junsu stowed his weapon into his backpack. He was about to leave when he heard a commotion coming from outside the window. "Hurry up, an intruder just showed up around here." Junsu looked out the window and murmured, "I can't let time go to waste. I have to get out of this building as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in the torture room on the 5th floor, Choi Seo was trying to save himself too. He threw his weight around, knocking the chair off balance until it toppled backward. "I need to get out of here fast." Muttering to himself, Choi Seo hooked a shard of glass nearby with his fingers, planning to cut the ropes with it. But before he could grab it, Choi Seo realized a shadow had fallen over his head. Startled, he looked up, and the one who'd come was Junsu. "So how exactly did you end up in their hands?" As he asked, Junsu pulled the gag off Choi Seo's mouth. Choi Seo cried out in delight, "You're a superhero." Junsu untied him and sighed softly, "You're wearing me out." Moved to tears, Choi Seo asked, eyes brimming, "You came all the way here to save me?" Junsu's expression turned serious. He put a hand on Choi Seo's shoulder and said, "Let's get out of here first. They're coming up." Choi Seo chuckled. "Yeah, of course." But as he tried to move, pain shot up from his legs and he couldn't help letting out a cry. Junsu turned back, suspicious. When he saw Choi Seo's legs trembling, he frowned and cursed under his breath, "Those bastards, look at what they did to him." Then he crouched down on his own and said, "Get on my back." Choi Seo hurriedly waved him off. What are you saying? No need, I don't have the right to ask anything more of you. Junsu pressed, it's fine, we're in a hurry, let's get to a safe place first. He had a point. Choi Seo could only agree reluctantly. All right then. Just this once, thank you, carrying Choi Seo on his back. Junsu smiled faintly, thinking, even after such brutal torture, he still kept his loyalty. I thought this Accenture world was a living hell, but it can still hit you with unexpected moments that move you. A few hours later, Junsu and Choi Seo were safely back in Choi Seo's office. Junsu sat in a chair, downing can after can of recovery drink. The system announced, poison resistance trait acquired. Seeing the notification, Junsu finally stopped drinking. Leaning back in relief, he said, the recovery drink flushed all the poison out. Choi Seo enthusiastically brought out an extra pile of recovery cans. He said, if you need more, help yourself. Junsu smiled, all right, this is enough. In his heart, he added, because I've already gotten that trait. Just then, Choi Seo spoke with a guilty look. By the way, I truly don't know how to apologize enough. It seems that back then, when I was preparing the party for us, the information leaked. I shouldn't have trusted my employees like that. Junsu consoled him, it's fine. Besides, I already drank the elixir. Choi Seo asked in shock, what? You drank the elixir? Junsu smiled, if I hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Director Choi Seo's face fell as if at a funeral. Clutching his head, he groaned, no way. You had to drink the elixir earlier to save me. Junsu turned his head away, thinking it's not his fault, but fine, let him believe whatever he wants. Suddenly, rapid pounding sounded from outside the door. Choi Seo shouted in panic, what? Could it be the Dagger Gang is here? Kid, what do we do now? Junsu folded his arms and looked toward the door, smiling. Looks like we've got a few guests. Then let's welcome them. After that, he stood up and went to open the door. Choi Seo followed anxiously behind. When Junsu opened it, Choi Seo immediately gasped, the Iron Fists. The one who'd come was Kim Iron Fist, along with a bunch of his lackey. Junsu grinned, there you are. Kim Iron Fist spoke up, I didn't expect you to wipe out the Dagger Gang. I've known from the start you weren't ordinary, so why did you call me here? Junsu thought to himself, because it's time to claim the reward for clearing the hard quest. The Iron Fists and the Dagger Gang were rival gangs, fighting over control of a super rare territory in the game. The tutorial required the player to help the Iron Fists destroy the Dagger Gang. The Steel Fist Gang will hand out a ton of rewards for wiping out the Dagger Gang. Seeing Junsu stay silent, Steel Fist Keen pressed him. Are you planning to start a new organization? Junsu shook his head. No, running an organization isn't my style. The reason I asked you here today is to tell you that you can keep the Dagger Gang's turf like you have up to now. Steel Fist Kim cried out in shock. What? Junsu explained, I prefer going solo and I have no intention of stepping into the underworld. So consider this repayment for what I owed you last time. Steel Fist Kim thought it over slowly, then asked, if I accept your offer, I don't lose anything. But it feels like a bit much compared to the debt you owed me, doesn't it? Junsu laughed. Sounds like we understand each other now. Because thanks to me, you now own Super Lim's territory. Grant me one wish. Steel Fist Kim asked, a wish. And if I grant you one wish, what would you wish for? Tell me in advance, Junsu thought to himself. Of course it'd be something everyone in Seoul wants. Out loud, he smiled and said, just give me a house. And inwardly he added, time to go home. Steel Fist Kim asked, you mean a house? Junsu replied. Ever since I started operating independently in this filthy world, I realized I should have a proper place to stay. Steel Fist Kim pondered for a moment, then said, fine by me, besides, you already got away from those knife-wielding gam punks. Deal. Hearing that, Junsu grinned happily. Straightforward, big bro, I like that. Steel Fist Kim asked, so what kind of house do you want? A luxury villa or just an apartment? Junsu stated his requirements, neither. I need a house in a sparsely populated area with good security and soundproofing. And it should come with a training area in the basement. Hearing that, Steel Fist Kim began to mutter. A house in a quiet area with a basement training room. Junsu tried to act normal, patiently waiting while praying inside. Say it, name the house I'm thinking of. Before long, Steel Fist Kim spoke up. I know a place like that. It's a house in the suburbs of Super Lim along the Jinyubong Range. Hearing that, Junsu shouted with delight, bingo. A house on the slopes of the Jinbong Range. It was the perfect place to become the first base for a player in Accent Seoul. On the outside, Junsu kept his expression neutral so the other man wouldn't get suspicious. The next morning, Junsu was already at his new house. He lounged in the sun on the second-floor terrace. There was food and drinks set beside him. Ah, so this is the sweet feeling of finally buying a place to settle down, huh? As he spoke, Junsu walked to the railing and stretched both arms out. He cried out in bliss. Man, this air smells amazing, like it's mixed with pure relaxation. And the view from here is gorgeous too. This place is absolutely top tier. At first, when I fell into Accension, I didn't even know what was happening. Back then, just the fees cost around 20 million won, but now I've got a whole house, spotless and grand like a mansion. Not only that, I've got financial backing from the #1 security organization and Director Choi. At this rate, even if I'm hospitalized for a year, I won't have to worry. After enjoying himself, Junsu regained his composure and stared into the distance, deep in thought. But this is Axel Seoul, I can't rest on my laurel. Once the game's storyline moves forward, Deep-rooted bastards like the Deokjang maidens will show up to wreck the city. And after that, Junsu casually grabbed the pickaxe next to him and said with a grin, "Then it's time to find the real reason I chose this house." A little later, Junsu slung the pickaxe over his shoulder and went down to the training room below, then tapped his fingers along the wall as if searching for something. "It should be somewhere around here," Junsu muttered, continuing to tap until he found a spot that sounded different from the rest. Time to get to work. With a shout, Junsu swung the pickaxe straight into the wall, smashing a whole section open and revealing a hollow space inside. Seeing the result of a single strike, Junsu beamed. "Looks like my trait is doing its job. At this rate, I should finish earlier than expected." After that, Junsu kept digging diligently but still couldn't find what he wanted. His face now looked gaunt and he shouted angrily, "Earlier than expected, my ass. I didn't know it was this deep." Even so, Junsu still refused to give up. "Keep going, don't give up, the target is fully visible." Shouting, Junsu swung the heavy downward strike onto the ground. After the strike, water suddenly spurted from the impact point. "There it is," Junsu shouted with joy. He quickly opened his mouth to catch a few drops. Within seconds, the gaunt face had completely vanished. He looked at his hands and whispered, "I can feel my body gradually recovering. So this is the effect of the mana spring, a spring full of mana, really." Even characters who had lost their vitality could recover quickly when immersed in the mana spring. Most adverse effects also disappeared. Truly an amazing skill, and access to a free mana spring like this is rare. Nothing compares to the house near the Zion Yubong range, the first base of the Iron Fist Guild. After that, Junsu set up a water system himself and directed it into a large bathtub. He opened the tap, filled the tub with mana spring water and sat inside. Relaxing, he said, after all, obtaining this house wasn't without challenges. Unlike in a game where a click is enough, this place has vitality so abundant that the effects are obvious. The mana spring is truly an excellent recovery therapy for training. With it, even after intense practice, one can soak a bit and continue training, still excellent. Now it's time for the soul trainee to grind like a VIP pro. Saying this, Junsu quickly drew his sword. Full of excitement, he began training. Time passed into evening 2 weeks later. Junsu stood in the underground training room thinking, "I've locked myself in here for 2 weeks already. I can now control dark fire stably." He focused, consecutively executing skills. The first, Void Mountain Sword Break. Mountain Splitter, the second, Divide the Mountain, and the third, Heart-Piercing Mountain. Sheathing his sword, a smile appeared on Junsu's face. "Perfect, now I can use Void Mountain Sword Break alongside Dark Fire." On top of that, he gained useful traits during training. Trait board, Lower Critical Strike, Single Finger Art, Fire Resistance, Fate, Mana Stability. Looking at these traits, Junsu thought, now training is complete. Only one important task remains: the ability to train mana that I cannot acquire through regular practice. If I had refined the elixir before drinking it, I might have already reached superhuman level 3. But now I'm only at level 2, so I don't have much mana within me. To fully absorb the elixir's mana and reach level 3, I need the ability to train mana. Of course, that's not easy to get, but it would be worth it. Thinking of this, Junsu suddenly remembered something from his time playing Axion Zeon. That day, Junsu controlled the character Kim Warrior to head the Kim Chunbox weapon shop. Inside, the shopkeeper listened to his request and asked in shock, "Do you really want to buy it? It had been sitting in storage for nearly 10 years. Junsu confirmed, "I want to buy it." The shopkeeper said nothing more and fetched it for Junsu. The system announced, "You have purchased the mana training skill." Seeing this notification on his phone, Junsu lay on the bed playing the game, grinning with pride. "I'm probably the only one who knows the mana training skill can be bought at that ancient shop." Coming back to reality, Junsu laughed happily. "Now let's swing by the Singapore shopping district and head to that store. Time to level up." Junsu immediately set off for the shop. But upon arrival, he was disappointed to find the store closed. "Why is it closed? And it's locked with mana so no one can enter." As he spoke, Junsu approached and saw a small sign on the door, "Closed until the support troops' situation stabilizes." Junsu looked around and was surprised to see the other shops were also closed. The place was deserted, unlike the crowded supply area he remembered. The Singwon shopping district usually had the most stores in the region. There's no reason this place would be closed. In the game, this area is open 24/7, so why now? Most other stores are closed like this one. Is the world of Accenture different from what I know? Wanting to find out more, Junsu walked down the street and saw the only store still lit. Lights on, a man sitting smoking. Junsu walked slowly over to talk. "Has the market been rough lately?" The man was the shop owner. He turned to Junsu and said irritably, "Can't you see I'm exhausted? I feel like I'm dying. All the gang fights keep customers away." Junsu asked in surprise, "Dukin, I thought this place was controlled by the Iron Fist gang." The shop owner waved and scolded, "What Iron Fist? Since the Spiked Veggie gang was wiped out, all kinds of gangs have been clashing constantly. Iron Fist, Poison, and even the Nude gang." Hearing this, Junsu immediately understood. The gangs are fighting each other. Ah, so that's it. in the original game plot. Iron Fist defeated the Thorn Gang and claimed sovereignty over their territory. So the supply market naturally belonged to the Iron Fist Gang. But this time I handled the Blade Gang, so this market has become a battleground for the remaining gangs. What should I do? Junsu was thinking of how to resolve it when he heard a shout from afar. Look at these idiots. Drive them out, the shop owner clicked his tongue, them again. Junsu decided to move toward the shouting. You need to check the situation before acting, not far away. An Iron Fist member was knocked away, crashing into a pile of tarp-covered boxes behind. 3 other Iron Fist members, though angry, did not dare act. They just stood there, alertly watching the opposition. Facing them was a 4-person group from the Poison Gang, led by Kang Hyatt 2, a secondary boss of Poison Gang, a level 2 superhuman with green hair. After knocking away an Iron Fist member, Kang Hyatt 2 laughed. Are you idiots dense? I told you this intersection is Poison Gang territory. Got it, scram Iron Fist, go crawl back to your hole. The knocked member covered his injuries. Gritting his teeth he cursed, bastard. At that moment a voice shouted from afar, what are you causing trouble for in our territory? Both the Iron Fist and Poison members looked over and saw a group from the Nude Gang approaching. Leading them was Fa Ram, a secondary boss of the Nude Gang, a level 2 superhuman with distinguished appearance. Seeing this group, Kang Hyatt 2 cursed, damn it, those pests are here. Fa damn laughed. This intersection belongs to the Nude Gang. Kang Hyatt 2 led his subordinates toward the Nude Gang group. Don't talk nonsense, scram, Bud GM asked. You guys still want to keep committing this intrusion? The newly beaten member of the Iron Fist Gang saw the situation unfold. AI Mong Bayan, while trying to get up, suddenly noticed another person standing next to him. Junsu stood beside him, looking at the 2 groups struggling, and quietly said, what a mess. The newly beaten man asked in surprise. You're the hero who wiped out the Dagger Gang. Junsu finally looked at him, helping him to his feet with one hand and asking, what are you doing? Get up and get to work. The newly beaten man asked, dumbfounded. What, you mean? Junsu pointed toward the 2 groups nearby and shouted, hey you Zuko idiots, stop fighting and gather here. The newly beaten man panicked. Wait, what are you doing? Junsulik looked at him and said, calm down, I'm helping you. He thought to himself, to restore order in the market, I need to establish a clear hierarchy, and it's best to assist the Iron Fist Gang. Kang Hyatt 2 looked at Junsu and laughed. Oh, let's see what we have here. Who the hell are you to order me around? A member of the Street Dagger Gang clasped his hands, glaring angrily at Junsu. Are you trying to offer a gift or what? Junsu looked at the 2 of them, then at the civilians attracted by the noise. In an instant he realized, both of them are level 2 masters. If I go all out I can win, but there's no need to involve the merchants. I should show them my power first. Thinking this, Junsu grinned, took a sword from his backpack and held it in his hand. Then he quickly reorganized his status board. 1 second later, black flames engulfed him while the sword was covered in a blue energy, the signature of the Skyless Sword technique. Seeing this, Kang Hyatt 2 exclaimed, ah what? The Skyless Sword technique in this divine aura art. Could it be? The Street Dagger member gasped. You're the master who single-handedly wiped out the entire Dagger Gang. Junsu smiled. Exactly. This time I'll be generous. I want to make a request that you cannot refuse. Instead of complicating things, let's settle this with a one-on-one fight. The winner controls the market. What do you say? Fair conditions, huh? Kang Hyatt 2 shouted angrily. You think I'm stupid enough to agree to a duel with a warrior? The Street Dagger member said nothing, sharing Kang Hyatt 2's view. Junsu spoke, don't worry, we'll fight using your most confident skill. Moments later, the 3 gangs had stepped back. At the center were 3 people, Junsu, Kang Hyatt 2, and the Street Dagger member. Junsu looked at the Street Dagger member and said, so your special ability is mind control. If I resist, I win. The Street Dagger member's face twisted with disdain. He looked at Junsu and laughed. It's an honor for such a handsome guy to understand me. Or we can skip this meaningless fight. You can join our primordial goddess cult. Junsu, disgusted, replied, why would I join your gang? Think, your belief isn't even one of the 7 second-tier faiths. Clearly, it's an unknown sect. Why would I join a fake cult not even listed in Westphalia? Hearing this, the Street Dagger member's smile vanished. He shouted angrily, what a blasphemer. I'll correct that thinking with the love and mercy of the goddess. Kneel before me and I'll grant you a chance to see the goddess. He reached his hand toward Junsu. He activated the mind control ability. Junsu stood still, taking it without dodging. In an instant, his mind felt heavy, knees buckled as if ready to kneel. The level 4 mind control was indeed powerful, but sorry friend, even a goddess can't boss me around. Thinking quickly, Junsu switched his status to Divine Resistance. He immediately felt lighter, mind clear again. Without hesitation, he threw a hook punch, knocking down the Street Dagger member. The others in the Loose Body Gang rushed to help him up. Lord Street Dagger, are you okay? Retreat for now. After the Loose Body Gang left, Junsu turned to Kang Hyatt 2. Your turn. Kang Hyatt 2 replied, oh, you're not weak either. But let me warn you, the Poison Gang is on a whole different level from the others. Junsu said, maybe we'll see. Your special ability is poison crafting, right? Give me the most dangerous you have and I will. Drink it. Kang Hyatt too laughed. Fine, if you want to act like a cat, I'll help. Meanwhile, the man who was beaten earlier ran up to Junsu to advise him. Hey, I know you're strong, but drinking their poison is basically suicide. Junsu smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm confident enough. At the same time, Kang Hyatsu handed a cup of poison to Junsu. Drink it. If you can handle it, you win. If not, I win. Junsu reached for the cup, staring intently, thinking, just as I expected, she's giving me a tricky challenge. This is the most painful poison they have. Then a look of disgust crossed his face. The smell is horrible. If I don't fail, get ready to be punched, Kang said through anger. Don't even dream about asking for an antidote after drinking it. Sorry, but that won't happen, sweetheart. Take it back. Junsu decisively drank the entire cup. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, silently cursing. Damn, it feels like my blood is boiling. Kang Hyatsu, seeing this, smugly stepped forward, kicking a few times, and laughed. You can feel it immediately, right? Lucky you begged for your life like a dog. Maybe I'll consider helping. Junsu had no time to argue with Ada. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and searching for a solution. I need to focus. This poison is made by mixing several special drugs, so standard resistance won't work. Cannot neutralize it. I must endure as much damage as possible using healing traits and find a way to control the poison. With that thought, Junsu acted immediately. First, he changed his trait settings, then concentrated the poison into his left hand. System notification, poison resistance trait acquired. With the trait now active, he could control the toxin using mana. The final step, Junsu used his sword to cut a wound in his left palm. Instantly, a large amount of poison was expelled. The person who had attacked earlier exclaimed, wow, he's concentrating the poison into his arm to expel it. Kang gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Then Ada panicked as Junsu appeared in front of her, smiling. That poison was pathetic. Now it's my turn. Without giving Kang a chance to react, Junsu grabbed one of Ada's arms, forced her fingers upright, and sliced them, making her scream in pain. Her followers shouted anxiously, Boss! Kang Hyatsu knelt on the ground, glaring in hatred, trembling. You think you can get away after doing that to me? Junsu said, glancing back. Stop acting like typical losers. Get lost. Kang Hyatsu cursed angrily, bastard. Her followers rushed forward, placing hands on her shoulders, advising, let's go first, boss. Thus, Kang Hyatsu had no choice but to leave, grumbling, I'll remember your face. The members of the Iron Fist gang cheered with joy. I won, haha, serves those bastards right. Praising Kim Junsu, he smirked and looked at the merchants, thinking, victory was inevitable. Now the real matter began. Not far away, the small merchants were gossiping among themselves. The Iron Fist gang won. I wonder how they'll bully us now. Walking over, Junsu told the merchants, hey, you need to know I handled everything. They smiled, of course sir, thank you very much. Junsu raised a finger, there's one thing the Iron Fist gang must remember about this market. The merchant nodded repeatedly. Yes, what is it? Go ahead, Junsu said. The protection fee for this market is only half the price the Iron Fist gang used to charge. The beaten merchant gasped. What, then we won't make a profit? Junsu's expression turned intimidating. Are you arguing with me? The merchant immediately panicked. No, of course not. I thought our boss would understand. Their conversation was loud enough for nearby merchants to hear, which was intentional by Junsu. The others rejoiced. Wow, half-price protection fees. He became the hero of the Singwon market. Junsu was pleased internally, knowing why he had endured the trouble. Aha, the merchants came forward, bowing repeatedly. Thank you so much. Junsu smiled and waved. No, I just did what was necessary. Just remember to lower the price for me next time. The merchants happily replied. Of course, we'll always give you an 80% discount. Junsu thought the Singwon market is definitely a bargain. Plus, it raises the favorability of NPC merchants. The next morning, all merchants in Singapore reopened their shops. Kim Jun-bok was no exception. He welcomed Junsu warmly as he entered the shop. I've heard a lot about you from other merchants. You're the hero who saved Singapore. Junsu smiled widely in response. I just did what I should. Don't be modest, those troublemakers caused a lot of problems. Look, I had to close the shop because of a brawl and a broken arm. Chun-bok lifted the injured arm and sighed. Oh no, are you okay? I treated it with Qigong. Luckily it worked. Without the therapist, I'd probably still be stuck in the hospital. Junsu asked in surprise, there's a Qigong healer in Seoul. Yes, do you want me to introduce him? He's very skilled. Junsu smiled, I appreciate it, but first I need to buy a few things. Of course, feel free to browse. We have everything except what we don't. Junsu looked around. He stared at Chun-bok, stomped his foot on the floor, and then grinned. There's a lot of quality stuff here, but can I see the items down there? Chun-bok asked, startled. How did you know? Junsu replied with a smile. I have my ways, he thought to himself. Never underestimate a gamer with 10,000 hours of playtime. Is there any secret I don't know? Chun-bok didn't refuse either. He led Junsu to a room downstairs, opening the door and glancing back at him. I rarely let first-time customers see this, but for you, I'll make an exception. Junsu smiled, thank you very much. As the door opened, Chunbok ushered him in and introduced, "This is our magical item collection. Feel free to look around." Junsu cheered happily. Awesome! He couldn't wait and went from item to item to examine them. His final destination was the ancient god's flute. Holding it in both hands, he thought excitedly, "I've had many unique items while gaming." But above all, the ancient god's flute was a technical seal for cultivating magical power. This was the ultimate item now in his hands. It was top tier. Time to put it to good use, he. A little later, they returned to the upstairs shop. Junsu placed the ancient god's flute and the other items he selected on the counter. "These are the things I'll take today." Chunbok glanced at the items and exclaimed in admiration, "As expected, you have a good eye. 5-colored diamond, magical glass, magic gloves, and the ancient god's flute, all rare items." Then he quoted the price, "That'll be 2 billion won." Junsu's eyes widened. "Oh my god, 2 billion, Chunbok laughed. "That's the price for strangers. But since you're the guardian angel of this market, I can offer a fairer price. Yours is 500 million won." Junsu sighed. "Chunbok, you nearly scared me there." Then he paid Chunbok. Chunbok carefully packed the items and handed them over. 80% NPC discount for high favorability, amazing. Now, all I have to do is find a superhuman priest who can remove the seal on this item. And of course, I already have a lead on where to find him. Thinking this, Junsu smiled at Chunbok and asked, "By the way, can I have the address of the Qigong therapist?" That afternoon, Junsu followed Chunbok's directions to the front of a house. Knocking on the door, he called, "Is anyone here?" Hearing no answer, Junsu leaned close to the door and whispered, "Looks like he's out." At that moment, the door suddenly opened. A young man peeked out. "What do you need so early?" Junsu observed him quietly. White hair and pale face, perfect. "This is the person I need." Thinking to himself, Junsu said cheerfully, "Clearly it's afternoon. You call this early morning?" The young man replied, "For me, yes. What brings you here?" Junsu scratched his head. "Ah, I heard your treatments are very good." Hearing this, the young man changed completely, warmly saying, "Oh, so you're a client. I thought you were those kids. Please come in." Leading Junsu inside, he pointed to a single bed. "Here, you can lie down. Where are you injured?" Junsu didn't answer immediately. He looked around the room, then focused on a statue, thinking, "Judging by this statue, he must be the right person." The young man asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? You can lie down on that bed." Now Junsu turned to look at him. He took out the ancient god's flute and said, "Ah, actually, I'm not here for treatment. I need you to remove the seal on this item." The young man waved his hand. "Remove the seal? I'm just a Qigong healer. That looks like a sacred seal. You can go to a temple for that," Junsu explained. "No, those places charge a high price and might take my item." Then he opened a bag full of cash and placed it in front of the young man. "If you can remove the seal, I'll give you 100 million won." Priest Kim. Priest Kim asked in surprise, "You know my name?" Junsu smiled, "Of course." He thought to himself, Priest Kim is Axel Sewell's third guide character. He is a priest of a forgotten religion, serving a god that vanished 3,000 years ago. He's one of the few pure and good characters in the game. With many rogue priests in Accenture, it's hard to find someone with such a warm heart. In other words, I can take advantage of him. Priest Kim stammered and asked, "What? How did you know that?" Junsu held out the ancient god's flute to Priest Kim and said he would keep it a secret, so please help me. Priest Kim sighed, reached out and said, "I don't think this will be an easy task, but fine, I'll give it a try." Junsu thought happily to himself, what a good person. Then the two of them sat on the floor with the ancient god's flute placed in front of them. Priest Kim, with a serious expression, reached toward the ancient god's flute and tried to break the seal. In an instant, the outer wrapping paper began to loosen. "Oh, it's working." Whispering softly, Priest Kim continued to steadily channel his magical power into the ancient god's flute. The loosening of the paper became more obvious. Finally, the paper completely detached and fell to the ground, revealing the true shape of the item. It emitted a dazzling golden light. The item, the ancient god's flute, could now grant the Inherza cultivation technique attribute. Priest Kim exclaimed in amazement, "It really works." Junsu praised, "Just as expected, your skill is truly remarkable." Seeing the effect of the ancient god's flute, Priest Kim gasped, "Good heavens, is this a magical cultivation technique?" Junsu happily confirmed, "Yes, thank you so much." He lifted the ancient god's flute to his lips and blew once. As the sound echoed, Junsu felt the previously wasted magical power in his body being absorbed. The system notified, "You have gained the Inherza cultivation technique attribute." Junsu smiled to himself. The effect is truly amazing. It's as if the calm currents of the North Sea have entered my body. In about 2 weeks, I'll absorb all this magical power and reach superhuman level 3. Priest Kim clapped from beside him and said, "This is the first time I've seen a superhuman warrior use a cultivation technique." Junsu went to the single bed, sat down and said, "Well, this isn't something you see every day." Seeing this, Priest Kim advised, "You must be very tired, you can lie here and rest." Junsu didn't refuse. He lay on the bed, exhausted, and said, "Too much information has flooded my brain. I'm so tired. All right, then I'll have you take care of me for a while. Priest Kim laughed. Sure, make yourself comfortable. You've paid me a lot, so rest here as long as you want. Thank you. He thought to himself, he's a good person, just like in the game I knew. It's great to find a trustworthy priest, which will benefit me in the long run. So without any precautions, Junsu slept straight through until late at night before slowly waking up. Because of strange noises, he groggily sat up, scratched his head, and muttered, "What's that sound?" Then Junsu saw Priest Kim pouring gasoline into the bag full of cash he had brought. Junsu instantly became alert. He questioned, what are you doing?" Priest Kim didn't respond, his eyes vacant and soulless. Standing before the money-soaked bag, he lit a flame. "O forgotten God, accept the offering of a believer and be resurrected." The prayer finished, Priest Kim released his hands and the lighter fell into the money below. Junsu saw this and silently cursed. "What the hell? What's going on? Are you crazy?" Junsu quickly grabbed the lighter and pushed Priest Kim aside. "What are you doing? Is this your business? Are you trying to burn the offering?" "I must burn all the money and offer it to the god," Priest Kim shouted angrily. Junsu's face went blank. "What? Money as an offering? Our god only accepts cash and that's the only way to gain power." Priest Kim explained. Junsu immediately understood, so this must be when he still believed in the god. This time it was Priest Kim's turn to be stunned. "What do you mean? The god he worships died 3,000 years ago." Even in the game, this religion had almost no power until Priest Kim resurrected the god. That was when he obtained the method of practice. Still, I didn't think he wouldn't know how to serve his god in the correct way. Thinking this, Junsu offered advice. "Your method is wrong. You shouldn't burn money like that. You need to burn it and turn it into gold vapor." Priest Kim looked at Junsu skeptically. "Wow, what do you mean? Sounds like heresy. But you've never tried it, right?" Priest Kim dismissed him. "Don't talk nonsense. Our church has practiced this for thousands of years. But there must be a reason why your god hasn't been resurrected yet. Don't you think so?" Priest Kim was left speechless. "It's really hard to burn gold right now, so I have an idea. There's another way. Since you helped me with my mana training technique, let me return the favor, Father." A moment later, Priest Kim stared at the yellow liquid bubbling violently on the stove. I really shouldn't be doing this. Let's stop here." Junsu poured the gold from the pot into a cup and handed it to Priest Kim. "Trust me, if you drink this gold, your holy power will increase a lot. Focus and feel whether your god responds. Honestly, if you're that confident, I'll try believing you this once." With that, Priest Kim downed the entire cup of gold water Junsu gave him in one gulp. Only a few seconds later, Priest Kim felt the change. His whole body was wrapped in a brilliant golden glow. "Oh, holy heavens, it's real. This works way better than burning millions of won." Junsu smiled. "The growth will be much faster if you keep doing it this way." Priest Kim looked at Junsu with sparkling eyes. "I don't know how to repay you for such valuable information." "Oh, right, take this as a gift." As he spoke, Priest Kim handed Junsu a necklace. "This necklace is..." Junsu pretended to be surprised. Inside, he already knew the answer. It was a holy item with a healing trait. "I'm sure my god will be very pleased to know you have this." "Well, since you're offering, it'd be rude to refuse," Junsu said, putting on an awkward face. Inside, he was so happy he could have danced. This deal paid off even more than he expected. Nice. Come to think of it, Priest Kim's church really did offer a lot of good quests. Thinking that, Junsu made a suggestion. "Father, would you mind if I prayed to your god?" 1 week later. "Please stop, I feel like my whole body is turning into gold." As he spoke, Priest Kim covered his mouth to keep from throwing up after drinking several bottles of gold water Junsu had brewed. "But you have to drink more." As he spoke, Junsu walked over holding another dozen bottles of gold water, making Priest Kim cry out in fear. "I'm going to get mana poisoning if my mana grows this fast in such a short time." I guarantee that won't happen, so keep praying." Junsu pinched Priest Kim's mouth open and poured the gold water straight in. He chuckled to himself. "Don't worry. Guide NPCs all have their own unique traits. If warriors have strong bodies, then priests can't suffer mana poisoning. That lets them grow very quickly." Sure enough, after being forced by Junsu, Priest Kim successfully awakened to level 3. Bishop Priest Kim. Priest Kim stared in shock at his glowing body. "I can't believe I reached level 3. At this pace, I could even become an apostle." "Great. At this speed, it won't be long before you become your god's apostle," Junsu said with satisfaction. Priest Kim replied humbly, "I'm still lacking if I want to achieve that. I think you already have enough experience to become an apostle. In any case, now that you've reached level 3, you need to convene a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop." "That's right, I have to. I was able to grow so fast, it's all thanks to you." "I'll never forget this kindness," Priest Kim said gratefully. "Don't mention it, I just like helping people," Junsu replied. But inside, he thought differently. "Don't you dare forget. Become a bishop as fast as possible. And bring me achievements from the church's vault. By the way, could I ask you one more favor? I'm planning to convene a regional council, but it's a bit overwhelming to go alone. Could you be my bodyguard at the meeting? The other bishops will be there too." Junsu agreed immediately. The next day, Priest Kim led Junsu to the meeting point. When the other priests learned that Priest Kim had reached level 3, they kept praising him non-stop, and and Priest Kim couldn't stop smiling. It's kind of small with only this many people attending. Junsu was a little disappointed when a voice suddenly rang out. What a pathetic sight. Everyone turned to the door where an old man, one of the church's priests, walked in with a group of attendants whose faces were covered. "Bishop, you've arrived," Priest Kim greeted him, but the only response was a shout. "Who gave you permission to hold a regional council, Priest Kim?" Priest Kim answered timidly, But every priest in the church has the right to convene a council. That only applies to ordinary priests. It's different for certain priests, traitors. Your level rose to 3 in just 3 months. There's no way you could level up that fast with normal methods. You must have betrayed the faith to gain greater holy power. That's ridiculous. I just found a great way to level up. Ignoring Priest Kim's explanation, the sect's old priest still ordered them to arrest the boy. Just as the attendants were about to move, Junsu stepped in to stop them. Hey, don't scare a kid like that," one attendant demanded. "Who are you?" Junsu laughed and replied. "This is the sect's private matter. Outsiders shouldn't interfere." The old priest snapped, "I told you I'm his bodyguard. I'm not an outsider. Try speaking with some sense, old man." Furious, you hid behind the old priest, while pure-hearted Priest Kim kept insisting on his innocence. Hearing it, the old priest grew even angrier. "What? Absorbing gold, this heretic. How dare you commit such evil and think you can get away with it? This isn't heresy. Our God has permitted it." "Shut up, heretic. I'll cleanse you with my own hands and offer you to the God. Repent before the eternal flame." As he spoke, the old priest fired a fireball from his staff at Priest Kim. But Junsu was beside Priest Kim, and the attack was stopped by a shield Junsu conjured. "Oh wow, attacking without warning, how blasphemous, old man." The old priest looked stunned. "You blocked my magic," Junsu shot back. "Are you sure you want to fight the apostolic presidential candidate? Don't throw your life away. Since when could a heretic become an apostle?" Seeing the old priest's rage, Priest Kim hurriedly grabbed Junsu's arm. "Sir Superhuman, I don't understand why you're calling me a candidate." "Don't worry, here, eat this and pray." Junsu handed Priest Kim a round golden pellet. Across from them, the old priest grew impatient and threatened Junsu. "If you don't want me to burn you like that guy, move. What if I can prove Priest Kim is an apostle? Then what?" Junsu curled his lips into a grin, eagerly awaiting the show. What? Before the old priest understood, a brilliant radiance wrapped around Priest Kim's body. Priest Kim was kneeling on the ground in prayer. This was a sign from the apostle. The old priest gasped. Junsu stared at his terrified face, smugly thinking, "Look closely, surprised. This is why I didn't turn Priest Kim into an apostle yesterday. That useless old man. And not only that, he's a villain reeking of pure malice. I couldn't be sure, so I had to remove him right here." The condition for Priest Kim to awaken the apostle trait was that he had to swallow a golden foreign object from another sect while being accused of blasphemy by a bishop. It wouldn't be hard to turn Priest Kim into an apostle. The moment Priest Kim's transformation ended, Junsu drew his sword and coldly declared, "Time to teach these blasphemers a lesson." Then Junsu tilted his head and asked Priest Kim behind him, "Hey, priest, can I ask your God something?" "Yes, how should I punish people who are willing to raise a hand against their own out of jealousy? They've done far more evil than just this." The old priest jolted. "How do you know about that?" At the same time, Priest Kim sought the deity's guidance and gave the answer, "Purge the house. These are the God's words, so I cannot disobey." Right in almost an instant, Junsu dashed forward and cut him down, taking the old priest's life in a single slash. "I got rid of a bad guy before he could cause trouble later," Junsu thought with satisfaction. Pure-hearted Priest Kim felt heartache at the sight, yet he was still a bishop of the church. Junsu waved a hand. "You don't need to pity him, he deserved what he got. Now, what does the God want you to do next?" "Ah, he says to go to the Levan area, the place where the first church council was founded, and where they offered gold to you. See, I told you gold was the right choice. Go there and expand your influence." Junsu laughed, adding silently, "And when it's done, repay me for what I did today." Not making Junsu wait long, Priest Kim, grateful for the help, gave him several valuable items from the vault, including 2 things Junsu wanted. "At last, my first holy sword worth 1 billion. And what else? A holy statue with an aura of sacred power radiating around. Sanctified ground is a skill that turns a specific area into a safe zone at the owner's will. If enemies intrude, it releases energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, no more worrying about ambushes while training. Now it's time to mess with the new items." In the scene, Junsu, looking tiny, lies in the bathtub. Dundee softly said, "Maybe I've overtrained a bit. Even the recovery medicine no longer works as effectively. But still, I have plenty of time to practice the holy light technique and the mountain-breaking sword technique. I can feel my strength increasing significantly. It's time to check the results after this dedicated training." Thinking of this, Junsu takes out his phone and calls Choiseo to see if he has any tasks that need his help. "Or not, we're dealing with a few issues right now." Seo sighed and said, "Do you remember the first garbage site?" "Of course, how could I forget it?" Junsu replied, recalling in his heart, That was the place where I first recognized the sole attributes of those monsters. How terrifying it was. The entire cleanup team there was brutally slaughtered. That meant there were at least 6 mutants present. Really, shouldn't we contact the Protection Association? The officials had asked us to keep it secret. They didn't want it to become a big deal. True, at least a few people would be fired if it got out. So what was the reward for cleaning that place? A bit stingy. 100 million for a level 1 monster and 300 million for a level 3 monster. Additionally, they gave a merit to descend to Axon School with special effects. Junsu was immediately attracted by the reward. Descend to Axon School, what kind of effect is that? That depends on you. It's an item used by the father of the order. Here it is. The image of the holy maiden appearing in Junsu's mind thrilled him. There was no way he could refuse this request. Aha, the rifle used by the order's father will inflict a blackfear effect on anyone it hits. It's a pretty valuable item. So Junsu accepted the mission without hesitation. When he arrived at the objective, the reeking, tainted air here made him dizzy. No one cleaned this place, and in just a few days it had become this polluted. Something's off. I can't see straight into the distance. My visibility is being limited. I need to be fully prepared for a surprise attack. Just then, monster noises coming from every direction kept Junsu from pinpointing their exact position, right as Junsu leveled his gun. In one direction, he sensed movement behind him. He instantly spun around and fired at the monster charging from the rear, making it shriek in pain. Then veer upward into the sky. It was the leader. Junsu kept shooting, then realized its wings could actually block bullets. Suddenly, the monster dove down at Junsu from midair. Luckily, he dodged in time. Otherwise, he'd be dead cold on the ground already. It can block bullets, it can fly, and it's fast. If I drag this out, I'll be at a disadvantage. In that case, I have to finish it with one precise shot. Thinking that, Junsu raised his gun. Just before the monster closed in, he fired once and hit it right between the brows, sending it straight to the afterlife and gaining a new attribute, aim. I won, and on top of that, I just learned high-level aiming. But Junsu didn't get to celebrate for long before he heard monsters roaring again. Damn it, the mutants are coming because of the noise earlier. I can't take on a whole pack of them like this. In a tight spot, Junsu suddenly came up with a plan. First, he used stealth to hide in a corner and waited. Sure enough, a little later the monsters arrived and gathered around the corpse Junsu had just dropped. That was his cue. Junsu immediately threw a grenade. Then he kept firing into them. Nice, maybe I should use tactics more often in fights. Junsu smugly looked at the bodies scattered across the ground, then dropped out of stealth. But he'd gotten careless, because only then did he realize monsters had already surrounded him. What? These things made no sound when they approached, so I never noticed them. But they weren't mutant monsters, they were ghosts summoned by a dark mage. So many. While hiding, Junsu was thinking up a plan when one of them suddenly spoke. Superhero, sir, I have something to say. How are these guys talking? Junsu stared at them in surprise, then understood when he saw speakers mounted on their heads. The one who wanted to talk to him had to be the person who summoned these undead. That was Junsu's guess. At that moment, the speaker on the undead's head transmitted again. I want to ask you something. Why did you trespass into our territory? Your territory? Junsu frowned, calling a polluted facility their territory. A few seconds later, Junsu had his answer. I get it now. The Protection Association. On the surface, they're a charity that specializes in cleaning up contaminated magical energy. But in reality, they're one of the most notorious villain organizations in Accenture. Cleaning polluted magic zones is just a cover. In truth, they'll do anything dirty to expand their power. This incident must be their doing as well. They create crises that leave the government with no choice but to ask them for help because of their strength and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to purge officials who are hostile to them. Then the person on the other side said, if there's no reason to keep fighting, let me make a suggestion. You're talented, why not join the Protection Association? Junsu answered with an even smile. Join the organization that caused the mutant attacks at Horned Cape. I'm serious. With your skills, you could be among the association's top rank. Forget it, Junsu refused flatly, raising a very loving middle finger. Just hearing the name tells me it's not for me. Not cool at all. Looks like you don't know your place. Fine, if you won't join, you can participate after you've become an undead warrior. The moment the mage finished, the undead charged at Junsu all at once. He fired back with his firearm, knocking them down. But very quickly, the torn pieces of their bodies reconnected and returned to their original state. Realizing firearms were useless against them, Junsu switched to a sword. Because holy light attributes are extremely effective against dark attribute monsters. Hold on, a sword, you're not a shooter. Before the monster could finish, Junsu sliced its head clean off. Talk less. You brat, I'll find you and send you to your grave soon enough. And thanks to superior attributes, the battle became easier for Junsu. Only the monsters were too many, so he had to be careful to avoid exhaustion. Junsu decided to change tactics. Besides the endurance-boosting stats like strength, vitality, speed, defense, stamina, and persistence, Junsu also gained special artifact traits. Regeneration, chain attribute, steel gloves and attributes from the gloves and the sword. The sword's attribute raised the total number of active traits from 6 to 9. After equipping, Junsu tried swinging his sword. Overall, it had a certain level of effectiveness, but it still wasn't enough against a crowd of monsters like this. Soon, Junsu began to feel dizzy from exhaustion. At that moment, he unlocked a new trait, Quick Dash. Quick Dash allows him to surge forward a certain distance, dealing damage along the way. With this trait, Junsu dashed like the wind, destroying any monster in his path. But he didn't stop there. Junsu continued experimenting by linking traits and unlocked the jump trait, dashing while jumping. Escaping encirclement became as easy as flipping his hand, and with these small fry, he could annihilate them instantly. After a while, Junsu had cleared the monsters. Then a voice unexpectedly came from the speaker. Surprising that you are a knight, it makes me want you even more. Junsu turned toward the voice and challenged, if you're that confident, show yourself. No wizard is foolish enough to confront a warrior head-on. Here's a gift for you, hee. The wizard laughed and sent a super projectile at Junsu, causing Curran's level 2 zombie, full of life-draining damage, to be caught off guard. Junsu hadn't recovered yet. Junsu cursed silently. Without delay, a monster lunged at his position. Junsu quickly jumped to dodge, while he wasn't paying attention. An arrow shot unexpectedly, piercing his back. Haha, your strikes aren't bad. You'll be a useful member of my life-draining army. The summoner said proudly through the speaker. This reminded Junsu of a rule in Accent Soul when facing a summoner. You can't fight the summoned creatures, you must find the original summoner. Thinking this, Junsu dashed toward the monster, but actually passed under it to escape, then quickly scanned the surroundings and saw a figure standing on the second floor. Junsu urgently used Quick Dash to evade the monster's pursuit while closing in on the summoner. This mouse is only good at causing trouble, Junsu grumbled. Looking closely at the summoner, Junsu realized it was Karen, an R-level summoner. He was the leader of the Guardians Guild and the final boss of this stage. You're starting to use your brain a little, huh? Karen was a bit surprised but quickly responded. Nothing will go according to your plan, you'll never touch me. Karen raised both hands, and countless mana hands like tentacles shot out, restraining Junsu. Junsu took the arrows, piercing him, making him cry out in pain. I love the echoes of screams. You should know your place, friend, Karen said excitedly, beginning to condense a blazing red orb in his hand. That was Karen's ultimate, Dark Fire. Junsu assessed while trying to escape the restraint. Seeing Junsu struggling, Karen smiled wider, taunting. Is all this your power? Cute for a final fight, you're mistaken. I haven't even used my full strength yet. If I equip the right traits while using skills against a summoner, something interesting will happen to you, you know, Junsu said while rearranging his trait board, including the Void Sword break skill. Enough, jump and die, Karen shouted angrily, launching a fireball at Junsu, unaware that his end was near as the sword, magic, and stamina harmonized perfectly, activating the skill when facing danger. The Supreme Sword could cut through anything, tangible or intangible. So Junsu's strike cleaved the fireball in two. In Karen's awe, Junsu unlocked a new trait, Thunder Fury, the strongest sword technique, attainable only by masters of swordsmanship. After finishing Karen, Junsu collapsed from exhaustion. Though tired, he couldn't hide his joy, softly saying, that was close. Still, I defeated a level 3 superhuman and dungeon boss Karen. In-game, hunting him at level 2 requires a well-rounded team. Even at level 3, you can't solo him with ordinary traits and gear. I only won because I've played over 10,000 hours. Regaining his strength, Junsu stood and laughed. Haha, now let's grab the loot. About an hour later, Junsu was at Choi Seo's office. In the room, besides him and Choi Seo, there were 3 more staff sent by the mission commission to deliver his reward. Right now, Choi Seo, with a flattering expression, is fanning Junsu non-stop. Did you really clean up that place full of mutants? You're amazing. Junsu leaned back in his chair, legs propped on the table, smiling. Ah, it's nothing. But suddenly remembering the 3 others present, he quickly pulled his legs in. He grabbed one arm, exclaiming, ouch, I got hurt there, be careful. Choi Seo looked worried and said, oh no. I apologize for harming your precious body. The 3 mission staff couldn't stand watching the third-rate acting of the 2 any longer. One of them with blonde hair spoke. Thanks for what you did, superhuman. I can't believe you defeated all those mutants. Getting back to business, Junsu and Choi Seo sat up straight. Ah, I was just doing my job. By the way, something totally unexpected happened when I entered the junkyard. Do you recognize any of this? As he spoke, Junsu pulled out the electronic items he collected from the zombies in the junkyard. Seeing the items, the blonde man immediately recognized them. Shocked, he exclaimed, these are mana chips used to create phantoms. They were used by Karen from the Protection Association. Junsu said seriously, exactly, this wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. The blonde man slammed his hand on the table in anger, shouting, the Protection Association, those bastards. Seeing this, Junsu asked, looks like you do like them either, huh? The blonde man gritted his teeth. They've always imposed unreasonable prices, so we struggled a lot in the past. We had conflicts, but I didn't expect them to turn innocent people into mutants. Noticing the man's expression, Junsu thought, he doesn't know. Makes sense because the true evil of the Protection Association only emerged after players completed the junkyard mission. Now the blonde man bowed to Junsu. I'm sorry, superhuman. Because of us, you were unnecessarily put in danger. Outwardly, Junsu said modestly, I just did what needed to be done to take down the bad guys. But inwardly he thought, that's right. Better make it more than just an apology. The blonde man pushed a briefcase toward Junsu. Here's the reward we promised. Junsu accepted it. He opened it and asked in surprise, thanks, but why are there 2 cases? The blonde man smiled and explained, one is an axe and gun and the extra reward is for taking on such a dangerous task. Hearing this, Junsu happily accepted. Oh, thanks a lot. He then started inspecting the extra reward. It was holy water, essential elixirs provided for free instead of buying at the temple. Perfect. Just as Junsu was excited about the reward, the blonde man said, but stay safe. Superhuman, we plan to charge the Protection Association based on the evidence you provided. But before he could finish, Junsu spoke up. They'll try to fight back against me. The blonde man confirmed. Yes, exactly, but we can't ignore something this big. Junsu, calm as always, said, I'll be fine, I always find a way to survive. The conversation didn't last long. Soon the 3 mission staff left. Cho Seo took charge of driving Junsu. In the car, Cho Seo said, Superhuman, it might be wise to hide for now to avoid the Protection Association. Junsu thought for a moment and said, I don't think that's the best idea. He thought, after completing the junkyard mission, players receive chain missions, inevitably clashing with the Protection Association. Naturally, because the players caused trouble for them, not to mention killing the association director, Karan. The important part is the Protection Association mission line splits into multiple paths, and the worst path is doing nothing, just wasting time. In that case, the association president attacks the player's base with a dozen superhumans. On the other hand, the easiest path is. Junsu turned to Cho Seo. Director, have you ever heard of a place called Jianyubong? Cho Seo replied, of course. It's a forbidden area in the southern super forest, right? There's a large poppy field there, so you'll run into trouble if you go. Junsu said, that area is owned by the Protection Association. Cho Seo gasped, what? The Protection Association? Why are they growing poppy? Junsu said, not just poppies. They're doing body modification and human trafficking there. They're no different from a flashy criminal organization. Cho Seo angrily exclaimed, what? These lunatics? Junsu calmly said, exactly, so I plan to attack Jianyubong first. Hearing this, Cho Seo's hand trembled, almost losing control and hitting the curb. Luckily, he reacted in time and stabilized the car. Junsu calmly held up his phone screen toward Cho Seo. I need a lot of things, so here's the list of what to prepare. Seo took a quick sideways glance, frowned, and said, Mine Claymore and mine EMP, what's this? Are you trying to start a war? And buying these is going to be expensive. Junsu chuckled. Only amateurs worry about money. Then he handed Seo a long box and said, these are items I got from clearing out the monsters at the salvage yard. Seo hurriedly accepted it and said that place would cover the cost. But I'm telling you, you can't fight the association alone. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman, and the directors are level 3. Junsu smiled. I never said I'd fight alone. Seo stared. What? Junsu gave a mysterious smile. Don't worry about it for now, just focus on gathering everything on the list. Head back and get ready. Late at night 2 days later, at a place near the outer edge of Jianyubong's checkpoint, there were 2 men, holding guns on guard. Suddenly, an invisible hand struck hard at the back of one guard's neck from behind. He only managed a single cry before collapsing to the ground. The other one saw it and panicked, raising his gun and shouting, who's there? Next, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, lost consciousness and fell. A second later, Junsu revealed himself with a silenced pistol in hand, letting out a soft laugh. Wow, breaking in is so fun. No matter how many times I do it, it still hits the spot. That's the outer guards done, time to check the underground. With that, Junsu took out his phone and contacted Kim Ironfist. Elsewhere, Kim Ironfist knocked a man out with one punch while answering the call with the other. I'm listening, Warrior Kim. Thanks to you clearing the way, we took over the underground area easily. Then he looked at the people being held captive and continued. They really are criminals, forcing body modifications on people and trafficking them. They've crossed the line, Junsu replied. Exactly. They deserve to be wiped out. Have you checked it yet? Kim Ironfist answered, yes. This really is a major illegal modification facility. Junsu said, once you're done, you can take it. It'll help you strengthen your power. Kim Ironfist said, sounds good, but are you sure you can mess with the Protector Association? It'll be a problem if we get dragged into the whole thing. Junsu laughed. Of course, have you ever seen me do something for no reason? After ending the call, Junsu murmured, Jianyubong's checkpoint is their main source of income, and yet security was pretty lax. Then he pulled out a lighter. He flicked it on and grinned eerily. So this is the perfect place to kick off the association's collapse. The next morning in a skyscraper downtown, a member of the Protector Association rushed into an office, shouting, Chairman, urgent news. Jian Yubong's checkpoint has been attacked. Inside, the chairman of the Northern Protector Association, Di Jup, stood by the glass looking down at the city. Hearing that, he frowned, strode over to the messenger and asked, "What do you mean?" The messenger replied, "Well, the one who went after Director Karen also took over Jian Yubong's checkpoint." At that, the messenger froze in terror as Di Jup exploded with rage, smashing a spot on his stone desk with a punch. Eyes blazing with killing intent, he roared, "How dare he? Attacking us this openly." Trembling, the messenger pulled out a phone. Shakily held it out to Di Jup and said, "Also, he sent this." Di Jup took the phone and looked. On it was a selfie of Junsu posing, with a sea of flames raging behind him. Di Jup crushed the phone in his grip and shouted, "That bastard burned our farm, Warrior Kim, was it? I'll deal with him and tear him into pieces." The next morning, a large force fully armed split into teams and advanced from multiple directions toward the Jin checkpoint. They were members of the Protector Association, coming to kill Junsu and reclaim the Dajong checkpoint. One of the teams stopped a few hundred meters from the checkpoint to observe. The bald leader saw thick black smoke still pouring out of the checkpoint and ground his teeth in anger as he spoke. "He really burned it clean. Damn." The dyed-hair underling behind him chimed in, "That Warrior Kim is definitely insane." The bald man turned to the people behind him and shouted, "All we have to do is catch that madman. Move in fast and secure the area. Show the chairman the power of the outer division." The group shouted in unison, understood, and pressed forward. The bald man looked back at the dyed-hair guy and warned, "He might be aiming at us from inside the building, be careful." The dyed-hair guy replied, "Roger, we'll blow him up the moment we spot him." But as soon as he finished speaking, he spotted a gun barrel sticking out from a half-open window. He hurriedly pointed at it and yelled, "Wait, there's a gun at that window." The bald leader reacted instantly, raised his gun, aimed straight at it, and fired a shot that shattered the window. The gun fell out as well. The bald leader smirked. "My prediction was right." The dyed-hair guy flattered him with a grin. "Amazing, Captain." Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, making everyone struggle to keep their footing. The crowd cried out in confusion, "What the hell?" The buzz-cut guy also turned back suspiciously and saw a huge explosion erupt from the throng behind them, causing massive casualties in the blink of an eye. The buzz-cut guy shouted in terror, "Damn it, it's a claymore mine." The dyed-hair guy was even more frightened. His whole body trembling, he asked, "What do we do, Captain?" Before the buzz-cut guy could answer, he heard someone yell, "Captain, a rocket launcher." Instinctively, he looked up and saw a rocket flying straight toward his exact position. The buzz-cut guy's eyes went wide as he muttered, "Damn it." Then boom, a thunderous blast and smoke and dust shot sky-high in an instant. Inside the control room, Junsu, dark circles under his eyes, watched the scene through the surveillance screen and burst into loud laughter. Totally worth staying up all night planting bombs and mines." Then he glanced at the stealth trait panel and said smugly with a grin, "Thanks to my unique trait, they couldn't detect it in advance. I'm not crazy enough to show my face and take on 100 of you. I'll stay down here in this underground control room and kill every last one of you." After saying that, Junsu placed his hand on the two red buttons on the console again, triggering bombs in other locations. In the span of a moment, explosions around the shelter site rang out non-stop, wiping out all life within their blast radius. Only one squad among them remained perfect and unscathed. They stood calmly inside a protective cage, and the one leading them was none other than Dejop. When the explosions finally stopped, Dejop said thoughtfully, "Not as simple as it looks. Seems he prepared thoroughly. Someone who dares to directly provoke us really isn't ordinary." At that moment, someone from the team stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me. I've completed my tactical analysis of him." This person was Cyborg, a rank L, level 3 superhuman. As the vice president of the Protection Association, Dejop seemed very confident in Cyborg, so not only did he not stop him, he even smiled and said, "Bring him back alive. I want to kill him as painfully as possible." And so Cyborg led a group forward. One of them threw a grenade toward a spot not far ahead. After the blast passed, he reported, "It's safe here." Cyborg said, "Good. Keep throwing grenades to check for traps, then move in slowly." The one who threw the grenade shouted, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Cyborg spotted a rocket coming at them from above. He didn't dodge, instead he struck the rocket off course with the weapon in his hand, sending it flying another way before it exploded. Cyborg turned to the sniper and asked, "Got it?" The sniper replied, "Yes." It was fired from the right side of the rooftop. After that, he took aim and fired a shot, successfully destroying the rooftop rocket launcher that Junsu had set up. Cyborg curled his lips into a grin. "Perfect. We're right up against the shelter site now. Show him the hell he's probably already tasting." Very soon, Cyborg's group successfully made it inside the shelter site. Through the surveillance monitors, Junsu saw the entire process. Cyborg really is something. They truly are ruthless, aren't they? As he was musing, Junsu suddenly noticed the alarm light on the console flash. He immediately stood up and said with a grin, "They got here faster than I thought. A rookie killer mission really lives up to its name." A few seconds later, the door handle outside was shot to pieces. "Why are you hiding underground like a rat? Come on, play with us again." Amid the laughter and taunts, two girls holding guns walked into the room. The two girls were Ebony and Viper, rank L, level 3 superhumans, directors of the Protection Association. Seeing no one inside, Viper and Ebony said, wait a second. Did he know we were coming? They had no idea Junsu was standing right beside them, using stealth and feigned death. Of course I knew. The Protection Association's plan is to stir up chaos at the front to make it look like you're going to start a war. While your assassin directors strike from behind, of course I know all your tactics. Eat this. Smirking to himself, Junsu pulled the pin on a flashbang and tossed it onto the floor, making a sound that drew Ebony and Viper's attention as they turned their heads. The blinding light from the flashbang temporarily took their sight. Junsu used the chance to sprint out, laughing, I don't have time to play with you. Bye-bye. Ebony and Viper knew they'd been set up by Junsu, but they still couldn't see anything and could only roar in rage, you bastard. When I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces. Junsu didn't bother responding. He hurried up the stairs thinking, those assassins will catch up fast. I have to relocate quickly. But the moment Junsu stepped onto the upper floor, two bullets came whistling in from behind. Luckily they missed. The bullets grazed past his head and punched two holes in the wall. Damn it already, I need to defend first. With that thought, Junsu hurriedly equipped two traits, Mana Shield and Protection. Then he turned back and formed a large barrier shield, big enough to block the entire corridor passageway, stopping Ebony and Viper from continuing the pursuit. Ebony and Viper fired at the large shield at the same time, but couldn't penetrate it. Seeing this, Junsu grinned and said, fire as much as you want, I've prepared everything, hee. Viper, unbothered, laughed again and raised her gun. Our bullet barrage, you really think so? Without another word, Viper pulled the trigger. This time, the bullet shattered the shield and hit Junsu while he was running, causing him to fall in pain. Viper smirked and asked, does it taste good? The bullet was infused with magic that exploded on impact. Junsu struggled to get up, muttering, damn it. Ebony spoke up. Here, another mouthful for you. Ada shot a green arrow into Junsu's side. Ebony added, this is nothing compared to the pain I'm about to make you feel. Junsu tried to stand, raised his middle finger at them and said, nonsense, you're just bad guys in tight suits. Hearing this, Viper angrily shouted, what did you say, brat? This will teach you a lesson. Speaking, Ada rushed forward and kicked Junsu in the face, sending him flying backward into a large clock and crashing to the ground, trying to get up. Junsu prepared a painful ambush, collapsing once again. Hurts, right? It's a strong toxin affecting the arteries, unbearable. As he spoke, Ebony and Viper slowly approached Junsu. Viper grabbed Junsu's collar, laughing, take him to the chairman. At that moment, Junsu smiled, grabbed her wrist and said, welcome, you've arrived. Inwardly, he sighed, thinking, acting is harder than I expected. Ebony and Viper were startled by Junsu's strange behavior. What? Junsu asked with a smile, hear that ticking? Doesn't it remind you of anything? Ebony and Viper angrily shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Junsu smiled dangerously, his voice like a massive ticking bomb. Without waiting for their reaction, he added a speed boost to his attributes. All right, die here. With that, Junsu dashed like the wind, covering tens of meters in an instant. Both Ebony and Viper were as strong as Karen. Facing them directly, he wasn't sure he could win. I've used all my attributes to act, even if they reach the clock while distracted. Because inside the clock, I set up a ton of white phosphorus explosives, costing more than 1 billion coins. Thinking this, Junsu turned to Ebony and Viper, pressed the control button on his hand and said with a smile, good night, darlings. At that moment, Ebony and Viper realized they'd fallen into another trap set by Junsu. But it was too late. They could only curse helplessly before the massive explosion detonated perfectly. It seemed he had successfully eliminated them, but more enemies were coming. He had to quickly recover his health, especially without knowing when that robot would appear. Before he could finish speaking, Zbok and his underlings appeared. Seeing the bloodstains near their weapons, Zbok gritted his teeth angrily. You defeated Ebony and Viper. Junsu was unfazed, winking and smiling. Soon, you'll be just like them, hee. Don't think you'll die easily. I'll torture you until you beg for death. Too cruel, next time behave more humanely. No point in talking, I'll finish you here. Zbok signaled and his subordinates immediately aimed their guns at Junsu. But you know, I'm glad you could make it here. Beyond my imagination, when your bodies are enhanced by machines. You've agreed to me, thanks fools, you just gave me experience. With that, Junsu activated the billion-coin bomb set on the ceiling. Then he fired buckshot at the enemies. Dust spread, scattering all the troops except Zbok. Junsu acted surprised, saying, again, how much money did you spend on your body? Still useless. No choice, I'll tear you apart here. Zbok rushed at Junsu like a blade, using reinforced hands to slash the gun from his hand, then swung again. Luckily, Junsu drew his sword in time to block, or he'd be dead. Thus, Zbok kept attacking, and Junsu had to defend with all his strength. Damn it, his power is too great. I have to outpace him to gain an advantage. Junsu suddenly tilted and slashed at Zbok's torso. The slash not only failed to harm Zbok, but allowed him to grab the sword and pull Junsu. He closed the distance between them, then activated his leg system to deliver a kick. Jumping wouldn't work. His body was reinforced with magic, rendering the sword useless, leaving Junsu no chance to breathe. Bok leapt and kicked in an instant. Junsu got kicked in the gut, then stomped on. The man stood over him arrogantly, looking down at his battered body and sneering, "What do you expect from a weak body like yours? I'll chop your hands off first so you learn what real pain is." Bok raised his arm to strike, then noticed Junsu now had an extra gun in his hand. "What's with that pistol?" Staring at Junsu's disgusting body, he got an idea. Junsu laughed back, "You still haven't realized normal bullets are useless on me. But this isn't a normal bullet, it's black flame." The instant it made contact, Bok's whole body erupted as if it had caught fire. The pain was so intense, he couldn't help screaming like a pig being slaughtered. "Your machine body runs on mana, and black flame burns mana away. In other words, once black flame sticks to you, there's no way to put it out. That's why I said it, even if you modify and reinforce your body with machinery, you still have a weakness." Junsu stood up with his sword and finished Bok with a single strike. When it was over, Junsu slung the gun over his shoulder, climbed onto the roof, and opened fire to wipe out the Protector Association's Lola squad. "Without that tough surveillance unit, you're all finished when it comes to me." "Oh, that challenge sounds really nice." Just as Junsu was feeling smug, a piercing, skull-splitting noise rang out like his eardrums were being torn apart. So he's finally joining the fight. At the same time, down in the courtyard, a tall, hulking, shadowy figure appeared, those red, tiger-like eyes. Junsu instantly knew it was Park Dejup, a level 4 superhuman and chairman of the Protector Association. "Just you wait, you bastard." Dejup crouched and leapt, shooting straight up from the courtyard to the 5th-floor rooftop where Junsu stood. "I've never suffered humiliation like this." He grinned coldly. "I'll be happy to punish you for provoking the Protector Association." Dejup condensed mana into his arm and lunged at Junsu. So fast, Junsu couldn't even draw his sword before taking the punch head-on. "If I hadn't switched my traits to defense, I'd have been torn apart. But fighting defensively won't defeat him." Thinking that, Junsu attacked Dejup with lightning. But Dejup only curled his lip, easily dodged, and sneered, "You've got some interesting skills, but what about this?" Junsu drew his gun and fired black flame at Dejup, but Dejup stopped it with a protective shield. Then he took back the initiative, unleashing a flurry of punches that pummeled Junsu. "He's too strong, I knew it, this was impossible from the start." Park Dejup was born an SR tier character, and on top of that, I'm just a starting character and he completely outlevels me. The gap is insane. The only way a level 2 superhuman beats a level 4 superhuman is. Junsu activated the mutated body and mutated muscle traits, entering a mutant warrior state, turning himself into a monster. Knowing he could lose his sanity at any moment in this form, Junsu had prepared something. The rage glasses granted the wearer the rage trait for a period of time. It had the trait he needed most right now. Junsu crushed the rage glasses in his hand. A notification panel appeared at once. Rage status acquired, all mental distractions wiped away. Focus only on the battle, release power beyond your limits. The moment the preparations ended was the moment Junsu opened the fight. He charged in and slammed Dejup with a punch. Dejup raised both arms and successfully blocked the heavy, explosive blow. "I don't know what you just used, but one thing is for sure, this just got a lot more interesting." "Let me try it too," Dejup said excitedly, then activated an enhancement state as well and went all out in a brutal duel with Junsu. They traded blow for blow, punch for punch. Without realizing it, it let Junsu gain 2 more new statuses, superhuman strength and iron armor, until the thrill of combat took over his mind. "I can do this all day," Junsu said. Heh, fine, I'm not afraid of you. It's been a long time since I've had a fight like this. But I've finished analyzing you. This victory is mine." Dejup's eyes flashed red as he declared with absolute confidence. "Stop talking nonsense." Junsu threw an angry punch at Dejup, only to hit thin air. He kept attacking non-stop, but Dejup could always evade with ease without even needing to read him. "Punches and kicks are pointless. You don't have any fighting fundamentals at all." As he finished speaking, Dejup drove a punch into Junsu's stomach, making him spit out a huge mouthful of blood. "Bastard!" Junsu swung his fist in rage. "You're throwing punches like a clumsy amateur who doesn't know how to fight." Dejup ducked under it. Then he landed a precise punch on Junsu's jaw, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. This is bad, he's taking the upper hand, and the rage status is weakening. There's no choice but to bet everything on this one attack. I have to abandon close combat and make a decision. Quietly, Junsu replaced iron armor with Mana Core creation. Sensing the change in the aura around Junsu, Dejup watched warily and said, "What kind of trick are you plotting now?" "I'll end it right here." As he spoke, he rushed at Junsu, ready to strike. "I admit you're better than me in close combat. But as you can see, I'm not a brawler, I'm a swordsman." Junsu grabbed Dejup's right hand with his left and held it tight. At the same time, his right hand transformed into a sword, stabbing straight through and leaving a donut-shaped hole in the slope's belly. "This is a good fight, you monster." To help Zayako, he said, and then collapsed, the abnormal condition fading away. Feeling the changes in his body as indicated, a golden light enveloped Junsu, and his body returned to human form. At the same time, he was upgraded to a Super Violator class warrior. Thank heavens, leveling up just in time, what a lucky day, Junsu said before gradually losing consciousness and falling into a coma. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a mana bath. Am I home? While Junsu was still dazed, Choi Seo appeared. Superhuman, are you okay? Choi Seo rushed over, hugging Junsu and crying. What happened, Director Choi? I thought you were really in bad shape. You were lying on the ground with some members of the security team. Choi Seo sniffled and replied. Choi Seo's childlike demeanor made Junsu laugh. Ah, so you brought me home, I understand now. I noticed you were still breathing, so I placed you in the mana spring. You were unconscious for a whole week. Oh, you mentioned that, I've recovered quite a bit. You're truly remarkable. Single-handedly defeating the Heretic Guild. We've received so many calls from the office about this, Choi Seo said excitedly. I know I'm really special. You're not just special, you're amazing, Junsu said, giving 2 thumbs up in admiration, smiling brightly. I've collected the spoils from the battle. Take a look and tell me if you need anything. I need to recover first. Now that I've reached level 3, there's somewhere I need to go. A week later, Junsu returned to the superhuman building to measure his mana. Warrior Kim, 22 years old, male, level 3 warrior, 6-layered mana circuit. I will receive official certification and full benefits. Junsu thought happily to himself when applause sounded behind him. You're incredible, superhuman, Bei Soji praised. I've never seen anyone progress as fast as you. You're going to establish your own nation in the future, right? Junsu scratched his head and laughed. No, I won't go that far. Can I get my certification now? Of course. Certainly, please follow me, Bei Soji said with a smile. A moment later, Bei Soji handed Junsu the official certificate. I'm really envious of you, she exclaimed. Junsu was slightly surprised. Ah, why? For many reasons, I wish I could be as strong as you, Bei Soji said sadly. Seeing her expression, Junsu recalled her image in the game. Though slightly unfamiliar, an idea quickly formed in his mind. Do you want to become a superhuman? Junsu asked. Of course, who would? Then why don't you become my student? Bei Soji was startled by the proposal. If you want, I guarantee I can make you a superhuman. You can trust me because I see your potential. Miss Bei Soji, unaware of how formidable she would become, was moved by his words. She immediately accepted Junsu's offer, a wise decision. She wouldn't need to pay any tuition. After becoming a superhuman, she could repay him. Bei Soji said with slight concern, that works too. But I have to let you know I failed to awaken even in the special class. It's not easy, even for you. Don't worry, trust me, Junsu said without concern, knowing Bei Soji's awakening story well. He could clearly see her reincarnation trait, a power that could change the world. This was Bei Soji's core trait. Although it gains much experience through combat, it also has side effects. High risk, her mind could deteriorate, turning her into a psychopath or a combat-obsessed killer. Bei Soji's awakening story matches her trait. Thinking of that, Junsu reminded her that she would need to prepare mentally. She blushed and laughed awkwardly. Do I need a lot of money? I only get 20 million won a year. Junsu smiled. No, you need mental strength more than money. Bei Soji wanted to ask more when suddenly, a girl entered the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kim, someone has invited you to a meeting. Shall we go to the 5th floor? The invitation to the 5th floor surprised Junsu, but he followed the girl. The superhuman tower divides floors based on level. Being called to the 5th floor meant some level 5 superhumans had summoned him. Before Junsu knew who had called him, he stopped at each floor. The person who called you up this time, Junsu, did not expect Seo Gujin. After many awakenings, Yujin has now become the top security director. At the same time, he is a level 5 superhuman. I've thought about it too, but really, congratulations on getting your level 3 certificate. It's great to see you here. Same here, Junsu smiled broadly, secretly feeling envious. Considering his talent and background, isn't reaching level 5 a bit too fast? I wanted you to have it. This is a congratulatory gift for you. Saying this, Yujin handed a gift box to Junsu. You didn't have to do that. Junsu was polite yet opened the box. Inside was an item that enhances mana concentration. Perfect for a mana-using warrior like me. Junsu laughed and patted Yujin's shoulder cheerfully. I mean, I shouldn't refuse a gift from my friend, right? Thanks, please use it well, Yujin replied with a smile. Then, hesitantly, he added, Warrior, actually, there's another reason I wanted to meet you. Can I ask you a favor? A favor? Why so serious all of a sudden? Would you be willing to help my friend who also suffers from the divine fever like I did? They were also infected by the decree of the Father. Yes, I have 4 friends who have suffered since childhood, Yujin honestly replied, 4 people afflicted by the divine fever. Wait, you mean those characters? If so, this is the perfect chance for me to help them more easily. Thinking this, Junsu agreed in a righteous manner. I cannot ignore those who need help, but can I meet them before treatment? Yujin, of course, didn't refuse, immediately arranging a meeting at his house. Seeing the four in front of him, Junsu knew he guessed right. They were supporting characters for the Holy Knight Yujin, all from noble families. Those originally were hostages of the father's decree. Let me clarify, they were forcibly baptized, not by their own choice, right? Yes, that's correct. Can it really be cured? Junsu replied, my method is really painful, but you'll awaken like Yujin if you endure it. Can you manage it? The four looked at each other, then said in unison, we will do anything to get rid of the divine fever. So a week later, with Junsu's help and their innate talent, Yujin's four friends successfully awakened. Junsu also received many valuable gifts from the four Rickid families, but that wasn't the real reward he was expecting. Junsu proactively requested a private meeting with the Galaxy Store representative. One parent of the four Rickids said, I have a task for you. Yes, I am ready to do anything, teacher. Junsu said seriously, I want to access the underground gold mine beneath the Hanam branch of the store. The Galaxy Store representative refused. Our store doesn't have a gold mine like that. I mean the one between walls A1 and A2 on the 8th floor, the parking garage basement. Are you sure? The representative waved his hand. I don't know how you know about it, but even if you ask, I cannot make it happen. I promise not to tell anyone what I see there. Seeing the hesitation, Junsu added, just one day I only ask this much. I will keep the secret you want to hide. The next day, Junsu led Beak Soji to the gold mine. I really can't believe there's a hidden space behind it. Beak Soji exclaimed, see, I told you this is where you will awaken. You don't know how hard it was for me to get here. Beak Soji hesitantly asked, but are we really going to train in a place this isolated? Of course, I guarantee it will be fun, Junsu laughed. Characters with the nature of the killer star cannot awaken normally. You have to put them in extreme situations, fighting for their lives. This is a dungeon unknown to the world, where Beak Soji will awaken in the future. Warrior, this place is dark and smells weird. It scares me, Beak Soji said just as a zombie appeared. Swinging to attack, Beak Soji broke the glass. Warrior, help! Beak Soji screamed in fear, but Junsu handed her a sword. Time to train. What? Kill the zombie yourself, Junsu replied coldly. Beak Soji looked at Junsu in horror. What do you mean? Fight for your life, that's what I mean. It's the only way you will awaken. Beak Soji said, you're being unreasonable. The zombie is attacking me again. Go away, monster. Annoyed, Beak Soji swung her sword, sending the zombie to meet its ancestor. Even Junsu was surprised. How can a random slash have so much power? Beak Soji's talent exceeds imagination. Well done, great start, Junsu clapped in praise. Beak Soji pouted, you're mean. Why didn't you warn me before making me fight like this? You can't expect me to fight without warning, Beak Soji said, pouting but determined. But you did well, didn't you? Junsu laughed, pointing at the zombie lying flat on the ground. One of the top 3 warrior characters in the game, as expected. Even without awakening, she fights like a character with the Star of Heaven trait entering battle, Junsu thought. Do I really have to fight alone? Yes, but don't worry, at least I won't let you get hurt. Junsu, Tran and that doesn't sound convincing at all. Bitch Soji complained, so they continued deeper into the gold mine. Bitch Soji's outstanding performance made Junsu curious. She mentioned she had taken some superhuman courses before. Did she learn swordsmanship from that? No, I've never studied swordsmanship at all. You said I have talent, right? Bitch Soji smiled in response. Junsu smiled awkwardly, thinking. Meanwhile, I had to go through all kinds of experiences just to learn a way. To activate traits, this one is way too powerful. They continued moving forward. But this place is deeper than I thought. I can't see the end. How much further do we have to go? Junsu didn't answer, just chuckled inwardly. Actually, it won't end until you awaken. Suddenly, a zombie lunged, attacking Soji with its drill arm. Fortunately, Soji reacted quickly, barely dodging the zombie's deadly strike. Back when I played the game, drill zombies were tough opponents. Maybe I should lend a hand. But in reality, Junsu's worry was unnecessary. If you're a zombie, you should keep your hands empty. How dare you use a weapon? Soji scolded, then took down the zombie with 2 basic sword strikes. Wow, total victory. Feels like my body acted on its own. Soji turned to Junsu. The consequence of being careless was another zombie lunging to bite her leg. She defeated the zombie, then asked anxiously, what should I do? Junsu ran over to check Soji's wound, replying, normally, if a zombie bites you, you'd turn into a zombie. Please end me before I turn. Soji whimpered as dark veins began appearing on her face and arms. Miss Soji, Junsu made a serious face, then pulled a vial from his pocket, smiling. Don't worry, I have a solution ready. After treatment, Bitch Soji and Junsu sat down to rest. Bitch Soji gratefully said, I didn't expect this. I thought I'd become one of those disgusting things. This is a brutal world, Junsu smiled in reply. But the zombies here are a bit unusual. From their clothes to their equipment, it feels like this place is artificial. You're right, the Galaxy shop was built faster than usual considering its size. This could be due to a massive workforce. But the tight schedule caused many injuries and even death. Yet the official death count was 0. The corrupt construction companies buried them here. Later, the Galaxy Shop representative heard about it, but revealing this would damage their public image. So he concealed this area along with the secret, Junsu recounted. I didn't expect this place to hide such a dark truth. But how did you know the secret? Because the electricity had unleashed the zombies to take over Seoul and the dungeon. Opened when it was a restricted area of the Galaxy Shop. That's the truth, but of course Junsu couldn't say it, so he covered it up. Let's just say I have a special ability. Bitch Soji trusted him without asking further. Junsu stared at her, wondering. Since this is where she awakens after a zombie attack, I thought it would be the optimal place for her awakening, but still no signs yet. The victims still have to suffer after death. With that, Bitch Soji stood up, her face full of determination. Then at least we can help them rest in peace. Oh, it seems you found your resolve. And I just have this weird feeling that I should keep fighting, Bitch Soji honestly said. Haha, it's starting. Junsu was secretly pleased, then urged Bitch Soji to continue on. The further they went, the darker the path became. Whoa, suddenly it got freezing cold here. This place is really creepy. Be careful. After a while, they reached a warehouse where a children's story was playing, but the narration sent chills down their spine. Suddenly, the radio was interfered with, producing an ear-splitting sound that made Junsu and Bitch Soji cover their ears. An ice-like object fell right on top of Bitch Soji's head. Fortunately, Junsu was alert, grabbed Bitch Soji in time and rolled to the side, saving her from danger. But he himself was injured in the process. The combined ghost of the Galaxy Shop's restricted area, a level 3 mutation. A level 3 mutant, Junsu clutched his injured arm and urged Big Soji. She had to get out of here. This wasn't something she could handle yet. But before Bitch Soji could finish speaking, hundreds of sharp ice shards were launched toward them. Junsu swung his sword to cut through the ice shards, but then a massive ice beam shot toward him. It slammed him against the wall behind. Soldier, Bitch Soji shouted, trying to rush to Junsu, but he stopped her. Soren, run, I'll try to hold it off. How can I leave you here? Bitch Soji cried. One of us has to survive. I can't do that. Bitch Soji, the reason I'm so sure of your talent is that you're a heavenly assassin star. So trust yourself. Through that, you can awaken. And as Junsu saw another rain of ice shards coming, he continued. My lesson ends here. Trust yourself, and how could you? The barrage of ice was suddenly neutralized by some force. I will trust myself in you, soldier, so don't give up. Bitch Soji's entire body was enveloped in holy golden light. This meant she had awakened as an SSR-class warrior, superhuman level 1. With a single strike, Bitch Soji could break the ice pillar, freeing Junsu. What kind of power is this? Amazing, I really awakened. Bitch Soji rejoiced, not noticing an ice pillar. Racing toward her, just as it was about to take her life, a figure dashed in, slicing the ice pillar to save her. Now that you've awakened, there's no need to act anymore, Junsu said with a sly smile. Act. Awakening as a heavenly assassin star requires a battle risking both life and spirit. You mean you put yourself in danger just to awaken me? You did well, now it's time to fight. At that moment, a monster suddenly let out a loud roar, then launched ice-bone projectiles at the two. Seeing this, Soren muttered anxiously. It seems angry, Junsu whispered reassuringly. Don't worry, just block its attacks. No sooner had he finished, he charged forward, swinging his sword. The ice projectiles were knocked back. Junsu raised his brow at Soren, saying, see, easy. But when he turned, Soren was frozen. He hurriedly asked, are you okay? In retrospect, even though she had awakened, she was only level 1 and couldn't fully control the power yet. The ice bone took a while to melt, and Soren shivered slightly. She shook her head. I got hit by quite a few ice spikes, but it doesn't hurt much. Junsu nodded, feeling guilty. All right, everyone has a unique trait upon awakening. Before awakening, Soren had an invincible trait. She felt like she could die at any moment. But it suited her, a top-level defensive trait. Junsu had awakened many times and obtained the insight trait, allowing him to see others' traits. While Junsu was thinking, Soren suddenly said, I don't think I need help anymore. He nodded without hesitation. All right then, let our heavenly assassin star train. At that moment, ice-bone projectiles shot toward them again. This time the two didn't just stand still, they accelerated. Soren, having just awakened her speed trait, avoided the projectiles entirely. Seeing this, Junsu couldn't help but feel impressed. You've mastered speed, well done, Soren smiled lightly. My body feels like it's flying. It makes me want to keep fighting. But just as she spoke, her eyes widened in shock. Ahead, two massive ice blocks were charging toward them. Junsu jumped to avoid them without hesitation. But he suddenly remembered Soren and shouted, Wait, let me, before he could finish, Soren interrupted. No need, immediately she leapt high, astonishing Junsu. Boom, the two ice blocks slammed to the ground and exploded. Seeing this, Junsu immediately praised, Nice move. He hadn't expected Soren to be able to use a leap like that. Soren exhaled, joyfully saying, Feels like I'm flying. Then she stretched her shoulders, looking battle-ready. Soldier, what should I do now? Junsu grew more concerned. Soren was now stronger than him, like Eugen. Shaking off his thoughts, he slowly said, Hold him off for a while so I can deal with him. He had taught Soren what she needed to know, so this needed to end quickly. Soren had no objection and nodded, understood. Immediately she advanced. She then dashed like the wind, dodging all of the monster's icebone projectiles. The monster roared continuously, "Hit me, you fool." Watching this, Junsu was bewildered and muttered, "Soren has all these traits too, such incredible talent." At this point he could only laugh helplessly. "All right, teaching her is enough, time to finish this." With that, he raised his sword, its sharp edge infused with powerful energy, and swung toward the monster. The slash cut through the air, marking the start of the finishing move. The swordlight's speed and flight path were almost unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the monster, and an earth-shaking explosion erupted. Smoke and fire flooded the entire basement. Soren watched that peak display and couldn't help but be moved. "Warrior, that strike was insanely strong." Junsu shook his head with a faint smile. It was nothing. While they were talking, something fell from above. It looked a lot like a phone. Junsu walked over and picked it up. Junsu muttered, "This is that monster's mana core." Soren asked in disbelief. "A phone can become a mana core," Junsu explained slowly. "For a demon-type monster like that, it's perfectly normal." Just then, an image of a little girl appeared on the phone. Junsu watched for a moment, then explained that a worker had died, using his own life to protect his daughter. His resentment gathered into this phone, so it became a mana core. After hearing the story, Soren felt her heart ache. Sobbing, she said she hoped he could rest in peace. Junsu nodded lightly. "He will." Just then the phone suddenly lit up. An invisible force lifted it into the air. In an instant, it transformed into two strange crystalline blocks. Soren stared blankly and asked, "What are those?" Junsu explained calmly, "They're called crystals. If you know how to use them, you'll get better gear." It was an incredible reward taken from the boss of the Galaxy Shop dungeon. Right then, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling them both. Soren panicked. "What's happening?" Junsu realized something and blurted out, "We beat the boss, so this place is going to collapse." Soren grew anxious. "Then what do we do?" Junsu narrowed his eyes at her and said, "Have you gotten used to the movement skills you just learned?" Soren was a little stunned, not understanding. Junsu didn't have time to explain. He turned and ran, shouting without stopping, "Run, unless you want to die." "Move now." He was fast, clearing a good distance in a blink. Seeing Soren still far behind, Junsu shouted a warning. "Run as fast as you can, slow means death." Soren pushed herself to the limit, sprinting forward with everything she had, but could only say helplessly, "I can't go any faster." Junsu frowned at that. The teleport gate was still a long way off. Could she break past her limits? While he was thinking, a rock dropped down and blocked Soren's path. She panicked for a moment, but her eyes quickly turned resolute. Then Soren suddenly sped up and charged forward. It hadn't been easy to awaken. She wasn't going to die here. Almost at the same time, cracks kept spreading behind them as everything shattered. Up ahead, Junsu found the teleport gate and shouted urgently, "Here, the gate's here." Soren frowned and muttered, "Already?" Seeing how wrecked she looked, Junsu couldn't help worrying, yet he couldn't help her. Because Soren still had one trait she had to awaken on her own. The reason she became one of the strongest was because of 3 traits. Heavenly Killing Star drove Soren's growth. An extreme speed plus invincibility helped her resist Heavenly Killing Star's side effects. Then there was the last one. Meanwhile, Soren kept her head down and fought to reach the teleport gate. But obstacles kept appearing. Rubble fell from above and smashed into her shoulder, and fresh blood poured out nonstop. Soren collapsed to her knees in pain. She bit her lip hard, clutched the wound as she forced herself up, and muttered with steel in her voice, "I won't give up. I have to survive." Immediately, blood-red currents of energy surged around Soren's body. In the same instant, she vanished. Her final trait had awakened. It was the train trait. Soren slipped past the obstacles with ease. Up ahead, Junsu stared in confusion. Where did she go? Did she fail? His expression sank in an instant. But right then, Soren's figure shot in from midair. She grabbed Junsu and shouted, "Go, hurry." Being grabbed so suddenly, Junsu was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, a layer of energy formed around them, and the two vanished into the rubble. The hair's breadth escape trait saved them. When they appeared again, they were out on the street, surrounded by startled civilians. Their sudden appearance threw everyone into a panic. But Junsu didn't care. He let out a long breath of relief. "Nice, I knew you could do it." Soren had awakened all 3 traits, and even the hair's breadth escaped. Just then, a sniffly voice suddenly sounded. "Warrior!" Junsu flinched and looked down, only then remembering Soren was still in his arms. He quickly eased her away and asked anxiously, "Soren, are you okay? Can you stand?" Soren shook her head slightly. "I'm fine." Junsu saw she clearly wasn't and said urgently, "How is this fine? Your face is bright red." Not only was Soren blushing, both her hands were red like tomatoes too. After stammering for a long while, she mumbled, "That's because, warrior, just stay like this a little longer, just like this." Soren threw herself back into Junsu's arms. Her voice was pleading, "Can you hold me a little longer?" Junsu felt uneasy, but Soren lowered her voice and muttered, "Let me fix my clothes first." She quickly finished, and he expressed his gratitude. "All done, thank you." Only then did Junsu realize the situation, scratching his head awkwardly. "No problem, I almost panicked." The two quickly stood up. Soren let out a relieved sigh. "That was close. Luckily, we made it." Junsu glanced at her. He couldn't help feeling concerned for Soren, unless she had awakened in a completely different way from the original story. The place where she had survived countless hardships. Thinking this, Junsu suggested, "All right, let's get out of this mess." As they stepped out of the gate, he handed Soren a crystal. He whispered, "Take this." She looked at him in confusion and asked, "You're giving me this crystal? It must be worth at least several billion." Junsu nodded calmly, "That's right, use it to level up quickly." Soren took the crystal, still confused, mumbling hesitantly, "This gift is too much, I don't dare accept it. I'm afraid I can't repay you." "It's okay, you can pay me back later," Junsu said generously. But in his heart, he was still scheming. It wasn't just random that he invested so much in Soren's awakening. The Fire Planet sword technique is one of the top 3 sword techniques in Accent Soul. Once mastered, a character's experience skyrockets. However, it's a special trait that only Soren can use. So the only way to learn it is to receive the trait in the form of a memory chip. Soren, of course, didn't know these deep calculations. She looked at him gratefully and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, soldier." Junsu waved his hand, "Don't worry too much, but don't forget it either." A little later, Junsu finally returned home but couldn't rest for long. A car was already parked at the door and he was speechless. He just wanted a little rest, but this world of Axion Soul didn't allow him any. The person in the car was Eugen. He poked his head out and smiled warmly, "Soldier, get in." Junsu opened the door and slowly said, "Thank you for coming all the way to help me." Eugen shook his head slightly. "I should be the one thanking you, finally having the chance to repay you for saving my friend." "That's right," Junsu smiled faintly and nodded, secretly sighing. He wished he hadn't come, he was too tired. Eugen continued cheerfully, "Finally, we've arranged a chance to meet the management." It was truly exciting. Junsu couldn't ignore this event. In this world, good items granted amazing skill. Master blacksmiths who could craft grade 3 items were extremely busy. While Junsu was thinking, Eugen continued talking. "The person we're contracting this time can even craft grade 7 armor." Hearing this, Junsu got excited. "Grade 7? All right, let's speed it up." A little later, their car stopped in front of a huge building. As they entered, 2 lines of knights were waiting. Junsu was surprised. "Is this real?" Eugen nodded appreciatively. "The blacksmith's house looks impressive." Then Junsu suddenly asked suspiciously, "Eugen, do you know what religion this blacksmith follows?" Eugen frowned, confused. "Why do you ask this?" Junsu sighed, muttering, "So you don't know." Of course, Eugen didn't. Just like when he ran into trouble with the Church of the Holy Will. This blacksmith's house followed the Church of the Holy Will. Jo Chun, the devoted father. Jo Chun was an extremely devout follower of that church. He was like the face representing the future blacksmith wars of that church. Junsu had refused baptism, but Jo Chun still agreed to craft armor for him. What exactly did he want from Junsu? Just then, a hand blocked their path. The 2 of them, a knight slowly spoke, "Please raise your hands for identity verification." Junsu frowned in doubt. Identity verification. Before he could understand, the knight grabbed his hand and shouted an order. "Show me your black fire." Junsu gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to resist but couldn't. With no other choice, he summoned the black fire in his hand. He showed it to the knight, asking resentfully, "Satisfied now?" The knight squinted at the black fire, the cold aura around him growing stronger. Eugen couldn't help speaking up. "What's going on here? Let go of him. We're the guests with an appointment." "Stop!" At that moment, a stern voice came from behind. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached. It was Jo Chun, a grade 6 superhuman blacksmith. He asked coldly, "Who allowed you to treat my esteemed guests this way?" The knight immediately bowed to him, showing deep respect for the blacksmith. Jo Chun remained silent. He cast a glance at Junsu before speaking, rejecting the idea of baptism and awakening the dark flame. "You truly are an unusual guest," Junsu remarked lightly, smiling as he asked. "And this is how you treat me?" Jo Chun said with a cold smile. "Please test my skill. Light and salvation are recognized only by the Supreme." Junsu was taken aback by those words. Light and salvation? What nonsense is this? He hadn't even begun to comprehend. Jo Chun suggested, "Now we should go inside. Let's discuss which armor you want." Junsu followed, glancing at his back. There seemed to be a fleeting thought in his eye. Inside, Jo Chun immediately presented his collection of armor. "Armors of this range are my specialty. These are the armors requested by the youth," he said, adding that he could adapt them to Junsu's style if desired. Junsu studied for a while, his gaze settling on a piece across the room. Swiftly, he stepped toward it. The pale figure spoke. "I've decided I'll take this one." He pointed to a simple armor set in the corner. Jo Chun exclaimed in surprise. "Really, you're picking that?" Junsu replied calmly. "Yes, I like it that way." Moments later, Jo Chun protested, "That's ridiculous. Do you realize how difficult it is to enchant magic into such armor? I cannot make a holy armor like that." Junsu shrugged indifferently, smiling. "I don't need holy armor. Just imbue this set with massive, powerful attributes." Based on Jo Chun's reaction, he could judge whether his request was feasible. Holy armor is known to belong to the sacred knights, granting immense defensive stats to its wearer. However, it has a critical weakness. To unlock its full potential, the user must possess great divine power. Junsu would need to join a religious order. They would pretend, giving him something valuable while attempting to recruit him. With that in mind, Junsu quickly grabbed Jo Chun's hand, smiling flatteringly. Then I eagerly await the best from you, Blacksmith Chun. Having said that, he and Yujin departed swiftly, chatting and laughing, unaware that the knight had been watching them intently. After a while, the knight turned back inside. Hearing footsteps, Jo Chun remarked, I can only embed a few attributes into this armor. The knight asked doubtfully, will you truly follow that boy's request? Jo Chun reluctantly shook his head. Do you want me to go against the goddess? You claimed he is light and salvation. The knight still did not accept it, saying, I cannot believe it no matter how much I think about it. He insisted on witnessing it with his own eyes. With that, he bowed slightly, eyes firm with determination. A week later, at Chunbok's shop, he continuously warned Junsu, you shouldn't drink so much mandragora essence at once. But Junsu ignored him, tilting back to finish 3 bottles of the essence, leaving Chunbok in panic. Once done, he smiled sincerely. Thank you, sir. Chunbok looked at him fearfully, asking with concern, are you all right? Junsu grinned proudly. Of course, thanks for giving this to me for free. Seeing he was fine, Chunbok was pleased. You've helped us greatly. Our business thrives thanks to you. This is but a small token compared to what you've done for us. As they spoke, someone approached Junsu. He exclaimed boldly, hello, superhero. Junsu was puzzled, then quickly remembered who it was. He patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Ah, hello, you're from the Iron Fist gang, long time no see. The young man leaned close to Junsu, whispering, may I have a moment of your time? Our boss wants to see you for a bit, Junsu asked in doubt, as the other glanced around before speaking. There are too many eyes around here, let's move somewhere private first. Junsu nodded without hesitation. All right. And so Junsu followed the youth into the vehicle, leaving the market behind. The driver smiled as he drove. We've prepared the most advanced armored vehicles for you. Do you like them? Junsu nodded, paying little attention. Not bad. The car entered the Milram district. Junsu frowned, sensing something was off. The Iron Fist gang headquarters in Milram. If he recalled correctly, it was a place filled with societal outcasts. While pondering, the driver suddenly spoke. We're out of fuel, pull over at the gas station. Junsu responded casually. All right, but he quickly realized something was amiss. The car stopped at the Miyurima train station. At that moment, the man smiled maliciously. All right, now enjoy your little rest. As he spoke, he stepped out of the vehicle. Junsu's expression immediately darkened. This was clearly a trap. But Junsu reacted in time and yanked that guy's arm back. He snorted an order. You bastard, you look like a brain-dead idiot. Who the hell do you think you're joking with? The other man asked in a panic. What did you say? Junsu didn't reply. He kicked the car door open and jumped straight out. With a crooked smile, he said, stay right there with all the bombs you've been preparing your whole life. At once, Junsu tossed a grenade into the car. With a boom, the vehicle was swallowed by flames, and Junsu sprinted away to avoid the blast. After he found a safe spot, he finally muttered under his breath. That explosion was bigger than a grenade, just as he'd expected. That guy was a traitor. Then Junsu started piecing everything together, starting with that expensive bulletproof car. Then there was the matter of getting into Murim so easily, and finally being brought to the station, giving Junsu a strange sense of deja vu. Because all of this had happened in the story back when Iron Fist was betrayed by his own people. He didn't know why, but someone in the Iron Fist gang had taken notice of him. While Junsu was thinking, a hail of bullets suddenly came in from afar. He glanced over and sure enough, people were rushing in with guns. The target was clearly him. The leader kept shouting. There he is, the guy in the photo. If we kill him, we'll make a lot of money. Let's go earn ourselves a payout. In the blink of an eye, the whole group went rabid and charged at Junsu. Junsu bit his lip. He knew right away that the bomb-filled car wasn't the only thing they'd prepared for him. Meanwhile, they kept firing non-stop. Junsu had to duck behind a car. Annoyed, he cursed, damn it, too many of them. This car won't hold. I've got to get out of here first. As he spoke, Junsu leapt high into the air. He landed on the rooftop of a nearby building and nodded in satisfaction. All right, no way they saw that coming. But they quickly swung their guns toward the building. Junsu panicked. He hadn't expected them to notice. He hurriedly raised a shield to block the incoming bullets. Junsu couldn't believe it. These guys weren't even superhuman. So how were they reacting this fast? And something even more surprising was still to come. One man yelled, everyone aim for the center, kill him. In an instant, every barrel focused on the center of the shield and opened fire. The insane barrage made the shield tremble nonstop. Junsu freaked out. What is this perfect accuracy? He had to fall back. This was way too dangerous. Thinking that, Junsu immediately jumped away. At the same time, the shield shattered. A bullet grazed his arm. Only then did Junsu realize he couldn't underestimate them anymore. He didn't want to use these since he'd just bought them, but he had no other choice. He pulled something out and viciously hurled it. "Catch this, you bastard." In the blink of an eye, a bunch of smoke bombs dropped right on top of them. A hazy cloud spread instantly. The men panicked and covered their noses, muttering fearfully. "It's tear gas, don't let him get away. We have to kill him to get the antidote," Junsu snorted. With a curled smile, he said, "Who do you think you're chasing? You're not superhuman." Then Junsu turned and ran. He sprinted toward a nearby residential area. Once he felt safe enough, Junsu stopped. He touched down on a rooftop. Junsu frowned slightly and muttered, "No way a bunch of scammers can have strength on par with superhuman." As he said that, something came to mind. Only combat enhancers could make something like this happen. They had severe side effects, but they could temporarily boost fighting ability. The more Junsu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He nodded as he muttered, "Did they mention an antidote?" Maybe that was the key, meaning there was only one person in Murim who could control this gang of scammers. The only person Junsu could think of was that bounty hunter. He was the best at long-range fights. He operated in Murim. The plan would be, first, use an insider as a spy to plant the bombs. Second, mobilize the scammers to fight under the influence of combat enhancers. Third, use expert marksmanship to eliminate the target. Sure enough, Junsu soon spotted flickering light in the distance. At the same time, a bullet tore through the air toward him. Junsu didn't dare slack off and quickly dodged aside. The bullet flew straight past him. He let out a sigh. If he'd been even a little slower, he would have died for sure. But afterward, Junsu smirked and said, "The risk of this bet was worth it, because now I know where the hunter is hiding." Junsu squinted from above, his eyes revealing a calculating look. Immediately, he jumped down from the rooftop. Junsu muttered to himself proudly, "I know where you're hiding, bastard." Saying that, he charged forward, determined to defeat a cowardly sniper who only dared to shoot from afar. Junsu had no choice but to move closer to reach him. Thinking this, Junsu quickly accelerated. Although his body felt like it was on fire, he had to endure. He needed to make sure the hunter couldn't aim at him, because the golden smoke had blurred the hunter's vision. As Junsu ran, a bullet crazily came toward him. Luckily, he dodged in time. He wasn't powerless against a professional marksman. After running a while, Junsu stopped and looked up. Junsu smirked. "There you are," the hunter cursed angrily. "Damn it." He couldn't see Junsu, while Junsu felt extremely pleased. He had hidden himself within the smoke and fire, avoiding the hunter's sight. No matter how the hunter tried, he couldn't find him. Junsu kept running forward and soon reached the hunter's hiding spot. Seeing him, the hunter panicked and shouted, "Did he just jump down?" Ignoring the hunter's reaction, Junsu raised his gun to aim. The hunter didn't back down, huffing, "You dare challenge a sniper in a long-range shootout." But before he could fire, Junsu used black fire. Then he fired directly. At the same time, the hunter's bullet left the barrel. It grazed Junsu's shoulder. It hurt so much he gritted his teeth. "This guy must be a sniper. Hitting me in such a tricky situation, impressive." But Junsu wasn't too worried, smirking proudly. On the opposite side, the hunter was hit in the shoulder. Unlike Junsu, the hunter was enveloped by black flames, screaming in pain. Even though Junsu's bullet only grazed him, it was a critical wound for the hunter. Junsu quietly watched him burn, smirking, "I win." But at that moment, the ground beneath Junsu suddenly sank, holding his legs. Junsu shouted in shock, "Magic trap!" The hunter poured some potion on him, gritting his teeth and cursing. "You bastard, don't think this will end so quickly." Junsu's expression instantly turned grim. This was bad. If he couldn't escape, he would die. At the same time, the hunter gritted his teeth, now prepared to die from black fire. Junsu struggled to escape. If he got hit by that fire potion, he'd be dead for sure. Unexpectedly, everything turned into a race against time. Junsu had to slow the sinking by reducing the magical damage. It was a forced method, but he had to survive this first. Then Junsu planted his hands on the ground. His inner strength kept rising as he tried to escape the sinking ground. Next, he used the purification attribute to destroy as much magic in the trap as possible. But before he could escape the quicksand, anxiousness appeared in his eyes. The hunter had escaped the black fire and was slowly approaching him. He huffed coldly, "I'll give you credit for resisting the magic trap, but you're too late." Junsu's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected the hunter to extinguish the black fire, ignoring Junsu's reaction. The hunter calmly bent down to pick up something from the ground. He said coldly, "So the victory is mine if I kill that guy. I won't have to worry about the rest of my life." But when the hunter raised his gun to aim, there was no one in front of him. His face froze. Before he could react, he took a punch from Junsu. Junsu smirked, "This is a spectacular comeback. You bastard, thank heavens." At the last moment, Junsu gained that attribute again. The attribute he received was Earth Resistance. Junsu was truly happy. It saved his life. He grabbed the hunter by the collar. Huffing coldly, "You're a sharpshooter, so at this range, consider yourself trapped. Now tell me who ordered your hit." The hunter trembled, quickly replying, "All right, I admit defeat. I'll tell everything, but at least let me light a cigarette first." Fine, go ahead. Junsu agreed without hesitation, then let him go. Freed, the hunter took out a cigarette to light it. Junsu squinted at him, eyes unreadable. The hunter leisurely smoked his cigarette. Junsu frowned and asked, "Do you like the taste of it?" The hunter laughed for nearly a second, revealing a twisted grin. He laughed louder and said, "Of course I like it. It tastes like a sweet victory." Immediately after, the hunter charged forward in a rage. But before he could do anything, a thud sounded and blood splattered like rain. The hunter stared blankly at his opponent. Jun muttered, "You knew in advance." Junsu smirked and said, "Of course I knew. Do you really think someone with 10,000 hours of experience like me wouldn't notice something? So the chicken turns a sucker like you into a mutant? What the hell?" The hunter barely had time to scribble 3 characters on his cigarette before falling face first to the ground. Junsu looked down from above, sighing and muttering. That really was unexpected. This hunter is one close-minded bastard. Previously, he would have surrendered and revealed everything when defeat was near. But this time, he fought to the end, even if it turned him into a mutant. There must be a reason. Junsu hesitated for a moment before bending down to examine the hunter's body. Sure enough, he found a USB. Junsu smirked. "All right, let's see who's behind this." The next day at Choisel's company in the office, Cho Seo and Junsu were watching the news. The media reported on the shooting incident between gangs in Miori last night. Cho Seo was horrified. He exclaimed, "You survived that, got through all that danger." Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "And that's also why I got tangled up in this mess. Dangerous enough to die." Cho Seo, angered, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Who attacked you?" Junsu sighed helplessly. The story was long. He didn't know where to begin. At that moment, a loud crash sounded. The office door was broken down. One person was thrown inside, the other standing outside. They looked over. It was Tight Queen. The hero growled, "Sorry, it seems I failed to manage my men properly." Junsu sat calmly in his chair, nodding and smiling. "Glad you recognize that." Cho Seo, dissatisfied, shouted, "Can you stop destroying a door every time you come here? Were the Tight Queen gang the ones who attacked you?" Hearing this, Tight Queen hurried to explain, "It was just one of my low-ranking subordinates. Even so, after deeper investigation, I obtained some useful information." Junsu glanced at Tight Queen. Junsu muttered, "The one who attacked me seems really broke. Probably why." Tight Queen was slightly surprised. "How do you know?" "That guy is completely out of money. Every little reward he gets goes straight into gambling. Now he's buried in debt." Junsu nodded. "Then his reason for betrayal is clear," Tight Queen said. "Whatever the reason, it's still my fault. Once again, I apologize." Junsu paid little attention, coldly saying, "Apology accepted. Even if it's a mercenary, managing all the soldiers isn't easy. The Tight Queen gang doesn't really know everything because if it weren't for Junsu, the revenge target would have been Tight Queen." At this, Tight Queen said, "I'll take responsibility and find who's behind all this." "Who is it?" Junsu smiled. "Ah, I have proof for that." He took out the USB. "The superhuman who tried to kill me brought this along." "Do you know how to use a computer?" Cho Seo nodded proudly. "I even have a computer certificate." Then he began working on the computer. After a while, Cho Seo exclaimed, "This guy is major. He's killed nearly 20 superhuman." Junsu wasn't surprised, bluntly saying, "Forget it. Check his most recent request." Cho Seo nodded and checked. Quickly, the information returned was from 3 days ago, just seeing the reward money. He gasped, "The reward is 2 billion. Even Tight Queen and Junsu were shocked. Junsu quickly asked, "Who could put up that much money?" Cho Seo glanced and replied, "The request came from someone in Ascendant Security." Junsu muttered, "Someone from a big company." Cho Seo pulled the computer closer for him. "Here's the person." Seeing the information on the screen, Junsu shouted in shock, "Oh my god, it's that bastard." He recognized him. "Isn't he the knight we met at Jo Chun's house?" Junsu sighed helplessly, everything's starting off wrong. Cho Seo asked suspiciously, "Why does he want to kill you?" Junsu didn't answer. He hurriedly suggested, "I have an idea. Can you show me the Ascendant Security org chart?" Cho Seo nodded, "Of course, wait a moment." Then he began showing the information to Junsu. His expression immediately dropped. Sure enough, he knew what was going on. Ascendant Security is a private military guild under the Ascendant Group, one of the 5 largest guilds in Accent Seoul, and Lee Yijian is from that family. He is at the top of the inheritance list. But after undergoing the baptism ceremony according to the bishop's will and becoming a holy knight, Ji Zion was no longer on the inheritance list. Now his only path is to become a renowned holy knight. But that saintess regarded Junsu as the savior. Junsu sighed and muttered, "Probably seeing me complete the baptism and gain fame made him so angry that he ordered my assassination." Cho Seo listened and nodded slightly. "He just needs a lesson." Iron Fist frowned slightly, hesitating and muttering, "But how? The opponent isn't the heir of a small guild. He comes from a family leading a major guild. One wrong step and the whole guild will attack us." Cho Seo naturally knew this but still wasn't convinced, saying, "That doesn't mean we just let it slide." Junsu responded, "You're right, I have an idea." Cho Seo looked excited at him. I knew you'd have a way. Smiling lightly, Junsu said happily, since we're dealing with a high-profile guy, we should focus on getting stronger first. A moment later, Cho Zio's office welcomed another person. After hearing about the assassination attempt, Yujin exploded in anger, pounding the table and shouting, "That mad dog, how dare he try to kill Soldier Kim Ha?" Seeing his strong reaction, Junsu hurriedly tried to calm him. "Hey, calm down, I'm still alive." Here, Yujin is the most reliable, both wealthy and a level 5 superhuman. At this moment, Yujin firmly spoke, "I won't let this slide. They say blood debts must be repaid with blood, so we just hire an assassin for revenge." Cho Zio quickly advised, "I can't imagine how much we'd have to pay an assassin. We want to assassinate the son of Ascendant Security." Yujin still had something to say, but Junsu cut him off. "I have an idea." Yujin glanced at him, hesitating before speaking. "Speak up," Junsu prompted with a smiling expression. "I'll challenge Li Zhezian to a duel." This statement stunned all three present and they panicked. "A duel? That's far too dangerous." Iron Fist shook his head. Junsu calmly said, "No other way. If we let it slide, he'll hire even stronger assassins to kill me." Yujin quickly advised, "He'll just have someone else fight in his place. The world has always been unfair." Junsu calmly replied, "If I win the duel, I'll get an apology and decent compensation." The room fell silent in an instant. After a while, Iron Fist hesitated and muttered, "Seems like this is the most feasible option now." Junsu nodded slightly. Holding the USB, Junsu said, "With evidence in hand, I have enough grounds to challenge him. If we allow him to have someone fight in his place, and the duel only involves his relative, he'll accept. That makes sense." Cho Seo raised his hand confidently. "Then I'll officially send the duel letter. We also need a lawyer to represent us." After some hesitation, Yujin spoke, "Leave it to me. My parents know a lawyer who once served as a Supreme Court judge." Seeing everyone handle everything, Junsu smiled happily. "Thanks, everyone." But the three of them still watched him intently, silent. Junsu sighed helplessly. "Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not going to die." Iron Fist hesitated. "Are you confident you'll win?" "Because the enemy knows your strength, he'll definitely find a level 4 or higher fighter. It won't be easy." Junsu answered without hesitation. He said that because he knew he couldn't use mutation abilities in the duel, making this even harder than facing the chairman before. "But it's not impossible," Junsu confidently said. "I can predict who will fight in his place." Iron Fist exclaimed in shock, "So you know who your opponent is?" Junsu confidently replied, "Yes, so I need time to prepare." "Yujin, can we spar?" Yujin didn't hesitate. "Of course, I'll do my best to help you." Seeing his enthusiasm, Junsu reminded him, "Thanks, but take it easy. Otherwise, like last time, you might die." 3 days later, at the duel location, Junsu's allies were in the stand. Yujin and Choiseo kept cheering, "We support you. Soldier Kim, we believe in you." But Junsu's expression wasn't very good. A bit exhausted, probably from training too hard these past 3 days. That means he's well prepared to face his opponent. At that moment, a group approached from afar. Junsu recognized the leader. That guy was the commander of the bishop's Holy Knight squad. Duzai looked slightly amused, saying, "It's been a while since I had a duel." Ji Jian behind quickly spoke, "Commander, you didn't need to come all the way here." Duzai, hearing this, angrily shouted, "Shut up, do you have the right to speak? As long as I am the commander, no Holy Knight on our team is allowed to lose." Ji Zion fell silent at this, unsure what to say. Seeing this, Junsu couldn't help frowning. Jejian in front of him acted tough. Yet in front of the commander, he shrank back like a turtle, truly cowardly. While Junsu was pondering, Duzich spoke up, "Soldier Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you." Junsu politely nodded, "Hello, sir." Then Duzich suddenly lowered his head and spoke formally. "First, I want to apologize for this unpleasant matter." Junsu was stunned. "What? He's actually apologizing?" He hadn't even recovered from the shock. Duzich continued, saying that this incident was entirely the fault of one individual and had nothing to do with the Holy Maiden. Junsu squinted at him and asked in a low voice, "So what exactly is the stance of the Virtue Tea Guild?" Duzich hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "The Holy Maiden said Soldier Kim would be the light and savior of us." Junsu once again. Stunned, "Light and savior?" Jo Chun said the same thing last time. "What on earth does that mean?" Duzich ignored Junsu's reaction and continued, "So the condition I set is, if I win, you will join our team." "What, join the team?" Junsu was startled, shouting, "Are you all crazy about me?" While he panicked and clutched his head, Jejian ground his teeth in anger, yet could do nothing. Duzich spoke again, "It's all the will of our master and our Holy Maiden." Junsu hadn't replied yet when the lawyer hired by Yujin arrived. He spoke slowly, "The duel time has arrived. Everyone is present. Please confirm the 3-dimensional duel contract. If the Holy Knight wins, Junsu will join the Virtue Tea Guild. If Junsu wins, Jejian will be forbidden from harming him, either directly or indirectly, and must pay compensation." The lawyer looked at both for confirmation. "Is that correct?" Both Junsu and Jejian said in unison. Yes. As soon as they spoke, a wave of magical power surged from Junsu's chest. In Axon Seul, a dual oath is a magical oath. Whoever breaks it will have their heart explode. Even Ji Zion is bound by this. In this chaotic world, no one is foolish enough to break such an oath. At this point, the lawyer spoke again. I will continue confirming the duel rules. The duel follows international standards using all personal skills and weapons. But consumable items must be crafted on-site. Junsu's allies remained in the stands looking somewhat worried. The holy knights waited outside. Duzich now spoke excitedly. I'm ready. Junsu smirked. I will craft my item. Duzich suddenly lost enthusiasm but still nodded. Fine, 10 minutes per item. Soon, Junsu pulled out 3 potions. Changing attributes like this makes him like an alchemist. These are the divine potions for fighting a holy knight. The lawyer saw the 3 potions and confirmed. Metal body potion, speed potion, and dragon magic potion correct. Junsu nodded slightly. Yes, I will use them. In combat, doping is necessary, and he drank all 3 at once. Both were ready, the duel would begin. The countdown timer appeared on the screen. Junsu and Duzich stepped onto the arena. Duzich squinted at Junsu, Soldier Kim. Joining our guild is an honor, or perhaps you'll change your mind and volunteer. Get lost, Junsu said coldly without hesitation. Seeing Junsu uncooperative, Duzich said coldly, then there's no choice, but you needn't worry. He said he wouldn't kill Junsu because he still had to join the guild. As he finished, a large surge of magical power rose around Duzich. Junsu frowned. The magical power was immense. He was in a completely different realm. No matter how well prepared, Junsu couldn't defeat him without risking everything. In an instant, the countdown reached 1 second. Finally, the clock hit 0. Duzich let out a long roar, increasing his magical power. In moments, his body disappeared, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Junsu was stunned, frowning. He muttered in confusion, disappeared, but quickly realized Duzich had only activated the speed attribute. Sure enough, in an instant, Duzich appeared in front of Junsu, shouting, Soldier Kim, you will become a god. Junsu was stunned by the words. What, become a god? While he was still confused, Duzich's hammer struck down, flames and smoke erupting everywhere. Eugen's people in the stands panicked. What, is he that strong? Can it really end with just one strike? When the smoke cleared, Soren noticed something. She gasped. There, up in the stands, Junsu was still standing tall. Unharmed because as Duzich swung the hammer, he had created a shield to block it. Junsu squinted at Duzich, speaking coldly. You said I'd become a god, what nonsense is that? Duzich didn't respond, calmly standing with a faint smile. Junsu guessed correctly. Duzich had been using the speed attribute from the beginning. It's a top attribute for surprise attacks. But you already guessed it, so there's no reason to hide it. Even so, the strike earlier had already shaken Dusik's triple-layered shield. At this moment, Dusik stepped closer, smiling. Now I understand why the maiden rejected you. Junsu snorted coldly. Enough talk, explain. Before you called me light savior and then you called me a god. What's that about? Smiling unconsciously, Dusik said calmly, exactly as you heard. You are the hope of our legion and also the victor, who will save us from the impending apocalypse. Hearing this, Junsu furrowed his brows tightly. The hope of the Father's army, come to think of it, the god they serve is already dead. A few years later, as the storyline progresses, the maiden will perform rituals for the deity and enact prophecies. A great battle with a boss will take place right in the middle of Seoul. Suddenly, Junsu realized something. Jonghi shouted, don't tell me the savior is actually the vessel of the god. Exactly, Dusik chuckled lightly, opening his mouth coldly. A noble sacrifice and a sacred dedication. This statement made Junsu furious. He shouted, you lunatics, so you just want to sacrifice me. Dusik didn't care in the slightest, laughing loudly with excitement. Your body and soul will become part of the Father and his divinity, because you will lose this battle and join us. Junsu snorted coldly, then charged forward with extreme anger. Dusik didn't dare to be careless, quickly using his shield to defend, yet he was still pushed back several steps. Dusik's brow twitched. This power is outrageous. Seeing his reaction, Junsu couldn't help but smirk. Worried now, of course you are. He had shifted all his traits to match an offensive warrior. Thinking this, Junsu tore through the air with incredible speed. And now he would attack Dusik using warrior traits that would instill fear. Dusik wasn't startled. He used his shield to defend. A faint smile remained on his lips. Ha ha, your swordsmanship isn't bad, huh? Junsu didn't reply, calculating his next move. Good, now that he's on the defensive, he can change traits. Immediately, Junsu drew another weapon to attack. As expected, the weapon struck Dusik's bicep, yet he remained unshaken, even complimenting, this is getting more interesting. Junsu bit his lip fiercely. It's working. His 3 days of preparation weren't wasted. The reason he called Eugen for training wasn't just to gain the traits needed for this battle, but also to learn how to switch traits in an instant by fighting a superior like Eugen. To use defensive traits when needing defense, and offensive traits when needing to strike. Adding other warrior traits when multiple moves were required. Thus, now Junsu attacked Dusik frantically, step by step forcing him into a defensive stance. I'm coming, Junsu shouted, eyes red, charging at Dusik. He had learned to use violent traits when seizing opportunities to attack. A level 3 superhuman against a level 4, all he needed to do was switch traits mid-battle. Under Junsu's relentless assault, Dusik couldn't land a single counter. He could only grit his teeth and defend, and soon, the weapon in Dusik's hand was knocked away. Seeing this, Ji Zion's expression turned ugly. Dusik himself was equally stunned. He felt as if he were facing 4 warriors at once. How could this be possible? Ignoring his reaction, Junsu said coldly, "I will win this battle because I refuse to become a sacrifice for your beast force." Dusik bit his lip aggressively, clenching his fists. He snorted coldly, "Fine, I admit it, I can't be careless with you anymore. Now I don't care if you're a sacrifice or not, I will kill you." As soon as he finished, Dusik charged forward with his weapon, then he threw it at Junsu. Not daring to slack off, Junsu quickly formed a shield to defend, gritting his teeth. That direct strike was ineffective, yet in moments, Junsu's shield shattered and he was thrown far away. Junsu bit his lip, muttering, "Damn, Dusik's power just surged. So earlier he had really held back against me." While Junsu was still thinking, Dusik charged aggressively again. He shouted angrily, "How dare you mock our army?" Junsu wasn't ready and was sent flying again. His body slammed into the rear wall and then fell. Dusik squinted at him, speaking coldly, "If you apologize now, I'll accept your surrender." "No," Junsu refused without hesitation. He pushed himself up with his hands, speaking coldly, "If you can't kill me, don't dream of winning." As soon as he finished, Junsu immediately charged. His momentum was ferocious, swinging wildly. Dusik couldn't afford to slack off, hastily defending, then returned a punch to Junsu's shoulder. The two clashed repeatedly, exchanging attacks. Shockwaves from their continuous moves erupted, spreading outward. Both had to endure each other's strikes. Soon, they were knocked apart, creating distance between them. Dusik had taken quite a few cuts from Junsu's sword, with many wounds appearing across his body. But Junsu wasn't much better off. Both were battered. At that moment, Dusik shouted aggressively, "It's time to end this meaningless fight." As soon as he finished, a large shield appeared in his hand. He lifted it high and clearly shouted, "Oh Tura!" Instantly, a wave of water appeared. Dusik's body was quickly engulfed by a massive, icy column of water. Seeing this, Junsu's expression immediately turned grim. This was Dusik's ultimate move. The dark tsunami. Seeing it firsthand, he realized it truly was a disaster. If he got hit, Junsu would definitely lose. But there was no way to dodge it. To win, he had to find a way to break it. Though terrified, Junsu had to trust the traits he had developed as a Kim warrior. The P-San sword technique, which he had never neglected to practice. All the sword skills he learned from Yujin, and the ambinhreview cultivation techniques he had trained so hard on. The mental discipline that made him stronger each day. And the impact break, achieved through desperate determination. A move that could cut through any material in the universe. The slash trait. Junsu trusted in his own traits, in the time and effort he had invested in them. And finally, most importantly, he trusted in himself. Thinking this, Junsu charged forward with his sword. A dazzling beam of sword light appeared. Dusik was completely stunned by the sight. But with no other choice, he could only watch helplessly as the sword light shot straight into the tsunami. Then the light slowly expanded, radiating an extremely blinding aura. The Ji Zion spectators in the stands were left speechless. They couldn't understand what was happening. Even the Yujin group couldn't see anything because the light was too blinding. When the light finally dimmed, the figures of Junsu and Dusik appeared. But shortly after, Junsu spat out a mouthful of blood. Across from him, Dusik was also in bad shape. He muttered softly to himself, "That was an incredible fight, Kim warrior." Saying this, he collapsed directly. Immediately, the referee raised Junsu's hand and shouted, "The winner is the Kim warrior." The Yujin group, seeing the fight end, ran onto the arena to congratulate him. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. "I did it." He had defeated a higher-level superhuman without using any mutation traits. Yujin hugged Junsu excitedly, shouting, "Teacher, you're truly the best." The 3 people behind were so happy they almost cried, surrounding him and praising, "Just now, you weren't even like a human. I knew you could beat him." But at that moment, a furious shout rang out, "You bastard!" Junsu turned in surprise. He saw Ji Zion charging with a hammer. Before Junsu could react, Yujin jumped in front. Bang! An energy shockwave erupted immediately. And of course, the one who suffered was Ji Zion, who was thrown flying out. Yujin angrily yelled, "Coward, how dare you attack our teacher instead of accepting the result? Do you want to die for real?" But he couldn't act in time. Several referees came to stop him while looking at Ji Zion to remind him, "Don't forget that magical oath. If you act rashly, your heart will explode." Ji Zion still refused, shouting, "Kim warrior, because of you our captain is dead, we must avenge him. The Tura army will never forget this grudge." As soon as he finished, the knights behind immediately advanced. Junsu remained calm, saying, "You claim I killed Ojuse." Ji Zion replied without hesitation, Yes, we saw him die with our own eyes at your hand. Junsu snorted coldly, saying, "Stop the nonsense. The one who killed Ojusik was none other than you." This made Ji Zion's face ugly. He trembled uncontrollably. Junsu didn't care, and continued coldly. "Although he was my opponent, Ojusik truly was an exemplary warrior. He didn't deserve to die in a match, only because of your disgusting assassination attempt. Ji Zion, due to the magical oath binding you, accept the result and fulfill your promise." Hearing this, Ji Zion bowed his head in silence, unsure what to say. Junsu ignored his reaction and added another line. "It's all because of your insecurity and inferiority." Ji Zion remained bowed, muttering while trembling. "Captain." The holy knights helped him up and left. Junsu squinted, watching Ji Zion's retreating back, frowning inwardly. Even after all this, the Tura army would still not abandon their intention for revenge. The next day, at Cho Zio's office, Cho Zio was cheerfully talking to someone. "That's right, we officially signed a contract with the warrior Kim, who just defeated that German captain. I understand what he wants." Just then, someone was approaching. He quickly spoke up. "Sorry, I'll call back in a moment." It turned out to be Junsu, who had gone to retrieve the armor from Jo Chun. He spoke cheerfully. "I was worried that the master blacksmith Jo Chun might tamper with my armor, but he truly followed the request for massive size and extreme durability." Seeing this, Cho Seo happily ran over, carrying a gift box. Flatteringly, he said, "Since you're here, why not try this as well? It's a gift from me." Junsu, slightly confused, took it and opened it to look. In an instant, he happily exclaimed, "This is perfect." Cho Seo, excited, introduced, "This is a luxurious handmade training item. It even has a self-cleaning function and restores magical power." Junsu gave him a thumbs up, smiling with satisfaction. "You really get my taste. Director Troy, thanks a lot. He even praised you, saying you looked like a model in that outfit." Though Cho Seo suddenly hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, he stammered, "By the way, could I ask you a favor?" Junsu frowned. "What is it?" Cho Seo muttered in a low voice, "Thanks to you, our business has been booming. But since your work history with us still hasn't been long enough, some people are questioning whether we should sign the contract." Hearing that, Junsu immediately understood and nodded. "Ah, if that's the reason, then I have to do it. Have you already accepted the request for me?" "Yes, I've prepared something absolutely perfect for you." Cho Seo gave a small nod, handed Junsu a folder of documents, and spoke. "The solar tower wants to study your black fire for scientific purposes." Junsu frowned at that. He knew this solar tower was one of Axion Sol's 4 great demon towers. If he remembered correctly, it was the place that taught fire-related magic. At that moment, Cho Seo spoke again. "They'll reward you at the same level as their own members." Junsu nodded lightly. "All right, I'll take it. Since that character is in the solar tower, you know exactly what reward you'll receive, right?" A short while later at the solar tower, a place enveloped in fire element magic. Junsu arrived here for the request. After stepping inside, he couldn't help but marvel, science and magic intertwined. It really was a breathtaking sight. Just then someone walked over and spoke. "Warrior Kim, my name is Park Hyungju, a researcher. You're here because you want us to study your black fire, right?" "Yes." Junsu nodded slightly. Then Hyunju led him further inside. "We don't have much time, hurry up this way." Soon the two of them entered the laboratory. Hyungju suggested, "First, let's run a few basic tests." Junsu frowned slightly. "This machine looks kind of familiar." While he was still thinking, Hyungju spoke again. "Please step into the machine, just stand still." Without thinking too much, Junsu walked in step by step. Instantly, a magic circle appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, his expression turned ugly. This was a machine used to expose everything about a character. It would reveal all of Junsu's hidden traits. Realizing that, he immediately slammed the glass and shouted, "Stop this machine right now, I don't want this." Hyungju stood outside, curling his lip in a sneer. "Please stand still, this is a necessary procedure, it's written in the contract." Junsu's anger flared, he clenched his fist and roared, "Get lost, you bastard!" In the next instant his fist crashed down, the machine's glass shattered. Hyungju stumbled back in panic, shouting, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Junsu snapped furiously. "The contract I signed only said I'd demonstrate black fire to cooperate with your research. Who knew you'd pull this on me?" Just then, hurried footsteps rushed over, and without the slightest hesitation, the newcomer punched Hyungju square in the face. Amid an outraged shout, "You idiot, Park Hyungju, you did it again." The one who arrived was Yoomyoung Seok, the lab director. He bared his teeth as he yelled, "How dare you sabotage my project?" Seeing him, Hyungju panicked and tried to explain. "It's a misunderstanding, sir." Unfortunately, Yoomyoung Seok wouldn't listen and he raged. "A misunderstanding, my ass? You were trying to sell information about Warrior Kim. I've been watching the whole time." The words left Hyungju speechless. He lowered his head and muttered softly, "I'm sorry, I was blinded by greed." Snorting, Yoomyoung Seok said coldly, "Get out now. You're expelled from this team." Junsu stared at the scene in confusion, not sure what to do. At that moment, Yoomyoung Seok spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry, Warrior Kim, I'm Yoomyoung Seok, Director of Research." Before he could finish, Junsu cut in, "That's not your fault. I'm guessing this happens pretty often, huh?" Young Seok sighed helplessly. That fool was selling information because he's addicted to gambling. If it weren't for his teacher, he would have been thrown out a long time ago. I understand, Junsu nodded. But I came all this way to fulfill your request, and I almost had my personal information completely exposed. Hearing that, Young Seok said, to make it up to you, I'll upgrade your membership rank. You'll be able to use our monitoring equipment, as well as our training facilities. Hearing this, Junsu immediately brightened. The training grounds of a demon tower were usually only for mages to use, right? Thinking that, he nodded in satisfaction. That doesn't sound bad. Seeing this, Young Seok added, while I get things ready, go ahead and rest. Junsu nodded, all right, then I'll take a look around. After that, he went to one of the solar tower's floors. Junsu was in a great mood. He'd almost been dragged into trouble. Axion's soul really lived up to its name, but it was worth it. This was a chance to gain more traits. From the demon tower's training grounds. Just then, the announcement over the speakers rang out, begin lightning element magic training. As soon as the words fell, the spheres in front were wrapped in mana. In moments, countless arcs of lightning crashed down. Junsu was instantly engulfed in lightning, the bolts striking him like mad. The pain went straight to the bone. He gritted his teeth and endured. If he used a sturdier trait to withstand it a bit longer, that would be better. With that thought, Junsu changed his trait. Immediately, the lightning began to lessen. Not long after, Junsu completed his training with lightning magic. He also acquired the trait of resistance to 6 elements, achieving exactly what he wanted. Junsu happily shouted, now cut the power, I'm about to be burned alive here. But at this moment, the system in the room suddenly turned red. Along with warning sounds, the training system switched to manual mode. Warning, warning, the electric current intensity has been adjusted. Lightning struck Junsu again, making him yell in frustration. Wait, what? I said I'm done training, who's out there? Soon, Junsu saw the bastard Hyunju outside. He was holding the control device, his eyes cruel as he shouted inside, lucky you picked the wrong target, you bastard. As soon as he finished, Hyunju turned the control to maximum. Lightning struck Junsu again. Junsu's face changed color, his expression turning fierce. Hyunju went mad, continuously yelling, die you dog. And so, Junsu endured the full force of the lightning at its peak. Seeing this, Hyungdu laughed triumphantly. This is what happens when you dare oppose me. But soon after, his smile vanished and his expression stiffened. Junsu still stood there unscathed. He couldn't be defeated by these petty tricks. There was a reason he came to the training room while holding the advantage. Among Junsu's equipment traits was one called Divine Resistance. He had gained it when resisting the maiden's baptism process. Fire resistance was acquired from immersing himself in the Kong magic circle. Darkness was gained during the battle with the death priest Karen. Ice resistance came from fighting the wronged spirits. Earth resistance was obtained while escaping the hunter's magic trap. Finally, ground resistance he had just earned during his recent training. Junsu quickly combined all 6 traits. A massive surge of magical power enveloped his body. Even his heart pulsed with the transformation, constantly adapting. Very quickly, he gained a new trait, magic resistance. Junsu smiled with satisfaction. Seeing this, Hyungdu outside panicked. How could he block a level 3 spell using only his body? Is he even human? This time, the spell would be stronger than before. Immediately, Hyungdu manipulated the controller again. Warning sounds blared. Warning, warning, the system is now out of control. Please stop training and evacuate immediately. Junsu was unfazed, shouting, out of control, the system. Sounds dangerous indeed. In that case, I'll use my traits to dodge all attacks. At the same time, lightning struck Junsu. But this time, he quickly evaded it. Moreover, he gained a new trait, retreat. Junsu was very pleased, excellent. If this continues, he would acquire an even higher level trait. In contrast to his joy, Hyungju outside was extremely unhappy. He continuously manipulated the controller, angrily shouting, I will really kill you. At that moment, Myung Seok entered from outside, slapped him and scolded angrily. You crazy fool. I already heard the warnings, and yet, you thought you could do whatever you want. Then he ordered someone else to shut down the controller immediately. Very quickly, the lightning disappeared and the system returned to normal. Myung Seok could no longer contain himself, grabbed Hyunju by the collar, teeth gritted, and shouted, how dare you harm a Kim warrior? Hyungdu waved his hand to deny that's not true. At this moment, Junsu emerged from inside, snorting with disdain, harm me. Myung Seok was startled. He anxiously asked, warrior, you weren't hurt. Smiling slightly, Junsu said, just felt a bit of electric shock. The scene left everyone bewildered. After these despicable actions, Hyungju was finally expelled from the tower, despite his futile petition. Junsu watched his retreating figure, hesitantly asking, what will happen now that he's been expelled? Myung Seok explained slowly, he will be magically sealed in the brain to prevent learning any new spell. Junsu nodded slightly. Living as a mage had its expected consequences. Myung Seok showed no mercy. He said that boy caused too much trouble. This is the natural result. Axon, please accept this, it may not be much. But consider it our apology. Saying this, he handed Junsu a box containing a potion vial. It was a very good healing potion. Junsu was delighted, but still appeared calm, saying, "Thank you. This potion feels like a second chance at life." Myung-seok waved his hand, smiling, "Ah no. I think this is a fair price." Looks like he didn't want this incident to escalate, but Junsu still needed something else from the tower. Thinking so, he spoke slowly but hesitantly. "Since I was attacked twice after visiting the tower." Myung-seok looked worried. "Then tell me, what is it you want?" Junsu pretended to think for a moment, then calmly spoke. "There's something I've wanted for a long time. I want to experience all 4 spells from the Great Demon Tower's bag." As soon as he finished, Myung-seok immediately shouted in panic, "What? You mean you want to try the solar cannon?" Junsu nodded, casually confirming, "Yes, fire it at me." Hearing this, Myung-seok tried to advise him. "A level 3 superhuman can't withstand that for even a second. Maybe after you get stronger," but before he could finish, Junsu cut him off coolly. "No, I'm sure I can endure it for about 15 seconds. Myung-seok was stunned. "But even level 5 superhumans," Junsu clicked his tongue and shook his head, speaking firmly, "I'm different from them." Myung-seok looked at him in confusion, hesitating before speaking. "That black fire can burn an enemy's mana. It's an interesting approach, but it's still very dangerous." Junsu smiled slightly, speaking confidently, "We have to try it." So, right after, Junsu went to the room with the solar cannon. Don't face it directly. Lost in thought, imagining being hit by it, he did feel a bit scared. But there was no other way. To acquire the solar cannon trait, there were only 3 options. First, enter the demon tower as someone's apprentice. Second, defeat the tower's master in a one-on-one battle. But those 2 methods only suit magic system superhumans, so he couldn't do them. While Junsu was pondering, Myung-seok spoke, "Now we'll fire." Junsu nodded slightly, signaling he was ready, though there was still a third way. He could use a hidden mission unlocked by gaining enough favor from the tower's master. Because at this moment, the tower master was present here as well. The solar cannon began firing. Junsu looked up at the fireball rushing toward him. In an instant, the blazing sphere shot forward. Boom, the ball exploded directly. Junsu was engulfed in a sea of flames, forcing him to endure it, thanks to the traits he had received so far through his magic armor. Seeing this, those above were immediately stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "He really can endure it. He's only level 3, how is that possible?" Junsu didn't notice their reactions. He gritted his teeth, enduring the full blaze. He had prepared thoroughly, but it was still extremely painful. Junsu endured for the full 15 seconds. Myung-seok hurriedly shouted that the 15 seconds had passed. "Retract the solar cannon." As soon as he finished, the firepower was withdrawn. Junsu was completely battered, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Finally, it was over. These were the longest 15 seconds of his life. The tower master was very pleased with Junsu's performance, smiling. "What's his name again?" "Warrior Kim. Truly an impressive person." Later, in the tower master's office, he invited Junsu for tea. The tower master looked at him with satisfaction, smiling. "You were amazing just now, enduring the solar cannon with black fire for so long." He said Junsu would greatly help with a project they had long awaited. "That's an honor," Junsu nodded and smiled in response. Outwardly he was calm, but inside he was thrilled at the idea of gaining favor. At this moment the tower master laughed again. "Haha, I like the way you talk and I have a request for you." Junsu was momentarily stunned. A request? Shortly after, a young man entered from outside, asking, "Did you call me?" The tower master nodded slightly and then introduced them. "Say hello to Warrior Kim, he's a level 3 superhuman." Junsu immediately stood and greeted him. "Nice to meet you." The young man bowed slightly in return. "Nice to meet you too." Junsu recognized him. Wizard Kim is a guide for the magic system, appearing after Iron Fist Kim and Priest Kim. He's always so gloomy. At this moment, the tower master spoke. "This is my grandson. He has potential to become a high-level superhuman, but his power is still stuck at level 1. Junsu nodded and said, "Indeed, that's strange." Wizard Kim spoke in despair. "Sorry for being weird. Sorry for being the tower's disgrace." Junsu felt a bit puzzled. He quickly explained, "I didn't say that." The tower master was too used to this. He glanced at Junsu and asked, "What do you think, Kim? I heard you healed Director Seo's son. I trust you have ideas to awaken the boy." Wizard Kim didn't dare to interrupt, sitting silently in his place. Junsu squinted at the tower master and his grandson. After a while, he smirked. "Of course there's a way." Hearing this, the tower master and his grandson immediately brightened. The tower master exclaimed, "Really, if you can do it, I'll grant any wish you have. Anything at all." Junsu smiled slightly, knowing this was the start of the hidden solar cannon mission. Junsu quickly stated his purpose. The tower master, hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Say it again, what exactly do you want?" Junsu responded without hesitation, "I haven't explained it clearly in Solar Tower yet." The tower master hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, he muttered in a low voice, "Entering the solar realm, if the future of the tower depends on this, I might agree, but I'm not sure what you intend to use it for." Junsu wasn't in a hurry either. He blinked and smiled, saying, "Then could you give it to me as a memory chip, so I can learn immediately?" The tower master didn't expect him to be so eager, but he could only nod. "All right then." Just at that moment, Mage Kim suddenly spoke up. Sorry to interrupt, but how do you intend to train me? Junsu replied straightforwardly. First, we need to find the root of the problem. Before Mage Kim could respond, the Tower Master coldly interjected. The biggest problem is that this kid is too dumb. He's supposed to be a mage, but his math knowledge is almost zero. Junsu naturally understood Mage Kim's concern. He was smart, studied business management at Seoul University, but was terrible at math, making him unsuitable for studying magic. After a moment, Junsu slowly spoke. Then why don't we learn magic that doesn't involve calculations? The Tower Master asked, slightly confused. What do you mean, magic that doesn't involve calculations? Calmly, Junsu nodded. Using spirits, you can become a fire witch. The Tower Master exclaimed in surprise. A fire witch. But that's not a mage, the Tower Master said indifferently. Junsu shrugged and raised an eyebrow. So you want your grandson to stay like that his whole life? Or let him become a fire witch and help him unlock his potential? The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim, remaining silent for a long moment. Finally, he sat down, sighed, and said, then explain the detail. Junsu calmly said, the main issue is casting spells right. Since you can't perform spell reading, you can't cast magic. So let the spirits handle the difficult work, and you just provide the mana. The Tower Master shook his head in refusal. That won't work. The boy isn't familiar with the spirits, so how will he get them? Junsu frowned at the two of them and said firmly, I'm not saying he has to make contracts with the spirits. A magic circle, we can use it to store and utilize the spirit. That way, the user only needs to provide mana, and the mana circle will automatically cast the spell. The Tower Master exclaimed in astonishment. So you mean we summon a spirit and use it as the mana circle? Or simpler, just turn it into a magic circle? Junsu nodded in confirmation. Exactly. The Tower Master immediately exclaimed happily. Brilliant, that's a very clever idea. I thought you were a warrior, how do you know things like this? Junsu didn't know how to answer. It was obviously a great approach. Because this was something they thought of in the future. At this moment, the Tower Master whispered, but the gate to the spirits is now closed. We can't summon any spirits, Junsu said directly. Then we can use animal spirits instead. The Tower Master muttered something as he considered it. Animal spirits like phoenixes? That sounds difficult. How would we find mythical creatures? Junsu smiled confidently. Don't worry, I already have a plan. A moment later, the three arrived at a canyon filled with numerous phoenixes. Seeing them, Mage Kim couldn't help exclaiming, a valley full of phoenixes really exists. The Tower Master was also surprised. Even high-level masters would struggle to find a place like this. Then how did you find it? Junsu smiled sheepishly. The phoenixes aren't as people say, they hide behind the valley and I just happened to find them. The Tower Master seemed skeptical but still joined in warmly. Haha, my goodness, you're truly lucky. Junsu happily reached out. Now about the solar cannon we talked about earlier. The Tower Master nodded. All right, I'll give you one. Junsu was delighted, completing the task with just one location. Perfect. While he was enjoying this, the Tower Master spoke again. By the way, how does a warrior like you intend to maximize the solar cannon's power? Junsu answered straightforwardly, I want to upgrade it. My goal is to create a split. Hearing this, the Tower Master threw his head back and laughed. Haha. A split, huh? That's no easy task. We spent decades accomplishing that. Shrugging indifferently, Junsu said, approaching it as a warrior will surely yield different results than approaching it as a mage. Who knows, maybe my split will be better than yours. The Tower Master squinted at him and grinned. Then let's make a bet. The deadline is 2 years. Let's see whether yours or our magic tower's split is better. Junsu calmly asked, what's the bet? The Tower Master thought for a moment before speaking. If you win, I'll grant you a wish. If I win, you must join the magic tower's security team. All right, sounds good. Junsu didn't hesitate to agree, seeing another chance to gain an advantage over the magic tower. Why not agree? While they were talking, Mage Kim quietly entered the canyon. Now it's time to verify. A short while later in the surgical room, Junsu waited outside. Myung-sek walked up from a distance, cheerfully saying, amazing, Warrior Kim. I didn't expect you could pave the way to become a fire wizard in our demon tower. Junsu looked up at him, pursing his lips. Director, that's right. But first, let's hope the surgery will be successful. Myung-sek sat down with him, nodding slightly. Exactly. But regarding the wizard who was expelled earlier, Junsu frowned slightly and muttered, ah, that failed guy. Myung-sek said thoughtfully, after he left, I investigated thoroughly, and it's clear that he took money from the Kumo Corporation. Junsu was shocked, eyes wide. Kumo Corporation, one of the top 5 corporations known for aggressive business expansion. Relentless and inclined to either outmaneuver or crush competitors in the market. In the game, they are true villains. Myung-sek looked seriously at him, speaking softly. The problem isn't that they took our magical information, but that they specifically only want your information. Maybe they want to eliminate you. I don't want that. Junsu shivered at the thought. He sighed reluctantly, I will never cooperate with villains like Kuma. Another thing to avoid. Just then, the surgery room door opened. The tower master ran straight to Junsu, giving a loud smack. He laughed heartily, ha ha, it's a success. All thanks to you, Super Kim, my grandson has become a wizard. Super indeed, Junsu staggered from the path. Wizard Kim emerged, surrounded by a strong magical aura. He bowed slightly and said, Thank you very much, sir. Junsu squinted, observing Wizard Kim. So he's already as strong as you, just starting and already level 3. Could this be the power of DNA? Wizard Kim said. It feels strange to be able to use magic so easily. Junsu cheerfully approached and suggested, From now on, you should use fire attribute elixirs to generate more mana. Wizard Kim was grateful, you even taught me how to get stronger. Thank you. Just then the tower master suddenly shouted, Well done. Kim, this is the reward you wanted. Hearing that, Junsu's eyes lit up. He finally received the solar cannon. But there was another item in the reward. He asked curiously, What's this? The tower master opened a bag at his feet. Inside, I added some extra nourishment for you, using spatial magic. Junsu's eyes sparkled. His excitement exceeded normal level. Later, in Choiseul's office, seeing the money Junsu brought back, Choiseul couldn't help but exclaim, You earned a reward of 5 billion won. Amazing, Junsu smiled smugly. I think it's time you get used to my greatness. Then he suggested, Now it's time to drink the nectar I saved. Choiseul hesitated. Nectar? You just reached level 3 in under a month. Isn't that a bit early? Be careful of side effects. Junsu pouted. Can you refine the nectar, Director Choi? Refine? Choiseul was stunned but quickly winked confidently. Trust me, he opened his storage, searching for something. After a while, Choiseul said, I only need the main ingredient. These are the most common ones. Junsu glanced, frowning slightly. Will I get different properties depending on the ingredients I use? Then this is tricky. You already have super strength and regeneration, plus armor on your shield. After some thought, Junsu pointed to one ingredient. Then let's get a horned tiger heart. Choiseul was shocked. He hesitated. Does it have to be a horned tiger? Seeing his reaction, Junsu asked curiously, What's the matter? Choiseul explained slowly. This is an endangered creature, so it's hard to obtain. Junsu was extremely puzzled. Immediately after, he drove off to find it. He wasn't too worried. If not available, he'd get it himself. The problem is how to find a horned tiger in this vast area. Junsu didn't want to use this but had no choice. Thinking, he took out a can of fish and sniffed it. Soon, Junsu gained the dog nose trait. Better to smell something bad than rotten fermented anchovy. The stench seemed lodged in his lungs, but thanks to this trait, he could detect all kinds of scents. Junsu went deeper. He smelled lots of blood, a predator nearby recently. So it's here. Junsu quickly scanned the area. He hadn't found it yet but spotted something else. In the distance, a moving vehicle approached, with people chasing an animal and shooting at it. On the opposite side, Junsu ran after them. But there's competition, he might lose track. Judging by the scratches on the corpse, it's not an ordinary horned tiger. This is the most famous mythical creature of the Chang'an Plateau. The Mountain King possesses all 6 traits. At this moment, if Junsu lowers his guard, he will surely die. Junsu dared not relax and quickly dodge. However, to his surprise, the Mountain King also has the evasion trait. Junsu bit his lip. He had few opportunities left and had to finish it in a single strike, relying on instinct and perception. While Junsu was thinking, the Mountain King charged aggressively. He aimed his gun at it and activated his traits simultaneously. Without hesitation, Junsu fired, but the Mountain King dodged. The bullet only grazed its body. Junsu bit his lip. It turned out it could evade as well, but he wasn't done yet. Thinking quickly, Junsu charged again, confronting the Mountain King head-on. Junsu aimed his gun at it. He Ling spoke up. Even as a warrior, I am quite confident in my shooting skill. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired. The mana-infused bullet struck the Mountain King's body. Junsu smiled in satisfaction having caught it, but he couldn't rejoice for long. The Mountain King lunged again, startling him. Fortunately, Junsu dodged. He hadn't expected it to still move after being hit by dark fire. Junsu looked at it in alarm, muttering that if the dark fire wasn't enough, he would have to fight it up close. Meanwhile, the Mountain King's eyes grew murky, losing their sharpness, staring straight at Junsu as it charged in rage. Junsu recognized the move. This was the Mountain King's strongest skill. River Break could enhance its body more than 1.5 times, completely tearing apart its target. Compared to its notorious reputation that frightened many players, the counter strategy was simple: use its own strength against it. Thinking quickly, Junsu leapt onto the Mountain King's back, startling it. A slight snort, Junsu said coldly, surprised, You know you can't dodge this, right? As he spoke, he slashed the Mountain King's midsection, blood gushing continuously. Shortly after, Junsu dragged its corpse into the city. The townspeople gathered to watch. He held up the box containing its heart and shouted, This is the one, everyone, have you seen its heart? Junsu dealt with it personally, fearing any collaborator would betray him and take its traits. Thinking that, he said, I only need the heart. The rest of the parts will be sold. Anyone interested? Want to see how much the Mountain King is worth? As soon as he finished speaking, bids came in. Within moments, the total reached 2.5 billion. From the crowd, a woman wearing a hat stepped forward, offering a huge sum. I'll pay 5 billion. Junsu didn't hesitate and accepted the 5 billion deal. Seeing his agreement, the crowd dispersed. The woman approached him and said, I'll transfer the money immediately. Junsu gave her his account. She quickly transferred the funds and curiously asked, did you kill it alone? Junsu nodded, yes, I was very lucky. The woman smiled and said, hunting isn't just luck, it also depends on your skill. Then she handed Junsu a business card. Here's my card. I'd be grateful if you get in touch in the future. After that, she walked away. Junsu looked at the card in his hand, recognizing it. It was probably a wealthy person. Junsu didn't care. He already had the tiger heart and an extra 5 billion. Extremely lucky. 2 days later, Junsu returned home. He quickly went to the training room. Looking at the potion in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction. By its color, he could tell its quality. Earlier, after bringing the tiger heart back, Junsu gave it to Choi Zio to refine. He said there would be no side effects. He looked very confident. Junsu could trust him, but still felt a little worried. To be safe, he arranged his traits in advance. Then Junsu drank the entire potion. In an instant, his body radiated a scorching heat, like molten lava. Junsu's body began evolving. Adrenaline surged as he sensed the changes. The accumulated effects appeared, making Junsu elated. Mana regenerated, and he leveled up to 4. Junsu was pleased. The feeling of reaching level 4 was different, as if his soul had ascended a rank. He gained a new trait, Berserk. The crafting succeeded exactly as Choi Zio said. He hunted monsters and sold items. With the traits gained from the battle, if combined with this diamond, he could acquire the traits of Purity and Giant. Junsu was satisfied. Preparations were complete. Now came the final step. Junsu's body began to change. The internal muscles tore and his skeletal structure adjusted. Before long, the traits merged. Junsu had acquired the power of a giant. Finally, looking at his strong physique, he felt extremely happy. At last he had it, the power of a giant. This was truly a unique feature. The top trait of a warrior, but very quickly Junsu noticed a problem. He was growing in size, but it didn't matter. Let's see just how strong he is. Immediately, Junsu threw a punch at the glass. In an instant, the glass shattered completely. Junsu murmured in satisfaction. Just using sonic waves alone and it already broke. This power is indeed magnificent, but it does come with serious side effects, just as Junsu had thought. To use this trait, he also needed a diamond body, something that made the body more resilient, or an invincible trait, something that boosted recovery speed. But both were top-tier traits. Junsu could learn them from equipment as before. The problem was he had run out of diamonds, which troubled him greatly. But very quickly, Junsu came up with a solution. He knew exactly where to get them, so he set out to find them. Yet when he arrived, he received the news that there were no diamonds left. Chun Bok sighed and said, none left. The earliest they would be available again was next month. Junsu panicked and shouted, next month is too late. At this moment, Chun Bok suddenly whispered, would you mind accompanying me to the mine to get the diamonds? Junsu was stunned. He didn't remember this event being in the game. Chun Bok lowered his voice again. This is a trip by any means, it must remain secret. Are you interested? Junsu didn't hesitate and agreed. Of course, let's go. That evening, the streets of Seoul were bustling with people. Chun Bok drove Junsu along, speaking slowly. I'm sure you know to obtain something like diamonds, you must accept risk. Right? Junsu nodded lightly. Of course. Chun Bok reminded him, take a look first. If you feel it's unsafe, you can retreat. Junsu wondered why he suddenly gave that advice. But then he realized something. The car was heading toward Buncheon. The car kept speeding forward without stopping. Junsu finally understood where they were going. It was the place where superhumans fought for their lives. The largest underground arena in the capital, a fierce one-on-one battleground. Once in the arena, blood could be shed, but defeat was not allowed. A while later, in a luxurious building in Buncheon. In the basement, Chun Bok and Junsu slowly entered. People cheered continuously. Junsu looked around a bit. He couldn't help but feel impressed. The area was enormous. Chun Bok asked suspiciously, you know about the arena too? Junsu replied frankly, I only heard rumors. By the way, isn't it because you're connected to this place? Chun Bok smiled lightly, flicking his cigarette. Ha ha, you got me. At first, Junsu wondered where he got those rare items. Turns out, it was from here. Looking back, the context of Kim Chun Bok in the game was quite suspicious. While he was pondering, Chun Bok spoke. As I said before, I didn't bring you here to starve. Where? Junsu whispered, pouting. But you brought me here as part of the plan, right? Chun Bok nodded awkwardly. Yes, nothing in this world is free. This is one of many ways to quickly get diamonds. The rules were simple. The winner would take the loser's diamonds. The loser would have to destroy their magic ring to create diamonds. Junsu frowned upon hearing this. In simple terms, it meant resetting all his experience points. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. So I have to bet my entire life. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Chun-bok nodded slightly. Exactly, if this doesn't work out we can leave. But before he finished, Junsu smiled and cut in. Leave? Where do I sign up? This is the perfect chance to get diamonds. Chun-bok marveled. Since I'm the introducer, I'll register for you. Junsu looked at him suspiciously and asked, what do you get out of this? Chun-bok said cheerfully, half the victory reward will be yours, the rest goes to me and the organizers. Junsu had no objection. He said frankly, sounds good, let me experience this place first. And so, Junsu went up to the stands to compete. His opponent was a large man. He charged at Junsu recklessly, no matter how Junsu dodged. This made the large man angry, shouting, are you just going to keep dodging like a coward? I'll crush you with all this muscle in one hit. Just then Junsu suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, perfect, now it's my turn, right? In no time he activated the giant strength trait and drove a punch straight into the big guy's face. One knockout and the man dropped on the spot. Naturally the winner was Junsu. Seeing that, Chun-bok rushed down to congratulate him. That's incredible, 5 in a row, Junsu replied with a bright grin. It's all thanks to me that you've got a pile of diamonds now. Beaming, Chun-bok started kneading his shoulders, smiling from ear to ear. Not just that, there's a ton of cash too. So what are you going to do with the money you made today? Junsu thought for a moment before answering. I'll probably buy another stack of new items. Chun-bok's eyes lit up immediately. So you're only interested in getting stronger, huh? Junsu nodded indifferently. Of course, power decides a person's rank in Iraq and Seoul. You don't want to live like a loser this world toys with. Just then Chun-bok suddenly spoke up. Looks like you just got a challenge. Junsu blinked in surprise. From who? Chun-bok answered casually. From a level 4 superhuman, the top-ranked Destroyer King. The moment Junsu heard that name, he froze. Even Chun-bok felt it was a tough one and tried to persuade him. This might be rough, you don't have to accept the challenge. But Junsu seemed to know that name, and he accepted right away. A moment later, he stepped back onto the stage. In the stands, people began cheering and shouting. A hulking man with his face covered was already waiting in the ring, listening to the crowd chant his name. He basked in it with satisfaction. This man was the Destroyer King. A level 4 superhuman, the Destroyer King looked at Junsu and laughed. I didn't think you'd accept my challenge. Kid, you must have lost your mind. Junsu narrowed his eyes as he studied him. The Destroyer King was clearly a completely different kind of opponent. The Destroyer King was an S-rank fighter, boasting close combat ability, overwhelming strength, and solid technique. In bare-handed combat, he was the strongest, with 3 high-grade traits. Still, he could be beaten. In the game, the Destroyer King was already level 5, but here he was only level 4. More importantly, Junsu was starting to feel that amount of diamonds wasn't a good enough reward anymore. As he was thinking, the Destroyer King charged straight at him. He roared without stopping, I'm going to smash that smiling face of yours. Get ready to become a pile of minced meat, then roll around bawling on the ground. Just like that, 5 punches came flying in rapid succession, yet Junsu still dodged them all. He wasn't scared at all, he even taunted with a grin. I was going to say the same thing to you. Right then, the Destroyer King lunged in and wrapped Junsu in a bear hug. But Junsu stayed calm, exactly as he'd expected. He knew the guy would rush in like that. The Destroyer King was a wrestler. Once he lifted an opponent, he would immediately slam them into the ground. But the Destroyer King didn't know one thing. This time, his opponent was Junsu, someone who was anything but easy. Sure enough, just as the Destroyer King was about to slam him down, Junsu suddenly twisted his body. He'd added giant strength. His super strength kicked in, and he countered at the perfect moment. A cinematic spin reversal played out right there in the ring. Then he drove an elbow into the Destroyer King's stomach. The blow made him spit a mouthful of fresh blood. But the Destroyer King reacted fast, grabbed Junsu's arm, and clamped down on his neck. But Junsu had already anticipated that move too, and slipped out easily. Next, he seized the Destroyer King by the collar and viciously hurled him to the ground. Because of that, Junsu obtained the special trait Suppression, which put him in a great mood. The Destroyer King scrambled to his feet, staring in disbelief. You, how? Junsu smiled casually. You're wondering how I predicted your move just now, aren't you? But bad luck, I'm only getting started. After gaining Suppression, he had collected all 6 basic combat traits. And when those traits were merged into one, they evolved into a single trait, Close Combat. Junsu curled his lip into a grin. Alright then, let's test how strong you really are. Hearing that, the Destroyer King stiffened and muttered with a frown. What are you trying to do? Before he could figure out what was happening, Junsu had already rushed in to attack. The Destroyer King didn't dare relax. He hurriedly raised his hands to block but still couldn't help asking suspiciously, what the hell is this? What did you do that your whole presence suddenly feels completely different? With a soft chuckle, Junsu raised an eyebrow. You're sharp. No wonder your rank is so high. He was right. Compared to a rookie who just entered the arena, he should've lacked experience, but after gaining that special trait, he had become a well-rounded fighter. Melee trait, equipping it allows Junsu's normal attacks to trigger continuous combo chains and adds extra effects to his strikes. The saboteur was pushed into a corner and tried to fight back. but Junsu dodged easily. Then he grabbed the saboteur's punching arm tightly. Using this trait, Junsu combined it with some basic traits as well. That's why even the saboteur couldn't match him. At this moment, Junsu used his leg to pin the saboteur's arm and neck, immobilizing him completely. He smirked and said, "Surrender if you don't want your arm broken." In pain, the saboteur trembled and shouted, "I give up, I surrender." Immediately, the referee clearly declared Kim Warrior as the winner. To everyone's surprise, he had climbed to first place in the level 4 superhuman tournament. Junsu was extremely satisfied with this result. In the stands, people began cheering his name, even calling him the Warrior King. Junsu felt utterly embarrassed by the nickname. At that moment, the referee spoke again. "Now we will begin the diamond creation process." Junsu squinted at the saboteur. Would he give up everything? All the power he had painstakingly gathered, right? The saboteur bit his lip fiercely, almost drawing blood. After a pause, he finally said, "I want to use the special contract." The referee, puzzled, asked back, "Are you sure you want to use it?" The special contract was made with the saboteur when he became the #1 warrior. The condition was that if he was defeated, the organizers would pay the diamonds instead. However, this had to be accepted by the winner. So the referee looked at Junsu and asked, "Do you agree?" Before Junsu could answer, the saboteur continued, "If you agree, I will give you 10 diamonds. But Junsu shook his head and said, "That's not enough." His words left both the saboteur and the referee stunned. The power of a level 4 and SL superhuman was now in his hand. So Junsu seized the moment and started negotiating. "I want something, but not diamond." Junsu said, "If he gives me the iron fist, I'll accept." Upon hearing this, the saboteur's expression turned panic. He avoided Junsu's gaze and muttered under his breath, "What's the iron fist?" Pretending not to know now was too late. Junsu had already seen the surprise on his face earlier. Junsu smirked, "Without 10 diamonds in the iron fist, I won't accept." The saboteur bit his lip aggressively, hesitated for a long moment, then asked suspiciously, "How did you know?" Junsu didn't answer, instead asked coldly, "What will you do now?" He knew the saboteur couldn't refuse. Breaking the magic circle to create diamonds would cost all his skill. After thinking for a long while, the saboteur said, "I'll give you the iron fist, but later you must return to the arena to fight me and wager the iron fist." Junsu smiled without hesitation. "Sounds good, let's decide on the timing later." And so, Junsu obtained the iron fist. He left the underground arena and returned home. He gleefully said, "Look at its aura, it's real. This thing can reduce damage, it's practically a game hack." Additionally, Junsu gained a heap of diamonds from the negotiation. With high-level diamonds, he might even have extra left over. Afterward, he added the healing trait from the necklace given by Priest Kim. A flow of mana quickly appeared around the necklace, and Junsu's body began to transform as well. Not long after, he acquired a new trait, immortality. He shouted happily, "Now I have the power of a giant and immortality. I just need one more thing to complete Warrior 3's build." Then Junsu stored the diamonds carefully. He had to keep them safe. While he was excited, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Jin Yang. Seeing the name, Junsu frowned and muttered, "Has the hunter bought that tiger?" A while later, at the Hunter Guild, Junsu arrived as requested by Jin Yang. She led him to the top floor of the building and gratefully said, "Thank you for coming. Our guild master really wants to meet you." Junsu also wanted to meet him, as the NPC Hunter Guild master was famously Hei Ko Fen. Soon they entered the room. Inside, a man in a black suit was waiting. He greeted with a smile, "Pleasure to meet you. I am the Hunter Guild Master, Jun Byingjin." Junsu was stunned at the man in front of him. This isn't the guild master. He's a boss from the assassin organization. How is he here? Yet Junsu didn't say anything, politely shaking Byingjin's hand. He quietly said, "It's an honor to meet you. I am Kim Warrior." Byingjin chuckled softly. "Haha, the honor is mine." Junsu finally remembered. After a few storylines at the Hunters Guild, that guy was kicked out. But strangely, right at that moment, someone came running in from outside. Speaking apologetically, "Sorry I'm late." Mr. Jin glanced at him and asked, "Director Kang, what is it?" "About the disciplinary matter." Director Kang scratched his head awkwardly. "I heard the one who took down the Mountain King is here, so of course I rushed over. And today's also the day of the merger tournament." Junsu quietly observed the man in front of him. This was the guildmaster from the game. What on earth was going on? Just then Director Kang stepped up to greet him. "I'm Director Kang, just call me Uncle Kang." Junsu shook his head with a smile. "No, how could I call you that so casually, sir? You're too funny, Director Kang." Seeing them chatting happily, Mr. Jin stepped in between them. If you're done introducing yourselves, let's get to the point." The two of them, Junsu and Uncle Kang, glanced toward him. Mr. Jin spoke calmly. "Hunter Kim, we'd like to invite you to become an official member of the guild." "The Hunters Guild? I need to think first." Junsu frowned. "Becoming an official member sounds good, but I'm a bit unsure about the guildmaster." Mr. Jin continued trying to persuade him. "To be frank, our guild is currently building a hunting ground. A high-level one in Xianshan. Honestly, our guild's current standing isn't stable. Right now, we're only permitted to hunt in 2 regions. But if that permission runs into problems, we'll be in trouble. so we want to create territory where we can hunt without fear. To secure approval, we need someone with skills like yours, Junsu, to establish that place. Junsu found it fairly convincing. Before he could say anything, Uncle Kang spoke up again. Guildmaster, that isn't our real goal. Our guildmaster doesn't just want to build a hunting ground. He wants the guild recognized as an army and to create an armed state in Xianshan. Junsu cried out in shock. Isn't that too much for a guild? The generals in those two regions have huge influence because they've long been independent and have their own armies. Exactly, so it can't be done. Uncle Kang nodded, but Mr. Jin cut in coldly. It can. He looked at Junsu, utterly resolute as he proposed. Hunter Kim, if you lend us your strength, in the future I can give you my position. Junsu frowned. The guildmaster's position. His eyes burned with ambition. Uncle Kang wasn't any less eager either, smiling as he coaxed. You should forget everything and join us. I'll take very good care of you. Jin Yang snorted disdainfully. Director Kang, do you think I can't do that? Uncle Kang scratched his head awkwardly, stammering without forming a sentence. Junsu glanced at her, then looked back at Mr. Jin. That man was suspicious and impossible to read. If something happened to Kaisak, the one who would deliver the offer later, it would be a real problem. While Junsu was thinking, Kaisak pushed Jin Yang aside and stepped forward. His smile was still bright. It's a sweet deal. If you join, you'll even get a tax break. And today you'll get to watch the merger tournament too. After thinking it over, Junsu made his decision. He had to protect Kaisak, so he agreed with a smile. Sounds good, I'll join. After that, Uncle Kang drove Junsu away, laughing cheerfully. Haha, now I owe you a favor. I was really worried the guildmaster would recruit you first, so I rushed over right away. Honestly, I was nervous when he tried to cozy up to you. In the passenger seat, Junsu listened to Uncle Kang ramble nonstop and sighed helplessly to himself. This guy sure talks a lot. Then he asked doubtfully, Director Kang, why don't you set up your own hunting ground? Uncle Kang answered without hesitation, because of the Xianshan faction. Junsu didn't quite understand, so the older man explained slowly. They're a group of members on the guildmaster's side. They don't worry about hunting, only politics. Junsu frowned and muttered, so the guildmaster is trying to lure me onto his side. Uncle Kang gave a small nod. That's right. He's wrong. Shouldn't he be focusing on what matters most in the guild, instead of worrying about something so pointless? But lately, all the members in Kaisak's faction have been sent elsewhere, so my position isn't very secure. Hearing that, Junsu couldn't help but feel impressed. He'd assumed Uncle Kang was just a cheerful, simple guy. Just carefree, but he actually thought things through. The car kept driving through the desert. After a while, they finally stopped at a camp. This was a private hunting ground belonging to the Hunters Guild. Junsu went in alone, looking around at all sides. He couldn't help but marvel, there are so many hunters. Just then, Jin Yang came over to greet him. Hunter Kim, you finally made it. Weren't you with Director Kang? Junsu smiled awkwardly. Yeah, he suddenly said he had to use the bathroom, but before he could finish, Jin Yang cut him off coldly. Good, I need to talk to you. Getting too close to Director Kang isn't a good thing. Junsu frowned slightly and asked, puzzled, you think I'll take his side? Jin Yang didn't answer. She spoke icily. Looks like you already know about the factions in our guild. I see. Junsu nodded slightly. I have a rough idea already. Everyone thinks differently. Jin Yang said casually, exactly. He focuses too much on minor details, so he can't see the big picture. While talking, Junsu quietly observed her and finally noticed an important detail. Yellow eyes and a scar. Jin Yang is a member of Byung Jin's assassin organization. Now he understood. The Xian group was actually the precursor to the assassin organization. Jin Yang was unaware of his thoughts. She continued, even the hunting ban drives him crazy because of small actions that slightly break the law. Junsu smiled slightly, raising a corner of his mouth, but I quite like him. He doesn't badmouth others and is very honest. These words made Jin Yang's face droop. She snorted coldly, suit yourself, don't regret it later. Saying this, she turned and left. Junsu didn't say anything further. Now that he had a rough grasp of the situation, it was time to start preparing. He went into the tent to rest, then into the bathhouse to cover his face with sunscreen. The smell almost made him gag, but Junsu forced himself to endure. He had to acquire the sensitivity trait first, after waiting a long while. Once he gained the trait, Junsu washed it off. Finally, he had obtained all the traits. Combined, they became an absolute trait beneficial for hunting. This was the sixth sense. Junsu smiled contentedly. The sixth sense isn't just useful for hunting, but also perfectly suited for situations like this. After tidying up, Junsu went outside. He whispered, should I walk around and see their malicious thoughts? Just then, he suddenly noticed something. Ahead, two people emitted killing intent. Not only that, those around them did the same, leaving Junsu stunned. What is this? Could it be that most people here are demons? While he was still thinking, Kaisiak arrived from outside. He carried 2 bottles of soju with a simple smile on his face. Warrior Kim, I finally found you. Let's have a drink before the competition starts. Behind him were 2 others, his close aides. They hurriedly greeted. Director Kang spoke very highly of you. Junsu shook his head to refuse. I don't think I can drink. From the aides Kaisiok trusted, he could sense something. The pungent stench of a traitor. So Junsu stayed outside the tent while they drank freely. He sighed helplessly. They were enjoying themselves without any awareness of a spy among them. He needed to tell Kaisiok, but would the uncle believe a newcomer today? While Junsu pondered, one of Kaisiok's aides approached. Warrior Kim, please watch over the director for a bit. Junsu nodded in reply. All right, Kaisiok, now drunk, staggered to Junsu and grabbed his shoulder, laughing. Warrior Kim, how's the team building? Fun, right? Junsu could only smile. Haha, very fun. Even more so because of a traitor. The aide soon returned, bringing another crate of drinks. Pouring drinks, he said, I'll have a glass of whiskey. Director Kang, of course, will have a beer soju mix. I'll make it just right for you. Kaisiok heard this and exclaimed excitedly, Choi's drinks are the best. Choi quickly filled the glass, then handed it to Kaisiok, smiling, let's drink it down. Kaisiok, trusting him, reached for it, just a sip. Sounds good. But at that moment, Junsu stepped in to stop him. Wait, drink first yourself. This startled Choi. He asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Junsu squinted at him, coldly asking, why, do you have a reason not to drink? The best time to catch a traitor is while the plan is in motion. As he poured, Choi exuded intense killing intent and looked anxious. In this situation, poisoning was the perfect way to kill Kaisiok. Thinking this, Junsu held the glass out. Choi, did you put poison in this? These words made Choi uneasy. He asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Stop the nonsense. Kaisiok, puzzled, asked, Warrior Kim, why are you suddenly? Junsu didn't answer, firm, if not, then drink. Choi remained still. Junsu brought the glass closer, intending to pour it out. Seeing the danger, Choi slapped his hand away, shouting coldly, stay away. The glass fell to the ground. Choi lowered his head nervously. Kaisiok was startled and angry, scolding. Choi, you bastard, did you really poison it? Seeing the plan exposed, Choi confessed to the uncle. You betrayed us first. I heard everything from the head of the group. You stopped me from being promoted to director. While they argued, Choi kicked toward Kaisiok, but Junsu was faster, grabbed his arm, twisted it back, and restrained him. He pressed his sword to Choi's neck, snorting coldly. So it's true, you really betrayed us. What am I supposed to do now? He begged, trembling in a panic. Wait, please spare my life. Junsu didn't care, lifting his head as Kaisiok shook with rage. Or would you rather do it yourself, Director Kang? Manager Choi still tried to say something, but the moment Kaisiok drew his weapon, he swung down without hesitation and fresh blood sprayed like rain. Manager Choi's head separated from his neck. As Kaisiok wiped the blood from his face, he spoke in an icy voice. You idiot, I knew you were greedy, but you really planned to kill me just to get promoted. Right after that, the other three and Kaisiok drove away. Kaisiok was still furious, cursing non-stop. That bastard Jun Byung-jin, does he hate me that much? So that's why he sent all my people somewhere else. Filthy bastard. Just then, a truck suddenly surged forward and pulled alongside their car. The person inside was Jin Yang. She curled her lips into a smirk. I heard you caught yourself a tasty prey, so you found her. Kaisiok's expression turned grave, but he forced himself to stay calm. I'm just an ordinary catch. Jin Yang snorted coldly. Oh, come on, tell us the truth. I heard you caught Manager Choi. As soon as she finished, she drew a gun and aimed it at Kaisiok. Seeing that, Junsu immediately switched his trait. Then he floored the gas and shot forward. Behind them, it wasn't just Jin Yang anymore. There were many more vehicles in pursuit. Junsu's car quickly broke out of their encirclement, but bullets from behind still rained in wildly. Kaisiok didn't back down either. He leaned out the window and roared, you bastard Zion John, who the hell do you think you're shooting at? Right after that, he hurled a grenade their way. A thunderous explosion erupted, smoke and fire blasting into the sky, but Jin Yang's vehicles were still unharmed. Kaisiok clicked his tongue. Hunter Kim, can you slow down a little? But Junsu just smirked. Want me to show you how it's done? Kaisiok was still confused when he saw Junsu lean out of the car, shouldering a rifle and aiming at the people behind them. Junsu had switched his gear trait to firearms and added extra effects, stacking and recoil reduction. With the bonus from 3 traits, he could see through their movement. Then he used his 6th sense to line up the shot, and then Junsu pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air and slammed straight into a tire, forcing the car to veer off course. He kept firing without pause, and the convoy quickly collapsed into chaos. Seeing it, Kaisiok couldn't help blurting out, "This is insane." "That's a god-tier gun," Kaisiok nodded along. "Hunter Kim, you really are a monster." But even then, Jin Yang's car was still keeping up. Her gaze was vicious, like she wanted to kill all 3 of them on the spot. Junsu switched traits again, and his car flipped over in one smooth motion. He pressed right up against Jin Yang's vehicle, throwing them into panic. And just like that, they escaped the tailing 2 pickup trucks. Junsu drove with unbelievable finesse, pulling away boldly, leaving Jin Yang furious, screaming her head off, "Damn it, hurry, catch them." Through the rearview mirror, Junsu saw 5 cars still on his tail. He switched to the silky driving trait and sped off. Junsu let out a satisfied breath. That was way too close, and the two people in the car almost threw up right there. A short while later, they arrived at another base. Guards stood outside and refused to let them in. Kaisiok hurriedly introduced him. This is level 4 hunter Kim from the Hunters Association. He just got back from a hunt. The guard nodded indifferently. But what's going on back there? Jin Yang's people followed like rabid dogs all the way to this place. Jin Yang jumped out of the car in an instant and ordered her subordinates, "Put your guns down." The guard narrowed his eyes at them and warned, "Any disturbance within Chagun territory will be considered a challenge to the general." Junsu gave a small nod. "I understand, I won't cause trouble." Right then, Byung-jin also arrived, shouting aggressively, "Wait, don't let them in. They're criminals, murderers." The guard replied coolly, "The Chagun army will not interfere with matters that occur in the hunting grounds. Even the chairman knows about this, doesn't he?" Byung-jin tried to say more, but the guard's face hardened as he warned, "You are challenging the authority of the Eastern Army General." "Is that what you want?" Byung-jin immediately fell silent. His face went pale, then flushed, then pale again. After a moment he looked at Kaisiok and spoke. "Running away like that makes you no better than a rat. What, did you hire a professional race driver? Okay. If I had a daughter I would have married her off to him already." Byung-jin, hearing this, flew into a rage, gritting his teeth. "I never thought superhuman Kim would side with someone like you." Junsu, sensing the tension, spoke up to calm things. "Director Kang, let's stay silent. Don't let this place turn bloody." However, Kaisok curled his lips and said, "I don't want to. Did you forget we're in Chagun? Why so noisy?" At that moment a cold voice barked, startling everyone to look back. From inside, a proud figure stepped forward. It was Gu Hyang-won, a level 7 warrior, general of the Eastern Army. Seeing him, the others immediately bowed and said, "General, we apologize, we were just talking." Junsu frowned slightly at him. "Here he is." As the general glared at them and shouted, "The grudges of hunters are not my concern. And the same goes for Chagun. Do you think the barracks is a playground?" Kaisok and Byung-jin were scolded into silence. Hyang-won then warned coldly, "If this happens again," but before he could finish, his eyes suddenly swept toward Junsu. He observed him quietly for a long while. After some time he clearly declared, "Forget it, just this once. The Eastern Army will intervene in this matter." Byung-jin was stunned and exclaimed, "General, this is clearly an internal matter of the Hunters Association." Yet the general shouted firmly, "This is an order from above." These words made Kaisok and Byung-jin even more terrified. The general said no more, calmly declaring, "Tomorrow afternoon, hold a duel of honor right in front of the city hall. Only one person from each side may step forward." Then he looked toward Junsu, making Junsu frown in surprise. "Why is he looking at me like that?" The general stared at him for a moment, then turned away, coldly stating, "The loser must voluntarily surrender. If anyone refuses, I will be the one to judge." The next day, in front of City Hall, a crowd had gathered. Rain was still falling. Kaisok looked at Junsu worriedly and said, "Hunter Kim, are you sure you're okay with this duel? Even if you volunteer, this is a bit. Don't worry." Before he could finish, Junsu interrupted coldly, "After all, this duel of honor is just a way to test me. Such a sudden challenge surely comes from that person behind it." The level 8 superhuman, silently observing from inside City Hall. Eastern Army General Wu Zizong. Thinking this, Junsu smirked, "Let's see what I can do." Soon, at the center of the area, Junsu and Byung-jin stepped into the duel. Byung-jin squinted at him, speaking coldly, "You're infuriating, Warrior Kim. If you joined our Hunters Association, we could have been good teammates." Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He waved his hand in refusal. "But I don't like working with filthy people like you." This angered Byung-jin, who gritted his teeth. He shouted aggressively, "If you've made your choice, then I have no choice but to kill all of you." As soon as he finished, Byung-jin unleashed his demonic power. The surrounding crowd yelled in fear. The entire line, "Is he a shape-shifting demon?" Junsu understood why they were shocked. The entire line was supposed to be extinct. But Junsu had anticipated him and prepared accordingly. The night before, Junsu asked Kaisok to find a property for him. The uncle brought some and then asked doubtfully, "I've searched all nearby markets to get as much as possible. Are you sure this is enough to deal with the entire line?" Junsu pouted, "Manager Buck, you're always in a rush." Then he began merging his properties into one. Junsu acquired the diamond body trait, completing all 3 main traits. Back in reality, Byung-jin was attacking Junsu frantically. Not daring to relax, Junsu raised his shield to block. This astonished Byung-jin, who widened his eyes and muttered, "A level 4 rookie can easily block my attack, HMPH." Junsu coldly said, "I'm not weak enough to lose to a monster like you." Immediately, he swung his sword. forcing Byung-jin to retreat. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "What power is this? Don't tell me he's hiding his true level." This is what they call a super, game-breaking combo, considered temporary level traits, yet Junsu possessed all three. It can maximize a giant's strength, and combined with the diamond body and immortality. With the upper hand, Junsu charged at Byung-jin with relentless attacks, forcing him into defense within moments. Byung-jin's claws were severed. Furious, his eyes reddened as he shouted, "If it comes to this, I have no choice left." As he spoke, Byung-jin's body began to transform. His sharp fangs quickly appeared. His claws also reformed, and strange spikes appeared along his back. This sight made the two people outside the snail car panic and mutter, "Impossible, a mutated monster." This is the second awakened form of a demon through a special usage. The risk of using it is losing control and turning into a monster. But once awakened, it will possess the power to wipe out an entire level 5 team. So we have to destroy it before it fully develops. At that moment, Byung-jin in his mutated state began attacking Junsu. However, Junsu also retaliated with black flames, yet his claws were able to disperse the black flame. Junsu couldn't help but be shocked. It can withstand the black flames. If it fully awakens, it will definitely surpass level 7 with ease. Just then, one of Byung-jin's legs lunged forward. Junsu couldn't react in time and was pinned to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and thought to himself, "What kind of monstrous strength is this?" Seizing the chance, Byung-jin charged again wildly and said smugly, "I truly regret this, Warrior Kim. I never thought I would personally have to kill such a valuable talent." A barrage of sharp claws shot toward Junsu at the same time. With a loud bang, the ground around them shattered completely, and dust filled the sky. Byung-jin stood there proudly, looking at the ruins in front of him, thinking he had won. But from within the smoke came the sound of a sigh. That startled him. Junsu stood up from the rubble. The void command spoke, "I almost really died just now." In his hand, the purple King of Destruction gauntlet also appeared. Byung-jin couldn't believe it and shouted, "What the hell? With that awakened power, you should definitely be dead." "I would have been, but that's only if the black flames hadn't blocked Byung-jin in time." Junsu smiled faintly and said, "Since you're done attacking, it's my turn now. If evolution is being stopped, there's only one thing left to do. Before it fully evolves, the only way is to strike." Thinking this, Junsu slashed with his sword. A brilliant sword light shot forward. He curled his lips into a smile. "Farewell, monster." Byung-jin looked at the dazzling sword light rushing toward him in horror, but he could do nothing and was cut cleanly in half. When the light faded, a massive gash was left on the ground, and Byung-jin had vanished into nothing. The two people outside the snail car excitedly surrounded Junsu and cheered. He had truly defeated a level 5 vampire. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, it was still hard to believe. "You're incredible." Meanwhile, Byung-jin's side was in complete panic, at a loss for what to do. Jin Yang was the same. She never expected Byung-jin to be defeated like that. Junsu didn't care and glanced over as the person outside the snail car asked, "What are you going to do about the Hunter Association now?" Kaisak thought for a moment and suggested, "How about you become the president of the association?" Junsu shook his head lightly and refused. "No. The director understands the association best, so I believe you can handle it." While the two were talking, Hyang-woon walked over and spoke. "Warrior Kim, come with me. The general wants to see you." Hearing this, Junsu smirked, just as he had expected. Zijan had been observing the battle all along. A moment later, at the glorious palace, someone was already waiting inside. As soon as Junsu entered, he bowed in greeting. "Hello, I am Warrior Kim." Then he paused and looked at the person in front of him. This was General Zijang of Glorious. He had thought the man was over 100 years old, but he didn't look like it. While Junsu was thinking, Zijan suddenly spoke. "By the way, your fighting style is quite refreshing. The one who taught you was a right." Even without releasing mana, the pressure from his presence alone was overwhelming. Junsu took a deep breath and replied calmly, "I don't have a teacher." Zijang was surprised and asked, "You do? You're self-taught." The two people seated on either side of him also spoke up. "Your movements are clearly those of an outsider. Your swordsmanship is passable, barely meeting the basics, and your movements are rough." Junsu felt slightly dissatisfied with the comment, while Zijang had no idea what he was thinking. He continued, "The more I look at you, the more interesting you seem. Have you considered becoming my disciple?" This was not a surprising offer. In the game, when choosing the warrior class, Junsu had also received a similar opportunity. Becoming Zijang's disciple would definitely make him immensely powerful. The reward would be the general's martial art, the glorious sword technique. But Junsu lowered his head and refused. "I am honored and grateful, but I want to try walking on my own 2 feet. His words left everyone around him stunned and in disbelief. He dares to refuse father's offer. Have you lost your mind? Junsu remained standing there in silence, saying nothing. If he accepted, he would have to endure many restrictions. Choosing the easy path is not always the right answer. Zijang stayed silent, but the people beside him kept making noise. This caused him to lose his composure and erupt in overwhelming anger. "Silence, all of you, keep your mouths shut. Jaijong's aura erupted, leaving everyone around stunned. Even Junsu felt as if something was pressing down heavily on his body. The sheer pressure from him alone made the body feel like it was about to be crushed. But you can endure it because you have that trait, right? Seeing Junsu still standing firm amidst his murderous intent, Jaijong was slightly surprised. He retracted his hostility. Lang Enhat spoke, "You can endure it despite your potential. But why do you refuse to become my student?" Junsu shivered slightly, as if standing before a mountain-sized tiger. Junsu took a deep breath, firmly opening his mouth. "I have a dream to reach superhuman level 9 myself. To reach the rank of constellation, a position only 4 people have ever attained." Hearing this, Jaijong was slightly taken aback and slowly said, "To become as strong as a level 9 warrior, you will need advanced swordsmanship and proper training. What you need most is enlightenment above all else. At level 7, your bad habits might hold you back." But Junsu still spoke with determination. "Even so, whether right or wrong, I still want to walk my own path. That is my way of resolving things." Hearing these words, Jaijong couldn't help but laugh. "Very well, I respect your indomitable spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the sword beside him. Then he threw it toward Junsu, causing everyone in the room to panic. Junsu looked at the sword in his hands, his eyes shining like stars. "This is an SSR level item, the Black Fox sword." Junsu was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Jaijong spoke again, "Come here and take this one as well." Junsu obediently stepped forward, lowering his hands to receive what Jaijong handed him. Jijom slowly spoke, "This is Ho Huang's swordsmanship. I have heard that Junsu's technique clearly embodies strength. Ho Huang's swordsmanship is similar, combining strength and blazing speed. Therefore, it will suit Junsu very well." The surprise is overwhelming. Junsu was stunned for a moment before speaking. "Thank you, General, but why are you giving me this? Weren't you hesitant about the gift?" "Receiving too much can be stressful," Jijom replied frankly with a smile. "I give it to you because I see both your spirit and potential. If within 10 years you reach level 9, or even just level 8, the Eastern Army will belong to you." As these words left his mouth, Junsu was once again astounded. Everyone around was equally shocked, and people began to advise caution. "General, this is ridiculous. He is just a foreigner," but Jaijom was extremely resolute. Hung Ho declared, "Listen, everyone present here. As long as you reach level 8, you will inherit my position." Hearing this, the others quieted down. Then Jaijom looked at Junsu and said, "You have 10 years during which you can follow your own path. If you fail to reach level 8, you must return the Black Tiger sword." Hearing this, Junsu tightened his grip on the sword. After a long pause, he knelt and said, "I will remember this, and I will show you the results in 10 or even 5 years." Junsu had no intention of inheriting the Eastern Army, but keeping this promise was not a bad idea. Refusing someone's kindness would be rude. The next day, Junsu finally returned to the city, sitting in the Hunters Guild headquarters. Ziook smiled happily and said, "Guess who will now be called Master Black Tiger? But why did you refuse to become his disciple?" Junsu replied frankly, "I have a dream to rely on myself. To gather all 3 divine swords, I cannot be bound to any organization. Soren is connected, so I only need to wait until she awakens as a fire warrior." But Junsu still had not met Janet or Kali. Thinking of this, he could not help sighing. Kaisak, unaware of Junsu's plans, continued laughing. "Haha, you really are different. Honestly, without you, our guild would probably be in danger now." Then suddenly he paused and grasped Junsu's hand tightly. Trin Trong said, "Since you refused the chairmanship, you can become an honorary director." Junsu was startled. "Honorary director?" Dam Mak nodded. Ziook explained slowly, "You only need to attend quarterly meetings. All your benefits will still be guaranteed." Junsu furrowed his brow thoughtfully. "This is a dream job, get paid without working." Seeing that he had not answered, Kaisak continued with the terms. "Of course, we thought that alone would not be enough, so we prepared something else." Junsu's eyes lit up immediately as Siok brought out a briefcase containing 2 long guns. Ziook introduced excitedly, "These are multi-barrel guns." Junsu looked at the weapons in front of him with excitement. At the end of the Joseon era, a mad scientist, Dasan from Yhecheong, created these guns. Seeing Junsu's interest, Kaisak said happily, "We will give you both. They are currently held by the guild. What do you think? By the way, why not collect the entire multi-barrel gun set? If you gather all 5, it is said you can create a spellbook." From Dajin, Junsu knew this was a divine artifact, capable of unlocking top attributes for sharpshooter skill. He would collect them when he had the chance. Seeing Junsu intently, Ziook winked. "Then it's settled. Director Kim, you have received all your benefits." Junsu of course did not refuse. He nodded happily. "All right, please take care of it, Director Kang." "No, Chairman Kang." After finishing the discussion with the elder, Junsu returned home. He went down to the basement to practice swordsmanship. In a short time, Junsu reached the 4th stage of Ho Huang's swordsmanship. He trained so intensely he lost track of time. Sword light continuously danced in the air. The key to Ho Huang's swordsmanship is controlling mana. If the technique is applied correctly, the sword energy will unify. Junsu took a deep breath, focused his mind, and drew his sword from its sheath once more. Immediately, a powerful sword light appeared, clashing loudly. In front of him, explosions erupted and flames filled the sky. When the dust settled, a large crack appeared in the thick wall before him. Junsu muttered in awe, "This power is truly insane." But he would need further practice to fully control it. Thanks to the Black Tiger sword, he could draw a massive amount of aura. However, Junsu did gain something. He smirked, satisfied. He obtained 2 attributes, Quick Draw and Poison Moon. Excitedly, Junsu shouted. Gaining these 2 attributes made the training worthwhile. Now he was not far from unlocking the Ho Master attributes. Just 2 more attributes and he would finish. He originally wanted to continue immediately, but ultimately went to the rooftop to relax. But Junsu's life was not that simple. Soon, a commotion arose below, making him mutter in irritation. "What the hell, I was just about to rest." Outside the gate, a black car stopped. A disheveled man jumped out. This was Iron Fist, but he had become overly aggressive with one hand. "I'm injured, in pain, steel-like warrior of gold, please help me no. Please save my little brother." Seeing Kim Thiat Quien's battered body, Junsu couldn't help but feel horrified. He rushed downstairs immediately. Worried, he asked what on earth had happened to him. That night on the rooftop of a building, Junsu had come here with Kim Thiat Quien. After hearing his story, he frowned and asked again. "So you were betrayed by your subordinates because they wanted to form their own gang?" Kim Thiat Quien nodded slightly, pressing his lips together. "They secretly set up a human trafficking ring behind my back. They were resentful because I had punished the team leaders." Junsu frowned, countering, "I don't think that's the only reason." These words confused Kim Thiat Quien, but Junsu paid no mind. He used his abilities to observe the surroundings. Although in the game, Kim Thiat Quien had been betrayed, Junsu remembered that this would end once he captured the human traffickers. And even though Kim Thiat Quien was seriously injured, the opponents had stationed many armed guards around. It probably meant that their true target was Junsu. The traffickers' siblings, the crazy bomber, and the demolition expert were likely involved as well. Thinking this, Junsu immediately suggested, "I'll go in through the front gate. In the meantime, you go find your brother." Kim Thiat Quien panicked upon hearing this. He shouted, "The front gate? That's definitely a trap, what are you thinking?" Smiling unconsciously, Junsu confidently said, "Trust me, I'm already level 4 now, you know that." Without further ado, he drew a gun. Junsu strode boldly through the front gate. He showed no trace of worry. Seeing him, the ambushers inside immediately took combat stances. The leader sneered, "This bastard really charged straight at us." Junsu narrowed his eyes at him. He spoke slowly, "So it's you, the one who betrayed Kim Thiat Quien." The man clicked his tongue in rebuttal. "Not a betrayal. Kim Thiat Quien is the one opposing the will of the entire gang." Huffing lightly, Junsu said coldly, "Regardless, human trafficking has crossed the line. Don't you think so?" Then he aimed his gun at the man. But the man wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled smugly. "What are you doing? This is bulletproof armor, fool. Go ahead and shoot if you dare." Junsu grinned and replied, then fired directly at him. The bullet pierced the armor and hit him. He was thrown backward, muttering in shock. "How is this possible? How did you penetrate the armor with a single shot?" Junsu was extremely pleased because he held the Dazen, a gun that had pierced every form of defense. This triumphant expression angered the betrayer. He screamed furiously, glaring at someone, "Shoot him quickly." Immediately, bullets rained toward Junsu, but he dodged swiftly. Then he raised his gun, preparing to return fire. The first gun he received from the Hunters Association was the Dazen, and its ability lay in its sheer firepower. So Junsu was fearless, firing to eliminate the people in front of him. It could destroy anything. He shot them and sent them to their deaths. But that wasn't enough. Junsu added traits suitable for a shooter. He took down those people effortlessly and also gained the piercing shot trait. In this way, Junsu completed the final piece to build his shooter image. He smirked, "Now I'll use this to wipe them out. Then I'll deal with the bastards behind this." Immediately, Junsu began demonstrating his sharpshooting skill, frantically firing at the group. Even with bulletproof armor, they couldn't withstand the Dazen's shots. One by one, they fell. Soon, most of the group was defeated, leaving only one. He trembled, sitting on the ground, staring at Junsu like a monster. But Junsu didn't care. He snorted, looking around, "So it seems you didn't plan this. Where are the others?" The betrayer hadn't even managed to answer. Suddenly, a phone on the ground rang. Junsu picked it up, hearing a faint voice, "Warrior Kim, now I'll send you a gift." Hearing this, Junsu frowned in suspicion. A gift? Before he could understand what was happening, something rushed toward him. Boom! An explosion erupted right in front, smoke and flames filling the air. The entire basement nearly collapsed. Luckily, Junsu used his ability to escape in time. He safely left the basement, and the building ahead also showed signs of imminent collapse. Junsu gritted his teeth in anger. These maniacs used the entire building as a trap. Time to teach them a lesson. Then he used his sixth sense to detect the magical power of the group. Quickly, their positions were revealed. Junsu ran swiftly toward the neighboring building. The commander spoke up, "Go ahead and hide if you can. With this trait, you can find everyone even with your eyes closed, yet on the way to search for the enemies." Something flew from afar and Junsu quickly dodged. It slammed into the building behind him and exploded completely. Looking at the wreckage, Junsu couldn't help but feel annoyed. He pursed his lips and muttered, "So this is how they want to play, huh? Fine, today I'll end this game of cat and mouse once and for all." Saying that, he pulled out his sniper rifle. Switching to the traits of a real marksman, Junsu didn't hesitate to take aim and fire. He smiled proudly. With these traits, it feels just like playing an FPS. Sure enough, Junsu quickly located the two hiding enemies. Junsu smirked, then pulled the trigger. The bullet flew straight into one enemy's head. Seeing his comrade fall, the other immediately panicked. He hurried to support the fallen ally, frowning and muttering, "I hid between two buildings, so why is that guy still far away?" Junsu kept his target locked through the scope. He smirked playfully, "Better run. Anyway, with my bullets now. These walls are nothing. This bullet can pierce any object and hit whatever is in front." Junsu pulled the trigger again. The bullet flew like madness. One shot hit the mark, going straight through the other's head. Junsu knew he wasn't dead yet, since the bullet targeted the soul, not the body. But that's fine, the others will handle the rest. As the two enemies fell, Tight Queen arrived. While he was deep in thought, a call came from behind. "Big brother." Tight Queen turned to see his men approaching. Another boy rode on someone's back. He happily called out, "Everyone's alive." The subordinate quickly responded, "We tried to protect your younger brother." Tight Queen nodded slightly, smiling. "These kids don't know how worried I was." Looking at the boy asleep on his subordinate's back, Tight Queen exhaled, thought for a moment, then asked the others, "Where is everyone else?" The subordinate quickly reported, "The prisoners have all escaped safely. What's our next plan?" Tight Queen thought for a moment before speaking. "The first step is to clean up this mess. But first we deal with the two traitors in my gang." Tight Queen watched the two enemies regain consciousness, then quietly approached. The two kept trembling. Elsewhere, after handling the two, Junsu stood in a corner waiting for Tight Queen, but after a while he didn't appear. He muttered patiently, "Tight Queen is slow." Just then a voice from behind startled him. "Warrior Kim." Junsu looked back in surprise. He saw Tight Queen suddenly running over and kneeling before him. Junsu asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What happened?" Tight Queen hesitated, then murmured quietly, "Please, Warrior Kim, teach me how to get stronger like you." This incident made Tight Queen realize to protect his family he needed strength, but he still wasn't enough. He said if Junsu taught him, he would become his servant. Junsu was initially stunned, then clicked his tongue and sighed. If Tight Queen is grateful, then give him some reward. It's not like he has to be grateful for life. But he also couldn't deny, Tight Queen could definitely become a much stronger warrior than he is now. Junsu didn't answer. Tight Queen continued, "I can even sign a magical contract with you to prove my absolute obedience." Junsu glanced at him, asking skeptically, "Really?" Tight Queen hesitated a bit, then nodded, "Of course, absolutely." Smiling unconsciously, Junsu replied, "Fine. In that case, start preparing to face death tomorrow." Hearing this, Tight Queen immediately bowed. "From now on, I will obey you completely." After the battle, this area became a pile of ruins. Two people, Junsu was heading somewhere. Tight Queen muttered as he walked, "Is this the body alteration zone we obtained?" Junsu nodded slightly. "Yes, the traders used this place for human trafficking." Hearing this, Tight Queen was immediately horrified. "Here, I told those bastards to only store things here. Don't tell me you're bringing me here to alter my body," Junsu bluntly said. "Exactly, this place is perfect for upgrading superhumans. Today you'll undergo biological transformation and prosthetic integration at the same time." Tight Queen trembled, panicked. "At the same time, isn't it dangerous?" Many lost mana control during. Before he finished, Junsu waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, as long as the transformation and prosthetics are compatible, it's fine." Tight Queen panted, still trembling. "But can I endure it?" Junsu smiled. "Relax, everything will be fine. As long as the transformation and prosthetics are compatible, it will be fine." So the two of them continued deeper inside and stopped at a basement level. Junsu guided Iron Fist into the testing machine. You control it from the outside. They didn't have many materials, but it was still enough to upgrade a Tier 3 fighter. The theory behind upgrading fighters was basic, but you had to know how to combine things in a fresh way. Thinking that, Junsu looked at Iron Fist and reminded him, "It's going to hurt a bit, are you okay?" Iron Fist gave a small nod in reply. "I'm ready, then let's begin." Hearing that, Junsu didn't hesitate. He grinned and started clicking. The moment he did, arcane power began to coil around the testing machine. Iron Fist took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay lucid as the saw arm slid in beside him. It started cutting into his body. The pain made Iron Fist scream despite himself. In close combat, he would use his prosthetic arm as a weapon. At mid-range, he would switch to using a machine gun. Instead of investing materials into melee or long range, choosing the dexterous trait would open a path for Iron Fist to transform into a demon. In the end, Junsu even added a core focus into the process. In an instant, the testing machine blazed with light. Fluid was quickly pumped in and injected into Iron Fist's body. At that moment, his entire body began to change. Outside, Junsu held his breath and waited. After a long while, he curled his lips into a satisfied smile. The experiment was a huge success. The machine opened. A set of claws reached out, followed by razor-sharp teeth. Iron Fist had become a mutated wolf. Junsu smiled and asked, "How do you feel, Kim Iron Fist? Will you accept this rebirth?" A werewolf mutagen serum, channeling magic into the prosthetic parts, could trigger mutation. This was a necessary step for a fighter to grow stronger. Junsu had used it on Iron Fist. He watched him closely and smiled, saying that once evolution began, he wouldn't run into any trouble. Reaching their goal would go smoothly. Iron Fist laughed happily. "Oh my god, thank you so much. So what should we do next?" Junsu thought for a moment, then suggested, "How about we start expanding our influence in the evil Warden district of Gunai? You need a crew to maintain public order and keep an eye on other mutant gangs." Just then someone came running in from outside. Iron Fist turned to look at them. But when they saw what he looked like now, they froze. Then, trembling, they muttered, "That voice, is that really you?" "Boss, what happened to you?" Iron Fist replied coldly, "I upgraded myself, reinforced my body in several ways. Why are you here?" The man hurried to report, "We found the transport route that the traitor Zoom Boom used. And we also found traces of bioexperiments. But it's hard to get close. There's a young mage guarding it, firing lasers." Hearing that, Iron Fist frowned and muttered. A young mage, Junsu, standing behind him, went grim. Maybe that was the person he'd been looking for. In a building not far away, the interior was being bombarded non-stop. The walls were riddled with holes, and inside a cage, a frail figure sat there. When Iron Fist and Junsu arrived, they saw the ruin before them. Iron Fist couldn't help blurting out, "This was done by that mage. If we don't hurry, the whole building will collapse." With power like this, there was no doubt anymore. Inside the cage was one of the game's 3 most overpowering fighters, Janet. If Soren possessed a Slaughterstar fate, then Janet had innate energy. That was what let the girl rise and seize a place among the 3 most overpowering fighters. But the truth was, Janet's constant use of that precious ability meant her life was now in danger. Her magic was running dry. Because Janet was using her power on instinct to protect herself. As Junsu was thinking, the fairy demon energy inside the cage suddenly surged toward him and Iron Fist. Not daring to let his guard down, Iron Fist quickly dodged away and cursed in frustration. "Damn it, like this, we can't get anywhere near her." But Junsu lunged forward anyway, ignoring the fairy demon energy aimed at him. With a boom, the magic detonated. Inside the cage, the sight made Janet pause. At the same time, Junsu reached the bars and snapped a metal rod with his bare hand. Even though it hurt like hell, he still forced himself to save her. But inside, Janet raised her hand and struck at Junsu before he could react. Another explosion went off in front of the cage, smoke and dust filling the sky. Outside, Iron Fist was extremely anxious. Before he could do anything, he saw a vial get thrown out. Junsu emerged from the smoke, cradling Janet's tiny body. He let out a hard breath. He'd nearly been burned alive. Seeing him, Iron Fist ran over happily, wanting to say something, but Junsu quickly signaled him to stop. "Tusk, I already used medicine to calm the girl down. We have to get out of here before it wears off." Iron Fist hurriedly replied, "Should I order my men to take her to the hospital?" Junsu gently shook his head and said, "No, I'll take her back to my place and I'll take responsibility for treating her." A moment later, at Junsu's private home, Soren carried her things down to the basement and said with a bright smile, "Master, I'm here." Junsu glanced at her. After a long pause, he said with feeling, "You've reached level 3 already." Soren smiled and replied, "I knew you'd notice, by the way. What did you call me here to teach me today?" Junsu scratched his head awkwardly. He hesitated and said, "Things are a bit complicated, but my second potential student isn't feeling too well right now." As he spoke, he glanced again at Janet, who had her eyes closed and was resting on the chair. Soren noticed too and hurried over to check on her. "Oh my god. What happened to this girl?" Junsu explained slowly. "Right now, she can't control her power yet." He said he planned to take Janet in as a student and awaken her true power. He asked Soren if she could look after Janet. Soren agreed without hesitation. "If it's for you, senior, then of course I'll do anything." And just like that, she stayed at Junsu's house. A few days later in the basement, Junsu and Soren attacked Janet non-stop for days, but the magical power inside her kept bursting out to protect her. While attacking, Soren asked doubtfully, "Master, how much longer do we have to do this? It's been a week already." Junsu didn't know what to say either. He kept pushing through with the attacks. After a long while, when the IV bag was almost empty, Junsu finally spoke. "Her magic is probably almost drained now. She'll regain consciousness any moment. Hang in there." The two of them kept hitting her for a while longer. At last, their effort paid off. Janet's magic stopped and she slowly opened her eyes. But the situation around her looked a little terrifying. Janet murmured in a panic, "Where am I?" Soren ran straight over to her and said with a happy smile, "Hey, you're awake. I was so worried you wouldn't wake up. Are you hurt anywhere?" Janet gently shook her head. "No," she hesitated. "But where is this and why am I here?" Soren pointed at Junsu and explained, "The guy over there saved you. And he helped treat your injuries too." Hearing that, Janet stood up at once and bowed her head to Junsu. "Thank you, you saved me. My name is Janet." Junsu shook his head slightly. It's nothing, I'm just glad you came to, but why were you locked in there? At the mention of it, Janet's voice filled with sorrow. My parents died trying to escape the demon tower. I was the one who got captured. Soren couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Junsu wasn't very surprised. It's exactly like the game's storyline. After thinking it over, Junsu walked up to her and spoke sincerely. Janet, if you have nowhere else to go, you're very welcome to stay here. To be honest, I want to take you as my student. Janet froze. Me? Junsu nodded slightly. You can take revenge for your parents' deaths. I'll teach you how to become a superhero. The girl pressed her lips together and murmured, but I don't have anything to repay you with. It's fine, Junsu shook his head lightly and smiled. You can repay me after you've become strong enough. Janet hesitated for a moment, eyes damp, but soon she spoke with determination. Yes, then please help me become a superhero. And I'll definitely repay you someday. Junsu nodded slightly. Good, then I'll be looking forward to it. He was genuinely delighted. Janet was an extremely valuable talent, someone who would teach him one of the 3 most overpowered sword techniques in the game. But as Junsu was thinking, a streak of magic suddenly shot toward him. It grazed past his hand and slammed into the wall behind him, making it explode. Janet said guiltily, sorry, I didn't mean to. Soren hurried to comfort her. It's okay, no one's hurt. Junsu felt helpless inside. Janet, let's focus on helping you control your magic first. The girl nodded slightly. Yes. After that, Junsu began explaining her trait to her. The trait you have is gifted energy. Do you understand what energy means here? Janet shook her head slightly. No, but Soren said excitedly. I know Sword Aura right, Junsu explained calmly. This trait is also similar to the heavenly killing star. However, he said Janet needed to train her body so she could withstand, draw out, and control the magic she was using, because if the pipes were too narrow, then the water can't flow easily. After hearing that, Janet hesitated and murmured, do you really think my physique can get better? Junsu replied confidently, of course, I'll teach you one of my traits. He would use this chance to test the conversion system. This was the system he would use later to learn swordsmanship from Soren, then teach it back to Janet. The steel body trait would help temper the user's body and mind, making them tougher. And that was exactly what someone like Janet, who had suffered so much physically and mentally, needed the most right now. At this moment, Janet was extremely excited and spoke up. Master, where do we start now? Junsu gave a knowing smile, then shouted energetically. What should we do first? Of course, eat as much as you can. The training will be intense, so fuel up. And so Soren and Janet had a hearty meal. 2 weeks later, still in Junsu's private basement, Soren and Jeanette were practicing sparring, completely different from their previously frail appearance. Janet now looked much more energetic. Soren was equally impressive. They had made significant progress, and Junsu quietly observed their training. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Only 2 weeks and they had reached this level. Truly befitting of a natural genius, and Soren had also shown talent in swordsmanship. Thinking this, Junsu spoke up. That's enough, I'll take the girl to train something else. Janet's body was strong enough. It was time to train her to control magic with precision. Junsu faced Janet with his sword. Remember to speak and smile, I won't hold back. Try blocking a few of my attacks. No sooner had he spoken than he advanced with his sword. Janet couldn't be careless and defended with her shield, but Junsu continued to press the attack, forcing her into a defensive stance. Before long, they had exchanged several moves. Junsu could sense the fluidity and elegance in her motion. Firm and steady, combined with the magical energy from Janet's innate talent and her mental focus. Thinking this, he raised his sword and struck again. The blade's light surged forward, pushing Janet backward, but Junsu smiled, satisfied. Now Janet could control her magic precisely. At that moment, Soren ran over and hugged Janet tightly, exclaiming joyfully, You did it, Janet. Well done, congratulations on awakening, Junsu said, please. Janet smiled gratefully, Thank you, master. It's all thanks to you and my sister. Truly, an SSR level character is different, just awakened and already at level 3. Compared to others, it's not that surprising. Soren declared boldly, I can't let a junior surpass me. I have to go hunting. Hearing this, Janet hurriedly ran after him. Sister, let me come too. Junsu, of course, was very pleased to see this. If they grow quickly, they'll learn one of the 3 strongest sword techniques sooner. I can't fall behind either. Junsu took out his phone and after a while spoke before his students. Personal missions began. I need to handle a few things. A few days later, in a mountainous region, Junsu had just landed here. This was the city where the cleansing battle would take place. HN beneath the shell-shaped buildings was a massive, space-spanning maze. A dangerous place where the forgotten spirits of gods continuously surged in. But HN was currently protected by humanity's strongest team. With the Allied defense, there was nothing to worry about. The reason Junsu came to Aiken was to pass on cultivation techniques here. Afterwards, he went to a bar called Diana. Upon entering, a woman was already waiting. Seeing Junsu, she furrowed her brow and spoke, I don't think we've met before. Do you want something special to drink? Junsu replied coldly, do you sell information along with your drinks? The woman asked suspiciously, information, what are you looking for? Junsu calmly said, I'm looking for Sigmund Sigurdsson. I'm willing to pay for this information. Hearing this, the woman was stunned. After a moment she hesitated and said, sorry, that's a bit difficult. His wife is currently seriously ill. Junsu frowned slightly, deep in thought. Thinking back, the in-game information about Sigmund mentioned he had a tragic story involving a deceased wife. Thinking this, Junsu spoke, Madam, may I see his wife for a moment? At a house on the outskirts of the city. The bar woman Diana led him there, speaking, you can go inside. Sigmund is very sensitive right now. Junsu nodded slightly, signaling he understood. The woman then pushed the door open, cautiously speaking, excuse me, Mr. Sigmund. The guest wishes to see your wife's condition. But upon entering, he saw two priests already at her bedside performing a ritual. The woman exhaled, looks like there's already a guest. Luckily, priests are here to treat her. Perhaps we should step outside for a moment. But as she finished speaking, a hand grabbed the priest's arm. It was Junsu. The priest exclaimed in shock, what are you doing? Let go of me. Do you realize what you're doing during this treatment? These two were priests of the Tho and Gaio orders. In terms of healing ability, they were evenly matched. But Junsu said coldly, that treatment is meaningless now. The holy light only worsens the wound. This angered the Tho priest, who scolded resentfully, what are you talking about? And how would you know? Before Junsu could reply, Sigmund, waiting nearby, ordered them to leave. Stop talking nonsense and go outside. What could a stranger like you know? The bar woman Diana quickly tried to explain. This person said he knows how to cure Accordes. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Sigmund was furious. Every second with HOD was crucial. Yet at this moment, the person on the bed suddenly experienced a severe pain in the chest. Sipun rushed over in panic. Majorities know I will begin treatment for you immediately. Junsu tried to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. The pastor continued channeling holy light into his body. Then she experienced a surge of pain again. Seeing this, red-faced squirrel grew tense. A stream of dark energy in his eyes enveloped Accordes' body. Sid Moon confronted the pastor. Why has HOD become like this? Continue the therapy quickly. The pastor shook her head softly. It's too late. The holy light can no longer stop this disease. These words drove Sigmund to despair. But at this moment, Junsu spoke coldly. She can still be saved. The disease affecting your wife was caused by Hakimari's evil spirit, right? Sid Moon looked at him in surprise, asking, how do you know? Could it be that you actually know how to cure it? Damn, Mac nodded. Junsu replied calmly, yes, I told the truth from the start. With this confirmation, Sigmund fell to his knees. He trembled and begged, then I implore you, if you can save my wife, I swear I will give you everything. Very well. Hearing this, Junsu pressed his lips into a smile. Then you must truly keep your promise. Immediately, he changed his attributes. Then he transferred the magic circle into HOD's body. Stigma is a disease caused by demons in the labyrinth. It can destroy a person's soul and is one of the worst debuffs. The evil spirit gradually drains a person's life force. But thanks to Junsu, HOD returned to normal. Sid Moon spoke joyfully. She has stopped convulsing. Junsu nodded lightly. I used mana to make her sleep. Just then, the two pastors returned with items. Superman, I have brought everything you requested, Junsu said with satisfaction. Good, then let's start immediately. Immediately, a ritual was erected around HOD's bed. Junsu prepared potions on one side. The two pastors, once ready, asked with doubt, all the candles have been lit. Can this really cure her? Junsu replied coldly. To be precise, it helps her win rather than cure her. Even in games, this type of debuff is not easy to remove. The more treatment applied, the stronger the effect, draining SJordy's HP. In short, it's like transferring her power to it. To overcome possession, one must first eliminate the seed hidden in the possessed body. At this moment, Ajordes was enveloped in dark energy again. Her body hovered in the air. Soon, two horns appeared on her head and her body began to change. Sid Moon panicked. Why is HOD turning into a demon? Did you do something wrong? Junsu shook his head and replied, no, the process is going well. Demons always react this way. You must make them show their reaction first. Then, he took out a cross and struck it decisively into HOD's abdomen. Immediately, brilliant light emanated from her body. Junsu shouted fiercely, begone, sinful creature. As the demon was expelled, a stream of dark energy left Accordes' body. Her body fell onto the bed. Sid Moon rushed to check. Ajordes woke up, looking at her husband in tears and asked in confusion, did anyone die? Why are you crying? Sid Moon sobbed as she explained, I've been possessed for half a year and just woke up. Without him, I would have truly died. Then, she pointed toward Junsu in the distance. Junsu paid no attention, scanning the two pastors. Now it's your turn. Please complete the treatment process. Having said that, he turned and left the room, leaving space for the pastors to act. A while later, in the reception room, Sigmund looked at Junsu appreciatively. Thank you so much. But why did you travel all the way from Korea? Junsu answered frankly, of course to find you. This left Sigmund puzzled. Junsu continued with a smile. Didn't you say you would give me everything? Then please pass the Sigurd magic on to me. Sigmund's ancestor was a legendary human hero in Norse mythology. The Sigurd magic has been passed down in the family. It is a high-level cultivation technique, superior to Enhasa. As Sigmund began transferring the technique into Junsu, he felt every cell awaken. His magical attributes changed, becoming stronger, tougher, and more intense. Junsu's heart was now wrapped in magic. He sat cross-legged, focusing on cultivation. Finally, he gained the Sigurd magic attribute. Junsu's maximum mana increased by over 30%. With this, he no longer worried about learning other sword techniques. At that moment, the two pastors entered and spoke. Mr. Sigmund, the treatment for Accordes is complete. Hearing this, Sigmund happily stood up. Really, after that, he ran off. The two priests approached Junsu and hesitantly asked, Superman Kim, you're amazing to be able to cure possession. Do you know how to treat other types of possession as well? Junsu nodded slightly. Hearing that, the two priests eagerly proposed, could you teach us? Of course we'll pay you. If we do it properly, we might receive additional blessings from this religion, right? So Junsu agreed immediately. Of course. Since all the Alliance Guardians were people who had stopped the gigantic labyrinth for the sake of humanity, he said he couldn't accept money from people like them. So he would teach them for free. The two priests grew even more excited and praised him as a saint, but they had no idea about the deeper calculations in Junsu's heart. Would these two forces really accept it for free and pretend nothing had happened? But of course not. This was precisely the way to unlock the hidden quest. On an evening many days later, a trans city held a celebration banquet. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. The Sigmund couple stood on either side of Junsu, constantly urging him to drink. Then they drank a great deal themselves. Junsu couldn't help but feel speechless. How much have they had, and I'm about to pass out from overload. A week earlier, Junsu had held a speech for the citizens of the city. He spread the method to overcome this stage to both the church and the Guardian Alliance. Then he went around saving warriors who were suffering from demonic possession. Junsu also informed them what the ingredients were. Since he had altered Aiken's fate, it made sense that they held such a festival. But now Junsu needed to rest. He was completely exhausted. After a while, he finally managed to get outside. He took a deep breath, finally free. That house really knew how to throw a party. Just then, the director of the Guardian Alliance approached to greet Junsu. He smiled warmly. I was worried I wouldn't get a chance to thank you. I rushed here right after recovering. Do you have time now? Junsu shook his head slightly and replied, I'm a bit tired right now. I think we should talk later. Hearing this, the Guardian Alliance director sighed reluctantly. Oh dear, that's a pity. Our chairman really wanted to meet you. At these words, Junsu's steps immediately froze. The director continued without pause. If it's inconvenient for you, then there's nothing more I can do. I'll explain to him properly. But Junsu had changed his mind. He winked and smiled. No, I suddenly feel completely rested. Please lead the way immediately. If it was the chairman of the Guardian Alliance, Junsu knew who it was, the youngest disciple of the celestial demon. The Blood King. Shortly after, Junsu was led to a luxurious house. He bowed respectfully to the person seated. It's an honor to meet you, I am Warrior Kim. The other person politely responded. Nice to meet you, I am Tran Vi. Junsu looked at him attentively and spoke. Chairman, you have guarded the labyrinth and dedicated yourself to the Guardian Alliance. I know that well. Tran Vi humbly smiled. Thank you for the compliment. It's nothing, please have a seat. Junsu sat down. Tran Vi continued with a smile. I heard you spread the method to cure the soul seal in a Tran, right? Indeed, it's as impressive as I heard. Surprised, he asked. You know me? Tran Vi smiled and calmly replied. In this world, there's no information the Guardian Alliance doesn't know. I heard you're a rising star in Korea. Have you considered becoming my disciple? As soon as he finished, he stared at Junsu, waiting for his answer. Junsu was startled and exclaimed. What do you mean? Tran Vi explained slowly. Your personality is unusual and very much like my master S, almost as if you have the ability to foresee the future. Junsu furrowed his brows and asked back, do you mean the celestial demon? Tran Vi nodded calmly and continued. Yes, the celestial demon of that era. His skills had reached the threshold of heaven. Although he was in seclusion for cultivation, and I haven't seen him for decades, the disciples of the celestial demon, the heavenly lord, the demon emperor, the blood king, all were SS rank and level 8. But the celestial demon was peerless, rank O, due to his cultivation techniques. His moves combined absolute offense and defense, including mana control formulas and movement methods. The celestial demon possessed the strongest martial arts in the world. At this point, Tran Vi spoke slowly. Although it's a bit regrettable that the celestial demon's techniques were passed to my senior brother. My blood fist techniques are also formidable. Anyone seeking power will not regret it. Junsu's eyes lit up. Insane. Blood fist techniques were top-tier martial arts, a golden opportunity. But Junsu hesitated and spoke. I'm very grateful for this offer. But I'm afraid I can't follow you, Chairman. Tran Vi asked in confusion. Why, am I not qualified to be your master? Junsu shook his head. No, it's not that. I already have a master, so I must decline any offer to become someone's disciple. He then showed him his sword. After seeing it, Tranvai nodded in understanding. Looks like you've met Grandmaster Goji John. I cannot be disrespectful to him. After all, he is a historic figure. At this, he sighed. Just as I thought I found a clever disciple, that old man ruined it. Senzata has no other choice. Then Tranvai placed a medal on the table and said, a small gift to show my regard for you. Isn't this the celestial demon medal? Junsu exclaimed. Wait, you want to give me such a rare item? Tranvai spoke gravely. Only our master and senior disciples are allowed to use this. You should cherish it. Junsu gratefully replied, thank you, but the reason was obvious. It meant that if Junsu changed his mind, he could come to Tranvai, similar to how the general gave him the sword. But Junsu loved it. Having two powerful figures notice him, he was thrilled. He was trembling with excitement. Tranvai looked at him and asked, why are you suddenly shaking? Junsu quickly stood, bowed deeply, and said respectfully, I am moved by your gift. I will cherish it. Please take care. Tranvai nodded in satisfaction. Good, I hope next time we meet as master and disciple. Junsu felt ecstatic, ready to claim the reward for the tough mission. The next day, in a high-rise building in the city, the two pastors from the respective sects brought Junsu a chest of items. Though pleased, Junsu still pretended to be modest. I didn't expect anyone to thank me, but the two priests kept praising me non-stop. After a brief awkward response, Junsu finally opened the chest. Inside was a large hammer. The priest from the Tho congregation quickly introduced, this is a gift from the Tho congregation, we present it to you. The Gaia congregation gave you an SSR grade item, an invisible shield that can freely take shape according to magical impact. Junsu held both items tightly, extremely delighted. The two priests asked, do you like them? Junsu looked up at them and smiled. Did you all really give me such valuable gifts? If it were only this, he might have been a little disappointed, but they didn't let him wait. They opened another chest which contained 10 jars of IASA nectar, 7 diamonds and also the angel's tear. There was also something else. Junsu asked curiously, what's this? The heart of a demon. The priest nodded slightly and explained, yes, we prepared it for you to refine along with the nectar when using it. Junsu frowned and fell silent. He probably needed to ask for a bit more. Thinking that, he hesitated and asked, do you have the fire demon's heart? The Gaia priest looked puzzled and asked, isn't that used by fire mages? Junsu summoned black fire in his hands, smirking. Yes, I can use black fire, so I need it. The fire demon's trait is infernal blaze. If you want to win the bet in the tower, you'll need it. Seeing the black fire, the Tho priest immediately nodded in understanding. I see, then we are willing to give it to you. Quickly, he took out the fire demon's heart for Junsu. This was also the final gift for him. Junsu held it in his hands, beaming. Thank you, everyone. At this moment, the Tho priest spoke again, following a direct order from above. You will become an honorary holy knight of the Tho army. The Gaia priest nodded in agreement. Junsu had no objections. Growing stronger was very important. There was no need to refuse these things, so he smiled casually. Thank you, I'm happy to become an honorary holy knight. If one day Junsu wants to take control of the father's congregation, he will need the power of these two congregations. In the afternoon, the sun was starting to set, yet the village festival continued. Junsu reluctantly weaved through the crowd to head home. Halfway there, he heard a familiar voice. A figure in white robes rushed toward him. It was Father Kim, his face filled with worry. Junsu wanted to ask, but before he could speak, Father Kim covered his mouth. He whispered anxiously, SHH, the father's congregation is chasing you now. Let's move somewhere else quickly. At the same time, there were indeed some unfriendly-looking people in the crowd, constantly scanning the area. After a while in a quiet place once they had escaped, Father Kim exhaled in relief. I think they're gone. I really thought I was done for. Junsu looked at him curiously. What happened? I thought you were at Levan. Father Kim explained slowly, at least I found the treasure. Thanks to the golden relic inside, I reached level 5. But then the father's congregation discovered me. After all, that place was their origin. Saying this, Father Kim hugged his head in fear, muttering, well, I didn't know if the challenge would be hard, so I needed to reach level 7 quickly for our god. Junsu squinted at him. Hesitantly asked, can you help with that? Father Kim frowned and became serious. After a long pause, he awkwardly said, actually, this is also why I sought you out. Junsu looked puzzled. What's the matter? Father Kim hurriedly said, can you lead me into the giant maze? Junsu frowned slightly, muttering, the maze. Father Kim nodded gently. Yes, to the starting fortress on floor 10. Junsu fell silent after hearing this, letting Father Kim's congregation be officially recognized. They needed to accumulate divine power, using the maze as a refuge and a place to grow stronger until then. Actually, it was perfect. After a while at the entrance of the maze, guards still watched day and night. At this moment they seemed to see something, Junsu and Father Kim approaching, their faces covered. The guard suspiciously asked, stop, what are you doing? Junsu casually replied, I want to enter the giant maze. The guard frowned and pondered at this hour. Junsu calmly explained, I have my reason. With our faces covered, the gatekeepers will treat us as criminals. The giant maze is usually a refuge for criminals. This is a chaotic area where normal laws don't apply. The guard hesitated for a moment, then said, Level 4A superhuman. All right, you may enter, but when you leave, remember your identity will be checked. So the two entered the maze successfully, Father Kim awkwardly following. But thinking back, this wasn't entirely wrong. From a normal perspective, Father Kim really did look like a religious criminal. Inside the maze, Father Kim walked while questioning. Didn't you say you were famous in this area, but those people didn't recognize you just now? Junsu pouted and smiled, don't ask such things. If I'm recognized, rumors will spread and you'll be exposed too. Father Kim smiled awkwardly, then spoke, but the atmosphere here was quieter than I expected. At that moment, Junsu suddenly noticed something in the distance. He frowned and muttered, sensing a pungent smell in the air. Father Kim, slightly alarmed, asked, What pungent smell? Junsu slowly spoke. Demons are hiding ahead. No, I take that back, the demons are charging toward us. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a horde of demons charged forward. Junsu drew Thor's hammer and said, Father, bless our weapon. Father Kim quickly obeyed, imbuing Juju's weapon with holy light. In an instant, the hammer in his hands was filled with divine radiance. Junsu smirked, wondering how his new weapon would perform. The SSL class weapon was blessed with golden light. Immediately after, Junsu charged forward and wiped out the demon. In the blink of an eye, they were all defeated. Father Kim couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of the title Kim Warrior. Junsu accepted the compliment with a nod. Your blessing is excellent too. Smiling softly, Father Kim said cheerfully, Actually, I was a bit worried the Father's army might follow us here at first. But as long as we get through this gate, we'll reach floor 9. However, Junsu's expression grew serious, prompting him to ask in concern. Why does your expression suddenly look so strange? Junsu said seriously. I don't think things will go as you expect. At that moment, the door in front opened. A woman appeared, followed by a group. The woman said maliciously, You arrived later than I expected. The savior, huh? Father Kim saw the group and trembled, hiding behind Junsu. Junsu, however, couldn't understand how they had found him. Then he realized it made sense. They must have been tailing Father Kim from the start. Perhaps the woman also had the ability to track like Junsu. No wonder wherever they ran, they followed effortlessly. At that moment, the Father's Guild overseer laughed. This tiresome persuasion ends here. Finally, you've joined the Father's Guild, savior. Smirking, Junsu replied coldly, Join your guild, what nonsense is this? Ah, I jest, the maiden has blessed us with holy words. If the savior agrees to join, you will be treated equally with her. You would have to dedicate both body and soul to the Father's church. Hearing this, Junsu fumed internally, thinking, Are they trying to justify sacrificing me? Angry, he shouted, Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to decide that? The woman clicked her tongue twice and said, You don't need to worry too much. The inheritance ritual for you, savior, is already prepared. She spoke with a malicious smile. Junsu laughed loudly. Did you throw Westphalian rites into a stew or something? You know acting on your own will cause chaos, right? Hearing this, the woman laughed, then lifted her head and shouted, This is a gigantic maze where all rules are void, no limits exist. She then ordered the holy knights to attack Juju. Junsu paused briefly and Father Kim behind him was too scared to speak, but Junsu laughed. Exactly. This place is outside the law, which means I can cut off your limbs without hesitation. Father Kim hesitated and reminded him, Can we really handle this? 2 are level 5, the rest are level 3 or higher. Junsu confidently said, We can do it. Then he pulled out a grenade and shouted, Father Kim, bless me. Father Kim immediately obeyed. All of Junsu's high-level attributes were collected, plus his weapons, making him fearless against them. The blessed grenade filled with holy light flew forward. A massive explosion erupted, smoke and flames filling the sky. But when the smoke cleared, the Father's Guild members still stood unharmed. The leading woman sneered, What cheap trick is this? That toy didn't hurt us at all. At that moment, Junsu aimed a rocket launcher at them. He switched his attributes to sharpshooter, firing wildly. However, the woman created a barrier, making it impossible to harm them. Ada smirked, This is the true power of the Father Savior. Junsu ignored her, descending from above with a laugh. That was just a warm-up. Now the real show begins. Immediately, Junsu changed attributes, using Sigurd's combat technique. His magic surged, and the blood in his body boiled. Right after that, Junsu dashed forward. He was moving so fast the naked eye couldn't even follow, as he began attacking the clerics of the Deoktra order. Junsu's senses were heightened to the point that it felt like he could see everything in the world. He could clearly track every one of them and their position. He also found their opening, so he swiftly drew his sword and used the Tiger Emperor technique. He struck in rapid succession. In no time, the Deoktra order's formation was shattered, and one of them cried out in panic, Wait, something is really. Strange, at the same time, Junsu summoned his mana again. Then he swept his gaze over the few survivors in the back. And he continued the assault with the Tiger King twin strike. Wild sword light danced through the air, and the space around them felt like it was being torn apart. Then that woman hurriedly barked an order, "Don't fall back. The Great Father is watching us." Knights form a wall. Very quickly, the remaining men lined up shoulder to shoulder, forming a fortress-like barrier. But Junsu didn't hesitate for even a moment and charged straight in. His sheathed sword was drawn once more. This time it was the Tiger King breakburst. The sword light slashed out like madness, then detonated outright, sending them all crashing to the ground. Even the woman standing behind them had a few strands of hair cut off. The holy knights shouted in alarm, "Overseer, the enemy is pushing us back." "What should we do? Please give us orders." That woman replied coldly, "Accept death in glory." The knights looked completely baffled. She simply ignored them and kept laughing as she spoke. "Your deaths will please the Great Father in the divine realm. This is the decree of that day. You are not permitted to refuse." Differences in numbers and rank meant nothing to Junsu. He utterly overwhelmed the holy knights. He kept advancing, his sword aura ceaselessly dancing. His movements were breathtakingly beautiful, yet everything around him collapsed. Seeing this, the woman not only wasn't afraid, she smiled instead. She cried out excitedly, "You're truly magnificent, savior. It's an honor to witness this face of the light." Junsu snorted softly and asked, "So in the end, you're going to send out someone stronger?" Damok nodded. The woman answered calmly, "That's right. I'll send someone worthy of you. But I only care about one thing: you must not die." The moment she finished speaking, two high-ranking holy knights stepped forward. Even so, Junsu's figure remained proud and unshaken, without the slightest fear. Without any hesitation, the two holy knights rushed in to attack. Junsu didn't hurry, he used his shield to block their sword. But suddenly, the knight who collided with the shield spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He panicked in disbelief, internal injuries. He had only struck that shield once. Whether or not the holy knight understood, he was already done for. The other one seized the chance and launched a sneak attack from behind. Junsu quickly leaned back to evade, then he twisted with the motion and counterattack. A heavy hammer smashed down onto the holy knight's body. He curled his lips smugly. "This is what you call testing me. It's not even enough to warm me up." The holy knight was beaten into a wreck, his eyes growing more and more uncertain as he stared at Junsu. This guy is supposed to be some kind of savior. No way, he must be a pawn of the devil. Thinking that, he immediately raised his sword and charged, shouting, "Disappear, you demon." Junsu frowned in confusion. Still alive, the instant he spoke, he swung his blade and took the man's head clean off. He snorted and said, "How annoying, I don't like taking it this far, so you're the only one left, huh?" With that, Junsu looked toward that woman. She laughed loudly in excitement. "So you're still hiding new power in that body. You truly are the savior foretold in the Great Father's prophecy." Junsu didn't care what this madwoman was saying. He quickly switched his weapon back to a sword and even changed his own attributes. And Priest Kim was behind him, supporting him with buffs as well. Junsu asked quietly, "Is that all you're going to say?" Hearing that, the woman began shrieking like a lunatic. "What else is there to say? Now I only want to wait until your soul reaches the divine realm." But the moment she finished, a powerful streak of sword light carved toward her and detonated directly. When the smoke and flames cleared, that woman had already been annihilated. Priest Kim couldn't help but admire him. He had handled all of them alone. Junsu said frankly, "That's thanks to your blessing. Well done." Then Junsu looked again at the woman's corpse and snorted. "Did you see how she was still babbling nonsense right up to the end? No wonder you can't reason with people that crazy." After that, they started picking up loot, but everything around them had been smashed to pieces. Junsu sighed helplessly. "Man, I was so mad I might have gone a bit overboard. All their stuff got wrecked, there's nothing to take." Still, thanks to that fight, he had enough materials for a high-tier trait, 1 versus 1,000, so it was fine. There were no more obstacles left. Junsu and Priest Kim smoothly entered the gigantic labyrinth, floor 10. Priest Kim shouted in delight, "We finally made it to floor 10. Junsu nodded in congratulations. "Congrats, you made it." Priest Kim turned to him and spoke gratefully. "If it weren't for you, I never would have made it this far. I'd probably still be just an ordinary healer." Junsu shook his head with a smile. "You're the one who worked hard, I didn't do anything." At that moment, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something. He reached into his robe, pulled out a cord and handed it to Junsu, saying slowly, "This is the heart of prosperity." Junsu eagerly accepted. "This is an SSR-grade sacred artifact, top-notch." The priest noticed his excitement and spoke up. "You found it in the treasure valley of Levant I mentioned. I thought it would be perfect for you." Junsu became even more delighted. He patted the priest's head and said with a smile, "Thanks, kid." The priest beamed at the praise and curiously asked, "So where are you heading now?" Junsu replied straightforwardly, "It's time to return to South Korea and also time to find the final item to reach level 5. A few days later in a forest in Gangwon province, South Korea, Junsu ventured into this area after returning. It was a dense forest but fraught with danger. Junsu hadn't gone far when a sword was pressed against his neck. A figure in a black cloak appeared from nowhere, coldly asking, "What is an outsider doing here?" Junsu frowned slightly and looked back. The person was concealing their appearance, but Junsu recognized them as an X-rank serpent character. It seemed he had found the mutant's hideout. Seeing Junsu didn't respond, the serpent spoke again coldly. "I asked why you're here." Junsu calmly replied, "I have business here." Yet it commanded him to leave. "This is a restricted area, get out." Junsu smirked inwardly, thinking, "Isn't this the path to Hope Village?" Upon hearing this, the serpent immediately froze and asked confusedly, "How do you know its name?" The place Junsu wanted to reach was called Monster Village, but the mutants called it Hope Village. The serpent then lowered its weapon. Speaking coldly, "I didn't expect you to know the village's true name. I'll guide you, stay close." With that, it turned and left. Junsu hurried to follow. Fortunately, with the serpent patrolling today, it was more lenient than other mutants. A short while later, inside Hope Village, the trees bloomed vibrantly, full of life, and the mutant creatures were cheerful. As Junsu was led in by the serpent, the mutant creatures immediately became alert. Soon, a pair of massive legs blocked the path. Junsu saw a large bear which glared at the serpent and asked, "Why did you let a human enter the village?" The serpent replied slowly, "He knows the village's name and says he has business with you." Hearing this, the bear lowered its head to examine Junsu and after a long pause asked skeptically, "I've never seen you before. What is this about?" Junsu took a deep breath and spoke clearly, "I'd like to request a favor." The bear stared at him skeptically. Junsu hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I need the magic core of a mutant beast. I don't know if it's possible." Before he could finish, the bear suddenly struck at him. Junsu was flung backward. Without his diamond-like body traits, he would have been unconscious. Seeing he could still stand, the bear charged aggressively. "Not bad, now you deserve to be beaten to death. I'll kill you." Junsu panicked, shouting, "Wait, what are you doing? I don't want to harm anyone." He realized why it was furious. Magic cores could only be taken from mutants' death. The bear swiped its claws and roared, "If it's the death of your kind, could you sell them for a few coins?" Junsu stared at the sword energy emanating from the claws, bewildered. The bear could use sword energy too, really. But now wasn't the time to ponder that. He quickly said, "Please calm down. I'll offer a fair price, all right." Hearing this, the bear bellowed angrily, "I said no money is needed." "Not money?" Junsu shook his head and reached into his pocket for something. The bear recoiled at the bright light, stepping back. It stared at what Junsu held, mumbling in confusion. "What is that?" Unexpectedly, Junsu had only taken out a cup of instant noodles. He smiled, "I'll offer a fair price." The bear immediately grew furious, shouting, "Are you kidding me?" Junsu remained calm and poured hot water into the noodles. He spoke slowly, "Don't say that, just try it. We can talk afterward, no need to rush." Then he covered the cup and pushed it toward the bear. "This isn't ordinary instant noodles." The bear growled fiercely, "I don't want it. Get out now or I'll tear you apart." But the aroma of the noodles reached its nose. Instantly, it transformed into a puppy-like demeanor. Junsu smiled triumphantly. A mutant bear with a keen sense of smell couldn't resist the scent of this national dish. Sure enough, the bear sat in front of the noodle cup, sniffing curiously. "I've never smelled this before." Junsu smiled and said, "I heard that the residents of Hope Village struggle to find food." Hearing this, the bear snorted coldly. "Seems you know quite a lot." Shrugging nonchalantly, Junsu said, "Just eat. Don't you want to know why humans invented instant noodles?" The bear hesitated for a moment, then changed its tone. "I am the chief of Hope Village, so I'll eat merely to understand human culture. Not because it looked delicious." He quickly shoveled it into his mouth. The moment the flavor hit his tongue, the big bear's eyes widened instantly. This taste was like being sent to heaven. The chewy noodles filled his mouth. The steaming broth warmed his stomach with comfort and satisfaction. It was truly a divine flavor that mesmerized him. The big bear shivered and muttered, "How can something taste like this? Is there more?" Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "Today I've brought many more dishes. Everyone come and try." He then brought out a large amount of delicious food for the mutants. Not all mutants have the same taste as the bear, so Junsu had prepared everything with magical powder. Sure enough, the mutant creatures ate with delight. Even the big bear ate as if forgetting the world. Everyone's fondness for Junsu pleased him greatly. Then suddenly Snakebone held up a jar and asked, "Wait, this is magical powder. Is it safe for us to eat?" The mutants panicked immediately at these words. The big bear glared at Junsu, who sighed reluctantly. It was understandable they were cautious. If consumed incorrectly, mutant magic could explode, but he had a plan. Thinking that, Junsu smiled and said, "If you're worried, why not ask the guardian, the one with prophetic powers, also known as the grandmother of the monster village, the tree spirit. The village guardian, the tree spirit. Though weaker than other divine beings, she is still a true deity. So all mutant-related matters are decided by her." The big bear quickly brought the magical powder to the tree spirit for her inspection. After receiving her answer, he still asked in doubt, "Really, godmother?" The tree spirit replied slowly, Yes, the powders he used are core level and not purified by holy water. This is an excellent, nourishing dish. The big bear used a translator so everyone could hear. Hearing this, the surrounding mutants immediately rejoiced. They then began to bow to the tree spirit, thanking her for lending them her wisdom. Godmother, at this moment, Snakebone came up to Junsu and spoke. "So the doubts are resolved. I acted a bit rashly. I apologize." Junsu waved and laughed. "It's fine, I understand. No need to apologize, now all misunderstandings are clear. Let's have a barbecue or something together." Soon after, Junsu started grilling meat for everyone, a very joyful meal. Junsu gained much goodwill from them. The tree spirit watched happily. This hopeful village now had a distinguished guest, not just food. Junsu also brought alcohol. The big bear took a sip of soju, then laughed joyfully. "Now I understand why humans like drinking." "That's enough," Junsu smiled and said. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. But Chief, aren't you human too? Why do you speak as if you were a different species?" The big bear replied casually, "Just a habit. Honestly, it's been a long time since we were treated like humans. When the Japanese ruled, we were considered talking beasts. Hunters always targeted us." Junsu squinted at him. He laughed boldly, "But even so, you're amazing. I heard you participated in the war and achieved great accomplishments. Thanks to that, mutants gained some rights." The big bear nodded slightly. "That's a result of our joint efforts. It's been a long time since the village was this happy." He said he had wanted to hear laughter like this for a long time. Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but feel moved. Truly a pure village. Just scratching the right wound can easily help complete a reputation task. After sharing his feelings, the big bear spoke. "Exactly. Didn't you say you needed magical cores? Here, take them." With that, he handed 4 magical cores to Junsu. Junsu felt triumphant. The reputation task was complete. "Come to me, magical cores." Outside, Junsu still maintained a friendly demeanor, smiling. "Thank you." Having received what he wanted, Junsu quickly found a reason to slip away. He was in a very happy mood. They gave him something precious. It was the right decision. But before leaving the forest, Snakebone suddenly blocked the path. He stood facing Junsu and slowly said, "Are you leaving? I still haven't thanked you." Junsu scratched his head shyly. "No need for that. Everyone already gave me a precious gift." Snakebone said calmly, "I feel like you want something even greater from our village." Junsu understood. This was their first good meal in decades, so it made sense. Surprisingly, Snakebone didn't object and sincerely offered, "If you need more mutant cores, just tell me. I'm willing to give you mine." Junsu was stunned but quickly waved to refuse. "Don't say such scary thing. I didn't ask for anyone's living heart, understand." Snakebone remained steadfast and spoke. "But I'm serious. My mother once foretold that my destiny was to donate a part of my body to someone who could regenerate it. My flesh," Junsu shuddered again. "Can meat really be worth that much?" This was just the introduction to Skullhead Snake's personal mission. Yet he had never heard of anything like a magical core before. Thinking it over, Junsu spoke. "Maybe it's just a disguise, and actually it's something else, not a magical core." Snakebone nodded slightly in agreement. "Exactly, I'll know when the time comes." After a little more conversation, Junsu finally left. The village hoped he would return quickly. The first task was to choose a new house. Seeing it, his trembling eyes lit up. Finally, the large house before him would be his new home. The garden alone spanned 3,000 square meters, and it even had a swimming pool in the yard. But the real reason Junsu chose it was the private secret training area in the basement. Much larger and fully equipped than before, Junsu truly loved it. He exclaimed excitedly, never imagining he'd reach this level. At that moment, Cho Seo entered from outside, seeing Junsu laughing so loudly that he curiously asked, "Master Kim, are you really this happy?" Junsu scratched his head awkwardly. "Director Choi, thank you for recommending such an amazing house." Cho Seo waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing. But may I ask why you suddenly moved?" Junsu slowly explained, "My students will be training here, so I want to give them a better place. And I also need private space for myself. As for the room I requested," Cho Seo winked, "of course it's ready." The house even had a large laboratory. When Junsu entered, a spirit appeared. "Greetings, master. I am a magical spirit here to assist you. How may I serve you?" Junsu stepped into the examination machine. The spirit said coldly, "Let's conduct a general inspection. From now on, leveling up will be complicated. To get good results, you will need my help." As soon as Junsu stepped into the machine, the spirit unleashed a wave of magical power, surrounding him and scanning all his traits. Soon the system suddenly reported an error, leaving Junsu a bit unsettled. The spirit worriedly said, "Master, an error occurred while checking your mana circle." Junsu thought for a while before replying, It's probably because of me. I can freely switch mana circles. It's a secret, you know." The spirit paused, murmuring in doubt, "Really? This situation doesn't exist in my data." Junsu stated frankly, "See for yourself. That's why I got a level 5 divine potion suitable for someone like me." The spirit frowned, then after a while exclaimed excitedly, "Ordinary divine potions won't work. But if you make it yourself, it's possible, right?" Junsu nodded calmly. "Exactly, seems reasonable, doesn't it?" The spirit then began recording all of Junsu's abilities into the system. It was completed quickly and the spirit cheerfully announced, "You have a total of 136 abilities. The skill seat design is complete." Junsu, puzzled, asked, "What is a skill seat?" The spirit explained slowly, "A type of divine potion that was only theoretical." "Are all the ingredients ready?" He raised his brow slightly. "Not the exact divine potion you want, but it should suffice." Junsu had asked the spirit to prepare something compatible with him. Nodding, he responded. Naturally, seeing Junsu ready, the spirit began crafting the level 5 divine potion. Thus, Junsu was busy the entire day. As dusk fell, Soren and Janet entered carrying books and various items. Smiling, they said, "Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junsu asked, "How did you two know?" Soren pointed outside. "Someone out there told us." Junsu looked out to see Cho Seo and Iron Fist in suits standing outside. They were carrying wine and fruits. Junsu looked at them helplessly, but Cho Seo didn't care, running over smiling. "I invited them. It would be a shame to let today pass quietly." But what truly surprised Junsu was behind him. He saw fireworks and the silhouettes of Eugen's family of 3 celebrating, blushing in embarrassment. Even Sao Eugen participated. At that moment, Cho Seo said, "Come to think of it, there was a flower basket at your front door." Junsu gritted his teeth, muttering after reaching level 5. "Everything I do draws attention, so I must be careful. You're trying to trick me with these gifts, right?" Then he tore the flower wreath apart. At that moment, a black car suddenly stopped in front of Junsu's house. It startled him. A woman stepped out of the car, carrying herself with remarkable poise. Junsu frowned slightly, puzzled. Who could this be? It seemed like everyone had been invited to this party. While he was lost in thought, the woman slowly spoke. "You're the Kim warrior, right? Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junsu politely nodded and replied, "Thank you, but who are you?" The woman suddenly remembered and quickly smiled. "Oh my, I should have introduced myself sooner. I'm Hee John Z from the Kumo Corporation." Hearing the name, Junsu immediately recognized her. "Isn't she the youngest of the Kumo family?" Thinking that, he asked with suspicion, "What is Kumo Corporation doing here?" Yang replied frankly, "I want to hire you for a task." Slightly startled, Junsu asked in suspicion, "What task?" But then he quickly remembered, wasn't Kumo Corporation in the middle of a strategy trial? If the heirs get involved, it will be a headache. Best to stay out of it. While Junsu was pondering, Yang spoke again. "We want you to participate as our representative warrior in the 5-battle tournament to compete for the succession. The real reward will be even grander." Saying this, she pulled out a gun. Seeing it, Junsu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Isn't this the destructive gun made by Da-san?" Everything had just changed. Thinking this, Junsu immediately smiled. "Then let's sign the contract now. This time I'm going to grab all the good stuff too." The next day, in a high-rise building, Yang sat on a sofa, looking at the person across from her and said, "Since you already have 2 Da-san guns, I figured you'd accept." Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but smile. "If the reward is this big, can you add anything else if I win?" Yang calmly replied, "We'll give you an additional Da-san gun with the origin reading trait. If you still win, there will be more rewards. But I hope you won't be too greedy because all your opponents are level 6. Just winning one will suffice." Junsu frowned at this. The next day, at a large arena, Yang brought Junsu to the location. Seeing her, a man smiled. "You're here, little sister. Didn't expect you to join." "You're really lucky." Yang said nothing in response. She brushed past him and went straight to her seat. This action irritated the man. He said, "What's with that attitude?" This man was the eldest son of Kumo Corporation. Yang Hee-jun was a level 6 superhuman. Sitting next to him was the second son, Hee-chun-zi, also a level 6 superhuman. He sighed and said, "Let it be. Anyway, this battle is just between the 2 of us." Junsu went and sat next to Yang, slowly saying, "The first battle will be between the representatives of the eldest and second son." Yang nodded slightly. "Exactly, both of them are very strong." Hearing this, Junsu looked down. One was an SR-grade armored warrior, the other an SR-grade demon flame. After observing for a while, Junsu exclaimed, "As expected of a big corporation, all top-tier fighters." Yang seriously reminded him, "You need to observe this battle carefully. The armored warrior belongs to my second son, and this warrior is considered the strongest opponent in the tournament." On the battlefield, the armored warrior charged forward, attacking the demon flame. But the demon flame suddenly smirked. Immediately after, he shouted, "Solar blaze!" The armored warrior flinched. Before he could react, a blazing fireball shot forward. Seeing this, Yang panicked. Boom! The arena erupted in smoke and flames. The armored warrior was engulfed by the fire. In moments, he was incinerated, reduced to smoke. In the arena, only the demon flame remained. After the battle, Yang looked fearful. Haijun couldn't believe it either, holding his head as he stood. Only Haijun smiled smugly. At the same time, Junsu seemed to realize something. The flames were intense, yet the demon flame wasn't a level 6 fighter, just a mage able to wield thermal fire. But doesn't the solar tower forbid killing? Thinking that, Junsu used his special senses to observe the demon flame. Immediately, he realized something. Isn't that the solar eclipse corn? Don't tell me it's the person he's thinking of. After a long pause, Junsu glanced at Yang and asked, "You Yang, Next is me, right? She nodded softly. Yes. Hearing this, Junsu stood abruptly. I'll go first, make sure you're ready. Yang looked at him worriedly and hesitated. Are you sure about this? We should send a level 6 superhuman instead. Junsu shrugged confidently. I can win, he seems to understand what he's doing. The one expelled from the solar tower, Hyangju, so he joined Kumo Corporation after all. In the stands, the three sons of Kumo Corporation watched the next battle. Haijun, with tears in his eyes, looked at Haiyang and smiled. Let's see if the youngest son's warrior can defeat the demon flame. At the same time, Junsu stepped down onto the battlefield. In his hand was the black fox sword. Haijun looked slightly surprised, but he was sure that even a swordsman couldn't match Solar Blade. Seems like another deadly move is coming. On the field, Junsu glanced at Hyangju and said coldly, didn't expect to see you here. Du frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, you recognize me? Junsu answered frankly, yes, because the technique you're using comes from the solar tower. Your teacher, does she know about this? Hearing this, Du smirked contemptuously. Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. My teacher knows, right? Before coming here, Junsu had already heard Choi Seo talk about a few things. Right before the Kumo Corporation succession battle began, it was said that the chairman was suddenly assassinated. In this country, only the head of the Sun Tower and one other person could have done this. Could it be that that old lady is really involved in the Kumo succession battle? Although this is terrifying, there's also a chance that after this is over, Junsu will seek her out to confirm. While he was thinking, Junsu spoke up. Well then, if you've recognized me, I can finally get my revenge. I'll show you the power I've prepared just for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than brilliant flames erupted. Yet Junsu still stood tall. This angered Hyang-jun, who roared furiously. So the rumor that you can withstand solar fire is true, but solar light is on a whole different level. Turn to ashes obediently. Immediately afterward, another burst of brilliant flames shot out. Seeing this, Haiyang panicked instantly. Impossible. A level 6 superhuman can use divine power. Then how could a level 5 superhuman possibly survive? However, when the smoke and flames cleared, Junsu was still standing tall. He curled his lips in a scornful smile. Is that all? Now it's my turn, right? Saying that, but Junsu had almost been roasted alive. Thinking this, he smiled and said, let me borrow that fire for a moment. No sooner had Junsu spoken than the solar light wrapped around his hammer, making Hyang-du cry out in terror. Impossible. How can you use my solar light? Ignoring his reaction, Junsu raised the hammer high, and lightning quickly struck down from the sky. At the same time, Junsu also changed his attribute. Boom! Lightning from the hammer struck Hyangju, making him cry out in panic. Wait, too bad, too late. His entire body was enveloped in lightning. When the lightning faded, Hyangju's body had completely vanished. This scene startled the three heirs of Kumo Corporation. Junsu, on the other hand, excitedly spoke, shall we move on to the next battle? By evening, at Kumo Corporation headquarters, Junsu sat on a long chair. Haiyang gratefully said, thank you for completing my request. And here's an additional reward for your victory. Junsu's eyes immediately lit up. Finally, the fourth rare gun. Seeing his joy, Haiyang continued, that's not all. We also promised another item, right? Though modest, it's a pair of shoes. Junsu's heart leapt with joy. But outwardly embarrassed, he asked, can I really accept something this valuable? Haiyang replied casually, giving this to you is entirely deserved. Junsu's 3 consecutive victories were truly impressive, but after that, he was prohibited. The remaining representatives finished their battles, and the winner was exactly who Haiyang had intended. Junsu could continue fighting, but he didn't intend to reveal everything. The whole world was watching Kumo Corporation's battle. Thinking this, Junsu asked, so now you're the heir, right? Haiyang shook her head slightly. Not exactly, this battle is just a way to convince the board. They won't give up easily. Damn, Mac nodded. Junsu said clearly, I understand. After all, a young CEO is more likely to face many disadvantages. Hearing this, Haiyang clenched her fists. After a long moment, she spoke, that's true, but I also can't just sit back. Things have come to this point. I want to ask you for one more favor. Junsu frowned and asked, what is it? With a reward this big, who would refuse? Haiyang hesitated briefly and touched her earring. She spoke slowly, there's a way to turn this situation around. In an instant, a phantom of a black raven appeared in front of them. Haiyang explained slowly. The chip raven is a chip containing a mutagenic agent, only reacting to our family's DNA. If you use it, you can reach level 7 and reverse the situation. Hearing this, Junsu immediately understood. So Haiyang wants to risk using the mutagenic agent. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate and nodded, all right, let's do it. Haiyang looked at him in surprise. Really? Of course. Junsu replied softly, who would be stupid enough to refuse? That night in Zeum Corporation's basement, a black raven silently flew around, unnoticed. Junsu sat on its back, curling his lips in a smile. We found it. A few hours earlier, Haiyang had proposed to Junsu. If you bring me the raven chip, I'll pay you double this amount. Immediately after, she stacked a mountain of gold bars on the table, roughly 10 billion won. Junsu's eyes lit up with excitement. Yang calmly said. And if I secure the chairman's seat, I promise to give you the Kumo hat and belt that my brothers. While she spoke, Junsu couldn't help but snort, making her uneasy. He apologized. Sorry, I just had an itchy nose. Actually, it was just because Junsu was too happy. The Kumo gear possessed by all three of them would ultimately belong to the chairman, meaning the Kumo gear with SSL level effects would belong to him. But showing this much joy openly couldn't be allowed in front of Haiyang. Yang, on the other hand, didn't pay attention and kept talking. My brothers can't find out about this, so keep it secret. If you need anything to carry out this request, just say the word. Junsu hesitated for a moment, then winked with a grin. Oh, then I'll take a little diamond dust, okay. And right after that, Junsu went up to the rooftop of Mo's building to observe. He curled his lips into a smile. I can see all of Gangnam from here. Money really is amazing. At this moment, Junsu was equipped with a set of high-tier gear. The Dotem helmet, the supersonic strap, the Yo-Bo crossbow, and other crisis-grade finds. Now it was time to absorb traits from these magic items. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant surge of mana slipped into Junsu's body. Not long after he obtained the airstrike trait, Junsu smiled in satisfaction. A movement skill had been activated. Now everything was ready. It was time for him to begin. Right after that, Junsu leapt off the building. Of course, before he hit the ground, a black crow appeared and caught him. Junsu said with a pleased smile, just as expected from the Gumo shoes. The difference is real. Now it's time to report to the client. Without a moment's hesitation, Junsu reported to Hyang just like in the previous scene. After hearing it, she cried out in shock, "Where is it?" He replied calmly, "Right in front of the crow statue in the main lobby, but there's a tiny problem." Hyang frowned. "A problem?" Junsu explained slowly, "I'll have to make a bit of a scene to get the chip, so you'll be responsible for what's about to happen." The moment he finished speaking, he slammed his hammer down on the statue in the main lobby. Immediately the Vavon chip appeared. Junsu snatched it up and reported to Hyang again. "Got the Vavon chip. Where do I go now?" Hyang said urgently. "To the body modification room on the second floor." "I'll get there right away too." Junsu took off without hesitation. As he ran, he warned her, "Your brothers have probably noticed already. You need to hurry." A moment later, in the modification room on the second floor, the tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open, making the people inside ask in confusion, "Young chairwoman, why are you here at this hour?" The one who arrived was Hyang. She had no time to explain and quickly ordered, "Start up the modification chamber." The lab staff froze for a split second but quickly began working at the computer. After finishing, she asked hesitantly, "But what are you going to do with it?" Hyang didn't answer. She looked toward the door and smiled. "You made it in time. I'm ready, warrior." The one who arrived was Junsu. He curled his lips as he spoke. "And so is the chip. Let's begin." With that, he handed the Vavon chip to Hyang. She took it and stepped into the modification machine, speaking evenly. "Then I'll leave the rest to you." Junsu replied calmly, "Yeah, don't worry, I'll stay right here and watch everything." With those words, Hyang felt completely at ease as she used the chip. She stood straight inside the machine. Her gaze was unwavering. She had made up her mind to do this. Just then, an angry shout rang out from outside. "Get the hell out, you bastard." It made Junsu jolt and look over. The newcomers were none other than Hyang's two older brothers. Hijin stormed in, cursing furiously, "Bitch, you dare pull something behind my back, stop her now." But Junsu blocked the two of them. He spoke calmly, "I can't let you take another step." Hijin narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "So you're the one who beat a few superhumans before and now you want to stand against me? Do you even know who I am?" Junsu smiled casually. "Of course I do. You're the chairman of the Kumo group, or should I call you the former chairman?" The words made Hijin's face turn betrayed. He ground his teeth and snarled, "You bastard." Right then, Hijin stepped forward to stop him, the owner of the azure black tiger sword. Hijin frowned slightly at him, but Hijin didn't care. He spoke coldly, "No matter how skilled you are, you can't fight both me and my brother, two level 6 superhumans at once." He said he'd pay Junsu a reward equal to what Hyang promised, so they could negotiate instead of clashing. Hijin even promised him the position of Kumo's deputy director of security. Junsu raised an eyebrow at that but quickly curled his lips in disdain. "That's a trash offer. Telling me to betray a client who can't defend herself, that's the mindset of a loser." The words enraged both brothers. Before they could even respond, Junsu kept mocking them. "And you're calling it an equivalent reward. At the very least, it'd have to be double or triple for me to reconsider, but I'll never accept." Finally, Hichin couldn't hold back anymore and charged with his sword. Junsu hurriedly pulled out his shield to block. It hurt more than he expected. So this was the power of a level 6 superhuman. Just like they said, Junsu couldn't fight both of them at once, but against one of them he might not lose. Because right then a cut appeared across Hijin's stomach, fresh blood pouring out non-stop. Junsu grinned, "Oops, my hand slipped." Seeing things turn bad, Hichin raised a gun and aimed at him, but Junsu quickly formed a barrier to block it. It seemed that at the same time he gained a new trait. Junsu couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smirk. He wondered why his shield had become so much tougher. Now, no matter how much they fired, it didn't matter. He didn't budge an inch. While Junsu was facing off against Hee-chun, Hai-jun seized the chance to rush the modifier machine. Before his hand could touch the machine, a bullet streaking with blue light suddenly shot in. The moment Hai-jun saw it, he jolted in panic. Hai-jun's body froze solid, unable to move. Realizing what it was, Hee-chun shouted in furious protest. "You bastard, where did you get that gun?" But the person in front of him had vanished. When he reappeared, Junsu was already behind Hee-chun. In the blink of an eye, Junsu switched his trait to airstrike. It was a leap empowered by the airstrike trait, exploiting the enemy's opening and unleashing a rain of bullets like a bombing run. After taking both of them down, Junsu grinned. "So, you giving up yet?" Hyun curled his lip into a sneer. "How ridiculous. You think you can win with that pitiful little bit of power." As soon as he finished speaking, his body was wrapped in blood-red aura, making Junsu flinch back. Hai-jun was using an item called the Eternal Dark Fruit. At the same time, Junsu was surrounded by pitch-black gun barrels. Hai-chun had also been caught and supported by someone. The situation was turning ugly. Junsu tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Even he wasn't sure he could get out safely. Just then, a shout rang out, "Everyone, stop!" At that moment, the modifier machine emitted a golden light. Everyone stared, stunned into silence. Junsu was overjoyed, perfect timing. The two Seo brothers, on the other hand, looked black as thunder. Yang stepped out from inside. Her form had changed. She had become a level 7 superhuman. Two pairs of wings spread behind her, and Yang's title was the Sun Raven. She said flatly, "You're late this time." Seeing this, Hai-chun trembled and muttered, "The Sun Raven." Hai-jun, however, looked excited and shouted, "Who do you think you're scaring? Fine, let's fight." But then a middle-aged man walked in, gripped his shoulder, and advised, "Stop. If the young chairwoman really makes a move, this entire building will collapse within a minute." This man was Kyung-jun, one of the founders of the Kumo group. He said coldly, "I thought the outcome was already decided in the last confrontation. And yet you're still acting like this. Are you ignoring the procedures approved by the shareholders?" Hearing that, Hai-jun tried to explain, "Father-in-law, I didn't mean that." But before he could finish, Kyung-jun cut him off. "If you didn't mean that, then are you plotting something other than the chairman's death?" Those words made Hai-jun's face darken. For a long time, he couldn't say a thing. Then Jun turned his gaze to Hai-yang. "Congratulations on reaching level 7. Chairwoman Seo Heezan, I'll see you again at the shareholders' meeting to elect the next chairman." With that, he bowed his head to her. After that, he led his people away. A few days later, at Hai-yang's private residence on the balcony, she took a sip and said, "My brothers have withdrawn from all business operations and moved to the US." Junsu laughed brightly. "Congratulations, you're about to become the new chairwoman of the Kumo group." Hai-yang said gratefully, "It's all thanks to you. Have you received the item from my two brothers like you promised?" Junsu nodded lightly. "Ah yes, of course. If you need anything in the future, just call me." Thanks to her, he had completed the purchase ranking. Hearing that, Hai-yang hesitated. After a long pause, she finally said, "Now that you mention it, I have one more request." Junsu immediately perked up. "What is it this time?" At that moment, Hai-yang suddenly took out a man's ring. It was an SSR tier item, leaving him utterly bewildered. Before he could react, Hai-yang knelt and proposed, "Soldier, will you marry me?" Junsu froze. He hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. "I'm sorry, but I can't agree." Hai-yang cried out in shock. "What? But why? I'm not lacking anything to be your partner." She was right, she had money and beauty, but Junsu shook his head. "You're just not my type." Hai-yang couldn't believe it. She muttered in confusion, "This is ridiculous. Why would something so trivial matter to people like us?" Junsu snapped back, "It matters a lot. I want to marry someone who truly cares about me, not someone who only sees me as a tool to shore up their power." Hai-yang was stunned. In the end, she sighed helplessly. "You really are hard to figure out." Then she raised her glass and said, "Then I want a cooperative partnership, one where we can help each other anytime." Junsu agreed without hesitation. The two clinked glasses, formally sealing their cooperation. Late that night, Junsu finally got into the car to head home. Thinking about the proposal, he let out a sigh. All of a sudden, it felt like he'd just thrown away a chance to live in luxury for nothing. He honestly felt a bit regretful. After all, Junsu was still at an age where it was easy to get carried away. He sighed again, telling himself to stay clear-headed, even though the lingering sense of regret still tugged at him. Marriage might be a bit much, but if it's just dating Hai-yang then. Before he could even think any further, Junsu, annoyed, slapped himself across the face. What he needed to focus on now was Elder Du of the Sun Tower, because that Hyungju guy's words were genuinely suspicious. Was that old woman really as he claimed? While Junsu was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the Sun Tower. Perfect timing. The next day at Phoenix Valley, Junsu arrived as agreed. Strangely, he didn't see a single phoenix anywhere. Just then, the tower master approached from afar with Mage Kim behind him. He greeted him cheerfully. "Long time no see, superhuman Kim. Maybe I should call you the master of the Black Fox Sword." The tower master kept rambling on. Mage Kim, displeased, reminded him, "Sir, why don't you get to the point? Only then did the Tower Master quiet down. Mage Kim stared straight at Junsu and spoke. Superhuman Kim, I'm sure you've already guessed it, but we called you here to ask a favor. Junsu seemed to have figured out what it was, too. If you're asking whether all the phoenixes have disappeared, Dammok nodded, and the Tower Master answered in a low voice. That's right, I don't have the slightest clue where they flew off to. I suspect some kind of mythical creature captured them all. Junsu crouched and examined the ground for a while before finally saying, very possible. But have you considered the possibility they were poached? The Tower Master shook his head in objection. Highly unlikely, our security is absolutely strict. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and said firmly, what if someone at the level of an elder from the magic tower made a move? Mage Kim pondered that. He murmured someone at an elder's level, then it's possible. But who would dare do something like that? Instead, the Tower Master was furious. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, abusing phoenixes is a blatant violation of the rules, Master of the Black Fox Sword. Can you find the culprit? Of course, Junsu answered without hesitation. He promised to find every missing phoenix and the one responsible for this. But the Tower Master will have to pay extra. A short while later, near the sea by Phoenix Valley, a speedboat was cutting through the waves. It was so fast it made Junsu nauseous. Mage Kim was in the driver's seat. He said excitedly, by the way, why did you pick this vehicle as the advance payment? I never even dared to dream of driving it. My grandfather treasures this thing like crazy. Junsu replied calmly, because I need it for the mission. We need something extremely fast to get started. We won't catch up to that. What they were chasing was a blue-feathered phoenix. Earlier, while Junsu was working, Mage Kim had realized it. He went over and asked, Sir, what is that? Junsu curled his lips into a smile. You noticed it, that's a phoenix. But what you made doesn't look like it at all. Junsu didn't care because he had just received a crafting trait from the system. After a moment, Junsu spoke again. All right, then Mage, give me a little of your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu grabbed Mage Kim's hand and drew out his blood. Back in reality, Mage Kim couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe just a little of my blood was enough to turn that steel wire into an artificial phoenix. Junsu explained slowly, your blood contains phoenix essence, so we can use its homing instinct and find where the others are. A short while later on Alundo Island, Junsu followed the artificial phoenix's trail and arrived. Sure enough, they saw the flock of phoenixes, but they didn't look very healthy. Seeing that, Mage Kim muttered in confusion, they should all be able to live for over 20 years. Yet now they look completely drained. Junsu thought for a moment, then suggested, can you check their mana? Mage Kim nodded and began the examination. Through magic, he saw the phoenix's hollow hearts. Mage Kim cried out in shock, their mana has been completely drained. From the heart to the blood vessels, everything's been scorched dry. But very quickly, Mage Kim noticed another problem. He exclaimed, stunned, wait, this mark belongs to Truong Thien Thuk. Hearing that, Junsu immediately brightened. Perfect, he's really smart. He proposed, contact the Tower Master. The culprit is none other than Elder Du of Truong Thien II. After hearing the news, the Tower Master rushed over, shouting furiously, Du, you mud-brained lunatic. Seeing him so angry he looked like he might spit fire, Mage Kim hurriedly advised, sir, please calm down. But the Tower Master kept roaring in rage. She was caught trying to steal all the phoenixes. If I catch her, I'll... But before he could finish, Junsu cut in. So Elder Du has disappeared from the tower too? The Tower Master gave a slight nod. Yes, I went to her office, but she was gone. She only left behind a duplicate. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He really wanted to hit someone. Thankfully, Mage Kim held him back while Junsu didn't seem to care. A duplicate, Mage Kim explained slowly. It's a type of spell th, but it will die after a while. Junsu thought for a moment before speaking. Perhaps she was just trying to buy time. Hearing this, the Tower Master restrained him. The death of the Kumo group chairman, whose heart was burned, and the expelled mage reappeared, transformed into an enhanced warrior. The overhunted phoenixes were used to increase power, and the elder had disappeared. There were already too many clues. Junsu forced himself to think. After a while, he looked at the Tower Master and spoke. Tower Master, are you thinking about that? The Tower Master looked at him in confusion. Nhai muttered, don't tell me the merchant's mind touched that thing. That thing he mentioned is the taboo ritual of the Celestial School. The taboo ritual burns mana to block sunlight, an event appearing in the Solar Demon mission. At this time, the Solar Demon hadn't been researched yet. Junsu didn't understand why it appeared. It must be the butterfly effect. Yor and Hyingju's interference created a different outcome. Mage Kim, hearing this, asked in doubt, what exactly is it? The Tower Master slowly replied, she is using the phoenix's power to drain the sun's mana. Not only that, the sun, the earth, and the seas, merchant's mind is draining the mana of all living things. Mage Kim shouted in shock if the demon tower collapses because of this. Before he finished, Junsu interrupted, we must find Jonah quickly. At that moment, the Tower Master suddenly spoke, I sense a huge mana link nearby. I think I know where she is. A while later, at a house on the cliff, the three, including the Tower Master, had arrived to cast a spell to track Merchant's mind. Mud, seeing it, Junsu exclaimed in shock, she's hiding in there to perform the ritual. The tower master nodded slightly, yes, but the maze is too sturdy for her to destroy the entrance immediately. Because it was designed to withstand the solar fire, the tower master suggested Junsu and Mage Kim stay here. I will handle Merchant's Mind. However, Mage Kim stopped him. You cannot go. Junsu nodded in agreement. Mage Kim is right. This is too dangerous. Let me handle it for the tower master. Hearing this, Junsu exclaimed in shock, you want to go in? Junsu calmly said yes. To catch her off guard, it's best to let an outsider like me enter. The tower master found it reasonable and reluctantly spoke. It seems I owe you once again. Take this. He then handed Junsu many items, magical dice and escape tool. Without hesitation, Junsu took them. The escape tools gave him a second life. Risking his life once was worth it, because Merchant's Mind possesses one of the 8 treasures of the Demon Tower. A while later, inside the spatial maze, as soon as Junsu entered, he noticed Mage Kim following him. He exclaimed in shock, what's going on? Why are you following me into the maze? Mage Kim pressed his lips and muttered, but this is the Demon Tower's problem. 2 are better than 1. While skillfully neutralizing the interdimensional space, encountering enemies would be troublesome. Junsu found this quite reasonable. After thinking for a moment, he asked, but does the Eclipse faction always cause problems like this? Mage Kim replied embarrassedly, yes. The root of the Eclipse faction is dark magic. While speaking, he didn't notice a magical beast attacking from behind. Luckily, Junsu reacted in time, threw his sword and stabbed the magical beast to death. Mage Kim then reacted. Hong Mang was speechless. Junsu calmly said, if I were slower, we would have been bitten. Apparently, they have sensed our presence. Stay close behind me. Drawing his sword from the beast's corpse, he held it firmly. At the same time, Junsu had also changed his attributes. You go ahead, he warned seriously. From now on there will be dozens of rivers coming our way. Sure enough, as he said, a horde of magical beasts attacked the two. Junsu was not afraid and vanished. Sword lights danced endlessly in the air, cutting through the magical beasts. Attacks on weak points caused extra damage. All the magical beasts exploded. Mage Kim at the back looked in panic, muttering, these monsters just didn't have time to. Before he could finish, a loud shout rang out. Stop! Everyone looked over and saw an old witch standing on the cliff. It was Merchant's Mind, pointing her magic staff at the two. Angrily scolding, how dare you set foot here? Those who interfere with my rituals will not escape punishment lightly. As she spoke, lightning beams struck from above at the two. The nearby cliff was shattered by the lightning. Junsu knew Merchant's Mind was not an easy opponent, but he would not die in a minigame like this. Thinking quickly, he grabbed Mage Kim's shoulders as instructed, holding on tightly. Junsu had watched this move countless times in the game, so he could clearly anticipate every motion. Immediately, he switched his special equipment attribute, lifted Mage Kim into the air, and dodged each wave of Mudbrain's attacks. In an instant, crackling explosions erupted continuously in the sky, and a corner of the forest was scorched black by the lightning. Junsu ran while holding Mage Kim, anxiously asking, are you okay? Mage Kim shook his head slightly, replying, I think I'm fine, but where is this place? Junsu explained slowly, this is where the mana in this area concentrates. Set up the neutralizing device. Mage Kim immediately obeyed and ran off. Understood, I'll do it quickly and come back. But she hadn't gotten far when Mudbrain blocked her path. She shouted while moving, you cowardly rats, you're digging your own graves. As soon as she finished, Mudbrain started casting magic again, and lightning strikes appeared densely once more. Seeing this, Junsu shouted loudly, Mage Kim, get out of the way. Luckily, Mage Kim leapt back just in time, or she would have been blown apart by the lightning. Squinting at the old matriarch opposite him, Junsu couldn't help but feel awe. No wonder she's a level 7 mage. A single hit would have shattered him to pieces. He could never survive it under normal circumstances. Thinking this, Junsu said, Mage Kim, I'll draw her attention. Hurry, do it, Mage Kim urged. Got it, once it's done, run. Seeing him move away, Mudbrain's expression immediately darkened, and she gritted her teeth, cursing, where did that cowardly rat go? At that moment, Junsu suddenly shouted, hey, Mudbrain, you old hag. Hearing this, Mudbrain glared at him. But Junsu ignored her and continued to shout boldly, if you suddenly unleash this power, then I guess you used the Kuma Corporation chairman's mana ring to boost your strength, or are you just senile now? Mudbrain bit her lip fiercely, her tone full of deadly intent. I originally planned to have my students obtain the Sun Crow, but you've destroyed everything. The retina doesn't matter anymore, that black crow is enough. As soon as she finished, she unleashed her magic again, lightning surging madly toward Junsu. But he quickly dodged, which made Mudbrain curse in frustration. Do you think you can keep dodging the power of the eclipse? Junsu replied casually, are your eyes failing? You didn't even land a single hit. These words drove Mudbrain to boiling rage, and she shouted wildly, you brat! Meanwhile, Mage Kim began setting up the magic dice. Soon, it was complete and the magic activated. From afar, Mudbrain saw this and muttered in panic. Since when did the neutralizing device? Mage Kim looked up at the sky, muttering, sir, right now the neutralizing device is emitting mana through space, weakening spatial power. The tower master outside saw this and shouted excitedly, Looks like it's time to act. Immediately, he began casting magic as well, causing the maze's space to gradually fracture. Inside, Mage Kim now smiled joyfully, saying, "Superhuman, the maze is cracking." Junsu nodded in agreement. "That's right, the Tower Master is doing very well." The eclipse in the sky was also gradually fading, which threw Mud Brain into panic, muttering nonstop, "This can't be my magic, my power, my world." In an instant, the old matriarch's body grew frail and weak. Her face looked like layers of skin had been peeled away, and she muttered endlessly, "I was about to complete it, all because of you, it's all because of you." Then she channeled her rage into magic and attacked. Junsu didn't dare slack off, quickly using his special gauntlet to block. But it was still far slower than Mud Brain. Her power was truly terrifying. Before he could catch a breath, she struck again. Junsu hurriedly dodged, and explosions erupted continuously behind him. This made Mud Brain furious, screaming, "Damn it, why didn't it hit?" Dot. Immediately, she continued her lightning-based attacks on Junsu. Lightning kept striking as if trying to pulverize him into pieces. When it finally faded, only a large crater remained. He was nowhere to be seen, which left Mud Brain confused. At the same time, Junsu used the weak point detection attribute. He spotted Mud Brain's vital point on her back. Junsu grinned triumphantly, "Found your weak spot." As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped his sword and charged forward, slashing her across the back. Her frail body collapsed to the ground, blood spilling without stop. Unwilling to accept it, she muttered, "No, I can't die like this. At the very least, I have to take a life with my own hands." Right after that, she trembled as she raised her hand to attack Junsu. But at the same time, another hand appeared and clamped around her throat. It was the Tower Master. He stepped in and ordered, "Trash like you, die for me," then incinerated her with flames. In that very moment, the Sun Tower was returned to the light. After coming back, the Tower Master kept praising Junsu. Before this, he had only been a trainee warrior or someone with a bit of talent in magic. But today, he looked like a warrior ready for battle. Junsu scratched his head shyly at the compliments, yet the Tower Master still wouldn't stop singing his praises. "No wonder the general gave you the Black Fox sword. This is called Peerless 10,000 Stars." It seemed the magic spirit had mentioned this too. Thinking that, Junsu asked skeptically, "What is it?" The Tower Master slowly explained people who possessed limitless potential and 10,000 units of superhuman energy. As he spoke, he took out a ring and said, "This is the reward I'm giving you, an Eclipse Ring, one of the Magic Tower's 8 great treasures." It was also the strongest sacred relic of the Eclipse class. Junsu happily accepted it and slipped it onto his finger. This ring carried the Eclipse binding trait and the ability to absorb and store mana. After everything was settled, he set off on the return journey. At their private home on the city outskirts, time passed and winter arrived. Soren began training to use celestial iron energy, and Janet trained the steel energy within her body, gradually growing stronger. Junsu was, of course, very pleased. Soren would surely reach level 5 soon. The day she mastered the Fire Star sword art wasn't far off. Meanwhile, Iron Fist had reached level 4, and he began expanding his influence across the entire country. And in Axel Soul, that time had come, December 24. That night, Junsu took Soren and Janet to join the festival. The two of them walked along, praising everything nonstop, and Junsu laughed happily. "Enjoy yourselves to the fullest today, because starting tomorrow we're going back to training." Janet's smile immediately faded and she quickly said, "Then I'll go on ahead." Soren echoed her and ran after her. "Wait for me, sis," and the two of them dashed off. December 24th was the day of the God-slaying festival, the day the Holy Father was officially announced dead, and also the day of the treaty. The Treaty of Westphalia took effect, so the festival was held worldwide like Christmas, because in this world there was no Christmas. While Soren was strolling around, she spotted someone and cried out excitedly. Janet said, "Look, it's the Holy Knight Cha Du-jun." Janet also looked at the handsome man and couldn't help praising him, so good-looking. Junsu, meanwhile, was lost in his own thoughts. During the God-slaying festival, the Holy Knights of each country held their own private gathering. He had been invited as an honorary Holy Knight of the Tho and Gale Order. Just then, a group of 3 diplomatic representatives approached Junsu to greet him. "Aren't you the owner of the Black Fox sword? I'm Asim Kurat, the Indian diplomatic representative in Korea." Junsu replied politely, "I'm a level 5 superhuman, the Gold Warrior. Thank you for inviting me." Asim chuckled softly and pointed behind him as he introduced the 2 people there. "This is my wife and my daughter." Asim's daughter bowed to Junsu. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Gold Warrior. This is Kali Kurat, the last of the top 3 in the warrior class. She will become the owner of Kalarachi." He was thinking about whether he should use Janet to get closer. After hesitating for a moment, Junsu pointed to the 2 of them and introduced them. "These are my disciples, and by coincidence, my second disciple is this girl's daughter." Before he could finish, a startled cry rang out. "Isn't that the owner of the Black Fox sword?" Everyone's attention immediately focused on Junsu. They crowded around him, praising him nonstop, leaving Junsu utterly helpless. This was his chance to get close to Kali. How did it turn into this? Only he, Soren, and Janet kept chatting cheerfully with Kali. After a long while, the exhausted Junsu finally escaped the crowd. As soon as he returned, he saw the three girls facing one another, chatting away happily. He sighed in relief, then it was fine. Outside, snow had begun to fall. The year really was nearing its end. Junsu wished everything could stay peaceful like this. While they were strolling, a greeting suddenly sounded from behind. Hello, Junsu glanced back and saw a woman walking over. With a faint smile on her lips, she said, "Can I talk to you?" Ere Junsu recognized her. She was the saintess of the Holy Father's army. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here? Aren't you busy preparing the god-slaying festival?" The saintess's expression immediately stiffened. She retorted in a sharp tone, "It's not the god-slaying festival. It's the festival of rebirth." Hearing that, Junsu snorted lightly in disdain. "Fine, call it whatever you want." As they walked and talked, the saintess spoke again blandly. "You realize I'm being generous to you, right?" Junsu pursed his lips. "Generous? What kind of generous are you talking about?" With a soft chuckle, the saintess asked again, "Don't you find it strange that you killed one of our overseers yet you're still alive?" Junsu froze. Even though it happened in the labyrinth, she knew everything. Second, the saintess ignored his reaction and kept that malicious smile. "If I had made a move, your miserable body would have been asleep a long time ago. Because I'm the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes, understand?" Junsu asked suspiciously, "Why did you do that? It's not like I asked you to." I unconsciously smiled as the maiden leaned close and whispered into my ear. She said that only a soul as extraordinary as mine could become the savior of our legion and lead it. "Turn off the lights." Junsu was stunned, unable to believe that the soul she spoke of was his own in the real world. In reality, Junsu was just one of countless failures, a worthless nobody with no achievements, unlucky in love and money. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Was this some kind of new scam? Why would these people do this to him? Could it be due to a change in attributes? If the maiden considered a change in attributes as a binding ability with the soul, then perhaps it could also be seen as an extraordinary soul. While Junsu was thinking, the maiden spoke in a serious tone. "I sincerely hope you will become strong, to become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours." Before Junsu could comprehend, the maiden smiled softly and spoke. Her words left him confused and unsettled. The maiden continued to mumble a few incomprehensible lines. "From today, everything will begin. We are counting on you, Savior." She said that while Junsu was running around to organize the squad, they would also receive many things. The more Junsu listened, the more confused he became and asked, "Why are you rambling like this?" The maiden chuckled softly, shaking her head. "You'll find out soon enough." Immediately after, a magic circle appeared at her feet. She smiled maliciously and said, "Stay healthy until we meet again." Then the maiden vanished from Junsu's sight, leaving him drenched in the rain. That lunatic appeared to spout nonsense and then disappear. What on earth was she planning? From today, everything will begin. The main game hasn't even started yet. So those super-level main quests exploding like Chapter 1 would never happen. Yet Junsu suddenly remembered something and checked his phone. Today was the mana purification ceremony coinciding with Chapter 10. In the game, the Holy Maiden had declared the same thing. Could it be? As Junsu pondered, time kept moving. At the stroke of midnight, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. It caused panic among the festival participants. Junsu stopped before the smoke and fire, muttering, "Damn it, it's starting." Chapter 1. The crisis in Seoul officially erupted. Magical beasts and monsters appeared from nowhere, attacking humans. Their numbers were unbelievable. Junsu didn't hesitate any longer. Arming himself with a gun, he ran over and urgently instructed everyone, "Guard this side alongside the other holy knights." They nodded in agreement. "Understood. What about you?" Junsu replied candidly, "I have someone I need to protect first." Then he quickly ran off. Every corner of the city was under attack by magical beasts. Soren and Janet tried to eliminate them. During the chaos, Seoul erupted in turmoil citywide. In the game, Kali's parents had died in this terrorist attack, leaving her heart deeply wounded. She decided she would become a transcendent, but now they had someone to protect them. Soren and Janet saw him arrive and joyfully exclaimed, "Teacher, the one who's come is none other than Junsu. He won't let this happen in his timeline." Meanwhile, Kali was in her parents' arms. Seeing Junsu appear like a god, her eyes lit up with admiration. Soon after, the three joined forces to defeat the monsters. Amid the chaos, a car was rushing through, driven by Junsu himself. He quickly contacted Zijom. On the other end, Zijom answered, "Soldier Kim, I'm currently busy handling the terrorist attacks in Seoul." Junsu urged, "No, I need to speak with you immediately." Though the terror struck all over Seoul, there was only one target. Thinking quickly, he said, "The president is in danger." This shocked Zijom. "What, really? But I heard the Blue House is safe." Junsu remained calm. "Yes, because the president isn't there. I'll send you the location." After saying that, he sped off. During the mana purification, the unmarried president would certainly go to one place, the house of his secret lover. A moment later, Junsu's car hovered above the high-rise buildings. The magical spirit hesitated. "We've arrived." should we land on the rooftop? No time, Junsu shook his head and stepped onto the edge of the vehicle. Where the president is, security will be tight. To bypass security checks and reach quickly, he jumped down, passing through special glass. With a loud crack, the security glass shattered under Junsu's force. Inside was pure chaos. A man held a girl hiding in a corner. This man was the president. His face showed fear, and seeing Junsu, he quickly said, "You're a swordsman?" Junsu ignored him and ran to the pair, anxiously asking, "Are you both okay?" The president didn't answer, panicking. Behind Junsu, an attacker lurked. Luckily, he reacted in time, raising his sword to defend, though he was still pushed back a few steps. Junsu stared straight at the one before him. Finally, they appeared. Chapter 1 Boss, Soul Terrorist, Queen of Multiple Crowns, a Level 7 superhuman. The woman spoke coldly. Sword Traveler Muko, Senzata has accidentally dealt a heavy blow. Junsu frowned slightly, his face showing clear seriousness. The Execution Queen paid no attention, continuing with a smile. "If I kill you and throw your body to the Guangqua Gate, that old tiger will surely grieve deeply." Immediately after, she drew her sword, the Yodo Masamon. Each strike that hits an enemy triggers a random vow. Junsu knew this sword very well. While he was thinking, the Execution Queen shouted aggressively, "Let's compete. Let's see how easily that old man can fool people." Then she slashed out a blood-tinted blade of light, shooting toward him. Junsu did not dare slack off and quickly blocked it with his shield. Yet it still made him spit a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Just blocking one strike and it's already this terrifying." The Execution Queen smirked. "Not bad, let's see if you can block this one too." Then she swung her sword down again. Junsu couldn't defend and was sent flying. He bit his lip fiercely. The Execution Queen's specialty was not defense but offense. To survive another second, he had to fight fire with fire. Half-hearted fighting wouldn't win. Thinking this, Junsu darted forward like a moth to a flame. In an instant, he appeared behind the Execution Queen. Yet she calmly stood there, smirking with disdain. "Pathetic, die." Then the Execution Queen spun, stabbing with her sword. But Junsu was a step faster, creating a shield to block it. At the same time, he changed his attributes and counterattacked, sending the Execution Queen flying, unable to react. Junsu rushed forward again, hammering with his weapon continuously. The Execution Queen was forced into defense, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Brat!" But Junsu paid no mind. What he focused on now was her single weakness, close-range attack. Any mistake could be fatal, but he had to try. They exchanged several moves like this. Sword light and magical energy scattered everywhere. The president nearby watched in fear, barely standing. Inside the battle, the two continued to struggle endlessly. Junsu bit his lip fiercely, muttering, "Damn, the queen's passive talent makes her invincible." So his attacks caused no damage. At this moment, the Execution Queen, pushed to the brink, shouted, "Persistent little brat, this ends now." Then he slashed at Junsu, pushing him backward. Looking at him coldly, she said, "You're stronger than I thought. Any last words?" Junsu didn't answer, shouting urgently, "Get the president out of here." While they fought, the vehicle reached where the president was hiding, then quickly drove away. By the time the Execution Queen realized it was too late, she could only block in desperation. The vehicle disappeared at full speed. Junsu sneered mockingly. "So what now? You missed your target." This drove her fury to its peak. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "Bastard, so this was your plan?" She spoke while continuously swinging her sword. This was the Execution Queen's ultimate skill, heaven and earth destruction. Junsu watched the blood-red magical energy slowly approach, worry rising. Due to the vow, he couldn't move. Is there really no way to escape? Dream on. Junsu suddenly smirked. The ring in his hand glowed. This was the escape ring, allowing him to leave the battlefield once. Junsu clenched it tightly, shouting fiercely, "Thanks, you foolish old hag." Then a stream of magical energy enveloped him. When the Execution Queen's sword stabbed down, he was gone. Only the tip of the sword struck the ground. She shouted in rage, "Damn brat," when Junsu reappeared. He was in his own bathroom. Junsu sat up, panting. That was close. Without the escape ring from the Tower Master, he would have been dead. Lucky. Junsu frowned, muttering, "Well, the general should have reached the building by now. Have they caught the Execution Queen?" With her power, probably difficult, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to heal first. So Junsu soaked in the bathtub to rest, until the phone rang, waking him up. Irritated, he picked it up. "Hello." On the other end came Soren's panicked shouting, startling Junsu fully awake. Soren nagged continuously, "Why haven't you answered my calls? It's been days." Junsu reluctantly said, "I was resting." Then he realized something and exclaimed, "Wait, days?" Soren complained. "Yes, do you know how worried I was, leaving those strange messages and disappearing?" "What?" Junsu didn't understand and opened the messages. The messages were indeed a bit strange. He felt guilty, sorry, but Soren didn't care, continuing, "Anyway, that's not the main issue. You know where I am right now?" Hearing that, Junsu immediately frowned and asked where. Soren replied in a low voice, "I'm at the White House with Janet. The president wants to see you," Junsu said as he stepped out of the bathtub. He spoke calmly, "I understand. All right, I'll be there right away. Now go claim your reward." A moment later at the White House, when Junsu arrived, the president greeted him warmly. He said gratefully, "Thank you so much for risking your life to save me. Are you feeling better now?" Junsu smiled frankly and replied, "Yes, I'm fully recovered. The selection ritual and the divine medicine helped a lot." Just then a huge hand slapped him on the back. It was Zizum. The moment he arrived, he grinned and said, "See, what did I tell you? That kid of yours showed up here without a single scratch, didn't he?" The tower master was there too, laughing happily. "Looks like the divine medicine worked after all. Don't forget to thank our demon tower as well." Junsu was honestly speechless. Why were they suddenly acting so friendly? Just then, the president walked over and spoke. "Thank you so much, Warrior Kim. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." With that, he took out a box. Inside was an SL-grade Starping armor set. Its trait was Starping. Just like its name, it was an absurdly overpowered trait, able to adjust its configuration to grant an advantage every time you switched traits. If you switched to Swordsman, it would prioritize swift, light attack. If you switched to Warrior, it would boost strength and toughness. If you switched to Paladin, your attack speed and movement speed would be enhanced. This wasn't custom-made for Junsu, but it was top tier. Thinking that, Junsu accepted it happily. "Thanks, I'll put it to good use." At that moment, another hand landed on his shoulder, making him a little awkward. Before he could figure out what was going on, both the Tower Master and Zijan shouted excitedly, "All right, now for the main event." And so Junsu was dragged into the conference room with the two of them, along with the president. The president stood at the center and said clearly, "We're currently tracking Zin Iron, the leader of the terrorists, the woman known as the Executioner Queen." Junsu stood there grim-faced, studying the map on the table. He had seen this map many times before, because this was the map for the Chapter 1 mission. If this were a game, everything would be completed right before your eyes. But this time, both the Western Legion commander and a war hero like the Eastern Legion commander, leaders from many cultures, and even the Superhuman Association's strike team had joined forces. Sure enough, having a government or not made a massive difference. That was why the Father's army wanted to assassinate the president. And there were also the Saintess's words that day. Junsu wanted to see what she would do next. Looks like the season finale ended a bit fast. In the days that followed, news praising Junsu appeared all over the papers and across the internet. Everywhere they went, Soren and Janet saw people beaming as they spoke. "The whole internet is talking about you right now. Sir, it looks like the battle at the Indian embassy really drew attention. Good thing that arc is over. Junsu should focus on training himself." So he drove the two girls back to his private home. The moment they got out of the car, Janet spotted something. Asim, with his wife and daughter, was standing in front of Junsu's house. Seeing him, Asim hurried over to greet him. "Greetings, Sir Master of the Black Fox Sword. I came to express my gratitude to you." Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I understand." This was a golden opportunity for Ambassador Kali's family. He needed to say something. But before he could even open his mouth, Kali suddenly stepped forward. The girl looked at Junsu with determination and said, "Sir, I want to become your student." Junsu froze at once. Before he could do anything, he asked in confusion, "Your student? What do you mean?" Kali explained slowly. "In the recent accident, I clearly realized that people need strength. So she wanted to become strong, like Junsu's two students, Soren and Janet." Kali was sincere. She bowed respectfully to Junsu. "I hope you can teach me." Before Junsu could answer, Asim cried out in alarm. "Kali, are you sure you won't regret this? Think it through carefully." Junsu understood why Kali's parents were worried. Kali's grandmother had once been the master of Kalarachi, and she was mutated into an aberrant creature while exploring a rift. When a member of the ambassador's family came of age, the fate of the goddess Kali would manifest, and if they resisted that fate, death would follow them. That was why they had no choice but to follow their ancestors' path. But what era was this anymore? Thinking that, Junsu spoke up immediately, "Mr. Ambassador, Kali's father. This is a golden chance to have one of the final top 3 warriors. You have to seize it, don't you?" So Junsu said firmly, "I understand your goodwill toward humanity, as well as the fate passed down through your family." Hearing that, Asim blurted out in shock, "How do you know that?" Junsu didn't answer. He continued calmly, "I understand your concerns. But Kali has the ability to protect herself." Asim asked skeptically, "Meaning you know a way for our Kali not to suffer?" Dammak nodded and Junsu replied frankly, "That's right, to do that, Kali has to become a superhero." He said if everyone entrusted the task to him, he would definitely make it a reality. Asim still couldn't accept it and muttered hesitantly, "She's just an innocent child who has never even held a sword. She can't become a superhero. There must be another way." But worried for their child, his wife spoke up to persuade him. After a moment of silence, Asim looked at Kali again and asked, "Has your decision not changed?" Kali nodded firmly, "I will do my best. Please believe in me." Asim walked over and patted the girl on the shoulder, his voice full of love. "This will be a very difficult path, but if you're ready, follow your heart. You must overcome fate and survive. Hearing his advice, Kali happily exclaimed, yes, definitely, and then. At the training ground, Junsu glanced at Kali and asked, have you made your final decision? Kali still didn't understand what awaited her, but she nodded eagerly. Yes, Junsu threw his head back and laughed loudly. Then Kali, starting tonight, hell training begins. His smile was so frightening that Kali trembled and murmured, please guide me, sir. A few days later, lively music echoed through the training room. Kali, dressed in comfortable clothes, kept dancing nonstop. Kali was a dancer and also an assassin. Junsu had unlocked her stealth trait, now only the dance trait remained. It was time for Kali to unlock it. She continued dancing until a force enveloped her body, and the dancer trait was quickly unlocked. Just as Junsu had expected, Kali truly had talent. The foundation to confront fate had been laid. Now all that was left was to level up. At that moment, Junsu walked over, handed Kali a towel and said, you're really hardworking. You've already reached level 3 in no time. Kali took the towel, nodded and said, thank you, sir, then began wiping her face. Seeing Kali tired and out of breath, Junsu made a suggestion. Take a short break, your stamina is still weak. It's better not to push yourself too hard. But the girl shook her head and refused, no, I'm fine. Please start the next round of training quickly. Kali wanted to become strong like Soren and Janet as soon as possible. Soren was already level 5 and Janet level 4. She was forcing herself to train without realizing just how difficult it was. Thinking that, Junsu advised her, you have the same natural talent as those two. As long as you train steadily, you'll be fine. There's no need to rush. If you overexert yourself, problems will arise. Kali quickly nodded, yes, I'll remember that. Just then, Junsu's phone rang. He quickly stepped outside to answer it and told Kali to go rest. The caller was Chunbok. Over the phone, his excited voice came through, Kim No, the master of the Black Fox sword. It's me, Kim Chunbok. Junsu frowned slightly and asked, long time no see. What brings you to call? Chunbok hurriedly replied, actually someone has sent a challenge to the Black Fox sword. You remember, right? The King of Destruction. Junsu immediately understood. He wants to challenge you and bet on Iron Fist, is that it? After thinking for a moment, he nodded frankly, yes, I remember. Chunbok continued. This time they're offering diamonds as the prize along with a fragment of Mars. Hearing that, a cold glint flashed in Junsu's eyes. A fragment of Mars. Of course he knew what that was. The Mars combat technique was sealed inside. Junsu immediately felt pleased. This was practically a mission to obtain it. At that moment, Chunbok added, the decisive match will take place in 2 weeks and it will be a 4 versus 4 battle. Will you accept? Junsu didn't hesitate at all, of course, see you then. After saying that, he quickly hung up. 2 weeks to form a team. Junsu needed a squad that could guarantee absolute victory against that King of Destruction. There were a few quite useful people, such as Soren or Yujin, but he had never used them in team battles before, so it was a bit difficult. However, Junsu had thought of a different lineup. He put away his phone and curled his lips into a smile. Just as I thought, only that lineup is the best. 2 weeks later at the underground arena, the referee announced, today's battle is about to begin. Warriors quickly enter the stage. The King of Destruction's team stepped in one by one. Besides him, 3 elders followed behind. The Flying Dragon King, the Demon Mage King, and the Angel King. The Flying Dragon King looked at his opponent and smirked. You little brats, I may be old, but I'm still full of vigor. Do your best. Junsu glanced at the 3 elders before him and sighed. He had guessed that the King of Destruction would bring top experts, but it was truly unbelievable that he had brought 3 level 6 masters into the arena. Still, there was nothing to worry about. Junsu had a way to win. His lineup today included Iron Fist, another member was Priest Kim, and the last was Mage Kim. Back when he was playing the game, he had never used this trio. With the Kim family lineup, Junsu knew exactly what strategy to employ. He was certain he would obtain the Mars fragment. A few days earlier, after accepting the challenge from the Destruction King, Junsu had summoned the 3 Iron Fists. Priest Kim and Mage Kim arrived at his house. They had no objections, appeared immediately, and were very willing to assist. This was a super standard team consisting of a warrior, catalyst, mage, and priest. Junsu frequently used this formation, but the Kim team had one weakness. Thinking of this, he spoke seriously. First, our team's problem lies in defense. Priest Kim nodded after hearing this and said, don't worry, I can provide support. Mage Kim raised his hand, muttering in despair. So am I the weakest link? Junsu gently shook his head to reassure him. It's fine, you don't need to blame yourself. After all, our opponents are veterans on the battlefield, so a direct confrontation will be somewhat difficult. The Iron Fist stared at him intently and hesitantly asked, so what is your plan? Junsu smiled slightly and replied, there are 2 points to remember. First is the method of attack, second is the melee strategy. At this moment, a melee clash was already occurring on the battlefield. This approach wasn't overly complicated, but it made the old veterans suffer considerably. Each of the 3 Iron Fists held back an opponent, disrupting the enemy team's strengths, while Junsu faced the Flying Dragon King. He flew through the air, curling his lips in a smile. I didn't expect you to use such a pathetic strategy. Think you can take us apart easily. Having said that, the Flying Dragon King launched an attack. Junsu responded calmly. Just as predicted, they underestimated him and began splitting their formation. The Flying Dragon King readied his mechanical arm to fire. Immediately, a black cannonball rushed toward Junsu. Junsu knew ranged attacks were the Flying Dragon King's specialty, but had a counter. Immediately, he switched his attributes to resist projectile. In an instant, the cannon continuously emitted small explosions. Smoke and flames filled the sky. Junsu was safe flying high, making the Flying Dragon King exclaim in astonishment, "You can fly!" But he didn't have time to understand what had happened. Junsu sliced the cannonball in half. Simultaneously, a strong sword light shot forward, leaving the Flying Dragon King panicked. But it was too late, the sword light exploded before his eyes. Witnessing this, the Archangel King was astonished. The Destruction King also shouted anxiously, "Flying Dragon!" Yet when he was distracted, the Iron Fist struck, knocking the Destruction King down. The Iron Fist also aimed the gun in his mechanical arm in that direction. Junsu saw this and smiled with satisfaction. With the damage of the Iron Fist, the Destruction King was just a path-clearing target. Next were two others. Priest Kim and Mage Kim were still facing the Archangel King and the Dark Mage King. Junsu smiled slightly. Everyone is following my orders and doing very well. Previously, he had instructed them not to use magic. At that time, they asked in surprise. What then? How should we fight? Junsu replied straightforwardly. First, stick to your opponents and disrupt them. Then the opportunity will arise. Use magic at that moment. By now, the Archangel King began charging magical attacks. In an instant, brilliant light enveloped the battlefield. Priest Kim had to shield his eyes. Simultaneously, the Dark Mage King summoned magic and shouted fiercely, "The game is over, die!" Immediately, a magic projectile tinged with blood shot forward. In this critical situation, Junsu used a shield to protect the two allies. He shouted fiercely, "Priest Kim, now bless me." Priest Kim immediately followed the command. Outside the shield, the magic attack struck. Before long, Junsu acquired the defensive attribute. Seeing that they did not counterattack, the Dark Mage King sneered with disdain, "Brats, all you do is defend." But the Archangel King sensed something. He shouted urgently, "Wait, Dark Mage King, I sense a very strange energy." Meanwhile, Junsu still stood tall, unharmed. Mage Kim approached him and said, "Shall we finish this?" He nodded, "Yes, finish it." As he withdrew, Junsu drew out his hammer. Mage Kim simultaneously channeled magic inward. In an instant, a fire phoenix appeared. Junsu charged forward with the hammer and the fire phoenix. He smiled confidently. This is the Kim battle team's victory. With a loud bang, the entire battlefield echoed with explosions. Smoke and fire engulfed the area. The referee declared the battle over. Victory belonged to the Kim battle team. Junsu also received an additional special reward. It was the Fearless attribute, granted on the condition of defeating 3 high-level enemies consecutively. Thanks to that guy, the Destruction King, all the conditions to acquire the traits were gathered here. While Junsu was thinking, the Destruction King stepped forward to speak. "We lost." He nodded lightly and said, "That was a great match." The Destruction King didn't go back on his word and took out a fragment of the Fire Star, handing it to Junsu. He spoke coldly, "This is what I promised you. The rest will be given to each of you in turn." Junsu's face lit up when he saw it. He finally got it. The Fire Star fragment could awaken Soren's swordsmanship. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but suggest, "If anyone wants a rematch, you can contact me anytime." "Anytime?" The Azure Dragon King chuckled softly. "I don't think so. It seems it's time for me to retire. Our era has passed and a new age has begun." Junsu watched silently as they walked away. The next day, at Junsu's home in the training room, a series of sword beams kept flashing. Soren and Junsu were sparring. They were locked in an intense struggle, and soon they created some distance between each other. Junsu squinted at the girl in front of him. Soren stood upright and clearly said, "Master, you're not tired yet, right? I'm starting again." Immediately, she charged aggressively. A massive amount of mana swirled around her. This was the power of the Celestial Killing Star. A few hours earlier, after returning home, Junsu had called Soren over and given her the Fire Star fragment. She gasped in surprise, "Huh, you gave me this?" Junsu calmly admitted, "Yes. In my hands, the Fire Star fragment is useless, because it only reacts to Soren." Soren held it in her hands, her expression slightly serious, muttering, "But just looking at this already gives me a strange feeling." Junsu shook his head slightly to reassure her. "It's okay, you don't need to resist. Let the mana in your body follow its instinct." Hearing this, Soren sat cross-legged on the ground and began attuning to the Fire Star fragment. The 3 major sword techniques include both martial skill and mana cultivation. The reason Junsu couldn't teach them a special method to control mana was exactly because of this. Soon, Soren suddenly opened her eye. Without hesitation, she drew her sword. The atmosphere became suddenly tense, and a blood-tinged mana appeared. This was the true form of the Celestial Killing Star. The The power of Mars, the war god, and the celestial killing star god. Soren had now collected all the traits and the core of the fire star sword technique. She still couldn't believe it, muttering vaguely. I can't believe it, but my mind has been full of bad premonitions. Junsu smiled softly and patted her shoulder to reassure her. It's normal. That's the power of the celestial killing star. Accept it and focus on fighting and you'll grow stronger. Soren nodded. Thank you, I really don't know how to repay you. Junsu smirked. The mysterious voice said, now you can repay me right here. She didn't understand what he meant. Junsu picked up his sword again, raising an eyebrow as he proposed, what if I become your student? Teach me the fire star sword technique. And so, immediately, Junsu and Soren trained together. Soren's speed after learning the fire star sword technique was extremely fast and powerful. On top of that, her stamina and mana recovered incredibly quickly, so Junsu was soon pushed back. He frowned slightly, thinking, truly, this sword technique breaks the game. If Kali's dance was a light sword dance, then Soren's was a war dance full of ferocity. The moment he clashed swords with her, Junsu gradually felt it. The world seemed to be drowned in a sea of blood. In an instant, Soren froze, eyes wide. Junsu's state had completely changed and the two continued their match. Before long, Junsu turned the tide, pushing Soren away. Bang! The wall behind them exploded on impact. Junsu finally obtained the fire star sword technique trait, smiling in satisfaction. So this is the celestial killing star. But quickly, Junsu realized something. Soren had been thrown and was still falling upside down on the ground. He anxiously asked, Soren, are you okay? Soren replied irritably, do I look okay? The training session ended there. Soren went to rest and Junsu finished bathing and went out to the balcony to enjoy tea. He was about to reach level 6 but still slightly short. It seemed he needed more activity and experience. Thinking this, Junsu took out his phone and beaming said, at times like this you need to find the right person. The next day at Chasel's office, Junsu went there to receive a mission. As soon as he arrived, Cho Seo teased with a laugh. Oh my, who's this? Our organization's pride, top revenue earner. Kix OK was also there. Junsu ignored them, quickly sat down and went straight to business. By the way, you said there's a major mission? Cho Seo nodded lightly in response. As the mission broker, I'll explain, I said. He asked whether Junsu knew the terrorist alliance had been wiped out. Junsu gave a slight nod, indicating he already knew. Because of the Deoktra army's plot, Disaster Chapter 1, the terrorist alliance. Unlike in the game, they were wiped out in a government-led crackdown. At this point, rebuilding that organization would be extremely difficult. Right now, the executioner Queen Sin Iron and her remaining followers are being scattered and crushed everywhere. At that moment, Cho Seo continued, so, at the army's request, we've managed to track them down. Then Seo OK sighed and said, but one of them is hiding somewhere we can't reach. Junsu frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, is that place really that troublesome? Seo OK replied helplessly, the monster village. And among those terrorists there's a mutant. Hearing that, Junsu couldn't help but say, exasperated, in the monster village, any mutant counts as one of the little guys. Seo OK shook his head with a sigh. But those terrorists are extremely dangerous, and that bear keeps shielding them, so we're in a bind. Still, I really didn't expect Hunter Kim to have connections with that monster village. Fate really works in strange ways. Junsu rubbed his forehead and said, so that's how it is. Even so, he still couldn't accept it right away. To reach level 6, he couldn't recklessly pick a fight with the monster village. But refusing outright didn't feel right either. While Junsu was thinking, Seo OK slid a photo over. In the photo was a lizardman. The man explained slowly, this is him, the lizard mutant hiding in the monster village. Doesn't he look exactly like a terrorist? Junsu picked up the photo, studied it for a long while, then frowned and asked, this thing is a mutant. Seo OK nodded slightly. Yes. Junsu asked, what's the issue? Isn't this lizard a mutant? This is the mid-tier boss of Chapter 1, SG Lizard, a high-tech bioengineered criminal. This terrorist tricked Big Bear, so Junsu took the mission. So Junsu ran through the night to the village, hoping that once Big Bear learned the truth, he would cooperate. Fine, no guarantee he'll listen, but you'll try to persuade him. But just as he neared the place, a thunderous explosion erupted. Junsu panicked. Wasn't that the direction of Hope Village? That lizard had already started making moves. Thick smoke and fire blanketed the sky. Every creature in the village was weakening, trembling on the ground. Even Big Bear couldn't stop himself from shaking. Something seemed stuck in his throat as he rasped, what's going on? It's ghost green bombs, Junsu shouted as he ran in from afar. Seeing him, Big Bear cried out in shock, Swordsman Kim, why are you here? Junsu hurriedly said, I heard there was a terrorist here. This must be his doing. He's a criminal pretending to be a mutant. Big Bear was stunned. What disguise? Before he could recover, a creature ran over to report, Chief, the snake bone is gone. The lizard is gone too. Big Bear froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Junsu quickly spoke up. There's no time. If this keeps up, everyone will turn into bombs and explode. The creatures in the village were truly in agony. Junsu urged, put up a barrier now. Big Bear answered without hesitation, understood. Then he rushed to the sacred tree. Big Bear knelt on the ground, pleading, "Godmother, Great Mother, please protect our children." The moment he said it, the sacred tree immediately began to glow. Next, waves of fairy magic poured from it and in moments enveloped the entire village. The condition of the creatures also stabilized somewhat. Seeing that, Junsu said, "Please keep the barrier up. I'll find that terrorist and the snake bone." Big Bear looked at him anxiously and asked, "Will you be alright going alone?" Junsu nodded slightly. He had already adjusted the traits of his sixth sense. Firmly, he said, "I'll find them quickly and come back." After that, Junsu ran deeper into the village. The air here was thick with miasma, and he frowned, murmuring, "This must be the place." But just then a voice suddenly called from behind, "Master." Startled, Junsu turned around. It was Soren calling him. He frowned in confusion. "Why are you here?" Soren smiled. "You called me to help." Junsu couldn't help asking back, "Oh, did I?" But very quickly he realized something was off. Soren laughed, "Oh right, that's it, so I came to help you." As soon as she finished, his body suddenly swayed and Soren panicked and caught him. She asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Junsu held his head, pressed his lips together and said, "I'm fine, but this is strange. Why does my body feel so limp?" Soren moved slowly, worried. "You should rest, let me investigate." Junsu frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "Will you really be all right?" Soren smiled. "Of course, leave the rest to me, eat and rest." The moment she finished speaking, she drew a knife and lunged to stab. At once, the smell of fresh blood spread through the air. But when she looked closely, Soren's eyes suddenly went wide, because Junsu was still standing tall, and the knife in her hand had been knocked away. Juji smiled and said, "You think I would fall for this kind of illusion?" In Juji's hand appeared a vial of holy water. He stabbed his own leg to stay alert. At that moment, Soren in front of him suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of black smoke. When Juji saw the aftermath, his eyes unintentionally reddened. He saw the snake bones hanging from a pillar, surrounded by bags of fluid being infused into some body. Seeing this, Juji angrily shouted, "You lunatic, you're using a mutant's body as a bomb." The lizard had returned to its normal form. It smiled and said, "These mutants are really easy to manipulate. Thanks to them, I could prepare a perfect terror attack, and now I've also captured your annoying swordsman." Juji narrowed his eyes at them. He spoke with contempt, "You think this is enough to deal with me? The perfect time to use these things has come. Freshly forged every year, rage, resilience, assault, destruction, peerless, total kill. Combining these 6 traits creates the Fire Star Sword technique, delivering a total of 1,000 strikes." Juji mastered the integration of these traits with the Fire Star Sword technique flawlessly. In an instant, Lizard's soldiers were engulfed by demonic energy tinged with blood, leaving them panicked. Juji's eyes had turned wild. He snorted coldly, "You've really picked the wrong target." Without another word, Juji charged forward with a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other. In moments, his sword was stained with fresh blood. All of them, including Lizard, were defeated. Juji smiled with satisfaction, truly terrifying power. Then he rescued Snake Bones and brought it back to Hope Village. Seeing its condition, Big Bear exclaimed in shock, "Snake Bones, what happened?" Juji replied quietly, "It lost too much mana. It will probably go berserk soon. Please take it to its godmother." Big Bear hurriedly nodded and brought Snake Bones to the tree god Van Sin. "Godmother, please save Snake Bones." But through the translator, it received the tree god's troubled tone. "Too late, I can't do anything now." Hearing this, Big Bear panicked and murmured shakily, "Impossible." At that moment, Snake Bones weakly raised a hand and trembled, calling out, "Bear, Bear." Big Bear rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you okay? Are you conscious again?" Snake Bones trembled slightly, pleading, "Bear, kill me." In an instant, Big Bear's face showed sheer panic. He angrily shouted, "What did you say? Kill you?" Juji was equally helpless. This is probably the best way. If Snake Bones' mana core goes berserk, it could trigger an explosion big enough to wipe out the entire village. But Big Bear was heartbroken. He cried loudly, "I can't do it. Even if it costs my life, I will never." While everyone was in despair, Juji said, "I have a way." Big Bear immediately cheered, "Really?" But Juji didn't want them to have too much hope. He hesitated, saying, "There's a 90% chance of failure. And if anything goes wrong, I'll be in danger too," just as Snake Bones had said in the first battle. Still echoing in his mind, perhaps he should risk his life to save it. Nevertheless, Big Bear remained determined. "Even if the chance to save Snake Bones is only 1%, I don't care. Please, at all costs." Juji nodded slightly, understood. "First, prepare a bath for me." Everyone outside quickly ran off. Juji looked at Big Bear and instructed, "Outside the forest, the Hunters Association is waiting. Please let them enter." Big Bear followed his instructions and cleared the way for Kai Shell's people to enter. The uncle handed Juji a suitcase and said, "These are the items you requested. Do you need anything else?" Juji slowly said, "Chairman, no, all senior officers. Extract the mana cores and foot seals from the prosthetic part." Kai Shell frowned slightly, asking, "How many do you need?" Juji hurriedly replied, all of them, extract everything. The only way to save Snake Bones was to give it a human body, so Juji was making the medicine for it. Then, he immersed Snake Bones' body inside. This method only appeared after the nuclear war chapter, but it was worth trying. As long as there is a sacrifice from someone who reached the god realm, isn't there a tree god here? Thinking this, Juji spoke seriously. Tree god, to save Snake Bones, are you willing to share your blood? This made Big Bear exclaim in shock. The godmother's blood. The tree god hesitated briefly, then said, all right. Take it. Then she placed her essence into Juju's vial. Juji quickly poured a sip into Snake Bones' mouth. The remaining sip was for him. Then Juji activated 3 traits: Divine Power, Holy Light, and Radiance. With these 3 traits, he could reach their level, even if only temporarily. Then Juji would enter the space permitted by the tree god. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him changed. This was the domain of the tree god, and the 2 people she had just come to meet were here as well, 2 deities. Junsu felt incredibly small standing before them, but their sacred artifact was responding to him. As long as the 3 gods were together, Junsu could break the probability adjustment system and level up directly. Very quickly, the Hope Village game board was engulfed in darkness. Then 2 other streams of magic appeared, and all 3 struck straight down into Junsu and Frost Serpent's body. Seeing this, Big Bear couldn't help but cry out in shock. Thunder was striking directly into Frost Serpent, and Snail Cart was just as stunned. No one understood what was happening, while Junsu remained wrapped in magic. Before long, bolts of magic continued crashing down from the sky. It lit up an entire corner of the village. When the thunder finally faded, the tub where Frost Serpent had been soaking was steaming heavily. Junsu curled his lips into a smile and said, Frost Serpent, it's time to wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slowly rose from the tub. Before long, a girl with golden hair appeared. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. It worked. She really has taken human form. More precisely, she was an artificial human. In her human form, Frost Serpent quickly stepped out of the bathtub. She now had the appearance of a human. Junsu hurriedly grabbed a cloth to cover her body and smiled. Congratulations, you have a new body now. Frost Serpent looked at him gratefully and said softly, thank you. It feels like rain falling. The wind brushing past me, the scent of grass and fresh air, I haven't felt these in so long. Feels like a dream, even though I truly have a body now. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly swayed, making Big Bear cry out in alarm. Hey, Serpent Lady, are you okay? There's nothing wrong, right? Junsu frowned slightly. Strange, it worked. While everyone was confused, Frost Serpent suddenly coughed lightly. A round treasure appeared in her hand. Junsu recognized it. It was the treasure that appeared at the end of Frost Serpent's personal quest. Frost Serpent looked up at it and murmured softly, so this is the godmother's prophecy. Hearing that, Big Bear scratched his head in confusion. What prophecy? Frost Serpent placed the ring into Junsu's hand, then smiled. You are the one who returned flesh and bone to me. My fate is to give a part of my body to you. The prophecy ring, true to its name, was a device that could display all information within the game. For example, it could reveal the rewards inside treasure troves or uncover maps of related random dungeons. Junsu truly hadn't expected this reward. While he was still thinking, Frost Serpent took out a mana core and handed it to him. Please accept this as well. Junsu couldn't help but ask in confusion. Isn't this your mana core? Even if you're no longer a mutant, you still need it. Frost Serpent gently shook her head. It's fine, if you want to reach level 6. You'll need my mana core, she instructed me to do this. At the same time, the tree god suddenly trembled, and a leaf fell into Frost Serpent's hand. She quickly opened it and saw writing inside. She spoke up. The godmother has given us instructions on how to reach level 6. Upon hearing this, Junsu froze. Frost Serpent slowly explained that according to what was written, he would also need mana cores from other mutants. As soon as he heard this, Big Bear immediately said, you're the benefactor of our village, so this is nothing. I'll give you all the mana cores I have. Immediately after, the villagers also eagerly offered theirs. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. These must be keepsakes from teachers, parents, or friends, yet they're still willing to give them. He truly felt deeply grateful to them. The next day, Junsu returned to the city and headed to a skyscraper. His 3 disciples followed behind him. Soren looked around for a while before hesitantly asking, does this entire building really belong to you? Junsu nodded lightly. That's right, I just bought it. Money is power. Just then, Cho Seo came running from afar, waving. Hello, Master Kim, Junsu replied with a faint smile. Director Choi, you're here early. Smiling unconsciously, Cho Seo spoke cheerfully. Of course, I'm the manager of this building now. It's my honor. Allow me to show you around. Hearing this, the 3 Soren and the others immediately brightened up, all excited and planning to head to the cafeteria. But Junsu suggested, let's go to the training room. The 3 of them instantly panicked. A moment later, in the training room, Junsu and his 3 disciples began their practice. Kali was already a level 3 superhuman, Janet was a level 4 master and the highest was Soren, a level 5 master. Meanwhile, Junsu also joined the training. His speed was astonishing, so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Junsu had changed his trait to swordsman and advanced to level 6. After training intensely for a while, he stopped to observe his 3 disciples. They already had a solid training foundation, so now he could focus on honing himself. Seeing that they were ready, he could finally devote his attention to improving his own skill. Thanks to the prophecies, Junsu was able to obtain the items he needed to reach level 6. What's more, he even grasped the ultimate techniques of the Eastern Army, the Black Tiger Sword Art and Inferno. After gaining so many attributes, the Master Tier Swordmaster trait was no longer far away. However, the training method Junsu was using right now wasn't enough to wield that trait. As a result, he ran into trouble controlling the Mars Sword Art. Junsu felt like it was finally time to go there. The dwelling of the gods. A few days later at the giant palace in Sweden, Junsu arrived at the palace gates, but as he tried to enter, the guard outside stopped him. "Warrior Kim, I'm afraid you're not permitted to enter." Junsu couldn't help but freeze, then asked in confusion, "I'm an honorary holy knight of this place." The guard replied flatly, "Even if you are a holy knight, you've only reached level 6, it's far too dangerous. Please come back once you reach level 7. Junsu sighed helplessly. He'd already expected this, it made sense. After all, there was a saying, anyone below level 6 would die if they encountered a god. But it wasn't impossible. Then he took out a sprig of flowers. Junsu smiled calmly and said, "This is a mythic-grade piece of equipment from Norse mythology." Miss Dew's regret. The female angel guarding the place couldn't help murmuring doubtfully, "You really got it, I see, then allow me to guide you." Hearing that, Junsu smiled in satisfaction. That did it. Good thing he'd prepared in advance. A little earlier in the square in Sweden, Junsu was strolling through the streets like he had a purpose. Before meeting Thor, he needed to prepare one thing first. There was a quest whose reward was Miss Newton's regret. He had to finish it first. As Junsu remembered, he needed to find a few special people in this market. While he was deep in thought, someone came up behind him and threw an arm around his shoulders. It was Sigmund. He beamed and said, "Long time no see, huh? Never thought I'd run into you here." Junsu returned a polite smile. "It's been a while, what a coincidence." Sigmund laughed openly. "We've got new family members now, we have a child. We brought the baby here to receive a blessing." Seeing how happy the couple looked, Junsu couldn't help smiling. Come to think of it, this place used to be a holy land of the Norse. Wait, wasn't the god who blessed babies in Norse mythology that person? Thinking of that, Junsu hurriedly said, "Hold on. You two came here to receive Frigg's blessing, but I heard she's already dead." Majorities nodded lightly. "That's right, but there's a prophecy. It says, in a castle floating between the heavens at the deepest far end. Seek the gemstone that holds the sunset. Bring the gemstone to an empty field. Board the flying ship and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile." Junsu frowned slightly. Going by the prophecy, the castle floating in the sky had to be the giant palace, and the lowest far end was probably this place. While he was thinking, Sigmund spoke up with an offer. "We've already found the gemstone. Want to take a look?" As he spoke, he handed Junsu what he was holding. Junsu took it and murmured in shock, "This is the gemstone." So the gemstone here also meant forbidden knowledge. But in the image, Junsu saw something familiar. Seeing his reaction, Sigmund asked, a little flustered, "What is it? Is something wrong?" "This is the birth of the purest, most innocent god, the advent of Miss Newton." The special people Junsu needed to meet were Sigmund and his wife. He had to help them receive Frigg's blessing to complete the quest. With that in mind, Junsu immediately changed his attitude and said excitedly, "Big brother, please let me join your journey." And so the three of them headed to the field from the prophecy. It was just that there were quite a lot of monsters down below. Sid Moon sat in the pilot's seat and pointed into the distance. "That's the flying ship from the prophecy, the legendary vessel built by the Dwarf King." Junsu looked where he was pointing. Sure enough, he saw 2 airships hovering in midair. For a moment, Junsu was delighted. He recognized it. It was a foldable mobile fortress that could fit inside a bag. A flying mobile fortress. Seeing him stay silent, Zippun continued, "Amazing to see it with your own eyes, right?" In truth, Junsu wanted to claim it. In the game, he could never get his hands on it. Sigmund and his wife sat in the vehicle, constantly scanning their surroundings. Because the prophecy said, "Bring the gemstone to the field, board the flying ship, and restore order to the world. Only then would the gods smile." So they had to seize Skid to Bladnir and defeat the Titan clan. Thinking of that, Sigmund sighed helplessly. A lot of people have already died because of the ambition to claim that ship. It won't be easy. Hearing that, Junsu clenched his fist. "Won't be easy, not at all. For me, it's as easy as pie." At that moment, the cannons aimed at Juju's vehicle. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magical cannon fire surged forward. The vehicle system immediately issued a warning, detecting incoming projectiles. "It's time for me to show what I can do." At the same time, Junsu switched the vehicle's trait to silk steering. Then he quickly accelerated, the car slicing through the air. The magical cannon blasts chased him relentlessly, continuously exploding. Yet Junsu's vehicle pressed forward undaunted. The cannons continued to fire wildly at him, triggering constant alerts. Junsu ignored them and kept accelerating. He drove straight into the smoke and flames ahead. Seeing this, the Zichmon couple below panicked. Within that swirling smoke and fire, something was frantically glowing. Who else could it be but Junsu's vehicle? He drove straight into the sky, a cinematic display earning him the unification trait. Yua Lam merged with his warhorse. Immediately after, Junsu drove straight toward the spaceship. The car stopped boldly above the spaceship, causing the guards to panic. Before they could comprehend what was happening, an explosion occurred. It blew them away. The general emerging from inside saw his troops defeated and was incredulously shocked. Impossible, seeing the culprit, he demanded to know why a holy knight like Junsu would do such a thing. Junsu pouted and replied, "What nonsense, I don't believe in gods." He tightened his grip on his hammer, ignoring the general's cries. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Boom! The spaceship exploded again, and in an instant, Junsu had defeated those aboard. He then seized control of it. Sigmund, once aboard, couldn't help but sigh, "Truly an amazing battle, my boy. Now we just need to operate this thing." Junsu nodded, "Indeed, but how do we control it?" While he hesitated, the vehicle system spoke, "Master, I can operate it." Junsu plugged the warhorse's cable into the spaceship. In an instant, the system began accessing it. Zichmon studied the displayed map, frowning. "To gain Frick's blessing, we need to find Fenrir." Junsu didn't hesitate to volunteer, "I'll help you find it." He then let the system pilot the spaceship away. Before departing, he dropped explosives over the field, annihilating all the titans below. Seeing this, Junsu smiled in satisfaction. "Now we can finally fulfill the prophecy." Sigmund nodded, "Thank you so much, my boy, I won't forget this favor." He then produced the gem from earlier. Immediately a beam of light emerged, and the goddess Frick appeared. Goddess Frick said nothing, slowly raised her hand, and gently touched HOCD's abdomen. She vanished shortly after. Sigmund sincerely said, "I accept the blessing you've bestowed with gratitude." Junsu was also pleased. The mission completed, he obtained a rare 1% drop item in the game, Miss Newton's regret. Junsu clenched the flower branch in his hand, silently rejoicing. He was now ready to face the god. Back in reality, Junsu entered the massive palace. Upon entry, an invisible barrier appeared before him. Junsu bit his lip in frustration, trying to tear the barrier to step through. Even approaching it made him short of breath, but he had the item. Though lacking rank, Junsu could withstand the divine aura because he carried a one-use item. Through his persistence, he finally encountered, though, the god of thunder. Seated on a grand chair, he smirked. "Pleased to meet you, outsider." Junsu was taken aback. He knew who Junsu was. Puzzled, Junsu asked, "How do you know I come from another world?" Though chuckled softly. Though replied calmly, "How could I not know? My eyes see everything, little human." Hearing this, Junsu realized. Even the gods cannot fail to recognize him. Though then asked, "Why have you come to see me?" Junsu replied calmly, "I just have a few questions. Do you know who summoned me here?" If it were a transcendent power capable of altering the world, Though might know. Yet Though shook his head. "I don't know," causing Junsu to frown. Junsu stiffened, Though stared at him, repeating, "I said I don't know, how would I know?" Junsu muttered. "Then could it have been the father who summoned me?" Though frowned deeply, thinking for a long moment before replying. "Impossible, if any god had used such power I would certainly know." Junsu frowned, pondering. "Then Senza is not a god." Thinking back to that conversation with the holy maiden that day, her words clearly carried a hidden meaning. After pondering for a while, Junsu asked in silence, "Then why did she call me a vessel?" Thor thought for a long time before replying, "Maybe it's because of your soul. Your soul's rank is truly very high." Junsu asked in confusion, "Is it because I know how to combine different traits?" Thor nodded indifferently. Thor answered frankly, "That's right, the ability to learn and fuse all kinds of power. Only transcendence can do that. In the East, they call it something like peerless myriad stars, right?" Junsu had heard the Tower Master mention it, so he kept asking. "I've heard of it before, have you ever met anyone like me?" Thor lightly tapped the armrest, and only after a long pause did he speak. "Yes, there was one. The heavenly demon." Those words made Junsu recall what Tran Vai had said, that he resembled the heavenly demon. At last, he understood everything. While Junsu was thinking, Thor spoke up with a suggestion. "Then just run away from the Pope and that damned cult. After that, I'll appoint you as my angel." The moment Junsu heard that, he panicked and hurriedly refused. "I'm not looking to die yet." Thor looked at him with displeasure. Thor said coldly, "Only after someone dies that human. But honestly, even if that imposter comes back to life, it doesn't matter." "Doesn't matter?" Junsu puckered his lips and shot back. "Are you serious?" Thor sighed helplessly. "I don't want to be locked in this stupid palace forever, doing nothing but drinking." In the myths, Thor was the god of thunder, and also the god of war. In the Godslayer War, when the Pope died, every defeated god was executed. The victorious gods were sealed instead. So it was only natural that being imprisoned like this left Thor furious. Just then, Thor suddenly spoke again. "In the end, that Godslayer War only benefited you humans, didn't it?" Fine, then I'll give you an extra push. Those words left Junsu completely baffled, but Thor said nothing more and extended a hand toward him. You want power to escape the Pope, don't you? Junsu didn't answer, only nodded. Thor smiled in satisfaction and said, that power, I'm willing to grant it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Junsu's body was completely wrapped in crackling light. The pain made the veins on his skin bulge. In the end, he couldn't endure it anymore and threw his head back with a scream. Thor still sat coldly on the chair and said bluntly, use it well. After enduring countless waves of agony, Junsu finally obtained Thor's cultivation art and his thunder. Then Thor slowly opened his mouth again. It's done, little human. After the surge of lightning, the hammer in Junsu's hand could now generate lightning on its own, though it was quite painful. Still, the result wasn't bad. Junsu lowered his head in thanks. Thank you, Thunder God. Thor gave a faint nod. You can go now, human from another world. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. This trip hadn't been bad at all. After that, he left the palace and boarded the airship back to South Korea. A few days later, Junsu entered South Korean territory. He calmly looked down below. The journey had been a bit long, but it was well worth it. Even though he hadn't planned it at first, Junsu had obtained the Godslayer Miss Sniper. It could remove the unbeatable trait, and could even bring down Skid to Bradley. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Junsu laughed happily and said, maybe I should take the disciples out for a little trip. But just then, something suddenly stirred in the distance. He frowned slightly and muttered, why does it sound like rumbling? Very quickly, he saw an explosion up ahead. Horror immediately filled Junsu's eyes. That's your home, how did it explode? A moment later, ambulances arrived at high speed, rushing the injured to the hospital. After getting back, Junsu also hurried over to check. He moved so fast that it startled the nurses, but Junsu didn't care and ran straight to Choi Seo's room. He was covered in injuries as he lay in the hospital bed, medical equipment beside him. Junsu frowned and spoke. Director Choi, what bastards did this to you? Choi Seo pressed his lips together and replied, we're investigating, but it seems to be the remnants of the terrorists. Hearing that, Junsu's face instantly darkened. He ground his teeth and muttered, terrorists, they've crossed the line. Choi Seo wasn't just Junsu's business partner, he was more than that. In the brutal, selfish society of Axion Seoul, he had been the first person to show kindness. Choi Seo was also Junsu's right-hand man, the man who always wore a warm smile, yet now he lay motionless here. Junsu bit his lip hard, his eyes were full of self-reproach. Damn it, this is all because I asked him to manage the building. At that moment, a trembling voice suddenly rang out. Superhuman Kim. With shaking eyes, he jolted upright. He looked down at the person lying in the bed. He cried out in alarm, Director Choi, you're awake. Choi Seo shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. As he spoke, he trembled and raised his hand. Holding a vial of blood in his hand, he muttered quietly, but there's something far more important here. This is my blood, take it. Junsu furrowed his brow slightly. Suspicious, he asked, why are you giving it to me? Choi Seo calmly replied, because I implanted a nano device into my blood earlier, and I managed to smear some of it on those terrorists. With it, Junsu can track them. Hearing this, Junsu immediately grasped Choi Seo's hand tightly, gratefully saying, thank you for still being alive, Director Choi. I'll use every medical tool I can to treat you. Choi Seo nodded lightly, still wearing that sincere smile. Seeing him unharmed, Junsu finally turned to Lee. With a face full of determination, he said, and this time I will deal with all of them. Later, at Guru's base, Junsu and Iron Fist arrived. After checking the surroundings, Iron Fist slowly spoke. Superhuman Kim, I traced the nano device in Director Choi's blood. Here are the results. They're hiding here. Junsu and Iron Fist quickly moved inside. He furrowed his brow and asked, you mean their traces stop here? Iron Fist nodded slightly, replying, yes, I've destroyed this place completely. Most of the people in Guro are either residents or criminal. Iron Fists can handle them. Hearing this, Junsu frowned silently. It was the right decision, but this time he was determined to defeat the leader of the terrorists. The Assassin Queen, Iron. Originally, the Terrorist Alliance began as the Rights Alliance. It was an organization established to reclaim rights for those marginalized by society. Until they allied with the Bishop's cult, if we recklessly destroy this place, it could actually make their justice stronger. Thinking this over, Junsu spoke slowly. Violence isn't always the solution. It could endanger the lives of innocents. Iron Fist frowned lightly as he said, of course that's true, so have you thought of another way? Junsu smirked slightly, saying, we'll dismantle it and rebuild it. Iron Fist froze, bewildered, asking, what do you mean? Junsu raised an eyebrow and smiled, from now on we'll redevelop Kagura. Iron Fist was even more confused, dropping the medicine he was holding in his mouth. Junsu smiled confidently. This is my plan. The redevelopment of Kagura went quite smoothly. All thanks to the president, who quickly approved the redevelopment of a region with chaotic public order. And thanks to investments from prominent figures like Haiyang Tower Master and the General. Additionally, another event occurred. Junsu finally located the main terrorist base on the outskirts of Hoarder. Of course, once found, he had to go there. Yujin accompanied Junsu, helping unlock the entrance, cheerfully saying, "Unlocked, master." Junsu praised, truly worthy of being the #1 security company. Yujin was not only skilled in security but also in bypassing locks. Slightly embarrassed by the praise, Yujin quietly said, "But don't you think this is a bit too dangerous? You're about to face the infamous assassin queen." Smiling unconcernedly, Junsu said, "Of course it's dangerous. This isn't an easy mission. And that's why I asked everyone to help." Others were accompanying him, all familiar allies. Iron Fist, Sorcerer Kim, and Priest Kim were all level 5 superhumans. Junsu's 3 disciples were level 3, level 4, level 5, and Junsu and Yujin were level 6 superhuman. Truly extraordinary talents, their power grew much faster than average. Junsu hadn't expected Yujin to be as strong as him. Thinking this, he happily said, "Then everyone is strong enough to handle this, so no need to worry." Hearing this, the 3 Sarin cheered, "Leave it to us, master." Yujin became even more determined. He boldly said, "I'll do my best as a level 6 superhuman like you." After preparations, Junsu pushed open the door. The moment it opened, a gust of wind slammed into them. Looking closely, a spatial gate appeared. Seeing the ominous black, the 3 Sarin immediately shrank back. Sarin muttered hesitantly, "Are you sure we'll be okay going in?" Junsu squinted confidently, "Have I ever guessed wrong? Let's go in and eliminate the assassin queen." Meanwhile, in a dark basement, a low voice resonated. "Those lowlifes have walked into their own grave." As the words were spoken, a blood-stained sword was raised. It was Yeren. She smirked wickedly, saying, "Since it's come to this, I'll help them find a nice place to be buried." Later, on a vast plain, Junsu's team arrived. But the unfamiliar surroundings caused some unease. On the land were a magic formation and 3 strange battle arrays. Players had once called this place the minigame hell. You must complete 3 minigames to remove the curse placed on the Reaper Queen. In the game, it's a side-scrolling format, so it's not difficult. But now, getting through this place on our own doesn't seem easy. It's just that, anticipating this situation, Junsu brought along the disciple. Thinking this, he glanced at everyone and said, "We'll split into 3 teams to tackle this place. Team 1 is Yujin with Iron Fist, Wizard Kim, and Priest Kim. Team 2 is Soren, Janet, and Kali." After hearing the team assignments, Soren asked suspiciously, "What about the last team?" Smiling unconsciously, Junsu said confidently, "I'll go alone. I'm an expert who has ranked in minigames before, so I can manage on my own." The first game is Seo Gujin's team, a game where you break falling blocks to reach the checkpoint. Although it doesn't look easy, if there's a type of magic that senses mana, it's a different story. That's when Wizard Kim comes into play, quickly finding what's needed. Immediately, Iron Fist unleashed 5 punches to break them. Yujin's team's first game proceeded smoothly, but a thought seemed to sprout in Yujin's mind. His expression changed, pausing the teasing. The second game for Soren's team was to find the cloud step to traverse the sky to the checkpoint. As long as they moved according to a certain pattern, they could succeed. With Kali and the game bot, it was too easy to complete. The final game was Junsu's. He glanced at everyone, reminding, "I'll handle this myself, so don't worry. If you arrive first, don't open the door, just wait there." "Good luck then." A moment later, Priest Kim stood before a door, smiling. "Looks like we got here first." Iron Fist hugged Wizard Kim, laughing. "It's thanks to this kid, his pathfinding is incredible." Wizard Kim shyly said, "I'm glad I could help everyone." The 3 chatted happily. Only Yujin stood aside, his face slightly sour. At that moment, another group appeared. It was Soren's trio. They were thrilled to have succeeded. Soren hugged Kali in praise. "Kali, you're so smart." The 3 girls hugged and laughed very close. Once again, Yujin stood alone, isolated. He wanted to show Junsu his growth, but what was he doing? He couldn't let it go. As the only level 6 warrior here, Yujin decided he must confront the execution queen directly. With that in mind, Yujin boldly approached the door. Soren, chatting nearby, accidentally noticed this. Yujin was ready to push the door open. Soren shouted urgently, "What are you doing? Get out here now." Priest Kim also warned, "Don't go in, Warrior Kim hasn't arrived yet." But it was too late, the door had already been opened. Yujin remained confident, smiling. "It's fine everyone, I'm level 6 too, I can handle some of it." And so they defied Junsu's warning, entering Yeren's hideout themselves. The moment they stepped in, a surge of mana struck, making Yujin shiver. The others suffered the same. What was this overwhelming pressure? Yujin felt his body unable to move. The one attacking was naturally Execution Queen Yeren. She slowly approached the trembling Yujin. Seeing this, Soren immediately shouted in frustration. "You fool, Master said to wait." Immediately, all 3 of Soren's group rushed forward, seeing they could move. Yujin was astonished. How could they endure this curse? Yeren, however, remained calm, skillfully countering the 3 attackers. She sneered, "Wanna die together here? I'll grant your wish." With that, Yeren began swinging her sword. A series of sword beams flew, knocking Soren's trio away. Yujin struggled with the curses. He gritted his teeth. This opponent couldn't be defeated from the start. At the same time, Yeren slowly stepped before Soren. Seeing the danger, Yujin shouted urgently, Run, Soren. Yaren sneered, curling her lips. Goodbye, kid. But before her sword could strike, a figure appeared to block it. Yaren's eyes narrowed in surprise, her face showing disdain. The newcomer was none other than Junsu, using iron fist to block Yaren's sword. He smirked provocatively. Hey, Execution Queen, long time no see. Over a month, right? Seeing him, Yaren looked extremely displeased, coldly asking, You dare come here? No need to prolong it, I'll kill everyone. Without pause, Yaren began swordplay, a flurry of sword beams dancing in the air. Seeing this, Yujin panicked. No. Even if it was Junsu this, he worried, wanting to shout. But before he could speak, an unexpected turn occurred. Junsu was evenly matched with Yaren. Not only that, Yaren was pushed back several meters. In an instant, she went berserk, charging and screaming, I'll kill you for sure. Junsu remained calm. He quickly sheathed his sword, then smirked. You're wrong, today you're the one who died. With that, he drew Thor's hammer, striking with thunderous light. Explosions of lightning roared nonstop. Yet Yaren boldly charged through. She scoffed. You think you can stop me with this trash? Strike 1,000 times, it's useless. Junsu of course knew this. During the Soul Terror incident, Yaren's passive invulnerability. He had felt the pain. Back then, Junsu couldn't harm her at all. But now was different, Junsu could duel Yaren. This frustrated her. How could she have expected this? In such a short time, he had upgraded so much. Naturally, Yaren wouldn't give up, disappearing instantly. When she reappeared, she was behind Junsu. Without hesitation, Yaren slashed. Fortunately, Junsu was a step ahead, creating a shield to block. But soon his shield was shattered by Yaren's sword light. She charged straight to Junsu. Yaren scoffed coldly. It's time to end this, owner of the Black Tiger sword. But then her body is suddenly pierced straight through by a tree branch. The aura radiating from it nullifies the invincibility effect. Junsu curls his lips into a smug smile. It's over. Yaren stares at whatever is emanating from that branch, baffled. What is this? As she bends to get a closer look at what's on her body, he slowly draws the sword at his hip. Miss Xiao's Godslayer can nullify invincibility. The reason I've been pretending to lose this whole time is. The next instant, a sword arc flashes past, severing her arm and sending it flying upward in shock. Before Yaren can react, Junsu immediately unleashes his power. Fire erupts from his palm, engulfing her and everything in front of him. Her whole body is swallowed by the blaze until it chars black. Yaren screams in agony. This was also part of his plan to create this opening, even as her skin begins to melt away. But the arm holding her sword still rises high. This is nothing. You're only a level 6 superhuman, she spits, eyes brimming with hatred. Yaren swings her sword hard at him. Even if I die here, I'll drag you down with me. But Junsu is lightning fast, using his sharp blade to chop off her remaining arm, under the stunned gaze of Gujin and Soren. His voice rings out. You can feel it now, can't you? Standing tall, Junsu's razor-edge strikes carve Yaren's body apart. This is a fight where I'm punching above my weight. Heavy chunks of her body crash to the ground. Her head even drops right in front of Zuzu. He glances at Yaren and sneers. You've got this coming, you know that. Knowing there's nothing more she can do, she smiles faintly and says, finish it. At that moment, the Chapter 1 final boss stands beneath a blade held high. Yaren says her last words in an icy voice. I won't hesitate anymore. A chilling sound rings out and fresh blood sprays everywhere. The Assassin Queen is completely defeated amid the shattered ruin. Someone exclaims in awe, I can't believe you defeated a master like that, sir. Even the others in Junsu's party cheer at the same time. What an incredible achievement. That was insane, bro. Keep this up and you'll go down in history. Seeing everyone so happy, he finally feels a bit more at ease. Thank goodness everyone's okay. Suddenly, from far away, a small figure speaks softly. Teacher, I'm sorry, I almost ruined your plan. Sensing the awkwardness, Junsu walks over and pats his shoulder. We brought her down, what is there to worry about? Hold your head up. A hand picks up a sword from the rubble left after the battle. Masamune, the demon sword of the Assassin Queen. He grips it firmly. He thinks to himself that its attack power is fantastic. Not only that, it never misses a stab and it can inflict a curse when it hits. Even Soren beside him can't help but marvel. That sword looks amazing. No wonder it's the Assassin Queen's weapon, she adds, surprised. Junsu hands the sword to her instead. You take it. Soren is stunned and starts to ask, what? Why aren't you using it? Before she can finish, he cuts in to explain. I'm better suited to a straight sword than a curved one. With Junsu encouraging her, take it. I think it'll suit you. Soren blushes shyly as she accepts her new weapon. Yes. Then thank you. Even so, he's just as thrilled inside. Star-slaying blade goes perfectly with a demon sword. This will be incredible. With that interesting combination settled, Junsu steps up to a cold steel gate. Now, let's see what the queen was protecting. In that moment, he can't hide the greedy spark on his face. Let's go. He's practically giddy, thinking about scooping up a massive reward. The heavy door, spilling dazzling light, is pushed open by Junsu. At once, a room glittering with gold, silver, and jewels appears, and everyone cheers in excitement. Holly and Janet can't hold back and rush into the pile of gold. So much, and it's sparkling. Soren, standing nearby, is flustered too. There's really a ton of money in this vault. As if long used to it, Iron Fist stands there with hands on hips, wondering aloud. Guess this is what she stole from those terrorist attacks. Behind them, Priest Kim asks Junsu, what are you planning to do with all this gold and treasure? Still rummaging through the gold, he answers, it should help cover the losses from the attacks. We have to rebuild the infrastructure. As if he's found exactly what he wanted, Junsu lifts a gun high with delight. Of course, except this one. So excited he can't hide it, he smiles with a flushed face. The final piece of the Dan San collection. Now I've got the full Dan San gun set. A little later, under the sunlight at the construction site, Gu Jin drops to his knees and pleads desperately, please, I'm begging you, take me as your official disciple. The sudden action leaves Junsu stunned. Why all of a sudden, right in front of him, Gu Jin finally speaks his true feeling. To be honest, I was really confident in the earlier fight because I thought I was a genius. Now, he can't suppress the shame in his eyes as he continues. But in reality, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even swing my sword even once. Hearing that, Junsu remembered Gu Jin's sad face earlier, so that was why he'd looked so down back then. Then he recalled the battle with Eren, and realized that leveling up couldn't solve every problem. Suddenly, his resolute gaze lifted. Of course, the instructors in your guild are all excellent, but they're still missing one crucial element. You, under the intense stares of Soren, Janet, and Kali beside him, Gu Jin shouted out his wish. I want to become a warrior too. Faced with that determination, Junsu pressed his lips together, like a weed fighting to survive in the wild. If he wanted to learn that badly, then Junsu wouldn't overthink it. He made his decision at once. Fine, I'll take you in. With Junsu's approval, Gu Jin couldn't believe his ears. Really? Even so, Junsu warned him, but you can't quit halfway. The two girls beside them were happy for him as well. Gu Jin blushed and hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. That's great, something like that will never happen, thank you so much, master. Out of nowhere, a punch slammed into his back from behind. Welcome, rookie. Behind him, Soren raised a hand and smiled warmly. I'm really looking forward to training with you. But after that hit, Gu Jin clutched his back and asked irritably, Rookie, what do you mean rookie? Annoyed, he argued, I met him before you did, you're the one who came later. She wasn't about to lose either, curling her lip in a retort. What are you talking about? We have to go by the order we joined, right? Don't you think so? Junior Seo made Janet and Kali sigh helplessly off to the side. The two of them whispered in unison. The bomb inside her just went off again. Even so, Soren still heard it and blushed as she yelled. In the blazing sunlight, she stormed over to the two girls. Don't tease your senior sister. Just as Janet was turning her head to look back, Soren's voice rang out, stop right there, and Janet suddenly slammed hard into someone. A chilling voice made her go pale. Janet, a figure in a white robe bearing a sinister emblem, spoke. There you are, do you have any idea how much trouble it took me to find you? He immediately grabbed her hand and yanked her along. Come with me now. Janet panicked and tried to pull back. Wait. Suddenly, another hand clamped down on the man's wrist. The moment Junsu saw him, his face darkened as he demanded, what are you doing here? The man in white tore his arm free and snapped back, I'm here to take back what belongs to us. Seeing the people behind him, Junsu looked as if he'd heard a joke and repeated, belongs to you? You mean Janet? The man produced a sheet of paper and declared on his own authority, exactly. Read this contract. This brat belongs to us, so we're taking her. As if remembering something, Junsu thought, I know who they are now. That blood-soaked scene flashed back, along with their silhouettes. The ones who killed Janet's parents and sold her, turning her into an orphan for traffickers. Standing before Junsu, they smiled arrogantly, the emblem on their bodies on full display. The mages of the Ilyang Demon Tower. Understanding what was happening, Junsu knew it was time for Janet's personal quest to surface. He stepped in front of her to shield her. She's my student, you can't take her. But they remained unreasonable, pointing at the paper as they argued back. What did you say? This brat belongs to us. Read the contract carefully. In that instant, a sword was drawn. One clean slash split the paper in two, leaving him stunned. Watching the two halves flutter down, Junsu leveled his blade at them and declared, her right to live is written on that damn scrap of paper, if you want her. I'll bring Janet to you. But Janet was still terrified, turning her head to look at him. His eyes were icy now, a warning to them, I'm coming with her. At the same time, another sword surfaced in Junsu's mind. In this mission, she would fully inherit Nephilim's sword. A towering structure rose beneath the blazing sun, the Ilyang Demon Tower. A loud explosion erupted from the laboratory gate, shaking everything. Look, in front of the massive test vat, Gu Jin covered his mouth in shock. What is this place? Walking ahead, Junsu explained, the biological magic testing area. And his thoughts echoed, this is where humanity's disgusting greed is laid bare. Janet was almost silent as she stared at what was before her. Suddenly, a voice drew his attention. You, master, with a hand lightly pressed to her chest. Janet was still frightened by everything she'd seen. Do you think I can become strong enough to stop all the horrific biological experiments in the world? Even Soren felt awkward seeing her like that. Janet, like a reassurance, Junsu affirmed, only if you obtain Nephilim's sword. The moment she heard that, she couldn't hold back and hurriedly said, then let's go right now. But Junsu shot her a cold look as if reminding her there's one thing you must do first, avenge your parents. Junsu's words made her freeze. Without another thought, hatred burning in her eyes, Janet made her decision. I'm sorry, I forgot what I can never forget. Let's go, master. Papers scattered across the floor in chaos, along with a scream of pain. One of the mages from the Ilyang Demon Tower trembled as he begged Janet, I'm sorry, please spare me. Your parents. But those words only made her colder as she demanded. The master of the Ilyang Demon Tower. How dare you still mention my parents? Every word Janet spoke drained the color from his face. I don't want to waste any more words on you. Not letting him get out another last word, the girl personally finished off the one who caused everything. Fresh blood dripping onto the floor with each spasm of his agony. A heavy thud rang out as he fell. Janet's whole body trembled after dealing with him. So much that she couldn't hold on to the sword and let it slip from her hand to the ground. In that moment, she couldn't keep it together anymore and burst into tears, covering her face. Soren hurried over as well. Janet pulled her into a hug and checked on her. Are you okay? You did great. Junsu stepped up too and praised her. You worked hard. Even so, as he stepped over the papers scattered across the floor, he understood clearly. Janet's mission didn't end with revenge. Picking up the vivid red folder in front of him, coated in dust, Junsu thought to himself, magical bioexperiments are spreading quietly across Seoul and many other places. He quickly sifted through the documents. Among them, the most successful test subject was, and when he saw the image of a black, winged creature, Junsu immediately knew, found it. A hybrid between human and angel, a Nephilim, we have to kill him. Glancing at the name at the bottom of the photo, he curled his lips into a confident smile. To do that, we need to find his true name. Annex A. Once the girl gradually calmed down, Junsu spoke again. Janet, let's go down to the basement. In the form of a massive creature, sword in hand, he explained to everyone that they needed to obtain the Nephilim's sword. In front of them stood a gigantic creature inside a containment tank. Someone exclaimed in awe, so this is a Nephilim? They've been researching something like this. Junsu didn't wait a second and drew his sword. Well done, everyone, but you're no match for Ha now. Back off. Seeing him step forward alone, Gu Jin asked, you're fighting him by yourself. Isn't that way too dangerous? Just as he said, even Junsu understood the moment he saw it. He wasn't wrong. This boss would take at least 4 level 7s to handle. But Nephilim lack intelligence. They can't use tactics or schemes like humans can. Without thinking further, he decided, as long as I stick to the plan, I still have a chance. Facing the Nephilim, Junsu said sternly, wake up. The very next second he spoke its name, Annex. As if hearing a familiar name, it opened its blazing red eye. A massive shockwave made the ground collapse. Even the containment tank couldn't withstand its power and shatter. A howl echoed up from the depths of the underworld. It raised the sword in its hand and unleashed its power. Under that pressure, even Junsu struggled to throw up a shield to block. A powerful sonic wave that could inflict fear and reduce an opponent's stats. Even so, he'd already prepared his plan. With his airstrike skill activated, Junsu successfully leapt up and dodged the Nephilim's attack. He even curled his lips into a smirk. Smiling with confidence, too predictable, he didn't hesitate to activate his gear trait, unleashing My Now's ultimate technique. In a flash, Junsu slipped behind it, countering the Nephilim's strike, and he didn't stop there. Seizing the opening, he spun around and hurled Thor's hammer straight into its right leg, piercing through. Badly wounded, the Nephilim let out a painful roar. Even so, it still slammed its sword into the ground to brace itself, startling Junsu mid-airstrike and charge. He quickly slid across the floor, keeping just enough distance, and sneered as if mocking it. Seriously, watching the Nephilim's right leg gradually recover, Junsu couldn't believe his eyes. I aimed for his leg on purpose and it's still intact, taking the chance. Junsu rushed in again, then I'll keep hitting until it sticks. I already know every move it's going to make. He'd already calculated it out, staring at his weapon slick with fresh blood. I've already smeared a giant's blood onto my sword. A flurry of razor-sharp slashes poured out, leaving it no time to react. If a giant's blood deals damage over time to a giant, and that damage keeps stacking during the fight, just imagining it made Junsu grin with delight. After unleashing a barrage of cuts, he rose into the air and looked down at the Nephilim collapsing onto the ground. Then my damage will be endless. Its eyes, full of unwilling fury, roared in rage. Even while holding the advantage, Junsu reminded himself, I still need to watch out for the Nephilim's sword. A surge of black aura burst out as it got up and retaliated. Seeing those streams of dark energy, Junsu immediately jumped back to avoid the strike. Another wave of dark energy slammed in. He struggled to parry with his sword, but he still got hit in the face, making Junsu frown and cry out. Seeing that, Gu Jin went pale. This is bad. Soren could only remind them helplessly from the side. Now's not the time to panic. Get a grip just as she was about to charge in. Teacher will join in too. He suddenly raised a hand from afar to stop her. Wait, with the sharp blade he unleashed, Junsu stood confidently before the Nephilim and faced it head-on. He activated his aura skill at once. Just like a protagonist wrapped in dazzling light, I can't afford to miss the finishing blow. Watching the black miasma Nephilim unleashed, Junsu sprang high to observe. As the dark element damage persisted, he spotted a white flower on its wing. He immediately knew it would bloom into a white blossom. Found it. The very next second, without hesitation, he drove his sword straight down into Nephilim. Its weak point stabbed in such a critical spot. An immense surge of black miasma poured out. Even Junsu couldn't hold out for long, so he quickly tightened his grip on the sword, using it as an anchor. At last, the counterattack phase began. Cracks started to appear across Nephilim's body. He knew clearly that a massive amount of sword energy was leaking out. Everything was going exactly to plan. Sensing the moment had arrived, Junsu steadied his sword in a firm grip. Now go back to hell. With a direct piercing thrust, he split its body in two. In that instant, it still weakly forced out. I was wrong. Then only two heavy halves of its body crashed to the ground, revealing Junsu's small frame. Everyone outside who witnessed it was stunned. The sword lay on the ground and the crack kept spreading. Black miasma from Nephilim's sword was still releasing mana. Without thinking for another second, Junsu slammed a hammer straight down onto that crack. A dazzling light gradually appeared along the blade, seeping through the fissure. Another sword was revealed right after that, the SSR Shadow Blade. Holding it in his hand, Junsu curled his lip into a satisfied smirk. He finally obtained the Shadow Blade. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. A splendid fight. Wu Jin and the others walked over, praising him. We learned a lot. Off to the side, Soren still couldn't stop worrying about Junsu. But what if you got hurt? Instead, he called the girl's name. Janet. Junsu handed the sword to her and said, try this sword. Janet looked a little flustered. A sword. All right. Seeing her hold the sword firmly, he understood perfectly. Only Janet, someone who had gone through the experiment, could bring out this sword's full potential. The next second, a torrential wave of dark power rushed in and wrapped around her. This was a necessary step to complete the mission. Feeling those currents of power closing in, Janet trembled. What is this? Beside her, Junsu stayed calm and reassured her. Don't worry, just do whatever it tells you to do. Hearing that, she took a deep breath and softly replied. Then, as if something possessed her, her eyes turned into nothing but a thick, pitch-black void. As though controlled by the black miasma, Janet raised the sword and pointed it straight at herself. I will comply. Soren and Wu Jin started to step forward to stop her. At the moment their shouts rang out, Janet drove the sword into her own body. Janet! Soren whirled around in panic and called to Junsu. Master, but he calmly raised a hand to stop them. Wait, then Junsu said evenly, it's about to begin. Vortices of mana instantly formed around Janet. Right after that, the system displayed a notification. Innate true chi. The power erupted more and more violently, spinning hard around her. The shadowy black sword, submerged in darkness, reacted to Janet's innate true chi. Soren and Wu Jin stared in shock at the violent scene before them, mouths hanging open. Meanwhile, Junsu folded his arms and smiled in satisfaction. The swirling mana storm surged wildly. At last, they had obtained one of the top swords in Accent Soul. Immediately after, all the energy detonated at once. Finally, a stream of black mana slammed into the ground, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and smoke. Janet now calmly held the sword before her, a roaring current of power pouring from the blade. Nephilim's sword, the sevenfold true chi was complete. Cut to a towering skyscraper. A chorus of amazed exclamations rang out. The interior was vast and brightly lit. Wu Jin, Soren, and Kali's eyes gleamed as they looked around. Wu Jin said excitedly, all the damaged facilities have been fully repaired. And there's even a state-of-the-art training zone. Kali chimed in happily. Perfect for training. Unlike the three of them, Junsu folded his arms and let out a satisfied sigh. He glanced over and saw Janet timidly walking up from behind. In a small voice she said, teacher, but Janet scratched her head and said awkwardly, Nephilim's sword. I don't know how I'm supposed to pass it on. Junsu smiled faintly and reassured her. That's only natural. Nephilim's sword only responds to those who possess innate true chi like you. Janet's eyes widened. Only me, then what do we do? He answered confidently. It's not hard, I'll learn true chi too. Then I'll naturally figure out how to pass it on. She asked in surprise. You'll learn true chi, how? Junsu pointed at Wu Jin and said with confidence, acquired true chi. I'm going to learn Wu Jin's sword god unity first. He folded his arms, brimming with confidence. I've already watched it closely. If my body just imitates it, it'll be easy. Wu Jin and Janet looked at Junsu with admiration, and then he blurted out happily. Copying superpowers? I've only heard of it, I've never actually seen it. Then Junsu strode ahead with a bright smile and gestured with his hand. Come on. Then let's begin. Cut to another place. Countless bullets flew in thick volleys as he and the girl kept firing nonstop at Junsu. And you fly back and forth with the sword, blocking those bullets. Janet worriedly shouted while firing, Teacher, how long do we have to keep doing this? but Junsu continued to deflect the incoming bullets, then decisively announced, "Almost done, keep going." But Gujin shouted anxiously, "You'll get killed like that." He stubbornly kept moving, blocking the bullets. The bullets hit him, splattering blood everywhere, but Junsu gritted his teeth and endured, even though the impact of the bullet struck him. A bullet grazed his leg, tearing his pants to shreds, blood soaking large patches. Yet he didn't retreat, continuing to use his sword to block the relentless bullets. Even as deathly attributes gnawed at his body, Junsu's eyes remained cold, staring straight ahead, his will unshaken. He still had to feel his way along that general outline. Then he swung his sword strongly backward, and the bullets instantly split in two. Only then did Gujin and Janet gape in astonishment at Junsu. A surge of sword energy enveloped his body, and the system immediately displayed the notification. Achievement unlocked, sword body fusion. At the same time, his entire body radiated abundant energy. Junsu wiped the blood from his mouth and gave a confident smile. This isn't over yet. He looked at the system panel, silently rejoicing. He had finally completed the last piece. Finally, he had obtained the special trait, the supreme attribute of the warrior class, both in name and in effect. He and the girl exclaimed in astonishment. That is, immediately, black streaks appeared on Junsu's sword, accompanied by a green energy aura enveloping it. Both of them shouted excitedly. Sword aura, he gripped the sword tightly, smiling confidently. The system immediately displayed, achievement unlocked, advanced trait. Trait, Master of the Sword, summoning a level 6 sword master beyond standard limit. Junsu smiled with satisfaction. Scene shifts back to the building. Junsu seriously spoke to Janet. Before officially starting lessons, the other three stood at a distance observing. Then he slowly asked, "Janet, what is sword energy?" The girl lowered her head to think. "Sword energy is," then Janet answered firmly, "the light of the soul." At this point, Junsu placed his hands on his hips. He slowly asked again, "The light of the soul?" She confidently confirmed, "Yes. Unlike sword aura, it's not simply a crystallization of magic power." Janet explained clearly, "Taking magic power as the body, soul as the mind, forming another version of oneself. That is an incarnation." He propped his chin and speculated, "An incarnation like an avatar?" The girl happily spread her arms and added, "Yes. Therefore, even among high-level superhumans, only warriors can use sword energy." Hearing this, Junsu silently praised in his mind. "See, quite a thoughtful answer." Then he posed another question. "But if the energy simply takes form, calling it sword aura would be enough, right?" Janet hesitated. "Well, that..." Then she turned around, looked at her hands, and suddenly realized, as the teacher said, it does make sense. Junsu crossed his arms and smiled at Janet. He gently explained, "Sword energy is not just a concentration of power, it can also be seen as a path to transcendence." Junsu gave an example. When he fought the Nephilim alone before, he surpassed visible limits, completely transforming into a physical form. This was because he caused a significant change in physical attributes. Janet quickly understood. So, at that level, sword energy enhances the soul, meaning the realm is elevated. Now you understand, the Nephilim train sword energy to strengthen their souls. The girl immediately realized the purpose. They want to elevate their realm to become gods. Then Janet happily clapped her hands. So Nephilim, as angelic descendants, have instinctively learned sword energy from birth, naturally, like breathing. Hearing this, Junsu paused, thinking quietly, like breathing. He reflected on other skills in the system, continuously analyzing. Other skills use sword energy as active ability. But this one must be used like a passive skill, right? The girl calmly instructed, "Teacher, hold the sword and close your eyes." Then Janet placed the sword in Junsu's hands and slowly explained, "Don't use sword energy like normal, instead breathe." He immediately closed his eyes, focusing on regulating his breath. Janet gently guided Junsu. Slowly, relax. Energy began to swirl around his body. Junsu's entire body felt as if floating in midair. He immediately realized it's breathing. Then he calmly opened his eyes and looked around. Here, he saw an endless staircase leading to a dazzling light in the distance. He became even more certain. This is the space of Nephilim aspiring to become God. He reached out, affirming the key point, understanding their desire. Junsu looked up carefully, a stream of stars flowing before his eyes. The steps stretched toward circular stars. The black represents the light of the soul. Immediately after, magic attacks continuously flew straight toward him. All of this is a truth that cannot be conveyed with words. Junsu closed his eyes, sensing the feeling from the magical energy. The heat, the exhilaration. Joy filled his entire body. His body was immediately flung outward, now experiencing it fully. Junsu's fingers gradually relaxed, but he immediately gripped the sword tightly. Then Junsu decisively raised the sword high. A surge of magical energy radiated fiercely along the sword's path. In that moment of climax, Janet covered her face. The system immediately announced, "Trait acquired. Nephilim's sword trait." Junsu rejoiced at the achievement, and Janet happily said, "Congratulations, sir." After finishing, the other three quickly approached, excitedly exclaiming, "Sir, did you succeed?" Junsu sheathed the sword, looking at them. "Thank you." He continued gently, "You worked hard, Janet. Janet shyly scratched her head and replied, it's nothing, it's because you succeeded. Suddenly, with a bang, Choi Seo rushed in. Panting, he shouted, Soldier Kim, it's a big problem. Everyone immediately turned around in shock. Junsu slowly asked Director Choi what happened. He hurriedly reported, currently, Chairman Sung of the Jumo Corporation is in critical condition. Junsu widened his eyes in horror and shouted, Chairman Sung Hee-jun. A 7-star superhuman, how could this happen? Choi Seo immediately replied, poison. I heard using Elijah was useless and the condition worsened. Hearing this, Junsu froze for a moment, eyes wide in astonishment. Elijah is useless, a thought flashed through his mind. Such a poison could only be one, blood poison. Junsu frowned in contemplation. And in the game, it could only be used once. On this side, Hai Yang was trembling on the bed, her body showing spreading streaks of blood. From her neck to her hands, Hai Yang's face was in pain, breathing heavily, a sign of the impending zombie disaster. Hai Young-do applied full force in chest compressions on Hai Yang while shouting. Her heart stopped. Prepare CPR immediately. The female secretary behind was trembling. In a panic, she shouted, what's happening? If anything happens to the chairman, we're all dead, do you understand? He kept performing resuscitation, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, she was fine just a moment ago. Just then, Junsu suddenly opened the door and shouted, stop. Hai Young-do was startled and exclaimed upon seeing him. Soldier Kim, Junsu seriously said, that illness, he observed her exhausted state and confirmed. It's not something doctors can cure. Immediately after, Hai Yang was given a bright red mixture of medicine. After drinking it, the blood streaks on her body gradually disappeared. Her breathing became more even. Soon, Hai Yang let out a weak sound. Seeing this, the female secretary quickly ran to the bedside. Chairman, are you awake? She slowly said. Secretary and Soldier Kim pausing for a moment. Hai Yang continued, so I owe you again. Junsu smiled slightly, replying, no need to call it owing. Please consider this a repayment for helping me with the redevelopment last time. Then, the female secretary carefully helped her sit up. Hai Yang wondered what exactly happened. Suddenly her health collapsed and she fainted. The secretary immediately replied, Chairman, I truly apologize. It seems there was an external poisoning plot. She was startled, looking up poison. When exactly? Junsu gently asked, have you been in contact with any animals recently? Hai Yang hesitated. Animals? Immediately after, the secretary recalled that she had played with a stray cat. While it was raining, yes, before collapsing, you petted a stray cat. When touching that cat, Hai Yang had no idea her hand had picked up a green substance. He calmly said, yes, exactly. Junsu quickly explained, that was a shapeshifter disguised as a cat. He was hired by someone to assassinate Chairman Sung. She asked in surprise, you mean you already know the truth, so you've caught the culprit? He smirked, confidently affirming, of course. Inside, Junsu was secretly relieved for he had anticipated their scheme. On a dark night with a full moon in a park, the silent forest, you raised your gun and aimed it straight at the wounded mage on the ground, then coldly ordered, tell the truth. The shape-shifting mage gritted his teeth, unable to believe he'd been captured. Junsu pressed loudly. Was the Black Leopard sect hired to assassinate Chairman Sung, but the mage still tried to pretend he didn't understand. I don't understand what you're talking about. He immediately bent down close to the man's face and taunted him like a madman, then repeat after me. The Black Leopard are a cowardly breed swallowed whole by winged serpents. The mage hissed in fury, bastard, but then turned his face away. Seeing that reaction, Junsu could already guess. From your reaction, I don't need to ask anything else. Right after that, he jammed the metal gun barrel against the mage's head as a threat. If you want to live, hand over the blood heart. The mage went pale and stammered, Hey, I don't have that. Hearing that, Junsu pressed the gun even closer to his head. So why should I spare your life? Junsu said flatly. The mage hurriedly stopped him. Wait, I'll give you this instead. Then he pulled out a crystal necklace that glittered with an orange glow, held it up in front of him and pleaded, please spare my life. Junsu stared at the necklace right in front of him and recognized it at once, the dragon necklace. He picked it up with interest and examined it. Fine, I'll take it. Inside, he was secretly thrilled, lucky me. With the treasure handed over, the mage hurriedly acted as if to reassure him. Then I can go now, right? I'll never come to Korea again, I swear. Junsu replied softly, yeah, go. The mage immediately ran off as fast as he could. But right after that, Junsu suddenly drew his sword and leapt above the man's head for a sneak attack. Back in the present, Junsu scratched his head and chuckled. He'd already gotten the antidote from the shapeshifting mage, but he still thought to himself, cut his belly open and take it. Hearing that, Hai Yang asked in a low voice, so that's how it is, who hired people to assassinate me? Junsu decisively pointed to the saintess and her followers. It was the Black Leopard sect. More precisely, the Old Father sect is the one behind them. Back in the past, Aaron had once led an armed rebellion. If in episode 1, they used a terrorist alliance to make the president and his wife tremble in fear as they clung to each other. To cripple the government, then this time their goal was to assassinate the chairs of major conglomerates. Yang lowered her head, frowning with worry. But that's a foreign sect. Why target me? Junsu quietly analyzed it in his mind. Probably because of the recent financial sponsorship to eliminate the terrorist alliance. From the Saintess's position, she had to take it seriously too, but she couldn't reveal that the old father sect was behind it, because there was no evidence yet. After finishing his analysis, he looked at her and spoke slowly. I'm not sure of the reason either, but then Junsu calmly announced. However, I've found the Black Leopard sect's hideout. Yang's expression instantly changed. Her gaze turned sharp and dangerous. She stood up and made a demand. Then I formally commission you, find the ones who tried to kill me, and tear them into pieces. Cut to a busy bridge packed with traffic crossing a river under glaring white sunlight, the Han River. Junsu braced his hands on the railing, lowered his head, and focused as he scanned the surrounding. Yang strolled over and reported, "Warrior, everything is prepared just as you ordered." She looked at the dense crowd taking photos on the bridge and said anxiously, "But is it really necessary to do it like this? Just to gather evidence?" Hearing that, he immediately turned back and replied, "There are other ways. However, if we want to stop the disaster in episode 2 from plunging the capital, Seoul, into terror, this is the only way," Junsu explained slowly. "To set an example and warn the Black Leopard sect and the mastermind behind them." "Maybe," Yang echoed in surprise. "The mastermind." He turned to look down at the river and answered confidently, "You'll see soon enough. Now please begin." As soon as he finished, Junsu immediately unleashed his power. With a grand spell that vaporized water, he slammed a surge of energy straight into the river. The surface instantly split apart where the energy struck. The riverbed beneath was revealed at once, and the stash of money hidden under the Han River finally exposed its entrance. Then everyone lifted their heads to the sky. The city immediately floated in midair, while the river water began to part, making Junsu shout excitedly, "Operation start!" Next, the heavy artillery vehicles that had been prepared moved into position. He ordered, "Fire the HA shells, prepare to fire HA shells." Junsu checked the trade-equipped gear in the system, then began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Grinning, he gripped the steering controls for the heavy cannon. "Fire, crush them, fire for me!" In an instant, countless shells blasted straight down into the river. Explosions turned the entire river a blazing red. The system continued to announce, "Commander has obtained a trait, orders have obtained a trait, leadership trait has obtained a trait." After that, a layer of barrier suddenly appeared on the ground beneath the river. Defensive barrier detected around the target. Junsu immediately ordered, "Cease fire." He couldn't help feeling thrilled. "So you've finally shown yourself." A muscular giant raised a sword high, appearing with overwhelming presence. He stood on an ancient circle, radiating a thick aura of death. Surrounding him were dark mages using black magic to control the giant. Junsu thought to himself, blood soldiers and divination mages too. The system immediately notified him, and even the priests asked, "Master, what do you plan to do?" Junsu replied excitedly, his whole body itching for action. Looking at the system's trade equipment, he confidently answered, "I'll handle it myself." With that, Junsu jumped straight down from the bridge with his sword in hand, thrilled. Right after that, he swung his sword down hard at the barrier. A surge of energy burst from the blade's tip, rising fiercely as it struck the barrier. The barrier shattered instantly under the terrifying slash. The giant behind it was revealed, and Junsu immediately shouted, "Hey!" Before he could finish, he lunged down and slashed at the giant, but the attack was blocked. Hyang hurriedly flew down from above to help. "You're rushing in too fast, hero, I'll help too." But before she could assist, a massive gorilla charged at her. Hyang immediately sensed that something was wrong and felt uneasy. "Dark magic, this is a power I can't handle." Then, monsters kept charging at her one after another, forcing her to brace herself and fight back. Suddenly, Hyang glanced to the side. Junsu came rushing in with his sword, cutting them down. She gasped in surprise that, even at a glance, it was obvious. An aura blade? After it was over, she walked over gently and asked, "You've already become a sword saint at level 6. I was going to help but ended up being saved instead." He quickly replied, "All right, I've cleaned everything up. Let's head inside." With that, the two of them approached the massive gate. The enemy's secret base. Both of them were tense as they stared at the gate and stepped into the restricted zone. As the gate slowly opened, they silently affirmed, "There must be evidence here of the mastermind behind the Black Panther cult." Inside the restricted area, tall buildings were packed densely together, giving off an eerie, unsettling vibe. As she walked, Hyang looked around. "There's no one here." Junsu answered, clarifying, "Yeah, their real base is in Brazil." As he walked, he explained their mission. "We have to find the main culprit behind the sabotage in Korea." After hearing that, Hyang asked suspiciously, "The culprit? You mean the one controlling everything?" The two of them arrived at a large wall engulfed in black flames, looking extremely strange. Junsu put his hands on his hips and looked up at it. It seems the evidence is here. Hyang covered her mouth in shock. The entire wall was covered in black fire. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll handle it." He slowly stepped forward and pressed a brick on the wall. Suddenly, the flames were drawn inward, gathering in one spot. The wall gradually opened as well. Hyang narrowed her eyes slightly, both astonished and curious as everything slowly settled. In front of them appeared towering metal cabinets. There's a place like this inside a sealed area. They opened a random drawer and froze in shock. Gemstones, magic stones, diamonds, it was filled with expensive items. It looks like these were rewards for assassinating the Chaebol chairman. They're quite generous. As the two split up to search, Junsu suddenly grabbed a stack of papers and called out to her, "I think we found evidence of the culprit." Staring at the confusing, abstract characters, both of them looked puzzled. It was written in a coded language. Hyang put on her glasses and examined it carefully. "We need more time to decode this. We'll have to call in experts." Junsu felt helpless inside. Damn it, those bishops really covered their tracks well. She turned to him and suggested, "Leave this case to our security team. We'll decode it as quickly as possible." Junsu could only accept helplessly. "Yes, please." He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. What a shame, but at least now I have the Jumo group as an ally. Back at the massive office building. "Once again, thank you for your help." Junsu sat in a chair, looking confused and bewildered. "Sword Saint," he pointed at himself and asked again, "Sword Saint." Hyang pushed a phone toward him and calmly replied, "You didn't know. News about you has spread very quickly." The headline on the hottest trending search read, "The new Black Tiger swordsman, now called the Sword Saint. People have already started calling you the Sword Saint." Seeing the flood of comments praising him, Junsu couldn't help but blush inwardly. "Are these headlines for real?" Hyang slid a bag toward him and said gently, "And this is my gift." Junsu looked surprised. "I play golf." She quickly explained, "I saw you use one often, so I bought you a higher-end one." As he accepted the bag, he spoke politely. "Oh, you really didn't have to." Thinking about the pile of gifts, gold and jewels stacked like a mountain, his face brightened. "I've already received too much." Hyang patted her chest confidently and said generously, "This gift is only natural. You saved my life." He was delighted and couldn't help but praise her inwardly. As expected of a Chaebol chairman, incredibly generous. She's on a whole different level. Hyang looked at him as he happily inspected the gift. "As for the documents we retrieved from the Black Panther Society and the confidential files from Jumo, we'll contact you once they're decoded." With gold in one hand and cash in the other, Junsu looked up when he heard the question. "So where are you going now, Sword Saint?" Hearing that, he used his right hand to zip up the bag and replied calmly, "To do what the Chaebol chairman is doing." Junsu was blazing with energy, reaching level 7. His soul also burned with determination. To prevent the disaster in Chapter 2, he had to become stronger. Scene shifts to the Divine Realm, Thessaly, Greece, an ancient structure floating in midair. Two armored soldiers were guarding the gate outside a bustling, noisy crowd. Junsu looked at the chaos. "No pushing." "Form a line," he muttered helplessly. "As crowded as I expected." It made sense. The only way to reach Olympus was through the Gayama temple. It was tough, moreover. Scene shifts to the arena, where the final battle of the Olympus gods took place. The image of the goddess in his mind made him even more determined, even more than before. The reason he came here was because of one of those gods, the ancestors of the deities and the giants. Goddess Gaia had summoned him. Junsu slowly weaved through the crowd, pushing their way forward, but to enter, he had to complete a mission. He walked confidently toward the gate, thinking, "After meeting the gods, I must ascend to a soul form and gain the privilege of immortality." People stepped aside voluntarily, wondering, "That badge, is he a holy knight? Why is a holy knight here?" Someone puzzled asked, "Shouldn't he be riding a divine horse here?" Hearing that, Junsu inwardly protested, "The divine horse looks too harmless. Not my style, at least I should pick a dragon to look cool." Junsu approached the main gate, catching the attention of the two guards. A stern guard greeted him. "Welcome, Holy Knight Kim the warrior, we are your guides here." Junsu was surprised. "You know me?" The other guard replied. "No one doesn't know the Stigmata Protector." Then they politely added, "We will escort you. Please follow us." Immediately the crowd expressed admiration. "That's the protector of Stigmata." "Yes, I've met him in Germany." "Oh my god, what luck." Amid the blue sky around the castle, exclamations echoed. "Can't believe he came here." Scene shifted. Junsu followed a guard inside. He looked around every corner, awed from the bottom of his heart. Magnificent and grand, completely different from Thor's palace, truly shocking. Seeing the gleaming badge on his chest, he felt immense pride. "I am fully enjoying the privileges of an honorary holy knight of the Gaia Order." At the fountain, Junsu saw a figure waiting. "We've been expecting you, holy knight." She wore a white robe, calm, and went straight to the point. "The paper you got contains your mission." She said nothing more. Junsu stepped forward to read, thinking, a mission, a mandatory random mission just to meet the gods. After he took the paper, he prayed inwardly, "Please make it easy," begging. As soon as he held it, the woman in white spoke. "Those who have ascended to the celestial path Go to the Georgia Valley beneath the golden mine. Seize from the golden dragon the golden fleece. Junsu took the mission uncontrollably, nearly cursing. He exhaled deeply. Why did I get the hardest one? On a large cliff, Junsu hid behind a rock, observing a golden dragon lying still. Fast asleep, he sighed. Golden dragon, among the dragon tribes, it's the most hot-tempered. Junsu carefully, slowly took each step as lightly as possible. Not too much, he accidentally stepped on a branch. The golden dragon awakened from the slight noise, opened its terrifying eyes, staring at him, then made a sound. It roared, exuding a fearsome aura, pushing everything back, including Junsu. He gripped the pendant on his chest tightly, resolute. Junsu didn't flinch, slowly stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, let's talk, Mr. Dragon." The golden dragon looked bewildered. "You can speak," he smiled, satisfied. The dragon collar allows him to use dragon tongue. "Luckily I brought this." It stared suspiciously, asking, "Strange creature, what do you want to say?" Junsu reassured himself inwardly. "I've defeated the golden dragon in the game. If I want to kill it, I must conserve strength." He looked at the golden fur the dragon was lying on. "But if I do that, the golden fleece will be ruined. I need to stay calm." Junsu spoke. "I came to give you some advice." Upon hearing this, the golden dragon grew fierce, angry. "HMPH, a lowly creature like you," he cut in, revealing his attribute power panel. "Listen up. Calm down, at least we can talk a bit." The golden dragon was startled, confused. "You, this power." It looked at him, impatience urging, "If you dare speak." Junsu sat down on the ground, relaxed as if negotiating with a friend. "Sir, how can you be the Lord of Dragons if you stay here all the time?" Hong Long looked shocked and incredulous as soon as he heard it. "What?" Junsu appeared thoughtful and began to manipulate his psychology. "Think about it, you've been here for 2,000 years without accomplishing anything. At this rate, hope is lost." Hong Long lost control and shouted, "You lowly creature, what do you know?" After succeeding, he began drawing a large circle for it. "See, that's why I'll show you how to become the dragon god. In return, give me the golden sheep's wool." Hong Long started gritting his teeth and growling continuously. "You think saying those vile words is enough, and now you aim for my treasure?" He leaped up, radiating immense authority. "You think I'll give you a chance?" Junsu looked extremely sly, using taunting skill. "If you don't want it, then forget it. This has already pushed its limits." Its eyes flared with intense anger and the sky darkened. An angry voice rang out, "I will take this as your final words." It spewed a fierce flame toward Junsu. Die, he dodged and used an aerial strike. "Well done. Your dragon mental attacks are too easy." Junsu quickly stole a strand of wool and ran. "Give." Hong Long turned and exclaimed, "My sheep's wool." He roared, charging at him violently. "Return it now." A colossal explosion erupted. Hong Long looked down, panting and astonished. "Your lowly creature." Junsu used his momentum, holding steady and retreating backward. Seeing Junsu wearing its wool drove it into a frenzy. "How dare you take my treasure?" He looked extremely provocative. So what, you can't burn it, right?" Junsu thought. The golden sheep's wool is a relic of immortality and rebirth. Just having it is enough to defeat Hong Long. He continued to taunt, "If you plan to destroy it now, I won't resist." Junsu recalled the words of the thunder god. "Use it well to deal with that small dragon for me." He had been given a divine hammer to assist. The thunder god had helped him. Junsu used divine power to leap onto Hong Long's head. He said, "I must defeat you." Seeing himself near death, it pleaded desperately. "Spare me, stop," he replied, "not possible." A massive bolt of lightning containing strong divine power struck the dragon, accompanied by Junsu's voice. Dragon-made items are quite valuable. It was severely injured, crashing to the ground, unable to resist. Junsu looked delighted. "I told you we can handle this more simply." But in his mind, he only thought of upgrade items. The chance to obtain a level 7 elixir and upgrade item. Could I pass this up? Junsu's eyes gleamed with twisted desire. "Now let's squeeze out the last drop." Scene shifted to a magnificent, pristine castle bathed in dazzling golden light. Goddess Gaia appeared. Above, enormous, looking down and asking, "A distinguished guest visits me." Junsu bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Warrior Kim." She was extremely calm, speaking gently. "I know. I have observed you for some time. If you have questions, ask." He quickly replied, "Thank you." He recalled the previous encounter and continued. The thunder god in the west said, "I was summoned here by a being that is not divine." Junsu looked up, facing Goddess Gaia, and asked his question. "So do you know who summoned me here?" She answered, "If it happened in the human world or hell, I would know. But I myself do not know anything." Hearing this, Junsu was puzzled. "So, from heaven?" Goddess Gaia offered another explanation. "Another possibility. It could be from hidden dimensions or from another world within a rift." Hearing this, he recalled a woman with an extremely cunning face. "Could it be the church's holy maiden?" Goddess Gaia spoke. "That explanation doesn't seem to match her either. If a soul is summoned from another world, the summoner's soul would be heavily harmed. She continued, most likely your summoner has already vanished. This made Junsu think. The holy maiden's soul seemed fine. If it's not her, then who is it? At this moment, the goddess interrupted his thoughts. It seems I cannot help you much. Then tell me your wish. Junsu hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Facing her, he was resolute and stated his wish. Could you give me a level 7 blueprint suitable for me? Goddess Gaia did not refuse, extending a glowing scroll toward him. Very well, I will give you what you want. Before Junsu was a glowing scroll, he wondered silently. A level 7 blueprint. Junsu was extremely excited, looking up, unable to contain his joy. It seemed there was another. She placed 2 scrolls before him. These are level 7 and level 8 blueprints. I have also prepared the necessary skills and items. Junsu was thrilled at the goddess's generosity. She's giving me both levels. He clenched the blueprints, excited. With this, defeating the holy maiden is no longer impossible. To advance to level 6 requires a mutant core. Level 7 requires the mana core of a demon from another world. Level 8 requires the mana core of a half-demon from another world. He couldn't help but think, what about level 9? Do I have to use a god's mana core? The pressure began to build. How could he gather everything now, plus the other materials? Sensing his worry, the goddess Gaia spoke to comfort him. My child, there's no need to worry about a future that hasn't come. Your destiny is slowly reaching a critical point. Junsu looked up, listening intently to the goddess's words. He clenched the 2 scrolls in his hands, steadying himself. That's right. Now he needed the power to face the Chapter 3 final boss, the level 8 maiden. Junsu bowed deeply with sincerity. Thank you, most radiant and compassionate goddess Gaia. She then issued a warning, be careful, the second wave is approaching. Junsu looked up in curiosity. The second wave, she quickly explained. Yes, resist it and alter your destiny. If you cannot, his shadow-like light fell to the ground along with her words of caution. You will be swallowed. On the road, Junsu kept pondering her previous words. Goddess Gaia's warning. The second wave was clearly the impending zombie disaster looming right before him. He felt a bit anxious, thinking, I've destroyed the core of the Black Church zombie event, but will they really give up? Junsu's vehicle touched down smoothly. In his mind, he still thought of the living color dragon. No way. The living color lineage must be under development now. Junsu carefully closed his vehicle door. He continuously considered that defeating it alone was impossible. But when he returned, everyone was radiant and happily ran out to greet him. Master, you're back. Junsu looked at Kali, calculating in his mind. There was only one way to handle this, through Kali's personal mission. Gujin spoke up. Have you met the necessary god yet? He cheerfully replied. Yes, and what about the golden dragon I gave you? Everyone eagerly reported, we've replaced it, everything is carefully preserved. This made him very satisfied. Junsu called Gujin, who happily responded. Yes, master, he asked. What did you do with Skidbladnir while I was gone? It looks different. Gujin cheerfully replied, I just improved it a bit. He added, this is my specialty. Junsu looked at the golden dragon's head behind him, sweating internally. Amazing, but why leave the dragon's head here? The closer he got, the more he realized Gujin was unusual. Soren chimed in, praising, our youngest has a talent for this. Gujin protested. Seriously, I told you not to call me the youngest, Janet added. It looks much better now, Kali exclaimed. Now it looks like a mobile hotel. Junsu felt a sense of achievement and praise. Great work, everyone. Internally, he was pleased. His students were growing fast. He looked at Soren. You've grown much stronger. You're now level 6. She blushed, covering her mouth, giggling. I knew you'd notice. Janet raised her hand too. Master, what about me? Junsu nodded. Janet will reach level 6 soon. As for Kali, he looked at her equipment stats with deep admiration. Initially, she had only 4 traits. Now she had gained enchantment as well. Junsu patted Kali's head, making her blush in embarrassment. You're almost at level 5. He felt relieved, luckily. Kali was ready to start her mission. Gu Jin asked first. So where are we heading now? He quickly replied. West, to the Grand Canyon. Gu Jin and Kali looked slightly surprised. Grand Canyon, you don't mean the giant rift. He turned to her, explaining the plan gently. Kali, today will help you reach level 5. Then, at the Great Rift, we can insert the Kaloratu into you. Junsu asked further, but since you have to see your grandmother, your emotions may fluctuate. Can I do it? Kali hesitated. She recalled her past vow. From the moment I became your student, I've been ready. Kali clenched her hands, asserting her confidence. I can do it, trust me. Kali's personal mission, defeat her grandmother-turned-otherworldly creature and obtain the Kaloratu. This was the only way for a goddess bloodline holder to escape suffering. Junsu also considered that obtaining a level 7 divine medicine would be easier then. He patted her shoulder. Let's start training, Kali. Junsu, brimming with energy, pointed forward, commanding resolutely. Before reaching America, you'll endure a hellish training. Everyone behind complied enthusiastically. Yes, master. Scene shifted to the base of towering cliffs. In the distance lay the Grand Canyon, the giant rift. Junsu used his sixth sense to analyze the path. They arrived, looking at the huge decayed skeletons before them. This place was a branch of the Black Church. Soren complained, Those bones are disgusting, Junsu reminded them. From now on, everyone must follow Kali. Remember our meeting point, got it? Kali spoke first, raising her question as well. Yes, the Serpent Tower, but where are you going? Junsu pointed and answered. I'll lure the living color lineage inside. Janet looked at him worried. Isn't that too dangerous? Soren immediately reassured her. Janet at this point just accept it. Our teacher isn't the reckless type. Kali agreed as well, after all, he has the heavenly demon body. You smiled in satisfaction. Since you all talk so confidently, I feel relieved now. Suddenly, something flashed through Kali's mind, making her frown and freeze. The girl clutched her head and cried out, my head. Soren rushed over in panic. Kali, what's wrong? Everyone gathered around her anxiously, but Junsu remained to the side with his arms crossed, unmoving. At last, Kali reacted and collapsed to the ground, trembling. A sound, I hear something. Not the undead horde, but another master of this place, a spirit being. At that very moment, a crack appeared in the substation tower. Inside the control room, a sigh echoed. Time hasn't moved forward at all. They spoke frankly among themselves. How much longer do we have to keep doing this? Stubborn as ever. How many years has it been now? About 20, I suppose. The supervisor continued, but at last we're about to see the end. If we pour enough mana into the dragon's corpse, we can turn it into our servant. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Then the day our sect rises will come. Suddenly, a noise made the supervisor turn his head. What was that? Did you hear something just now? At that very moment, the person beside him collapsed. While the supervisor stood stunned, the system announced, equipment traits. Overwhelm, martial arts, giant strength, stealth. Seeing this, Junsu immediately moved to attack the remaining one. You lot. If you guard the drainage bridge like that, how do you expect to survive? That's neglecting your duty. You know, even you can see it's like this. He looked up at the monitor and thought, I can't handle so many people alone. They're all level 5 superhumans, well trained. As that thought flashed through his mind, Junsu raised his card. So the best way is to notify immediately. Identity confirmed, Lord Edmund. Feeling the time had come, he pressed the button. Everything happened quickly as alarms rang throughout the center. Emergency detected. The iron doors shut one after another. Defense mode activated. Just as Junsu had planned, everyone was locked inside. Meanwhile, they were focused on channeling magic into the golden dragon. Suddenly, an invisible gravity appeared around them, throwing them into panic. What's that sound? What are the guards doing, High Priest? Seeing him standing high above left them stunned. An intruder, what? How did he get in here? A barrage of attacks shot straight at Junsu. Kill him at once. Seeing this, he made his move. Alright, let's see what my new weapon can do. Junsu recalled rummaging through the study cabinet. After a while, he was surprised to discover something interesting. When he saw the 2 guns inside, his eyes lit up. This is back to the present. Junsu skillfully wielded the weapon. Take this invincible gun. Bullets poured out in rapid succession. Everyone in the room was pinned down by gunfire. They had no time to react and shouted in frustration, damn it, why do the bullets keep coming? One of them hurriedly unleashed his power. Use mana shields to block the bullets, don't let him escape. The person beside him froze. What? Suddenly, a voice rang out, then who will guard the seal of the bloodline? As soon as the voice faded, chaos erupted. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, everyone shouted and ran. At that moment, the golden dragon suddenly roared, shaking everything around it. He was somewhat affected as well. Then the system announced equipment traits, magic resistance, defense. Barrier, mana shield, mana armor, mana barrier. Junsu aimed his weapon at the golden dragon and acknowledged it. As expected of this chapter's boss, it's not easy. Powerful bullets shot out swiftly. Take this. They slammed directly into its body. The golden dragon felt pain, its roars growing fiercer. It seemed to lose control and spewed out a massive blaze. The sudden turn of events left him stunned. Damn it, it's not even complete and it's already this strong. The system displayed simultaneously traits, airstrike, acceleration, dash. Junsu quickly ran in the opposite direction. Redstone, just a little more, we're almost there. Suddenly, he heard Saren's voice. Teacher, over here. Junsu immediately smiled. Good. Seizing the moment, he quickly rushed toward them. As soon as he landed, Junsu asked, is this the place, Kali? She replied, yes, I hear whispers. They say we're almost there. As soon as Kali finished speaking, the golden dragon lunged forward at full speed. He swiftly raised a shield. Damn it, did I arrive too late? The girl turned her face toward the sun and murmured, no. After observing for a moment, Kali affirmed, we did it. At the same time, the spirit being's voice echoed, who dares oppress the descendant of the Holy Star Sovereign? It appeared high above, continuing to speak. You rotten chunk of flesh, have you lost all sense of fear? Hearing this, the golden dragon was instantly provoked. The 2 sides began clashing uncontrollably. Witnessing the scene, Junsu laughed. Great, they're fighting each other. Soren beside him agreed. If this continues, we benefit. They'll deal with each other and we'll win. He felt somewhat relieved. That's good, but the children of the Celestials aren't that foolish. Junsu suddenly threw a hammer toward them. My plan is just starting now. It immediately brushed past the Celestial's body, enraging it. You lowly insects dare. Before the Celestial could comprehend what was happening, the golden dragon suddenly lunged. it instantly gained the upper hand and charged at the Celestial. Seeing this, he smirked slightly, glancing as if helping the living line of assassins, but he did it to repay a debt to someone. The Celestial's eyes were filled with fury. Fine, today all of you will become sacrifices for the holy Celestial Lord. Just as Junsu planned, it immediately summoned the tentacle fiend. Move forward, my offspring. Seeing the opponent approaching, he readied himself. Finally, she appeared. The tentacle fiend, grotesque in appearance, stepped forward slowly. No one else but Kali's grandmother. Sharing the same bloodline, the girl recognized her immediately. Junsu also charged in to attack. The main scene had begun. Everything seemed to be within his calculation, he thought. Beautiful martial sword dance, graceful yet hiding deadly fang. He silently observed and assessed. Blood god martial art, this move is strong and complex, but it's nothing compared to the Fire Star sword technique. At that moment, the system displayed the equipment trait, Fire Star sword technique, owner of the sword. Suddenly hearing a resonating sound, Junsu glanced over. He saw the scene before him and thought, as expected, the child of the Celestial has gained the advantage. The golden dragon was struggling to resist the Celestial but seemed unsuccessful. It ordered the tentacle fiend, finish it, my offspring. Junsu thought. Finally it ordered the living line of assassins killed. The tentacle fiend is about to move, my chance has come. He grinned cunningly. The reason he faced the assassins first was only one, to drain its power. Junsu climbed up the Celestial step by step. He quickly seized the hammer, precisely for this moment. It warned, you are exceeding your station. Suddenly dozens of tentacles appeared behind. Submit to the holy Celestial Lord. Junsu heard it call him a lowly insect. Then he forced a smile, trouble. The tentacles began encircling the scene. He gathered momentum and leaped into midair. As Junsu paused, the scene before him astonished him. Junsu felt a headache coming on. It still has strength, but that's not the problem he had prepared beforehand. I'm also a holy knight blessed by. Suddenly, fierce lightning appeared in the sky. He quickly seized the opportunity. Channeling power into the hammer, Gaia's protection, Junsu risked everything and slammed the hammer into the ground. Soon after, fierce lightning and the power of earth surged forth. Each bolt clung to the Celestial's body. He muttered, this should settle things. Junsu immediately turned his gaze toward the golden dragon. Without hesitation, he drew the sword at his side. Junsu struck quickly, ending the battle. It was time to finish it. He climbed atop the Celestial, astonishing it. Impossible. He decisively unleashed a sword strike. The move pierced the golden dragon, then cut across the Celestial in a beam of light. The tentacle fiend seemed affected as well, groaning, and that was Kali's grandmother. Once everything settled, everyone approached her. He observed and thought, holy water will extend her life. Suddenly, the tentacle fiend's body transformed greatly. Junsu thought, she will regain her original form during this time. Her current age probably matches an alien being now. After the fierce battle, the surroundings became devastated. He looked around and smiled. The operation succeeded perfectly. Junsu's gaze was on the tentacle fiend. The woman controlled by the Celestial's child, now finally regaining her mind, but seeing her still in pain. He silently concluded, her life will soon end. Another Kali. A girl with the same name as the goddess Kali ran up, calling, Grandma. Kali was moved seeing the tentacle fiend before her. Grandma, she immediately recognized her. Kali, you've grown so much. The girl asked in surprise, you still recognize me? The tentacle fiend replied, of course. You are my last descendant, how could I not recognize you? Whenever I think of you, that alien attacked my mind. My dear, Kali's eyes welled up, you thought of me. She looked at the girl tenderly. You and I are the only two descendants of the goddess. If I hadn't entrusted Kalarachi to you, you would have died. Hearing these words, Kali's tears began to flow. A moment later, the tentacle witch suddenly asked, how is Amit? The girl quickly replied, he's fine, ma'am. She continued, all this time I've been worried about that boy. Thank goodness, I miss my son so much. Kali hurriedly comforted her, ma'am. Come with me to Seoul to see him, I'm sure he wants to see you too. The tentacle witch smiled gently at the girl's word, thank you, dear. She looked at her hand that was gradually disappearing and said, but I don't have much time left. Kali was stunned, ma'am. Suddenly the tentacle witch turned to Junsu and asked, benefactor, may I make one request? He replied, of course. She said sincerely, please cremate me, and scatter the rest of my ashes on the drifting chaotic island. Once you fulfill this last wish of mine, you will receive a gift for helping me die as a human. If I replenish the monster, I will give Kalarachi to you. The little girl seemed unable to accept the truth and held her grandmother's hand tightly. No. Soon after, the female monster priest drew a sacred sword. Kali, take it. Otherwise, your father will wander forever in this terrifying world. The girl stared at the weapon hovering in the air, quickly recognizing it as the SSR Kalarachi. She reached out and grasped the hilt. The sword immediately merged with her. The monster priest smiled gently. At last I can rest in peace. Kali protested, shouting, Grandma, she hurriedly said. No, don't go, Junsu caught her. She had let go and now I will begin the ritual. Kali's voice rang out hopelessly. Grandma, don't be sad. Kali, she continued, our family's hearts are always connected. A massive chaotic water current rose. Not far away, they discovered a place linked to the female deity. This location was perfect for mana growth, however. It also carried the risk of mutating into monsters if tempted by whispers from an unfamiliar presence. The girl held the jar to her chest and whispered she could hear her grandmother's voice. Junsu said, "Perhaps it's the goddess Kali." The girl wondered. The goddess Kali heard the explanation. "Yes, because both you and your grandmother serve the goddess Kali. Now you also have the goddess's protection, so of course you can hear her voice." The girl's eyes darkened slightly. She felt the voice comforting her. Kali held the jar while praying, "Goddess, please take care of my grandmother." Suddenly a magic circle appeared, startling Junsu. "What's happening?" The terrifying aura pressed on. The girl seemed to understand and said, "Master, the goddess wants you to place your hand on the magic circle." Hearing this, an idea sparked in his mind. "The goddess Kali has manifested." Junsu looked skeptical and reached out. "Place your hand on the magic circle." Immediately, a wave of power enveloped him along with the sound. "You have received the superpower trait." Junsu was amazed and thought, "Superpower? I didn't expect to acquire this trait so easily." The girl saw his reinforced scales and said, "This is a gift from the goddess." Junsu was lost in thought. "If I receive this trait, that proves right now." Kali suddenly thrust the sword forward. "Master, can you keep up with my speed?" He simultaneously guessed. "I can obtain Kalarachi." The girl quickly activated her power midair. Kali moved like lightning and the system immediately displayed the trait. Kalarachi, Blood of the Goddess, Divine Blood Sword. Junsu carried equipment traits. Speed boost, lightning quick, spiritual, superpower, magical selection, and chased after her. He smiled in satisfaction for having gained the superpower trait, causing other traits to rapidly increase like a wildfire. Because this place greatly enhanced mana, Junsu quickly closed in on her. "I can keep up with Kali." The girl smiled seeing his speed. "Good." Kali quickly swung the blade toward Junsu. "I won't hold back." Master of the Sword, Dance, Superpower. He thought that when the Sword Master trait and Dance trait met, they would merge into the Sword Dance trait. "Let's do this." Midair the two clashed. Neither yielded, making the battle increasingly realistic. Junsu had to admit, so fast this must be the goddess's power. In a fleeting moment, Kali unleashed attack after attack. He memorized all 108 sword techniques. With Junsu's demonic eye and intuition, he read all of Kali's movements. It immediately became his own unique sword dance. It was completely different from Kalarachi's Blood Shadow. Since Junsu had almost recreated and improved it in his style, looking at his sword, he felt joy. Finally perfected. At the same time, the system notified Kalarachi, Fire Star Sword Art, Sword of Nephilim. Top 3 sword traits of its type. Junsu gripped the sword. "All I need now is a build that coordinates well." His thoughts began to soar. After that, whether demon, saintess, or even the father above, I will destroy them all. While he was pondering, suddenly a voice next to him awakened him. "You're too much." Junsu turned to see Kali breathing innocently, startled. He stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. That wasn't the real Kali just now. I nearly died too. Everyone saw it, right?" She jumped from place to place like a completely different person. Suddenly, Sorin pointed a dagger at Junsu. "I don't want to hear excuses." Her face darkened. "What we really want." Sparring with teacher Janet, bringing along innate equipment traits. Baptian, Diamond Body, Shield Specialist, Provocateur, Nephilim Sword. As for Kali, she uses the traits of Kalarachi equipment. Goddess Bloodline, Blood Dance Sword, Shadow Step, Time Control, Clone. Finally, Soren prepares equipment traits of Fire Star Swordsmanship, Combat, Airstrike, Giant Strength, Diamond Body, Immortality, then smirks provocatively because the teacher has grown stronger. Hearing this, Junsu quickly accepts the challenge. "All right," he says, simultaneously preparing Fire Star Swordsmanship trait. Nephilim Sword, Kalarachi Sword Master, Faptian, Diamond Body. Then he shouts arrogantly, "Come at me, all of you." Shortly after, thousands of thunder fairies descend. Very quickly, this battle feels invincible to Junsu. Soren, though in premenopause, struggles to speak. "Zich is dead. Are you okay, teacher?" Junsu responds sincerely. "Of course I'm fine." Kali firmly points at his leg, blood flowing from the teacher's mouth. She asks curiously, "What exactly did you do?" "Don't tell me you used all 3 sword techniques at once." Junsu thinks and replies, "Used more mana than expected." "Exactly." Hearing this, the girl complains, "Teacher, you really don't hold back." Janet shouts, "No wonder it hurts so much." Soren grumbles, "You should have gone easier." He ignores them and says, "Drink a few high-grade potions and come back to train. Everyone at your level, the monsters in the great opening won't be too difficult." Then Junsu instructs, "I have some business to handle, so I'm leaving first. Make sure you train hard before heading back," he says seriously. "Because something big is about to happen in Seoul." She frowns in confusion. "Something big," Junsu explains. "Yes, like the last terrorist incident. It will be serious enough to cripple someone." In Seoul, the 4 of them are somewhat stunned. Once everything is settled, shortly after he arrived. As Junsu flips the holy edict, a notification sounds immediately. "Congratulations, Master." It continues, "You've reached level 7. He thought in the chaos of Seoul, just reaching level 5 would have been enough to get priority. Thoughts begin to mix in Junsu's head. So what about level 7? This level is considered the limit for superhumans, the ultimate realm. At that point, you're seen as a walking disaster compared to modern weapons. Then I'm at the level of an aircraft carrier, he calculates silently. So I now have enough power to handle Chapter 2, still not enough for what's coming. At this moment, a phone rings. I need stronger allies. Tower Master is a good choice, Junsu quickly answered. Yes, Tower Master, how have you been? He says. Superhuman Kim, I'm calling today because I want sweet potatoes. Junsu seems to guess something. Potatoes, could it be? The other line replies, all set. He unconsciously recalls what he said. Isn't a warrior's approach different from a mage's? Who knows, maybe my ultimate flame is better. Tower Master laughs. Interesting, very interesting. Do you want to bet? Deadline is 2 years from now, yours or the Demon Tower's. Let's see whose ultimate flame is stronger, he says happily. As promised, the Sun Tower's ultimate flame. Junsu can't help but rush to the Sun Tower. Tower Master laughs heartily. I didn't expect we'd achieve what the Demon Tower had long desired. So he forces a smile. Congratulations on completing it. Then thinks, a bet is still a bet if I lose here. Junsu recalls, sounds good, what are we betting? Tower Master immediately replies, if you win, I'll give you what you want. He smiles and adds, if I win, you must join the Demon Tower's security team. Just thinking about it makes Junsu feel powerless. I'll be a lifelong capitalist slave. Tower Master raises an eyebrow. When you see it firsthand, you'll have to admit defeat. Why not concede now? Junsu replies broadly, Tower Master, remember our bet is to see whose flame is stronger. He is stunned. What? So you also? Junsu answers, exactly, I've prepared everything. Then says, sorry, but let's go compare now, shall we? The two quickly reach the storage for the Sun Tower's ultimate flame. Meanwhile, everyone is talking. A mediocre warrior completed the ultimate flame, probably pulling out some random magic stuff again. No one understands why Tower Master cares about him. Myung Seok thinks differently. He opened a completely new perspective for the Demon Tower's magic techniques. He doesn't need to lie, he's different. At the same time, Tower Master sees the flame on Junsu's finger and asks, is that your ultimate flame? Junsu explains, not exactly. I accidentally produced a slightly different result. He hums, seems so, a small pile of flame can't be ultimate. Exactly, because this is the ultimate flame you created in your own way. Before arriving here, Junsu had painstakingly gathered and combined 6 ingredients. As for the dark fire, he obtained it upon reaching level 2. Solar fire was obtained while assisting Mage Qin. Flame blaze was gained by teaching how to eliminate Sigma. Dragon King Pond fire was earned by defeating the Golden Line. Celestial fire was granted by the goddess Gaia, and chaos fire was acquired when fighting the living spectrum. Equipment attributes: dark fire, solar fire, flame blaze. Celestial fire, chaos fire, dragon king pond fire. Junsu had created a masterpiece, a flame capable of incinerating all of the Holy Maiden's dark ceremonial fires. He said, as I recall, your supreme flame blaze even surpasses the solar cannon. You pursue destructive power and casting speed perfect for actual combat. Am I right? The Tower Master replied, exactly. Junsu continued, but my supreme flame blaze is different. I've minimized both its power and mana cost. The Tower Master frowned. Then he began to explain, the power of my supreme flame blaze increases as I pour more mana into it. As he spoke, Junsu smiled slyly and said, this small flame can rival your supreme flame blaze. The Tower Master seemed incredulous. Let's see. He started charging it. Watch closely, this is. Then the Tower Master quickly affirmed his position. The supreme flame blaze of the solar tower. He slightly smirked. With a superhuman like you, this might be too much to handle. I think you should give up. Suddenly the Tower Master froze at the sight before him. His eyes scanned around, seeing only fire. What? The Tower Master was astonished. Impossible, how can a single small flame do this? He felt everything was off course and ordered, stop. As the flame pierced inward, the Tower Master's voice grew more urgent. You can stop now. Even after Junsu stopped, the surrounding heat hadn't fully subsided. The system displayed the stats of the solar tower's supreme flame blade. Destruction 290, range 78, mana cost 20. Casting time 11, difficulty 33, total 441. At the same time, the system also displayed Junsu's supreme flame blaze stats. Destruction 300, range 100, mana cost 100. Casting time 100, difficulty 200, total 800. Junsu raised an eyebrow at the Tower Master. Bullseye. Then he confirmed, this is my supreme flame blade. On the other side, they seemed equally incredulous. Impossible, 800 points, he said in disbelief. Unbelievable, you've created a flame this magnificent. How could you make something like this? Junsu felt a little uneasy. Copying it is easy. He said casually, if you like, I can show you how. Then the solar tower's supreme flame blaze will. Thank you very much, Superhuman Kim. You truly are a good person. Junsu suddenly set a condition, but since I've won, you must fulfill my request first. The Tower Master immediately regained his previous admiration. All right, speak. What do you want? Junsu smiled slightly. My request is, I need people who can fight alongside me against the Archbishop. Then he clarified, I want to form a blood alliance with the Solar Tower. Soon after, the sky began to rain. Junsu returned in a joyful mood. Good, he calculated silently. Now I have 2 allies to fight against the Archbishop. Everything is progressing according to plan. Thinking this, Junsu paused slightly, but at the same time, everything was going too smoothly. A notification sounded at the right moment. You have received a file from Mr. Heejion's car, Kumo Corporation. Do you want to open it? Junsu's eyes widened in surprise. Chairman Heejion, he immediately pressed open. She found out who's behind the Black Report Society. Folders quickly appeared before him. At the top was the label Top Secret Black Report Society, leaving Junsu puzzled. Top secret file in his mind, questions raced. What the hell is this? Very quickly, another line appeared with confusing content. To Commander of the Zizong Corps. At that moment, lightning streaked across the sky as if signaling that something was about to happen. Junsu thought, I've found something terrible about to occur. At the same time, Junsu wondered why the Eastern General's name was here. He pondered, Zizom is the Eastern Army sponsoring the Black Report Society's dark magic research. Junsu fell silent in thought. Perhaps it's not directly the general, he guessed quietly. He's not the type to humble himself to that extent. A moment later, Jizom's voice suddenly rang out. Who is it? He shouted angrily. Who dares bring such disgrace to my nephew? Junsu explained, General, I'm just an outsider, so I don't want to interfere in the army's internal affairs. But the Eastern Army now is no different from a terrorist organization. For a long time, Jinju and Hyungju on the side watched the scene, falling silent. Dung Dung also dared not utter a sound. Dai Dung spoke. Division commanders, did any of you know about this beforehand? After a pause and hearing no response, he became furious. Why aren't you answering? Jaijong demanded angrily. Or is it that one of you did this? She hurriedly defended herself. That's impossible. We would never do such a thing. Dungdu suddenly looked up. Father. He immediately bowed his head in acknowledgement. It's my fault. In truth, the Eastern Army had frequently been involved in incidents like this. He was taken aback. What? Dungdu explained. It was to transform our bodies into optimal forms for the Black Tiger Sword technique. We have longed for magic. Jaijong frowned, and you're telling me this was the right thing to do. What should have been done? He affirmed. No, it was a shameful act. Looking back now, he realized it was all meaningless vanity. Junsu observed, at least someone in this family still has a clear mind. Dungdu added, Father, all of this is my fault as the eldest son. Please punish me appropriately. In general, as commander of the 1st Division, I have a request, he said. Please eradicate all illegal acts and dark magic spreading throughout our corps. Jinju and Hyungju were stunned. Daijom rubbed his temples and said, Of course. He said, Superman Kim, no, now I should call you swordsman. Junsu replied, Yes, General. Jaijong said, I want to conduct the highest level inspection across the entire Eastern Army. He asked, You will take primary responsibility for this comprehensive investigation, right? Junsu hesitated. Me, then thought. Why should I get involved in someone else's family affairs? Jinju stood up and objected. Father cannot do that. The honor of our corps will, Daijom interrupted. If you even understand the word honor, then you should have acted better before things got this bad. He spoke seriously to him. Swordsman, you see, I have many children, but I cannot trust anyone with this responsibility. I now officially appoint you as Chief Inspector, granting the honorary rank of Major General. Jaijong placed full trust in him. What do you think? Will you accept our request? Junsu suddenly remembered. Wait, this is another chance to form an alliance. Thinking this, he smiled in acceptance. If you trust me with this position, I will do my utmost, sir. A few days later at the Chief Inspector's office, Junsu asked, How is the investigation of the underground magic tower in Nagun progressing? Choi Seo replied, Your guess is completely correct. They have illegally captured monsters and magical beasts. Junsu realized, no wonder I kept wondering why the Eastern Army's research funds were leaking. He asked further. What about Gangnam? Iron Fist answered. They are also running an illegal underground arena for mutant monsters. Junsu nodded. Just as predicted, all the pieces are coming together. He added, they operated an illegal monster arena, capturing humans and monsters to slaughter each other for entertainment. A crazy and dangerous idea. He suddenly wondered, how do you even know about this? Junsu explained, the warrior-type superhumans use dark magic to increase strength, right? I know what's happening here. His eyes darkened as he recalled events from the game's storyline. I know exactly where to go next. Junsu began to recall. For several nights, he stayed up reviewing all secret documents and Eastern Army budget plans. He looked at equipment traits, magic eye, intuition, night vision, insight, comprehension, focus, and deduce, thanks to these overpowered traits. He narrowed the search to a few key clues. Junsu was busy reviewing information. He found all illegal evidence related to the budgets. He began analyzing. What remains is to find the mastermind. Junsu thought the researchers, in other words, the one who approved all of this. He saw research files on the effects of real combat in the arena on leveling up and was surprised. These people are suddenly, a strange object appeared in midair. It exploded in the night. Smoke and dust inside immediately dispersed, revealing familiar figures. Jinju said, "Check if he's dead. We need to return before father notices." Youngju replied, "Yes, sister." Suddenly they noticed something unusual. She looked at the person right in front of her and froze. How? Junsu slightly smirked. "What's wrong? You think I'd really die from a mana bomb?" Hearing this, Jinju shouted, "Impudent brat, I figured you out too. I bet you were terrified when the Brecht Corps' secret base, Zagor, was destroyed." She immediately ordered, "Commander of the 3rd Division, attack together and finish this quickly," he replied. "Understood." Jinju grew increasingly irritated and slowly drew her sword. The person who should have stayed silent didn't, and both of them charged at once. "Let me show you, there's always a higher mountain. Remember, there's always a higher mountain." Junsu simultaneously defended against their attack. They jumped straight into the tiger's mouth. He observed and assessed. Sure enough, the ferocious attack from the two tigers felt completely different. Junsu analyzed. The two masters of the white tiger sword technique were targeting his vital points directly. He could fully sense their power, especially Jinju. He was extremely cunning and ruthless. Everything around them became increasingly chaotic. Junsu continued to confront both of them. Just as she pointed her sword at him, he managed to block it in time. A massive explosion erupted at the same moment. Seeing the opponent's movements, Jinju quickly commanded, "Hyung Jiudab, follow orders." Without hesitation, they used the treasure tiger smash technique. Junsu paused to watch the two white tigers. He began to gather power into his sword and then quickly released a tremendous amount of energy. "Do you think that's enough?" he said firmly. It was just for show, he was only level 7. The metallic clashes echoed, and everything began to turn into a sea of fierce assaults. Jindu, witnessing this, couldn't help but recall you. The monster Junsu smiled slightly. Only level 7A indeed. But he utilized the sword equipment traits of Nephilim Kalaraki, the fire planet sword technique, the master sword, and Thor's magic spirit cultivation. Then sneered. "I'm not an ordinary level 7 superhuman. I am Kim Junsu, the warrior." He charged forward. "If you dare destroy evidence, you'll pay." Everything around became nearly chaotic. Successive explosions rang out. Sword energy was the purest crystallization of power. When Du was overwhelmed by his power, he immediately retreated. That was the soul of an extraordinary superhuman, someone who had broken all personal limits. A violent shock ran along the blade. Normally, the recoil would make a swordsman hesitate, but the Fire Planet sword technique was entirely different. The Fire Planet sword technique, the Black Tiger sword technique, the Master Sword, all utilized both explosions and recoil to amplify power. When Du angrily charged, his movements became more instinctive than ever, as if he could see the future. With a single powerful strike, Junsu's sword would tear the battlefield apart. Jinju, though gravely injured, continued fighting. I will kill you," Junsu sneered. "You've abandoned the honor you once valued." "Is that so?" She advanced like a wild beast. "Arrogant fool," Jinju began to unleash her power. "I'll show you the strength I've gained." Black magic, he thought. The wounds from fighting monsters silently confirmed. It's enough, the culprit is obvious. No further evidence was needed. As the thought flashed, she lunged. "This is my Black Tiger sword technique." Their powers collided instantly. Suddenly, Jindu had a bad premonition. She would sense it right there. "Impossible, how could someone like you wield the Black Tiger sword technique so perfectly?" Junsu sneered. "Isn't it obvious?" He countered freely with his sword techniques. "Because I am Junsu," he declared solemnly, "the true master of the Black Tiger sword." The system notification sounded. Equipment traits: White Tiger sword technique, Black Tiger Fang, Black Tiger Thunder Strike, Black Tiger Heaven Cleave, Black Tiger Shadow Song, Black Tiger Light Leaf Sword. Soon after, he returned to Zizum. The man praised, "You did very well." Thanks to him, the Eastern Legion's discipline was restored. Junsu asked, "What about those involved in illegal activity?" Jijon concluded, "I have personally punished them," but then unexpectedly asked, "How do you want to handle it?" He honestly replied, "They are your people. So I am cautious saying this." Yet Junsu looked Zizum in the eyes firmly. "I believe they need to be severely punished under military law, especially for ambushing me at night and trying to destroy evidence. Beside, I wish I had a child like you, even my own. I can't handle it either. Life is short, it feels like I've wasted a whole lifetime." Junsu quickly encouraged him. "Not at all, Commander," he added. "Without you, Korea would have disappeared in World War II. In the game, the nation was protected entirely through resistance, not the Allies' victory." Junsu thought not to mention the Eastern Commander's great contributions in the Korean War. Then he bowed solemnly and reminded, "Please don't forget. You remind us we live under your legacy." Daejeon couldn't hide a smile. "You, bluntly exposing me, intend to earn a reward, right?" Junsu awkwardly laughed it off. "Does it look like that?" Daejeon demanded. "Fine, close your eyes and stand still." He obeyed, closed his eyes and stood still, ready to receive Daejeon's reward. He began guessing, not knowing what he would be given. After a moment, the man spoke. What I am about to give you is all of mine, the Eastern Legion. Hearing this, Junsu vaguely realized, wait, could it be? He accepted it and immediately confirmed. The strongest attribute of Axel's soul, containing the life of the Legion commander, a hero. Junsu began to feel it. The mana stream was intense and fierce, as if injected directly into his body. Zizum let out a soft cough. Looks like the transfer went smoothly. He was stunned. Junsu asked anxiously, why did you go this far for me? He replied, I was planning to give it to someone else, but you can't use it yet. Zizung added, only when you reach level 8 can you awaken this power. Junsu hesitated, thank you sincerely. I don't even know how to repay you properly. He said, my only condition is that you must become a star. I've heard people now call that the strongest on earth. Then Jaijong added, reach level 9, that alone will be worthy of my sacrifice. Soon after, Junsu returned. He recalled the earlier moment with unease. The Legion commander should have died in a few years, but having transferred the mana to him, that moment would come sooner. Junsu pondered, could he reach level 9 within a year? After a while, he got a phone call. Yes, President Xiang. In the past days, I've resolved the issues with the Eastern Legion. Yang interrupted, have you checked the news? Swordmaster Junsu frowned. The news, breaking news, a zombie outbreak has occurred in multiple places in the north. Hundreds have been reported injured so far. Meanwhile, the Brazilian government is responding. He thought in confusion, a zombie outbreak. I thought that was handled when we eliminated the Black Leopard cult. Junsu vaguely guessed, could it be that after failing in Seoul, they continued their plan in Brazil? Su Long is dead, so why? She said, the location discovered following the clues matches where the zombie outbreak is occurring. He asked, and where is that? Yang quickly replied, Apollo, does that ring a bell? Junsu answered, yes, I'll fly there immediately and clarify. Sao Paulo, the place where the lost divinity of the Black Leopard remained, and where the virtuous god Paka presides. He carried that thought with him as he went there. Their goal was to steal the divine status of god Puka, Junsu silently affirmed, by reviving the U-Spirit Legion. Soon, he set foot in Brazil. Junsu stood in front of the great temple of Apollo. The reason the Black Leopard cult caused the zombie outbreak in Seoul was to create a large number of corpses. He thought carefully. If the Mama Aquila cult did not intervene in time, Paka's divine status would be stolen, and the Black Leopard would be revived. I cannot let everything proceed according to the High Priestess's plan. Junsu quickly entered the great temple. It's an honor to meet you, Grand Patriarch, he replied cheerfully. Greetings, I am also honored to meet you again, Swordmaster. I heard you visited the Great Hazard last time. The brothers of the Great Hazard branch said they witnessed it firsthand. He smiled. Yes, I should have come to greet the Mama Gila cult, those fighting on the front lines of the Great Hazard. As he finished, Junsu immediately bowed. I'm late because I was busy, please forgive me. The Grand Patriarch waved. It's fine. We are only doing what is right as servants of the moon. When the Great Hazard threatens to overflow, the Mama Quila cult will send a virtuous god to hold back the creatures. The spiritual associations of the great otherworld, like guardian alliances guarding the great labyrinth ahead. He suddenly asked, but what brings someone as busy as you here? Junsu politely replied, I have urgent matters to discuss with you regarding the Black Leopard cult. The Grand Patriarch could not hide his surprise. The Black Leopard cult, seeing this, it was not surprising. Of course he would be shocked. They had threatened God Puka for a long time. Junsu got straight to the point. Recently, I gathered some information. He asked, is it related to the current zombie outbreak? He answered, yes, I suspect they are attempting to descend the U-Spirit King here. The Grand Patriarch shouted, What nonsense are you saying? This is the city where the god resides. How could ordinary undead be here? Junsu presented evidence. Look at this, he added simultaneously. It will help you understand what I am saying. He hesitated. Still, I will see, but I cannot fully trust a stranger. Junsu smiled politely. Even so, I hope you will reconsider one more time. After saying this, he thought, damn, why am I begging to help a country I don't even want to live in? Of course, from their perspective, it was not easy to believe. The god here, Paka, was still immature, so they could not sense any threats at all. He understood that what he said might sound strange. But soon after, the Grand Patriarch bowed and said, I apologize, but I don't think I can get involved in something that would throw the gods into chaos. I wish you a safe journey. Having been politely shown the door, Junsu quickly left the Grand Cathedral. Powerless, he ran a hand through his hair and muttered, so it's all over. The next day, as the sun slowly rose, Junsu paced back and forth in frustration. Without the support of the Mama Aquila Order, finding the Lich King's location would be incredibly difficult. Do I really have to wait until another zombie outbreak happens? I can't come up with any workable plan. Suddenly, a voice rang out, so you're here. The Saintess walked up slowly. This is our third meeting. Right, Savior? Junsu thought to himself, the old crone Saintess from the Order. She was the mastermind behind everything, yet she dared to show up this openly. Junsu stepped forward to greet her. You're really busy, aren't you, going all the way to Brazil? She shrugged. That's true, I didn't expect I'd have to come to Brazil either. Then the Saintess lowered her voice. It's all because of someone standing right in front of me. Junsu used his special ability to observe her. His teeth clenched. An 8th rank Saintess. I can't beat her, Junsu analyzed, being at a lower level. I can beat someone 1 rank above me, but rank 8 is a realm beyond humanity. That's impossible. She smiled as she asked, do you have any questions? I'm guessing you have plenty. He replied at once, no, move, what's there to ask? Either way, I'll find the answers myself. Just as Junsu was about to open the car door, the Saintess spoke again. Then let me ask you one thing. As he turned back, her face was already right up close. What he saw next was beyond anything Junsu could imagine. Staring at him threateningly, the Saintess asked, you're from another world, aren't you? Then she continued, unexpected. I thought you came from another world like I did, so I carried out the ritual. Hearing that, he couldn't help but doubt her. You carried out a ritual. In a cold voice, the Saintess asked, you didn't know? Then she suddenly said, I'm the one who summoned you. I thought the ritual had failed. But it turned out it succeeded beyond expectation. Junsu immediately shot back. What nonsense are you talking about? The gods said that if someone truly summoned me, then the summoner would definitely be dead. He recalled the words of the goddess Gaia. It didn't seem like it could be her. If you summon a soul from another world, the summoner's soul would suffer severe damage. Odds are the summoner would have already dissipated. The Saintess lightly pointed at Junsu. So that's the first question. What did I sacrifice? Junsu remembered. Had she offered something else as the price to summon him? If so, then did she use her own future as the offering? The Saintess gave a soft chuckle. As expected of you, yes. I sacrificed my entire future, this soul included. Junsu shouted, you've really gone insane. Doing that meant you'd lose even the chance to be reincarnated. She fell silent. Once this world has withered away, what meaning would reincarnation even have? The Saintess continued, instead of being worn down through endless cycles and becoming fertilizer for the universe. Isn't it better if this existence is used for something meaningful? Her expression suddenly shifted. At the moment I chose. The Saintess let out an eerie smile. So, Savior, stop wandering aimlessly. Offer both your body and soul to the Holy Father. Junsu yelled, why do you have to go this far? The Holy Father can't be resurrected perfectly anymore. I can't stop you anymore, she cut him off. I know. Then she continued, plans have to change with the situation. A small world only deserves a small god, don't you think so? Junsu frowned, don't tell me you mean a demigod. The Saintess answered brightly, that's right. She added, the Holy Father will return in the form of a demigod. He'll reincarnate from one generation to the next to protect this world. The Saintess said, then every prophesied disaster will be completely erased. Her every thought spilled out. The Saintess's face began to warp. If he gains power by stealing another person's fate from a different world, the Holy Father will rule this world. She spread her hands. Well, what do you say? Come with me and offer that body and your soul to save the world. The Saintess reached out toward his face. Our holy and he Mahan Anu's savior. Just as her hand was about to touch his temple, Junsu decisively swatted it away. He sneered. What? Save the world by sacrificing myself. In this world where I don't have a single relative or friend, I found people I want to protect. Of course, Junsu was willing to risk even his life to fight for them. He immediately raised a friendly middle finger and said, shut the hell up. But I'm not an idiot. There's no reason for me to sacrifice myself one-sidedly. The Saintess gave a cold laugh. How disappointing. You'd abandon the greater cause just to keep yourself alive. Junsu shot back, so what? She said that to her, a world dying from disaster and a world turned into a human breeding farm under the rule of a transcendent entity. They're all the same kind of catastrophe. The Saintess sighed, how regrettable. If only instead of this world's memories. If you still had your original memories intact, maybe we could have understood each other better. Junsu frowned when he heard that. What original memories? What are you talking about? She didn't answer and hurriedly vanished. Then we'll meet again someday. Goodbye, he shouted. Hey, wait, before leaving, the Saintess added, may the Father's blessing fully descend upon the Savior. Junsu angrily wondered. Saintess, what else did she say right before she disappeared? Suddenly, an alarm bell rang. Inside the grand sacred hall, orders were immediately given to urgently assemble all forces to protect Lord Poka. He quickly pulled a guard aside and asked, hey, what's going on? The other frowned, are you a civilian? Evacuate immediately. Then he explained, zombie soldiers were flooding the town. Junsu silently confirmed it's the Ghost King. Finally, he appeared. Junsu rushed into battle as well. At this time, the Ghost King had not yet reached level 9. This meant that Junsu had only taken a few steps before encountering him. The Ghost King spoke softly, so it's you, the human that Black Panther mentioned. He sneered, perfect. If I reshape your body and devour that soul, my power will be fully restored. Hearing this, Junsu couldn't hide his displeasure. Really, am I that easy to handle? The Ghost King said disdainfully. Show me your neck and I won't torment your soul. Without hesitation, Junsu charged, using his airstrike skill. Go ahead. He began channeling the power of the giant. The Ghost King casually slashed toward Junsu pitifully. Junsu quickly analyzed. The Ghost King is simultaneously a warrior, a mage, and a priest. Junsu guessed that even if he hadn't fully restored his power, he was already around level 7.5. Thinking this, he activated 3 traits at once. Power of the Giant, Diamond Body, Invincibility. Junsu also thought, even the core trio in my build couldn't match his physical strength. Should I try using the Elder Tiger's power over there? Junsu recalled the moment Zizum granted him the power trait. What I'm about to give you is all of me and the Eastern Army. He quickly dismissed the thought. No, using something unfinished that I haven't mastered would be too dangerous. Looks like I have to fight properly. He began equipping traits. Holy Power, Holy Light, Halo, Healing Hand. Miracle Magic, Halo Ring. Among his survival traits, Gayer's Healing Hand, Kali's Miracle Magic plus Halo Ring. Junsu thought this was the strongest move possible against a killer. I will dominate deathly power with divine force. He didn't hesitate and immediately used the Holy Knight trait. Junsu delivered successive attacks, making the Ghost King comment. Impressive, he instantly counterattacked. The Ghost King, while resisting, spoke. Truly impressive. Hearing this, Junsu didn't react much and continued persistently. He suddenly laughed aloud, but all is meaningless to me. Weaken effect activated, equipped traits were being removed. Holy Power removed, Holy Light removed, Halo removed, Healing Hand removed, Miracle Magic removed. Junsu thought this must be the Ghost King's unique trait, Heaven's Reversal. The thought barely passed before he smirked. No problem. Observing, he realized that if the Ghost King used this skill, it meant he had already taken enough damage from Holy Power. Junsu muttered, good, preparation phase complete. Now the next trait is. Junsu equipped traits. Power of the Giant, Spirit Magic, True Combat, Holy Knight, Thunder Strike. Resonance, the Ghost King sensed something was wrong. Omnipotent imposter, he suddenly shouted. You deserve to be my prey. Then the Ghost King summoned. Lend me that stinker. His voice echoed everywhere. Black Panther, obey my command. Junsu simultaneously equipped traits. Magic Resistance, Invincibility, Diamond Body, Immortality, Holy Knight. Massacre, then he thought. A large-scale magic ritual must sacrifice an entire army for activation. Yes, but this is the unavoidable rule if I want to defeat the Ghost King. He looked around, growing more urgent. If he didn't deal with the zombies now, he would use restoration magic to fully revive them. These resurrection events are excessive. Junsu followed the purple light through the night. Phase 1 ended. I'll finish this before the Ghost King's Heaven's Reversal cooldown ends. He began focusing on counterattacks, activating traits gained from near-death experiences, Frenzy and Wrath. Junsu used a triple stack combo with equipped traits. Firestar Sword Technique, Kalera's Sword, Nephilim's Sword, 1 versus 10,000. Frenzy, Wrath. He fearlessly launched direct attacks. The Ghost King, seeing Junsu's skill, praised, "You're interesting." Junsu smirked coldly. Let's see how long you can endure. He confidently said, no chance. The Ghost King encircled Junsu. Once caught, you have no escape. Suddenly, Junsu broke the encirclement, surprising him. The Ghost Hand, a forced control skill, fixes the opponent. I can use mana to handle it. The Ghost King seemed to sense something. Strange, he wondered. How do you understand me so well? Junsu calmly replied, well, killing you about 100 times in the game naturally makes you proficient. He gripped his weapon. All right now. Junsu advanced with a thunder-filled hammer, ready to deal damage. He unleashed a combo on the Ghost King's body, channeling all his power. He decisively threw him far away. The strike left a deep, long groove in the ground. Junsu looked at his hand. Long thought, he's resisting better than I expected. The side effects of Berserk Eyes are starting to appear, and the chaotic power has emerged as well. Veins and nerves are being destroyed. Damn it, just a little more, he still can't be subdued. The Phantom King concentrated his spiritual energy in the center of his chest. He gritted his voice, truly impressive, absolutely remarkable. Once an almighty, but now you look truly pathetic. Because the price for absolute perfection is an immeasurable burden. In the center of his chest, power flared violently as he shouted, I'll have to accept some loss as well. Seeing this, he smirked. Thinking with satisfaction, here it comes, finally entering the final stage. From the Phantom King's body, a swirling vortex formed around him. Observing this, Junsu silently assessed. This is the Phantom King's abyss of annihilation. A violent whirlwind, capable of paralyzing ordinary people and stopping their hearts in just 0.1 seconds. From inside his chest, his heart throbbed with distinct beats. Seeing this, Junsu murmured, but this means you've exposed a weakness as well. A series of equipment traits appeared as Junsu gathered his strength and rushed forward. Equipment traits, Magic Resistance, Invincible, Diamond Body, Immortal, Knightly Saint, Ennobled. Strike, he self-evaluated. Amid the aftermath of the Berserk state and the Phantom King's weakening effects, even with assisting traits, his body was gradually reaching its limit. Clutching the sword tightly, Junsu silently resolved, I have to end this quickly. The the Phantom King roared. Fool, enduring like this is useless. Finishing his words, he unleashed a murderous spiritual force throughout the space, countering him. Thinking again the paradise reversal. By now Junsu's mouth was full of blood and he gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it, if my traits vanish now, the pain will. Facing overwhelming pressure, Junsu struggled to maintain balance. Witnessing this, the Phantom King praised, truly impressive. You're the best hero I've ever met. But that hero story ends here. Finishing, he raised his sword, creating a mighty aura and shouted. Die. After a while, the space was filled with smoke and fell into silence. Junsu stepped out with his fur cloak. He spoke, you let your guard down, Phantom King. Seeing this, he shouted, Golden Nine Fur. Without another word, Junsu slashed the Phantom King, sending him flying backward. Ecstatic, he said, you know well its effect is immortality. Junsu began using special equipment. Different attributes: Fire Star Sword Technique, Kalada Sword, Nephilim's Kai Sword, Sword Master Spirit, Knightly Saint Ennoble. That strike drove the Phantom King's sword deep into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he soared up, preparing for a surprise strike. Exclaiming, it's over. Instantly, Junsu thrust a decisive strike into his chest. The Phantom King's heart was impaled easily by the sword. Unyielding, he struggled and shouted, I cannot die like this. The Phantom King's clawed hand pierced straight into Junsu's abdomen, leaving him defenseless. Hoisting Junsu high, he declared, at least I'll drag you to death with me. By now, Junsu had spat blood, silently blaming himself. A mistake, my body is breaking apart, I cannot dodge. In that moment, Junsu's gaze darkened, his heart sinking. Am I going to die? This world, everything is slipping away from me. Suddenly, a burst of light illuminated the dark space. He vaguely reminded himself. No, not yet, still not. System notification. Life-saving equipment trait nullifies a critical strike and restores HP. The next day, Junsu vaguely woke up in a hospital bed. Seeing him awake, someone asked, you're awake. Looking outside, Junsu murmured, where am I? This is a hospital in Sao Paulo under the Maguila Church. Then he looked at the clan elder and said, so that's why the Archbishop appeared here. He spoke. We were really worried because you wouldn't wake up. I thought the hero, savior of Sao Paulo and the knightly saint was gone forever. Hearing this, Junsu forced a smile and replied, Savior, you overstate it. In his heart he shouted, please don't call me a savior anymore. The clan elder said, we brought the severed holy sword here and our priests treated your wounds. Do you feel any discomfort? Junsu replied, no, I'm fine. But did you see my equipment? He answered, we placed it in the security vault along with the Phantom King's equipment. Hearing this, a delighted expression appeared on Junsu's face and he thought, oh, the Phantom King's stuff? Perfect timing for selling. Suddenly, the clan elder bowed respectfully. Last time we were too rude. Why would we ignore your warning? Junsu waved his hand. No, it's just that he appeared earlier than I expected, he continued. Even if you had tried to respond, it would have been extremely difficult. He handed over a box and said, thank you very much, though it's a bit small. But this is a token of my gratitude. When he opened it and saw 2 vials of divine potion, Junsu exclaimed, divine potions? Still, he felt a bit underwhelmed. They really are small, I just saved your gods. Later, the clan leader handed over another item and said, and here. After checking your file, we found the source of the zombies. While Junsu held it with a puzzled look, he explained, this is the data we collected after wiping out the Black Reporters base in Sao Paulo. Whether you need it or not, I hope it will help you, Holy Sword. Thinking of the Black Reporters, he speculated, if we destroyed their headquarters, then there must be evidence here about the Virtue Society. Junsu clutched it in his hands, tears of joy welling up as he thought, Chapter 2's suffering, pain, and fatigue are over. It's really finished. Suddenly, the clan leader asked, Kim Holy, once you recover, shall we visit the Grand Holy Hall again? That person wants to meet you. Soon after, he arrived at the place of the one who wanted to meet him. The person introduced themselves. Nice to meet you, I am Poca, the living god of Brazil. Junsu bowed respectfully. Hello, I am Kim Warrior, superhuman level 7, you must have been worried. Poca replied softly, yes, but it's fine now. Because I survived. Hearing this, he exclaimed, survive? He spoke seriously. My destiny was supposed to be death. Due to the Black Reporters and those I knew, I was to be kidnapped, tortured, and executed. Junsu hesitantly asked, why did you? At this point, his heart felt heavy, thinking, I thought he was still too young to foresee the future. Poca looked at him sadly and said, even though his divinity was incomplete, I could vaguely predict my own future, but fate has changed. He stepped in front of Junsu and spoke slowly. The moment you pierced through the Phantom King's chest, then Poca and the soldiers bowed, full of gratitude. You holy knight, also the holy sword of the East, not only saved Sao Paulo, but you saved me too. Hearing this, his lips trembled. Junsu couldn't believe it. I didn't know I saved a god, he thought between the game and reality. There is a definite separation. Is this the butterfly effect? Poca bowed and solemnly said, I have high expectations for you. In this world, sometimes entities exist with power so tremendous that they can alter a god's fate. He gestured toward Junsu and continued, those humans usually call skybreakers or fate disruptors. Then Poca smiled and whispered to him, You, from another world, are very special among them. Hearing this, Junsu was stunned for a moment. Regaining his composure, he placed his hand on his chest and said, "Thank you for the recognition," Poka said. "Not only that, from now on, Mama Kila society will always be on your side, Holy Sword. So as the holy knight of our society, you should become the commander of our army." Hearing this, he thought, really? They're going all out. Junsu said happily, having such tremendous power and yet no responsibility at all. He thought, thank you. I will act carefully, knowing that this duty was entrusted to me because they trust me. But now it's more important. Junsu said, Poka, I have a favor to ask. Poka replied cheerfully, feel free. With a serious expression, Junsu said, I need your blood, Poka, god of volcanoes, and your brother, Kessel, god of wind, to reach level 8. With Poka listening, he asked, can I take your blood? He quickly responded, with pleasure. The scene shifted to a vast area, seeing the plane. Junsu exclaimed excitedly, a supersonic plane. Unable to hide his delight, he gaped and asked, after all these gifts, there's even this. The clan leader calmly said, that is my personal gift and this is from the society, take them freely. Junsu pressed his face against the pristine plane, muttering, a normal plane costs hundreds of billions, and yet this is a full fighter. He thought Mama Kila society truly is wealthy. Unable to wait, he immediately flew it high and looked outside. He exclaimed, forever, it's sparkling. Junsu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he shouted, this truly fulfills a dream, looking at the button on the plane. Junsu muttered, let's fire all weapons. The system prompted, set maximum speed, are you sure you want to take off? Junsu hastily said, do I need to be asked? Take off. The supersonic plane shot through the clear sky. The speedometer showed an impressive number. Looking at it, Junsu exclaimed, 5,000 km/h, this speed is insane. Sitting inside, he said comfortably, this is even faster than a car. At this rate, I'll reach the destination soon. The system asked, where should I go, master? Junsu thought for a moment and replied, set course for the central command post. Let's get there as fast as possible. We are heading to the Arctic. The map on the screen displayed clearly, accompanied by the sounds of machinery. Positioning complete, destination Arctic, time is calculating. Junsu muttered, I've gathered enough evidence and allies. Determination appeared in his eyes, then he said, now it's time for the final preparations to face the Saint test. To do that, the image of the giant bird in the subworld excited Junsu even more. It's time to hunt those subworld creatures, flying across the icy lands of the subworld. Junsu hummed, even in a snowstorm, it's no problem. I can go anywhere. He leaned back comfortably and exclaimed, this feels amazing, but there's still a lot to prepare to reach level 8. Remembering the past battles, Junsu said, everything had previously ended completely. But then the evil smile of the Saintess appeared. He resolutely said, there's still one more chapter to deal with the Saintess. Imagining the intense battle, Junsu muttered, the fight with the Father's Guild will happen soon. His eyes sharpened with determination. He thought to himself that he had gathered enough allies, but he was still not sure if he could defeat her. I need to become stronger. Junsu recalled the previous times, deep in thought. Leveling to 7 using the energy core of the Child of the Stars was relatively easy, once he had even thrown his iPad while shouting. Comparatively, level 9 is even easier. That trash game, it's a grind game, not a casual dream game. He thought reaching level 8 really required a lot of effort and luck. The more he thought, the more cunning his expression became. But who am I? An experienced player who has grinded dozens of times. So I've planned every possible move. After a while, he finally arrived at the mysterious castle. And the first path is right here. As Junsu stepped through the door, he was immediately blocked. A cold girl called the leader of the guard, Sileria. She stepped forward and said, warrior from afar. She asked, what brings you here? Seeing Sileria, Junsu thought, winter spirit, now she's the leader of the guard guild, but later she will become the winter queen SSR. Then he replied, the reason I am here is simple, I want to hunt and I need assistance. Hearing that, she asked, hunt, is there something you cannot hunt on your own? Junsu quickly answered, yes, I want to find. Thinking of the giant bird, Sileria worriedly said, ruler of the Arctic, the giant monster Arctic Emperor. Then she angrily asked, you understand why it's called that? Our entire dragon legion was frozen by its ferocity. Sileria warned, it's not something you can casually call a hunt. Hearing this, Junsu calmly thought, of course I know. In the game, it's a level 9 boss, so naturally it's strong. Thinking of the Arctic Emperor's eyes, he muttered confidently, but right now it's only level 8. At this moment, Junsu said, that's why I want to cooperate with you. This made Sileria widen her eyes. His eyes showed a cunning calculation. If I have an ally, I'll have a chance, then he said, I will free the Dragon Legion. Recalling the battlefield in the other world, Junsu silently confirmed this was an offer she couldn't refuse. The image of Sileria's brother appeared and he deduced, the captain of the Dragon Legion, who was captured by the Arctic Emperor, is her brother. At this point, Sileria skeptically asked, can you really do it? The Arctic Emperor is right there, how can you? Junsu pondered. In the game, they were only freed when Ma Long arrived. While answering, he took something from his bag. But it was a beast with an extremely voracious appetite. so Junsu had a way to wake them early. He pulled out a syringe. He said in a deep voice, I will use it as bait to sedate the emperor. Even briefly, I'll inject top-tier sedative here. Seeing it, she panicked and asked, how did you get this? Recalling the past, Junsu said, one was hunted in Greece. At that time, he had slain a dragon in Gang Tak. The others, Kim Long and Living Death dragons, were defeated in the Great Canal. Celeria spoke gravely. The light of life and death as well as the color of darkness, that's enough. He put forth his plan. Right, I will join the Dragon Masters to defeat the Arctic Emperor. With some doubt and worry, she said, but the entire Dragon Legion was captured after being defeated by the Arctic Emperor. Even you, it won't be easy. Balancing the dragons against the Arctic Emperor, Junsu assessed. Indeed, basically the Arctic Emperor is the natural enemy of dragons. Its aura is immense, so it requires special analysis, especially the Arctic wind it creates in critical situations. It's an extremely powerful skill, able to freeze everything around and heal its wounds. Junsu thought that will be our chance, like fighting the Shadow King. Then he reassured Celeria, don't worry when the Arctic wind rises. Gazing at the frozen scenery, he said, that's also when the Arctic King's weak point will be exposed. At this time, the Arctic Emperor is asleep on an ice block. Observing closely, he whispered, the Arctic King is asleep. Celeria replied, no, it's basking in the sunlight. If we get too close, it will notice us. Hearing this, Junsu felt a little jealous. The snake is enjoying sunbathing comfortably. Then he quickly put on his invisibility cloak and spoke. All right, I'm going then. At this moment, he slowly approached it, calculating silently. I'll combine the cloak's invisibility effect with the theft trait. Junsu crouched low, sneaking forward while thinking. I've already blocked all mana, so it won't notice me. Suddenly, the dragon's head nearby made a loud noise, startling him wide-eyed. The Arctic Emperor flinched abruptly and woke up. Seeing it alert and scanning around, Junsu immediately used the Feign Death skill. He muttered inwardly, that scared me. He lay there observing and assessing. This Feign Death trait can erase all rage. It's done. No wonder it's an interdimensional monster tough to deal with. Suddenly it opened its mouth and devoured food that appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, Junsu muttered, this bird brain, it should have been suspicious when the food appeared so suddenly, yet it ate it so heartily. Seeing it enjoy the food so much, he thought it must have been decades since it last tasted raw meat. Immediately after, a stream of dark energy spread, enveloping the area. The Arctic King immediately fell into free fall. This sight secretly delighted Junsu. Success. If killing it were this easy, that would be great. Then he called Celeria, all right, come up here. As she approached, she was about to speak when Junsu stopped her. Step back a little, I'll wake them up right here. He used an advanced magic fire skill, and his hand burst into magical flames. The ice blocks began to melt. At this moment, Celeria's brother sat up. He held his head and asked in confusion, what's happening? Seeing this, she ran over in a hurry calling, brother. Spotting Celeria, he shouted. Celeria, his hand gently reached out. They embraced each other warmly after a long separation. Watching from behind, Junsu thought, finally he's awake, the commander of the Dragon Legion. Looking at the dragons, he devised a plan. Let's use these dragons to fight against the Arctic Emperor. He climbed onto a dragon's back. Celeria's brother spoke, Sword Saint, I've heard from Celeria, thank you, Junsu urged. We'll talk about that later. The Arctic Emperor is about to wake. He stepped down and said, wait a moment, there's still a dragon that hasn't awakened. Seeing the dragon frozen in ice, he exclaimed, it's not over yet. The Dragon King, Red King, was still there. Confused, he shouted, there's a fire dragon in the Arctic too, Celeria said. This one is harder than normal ice, he interjected. Seems it's affected by the ice wind, the Arctic Emperor's unique power. Sword Saint, do you have a way? Hearing this, Junsu smiled cunningly and said, we must awaken it at all costs. He already had a plan in mind. If I can tame an unclaimed dragon, approaching the ice sealing the dragon, he glanced back and thought, I'll have my own mount. Then he said, but I can only awaken its power. A moment later, Junsu unleashed a large flame to break the ice and said, the rest it'll handle on its own. Celeria behind him said, no, it's not melting at all. Meanwhile, Junsu focused on breaking the ice while thinking, this ice contains a powerful magical force. Then he shouted, awaken. The dragon opened its eyes wide. It said, humans, the soldiers murmured. Did he just use dragon speech? How can a warrior use dragon speech? The dragon thought in confusion. Without sufficient rank, even dragons can't use dragon speech. Truly a strange human. Suddenly, a tremor knocked Celeria and her brother down. Watching the Arctic Emperor fly above, everyone shouted, hey, the Arctic Emperor is awake. Celeria loudly commanded the Dragon Legion. All prepare, we must stop the Arctic Emperor's ice spears. Arrows immediately flew toward the Arctic Emperor. At this moment, Junsu stood before the Red King and said, no time, so I'll get straight to the point. Above, the battle with the Arctic Emperor raged fiercely. Here, he calmly requested the fire dragon, we're about to hunt the one that froze you. Do you want to join? Hearing this, it roared. I owe you a life, human. Then Red King unleashed scorching flames, melting everything. It concluded, "All right." This scene startled the Arctic Emperor. Red King gathered spiritual energy in its mouth and declared, "I will melt everything." It unleashed swirling flames like a tornado. Observing this magnificent scene, Junsu felt secretly proud, truly a superpower just as I predicted. Some may wonder, how could such a mighty dragon be defeated? The Arctic Emperor, because Red King encountered a problem. Suddenly he looked to one side where sounds came from ice shards. Red King was now whining and crying because ice shards pierced its flesh, injuring its body. "Too painful, it hurts so much," Junsu helplessly exclaimed. "Oh no, this old dragon is dumb." Suddenly the Arctic Emperor let out a mighty roar. Saliria's brother panicked. "Sword Saint, you must act quickly." While throwing food to the fire dragon, he assessed it to see how to use this dragon. "I need to persuade it first, whether adult or child. Their nature is still the same." Then it shouted, "Catch it." After biting into the meat, it exclaimed with joy, "Delicious." Junsu asked, "You like it that much?" The Scarlet King wagged its tail and replied, "I love meat, give me more." Junsu said, "All right, I can give you more, but in return." While Junsu was making the request, "You must help me." High above, the Polar Emperor was preparing to aim at him. Without hesitation, it plunged straight down, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, the Polar Emperor saw no one, only a cracked hole. The Scarlet King's door appeared above, and Junsu arrogantly shouted, "Bird head." Seeing the fierce eyes of the Polar Emperor, he yelled, "Time for revenge." Junsu began using special skill. With the Dragon Knight trait, he shouted, "All Dragon Knights attack." All the Dragon Knights simultaneously unleashed their skill. The Emperor skillfully dodged the attacks. As all the skills converged, it used an ice shield to defend. A soldier shouted, "Open your fate, it's too strong." At this moment, Junsu commanded the Scarlet King to fly in front of the Emperor. The Scarlet King suddenly weakened. It trembled and said, "He's too strong." Junsu reassured it, "Trust me, I'll give you plenty of meat." For the food, the Scarlet King fiercely breathed fire at the Polar Emperor and shouted, "Meat." Junsu praised, "Great fire breath." But at that moment, sharp shards of ice were flying towards them. Recognizing them, he thought of lightning and the ice spear great magic. The Scarlet King turned away. Junsu shouted, "Don't worry, I'll help you break them." The ice shards grazed his face, causing him to bleed, thinking silently, "With his current stats, is it too much for me to block all this ice?" Junsu used the endurance trait to create a protective barrier for both. Suddenly, a solid shield appeared. He exclaimed, "Good." Junsu then activated several other traits. All Dragon Knights were surrounded by a circular barrier. This was the strongest defensive trait. From Seoul to the chaotic city, he commanded, "Dragon Army, advance." A barrage of attacks targeted the Polar Emperor. Hit by the attacks, the Emperor roared in pain but refused to yield. The Emperor began condensing a source of spiritual power. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked and shouted, "That's White Spirit Ice, what should we do? Are we going to be trapped in the ice?" Saliria's brother reassured them, "Everyone stay calm, this battle is different from before." He shouted, "We have to trust him." Meanwhile, Junsu faced an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Thinking silently, "White Spirit Ice, the ultimate technique of the Polar Emperor. If I can endure it, there's still hope." Junsu analyzed, using the land trait given by the goddess. With the land traits and equipment traits, he said, "I will create the strongest possible defensive combination in this situation." The scene was dazzling. Junsu wasted no time applying the land trait to the Dragon Knights. A layer of light enveloped them. Seeing this, Saliria panicked, exclaiming, "The Polar Emperor can't freeze us." All the Dragon Knights charged toward the Polar Emperor. Seeing this, Saliria's brother wondered, "Is this how it should be? Time to use our blades on the bird, right?" He readied his hand. Jun Sudachi said, "Thanks to the Dragon Knight trait, we can harness the will of the Scarlet Dragon." He extended his hand, murmuring, "This way." Using the Dragon Knight trait to harness the Scarlet Dragon's will, he then closed his eyes. When he opened them, a fierce flame erupted around Junsu. He shouted, "Transcendent Flame," launching a powerful fire wave toward the Polar Emperor. Junsu felt his power surge violently, as if pouring fuel onto an already raging fire. With that power, he yelled, "I will burn you to ashes." The flame struck the Emperor's stomach, causing it to scream in pain. From within a block of ice, a spherical entity appeared. Seeing it, he said, "Finally, I can see what is reflecting in the polar storm. The core of the Polar King." Then Junsu gathered all his strength and fired a missile. It shot forward at maximum speed. A boom rang out as the missile struck the Polar Emperor. After the explosion, chunks of ice fell and the sky cleared. Saliria shouted, "It's dead." She looked up. "Unbelievable, we really killed the ruler of the Arctic." The knights cheered, "We're free." Above, Junsu rode the Scarlet King, waving joyfully. Everyone shouted, "Golden Warrior, many heroes." The castle was peaceful again. Saliria said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Sir Swordsman. We are in your debt and don't know how to repay you." He replied cheerfully, "No problem, I had a purpose coming here anyway." Thinking silently, for the core of Mama in the monster realm. Junsu opened the system to check the trait he had just received. He murmured at the unique trait of the Polar Emperor. "White ice." Then Junsu turned his back and said, "My work here is done, I'll leave first." Saliria spoke up. "Wait," she went on, "I don't think the dragons want to see you leave like this either. Is there anything special you want to do before you go?" He suggested, if that's the case, lend me everyone's strength for the battle ahead. Celeria asked, the next battle, is it related to the Saint Maiden? Junsu explained, I have a lifelong enemy. If you can help me in that battle, I'd be deeply grateful. Celeria agreed, of course, we'd be happy to help. Suddenly, the Crimson King's voice rang out, human. He turned to look at it and asked, you're awake now, how do you feel? Then the Crimson King started whining again. Well, it kept shouting, meat, maiden meat. Junsu said, I think I still have some in my bag. A thought flashed through his mind. Wait, I could turn him into a mount. Junsu laid out his terms. If you want meat, come with me, I'll feed you until you're full. The Crimson King burst out, what, are you serious? It perked up. If that's true, I'll go with you, I love meat. Junsu asked, may I take the Crimson Dragon with me? Celeria's older brother replied, dragons aren't something we can control. They choose their own path. If the Crimson Dragon wants to follow you, then all we can do is bless you. Hearing that, the Crimson King grew even happier, grinning from ear to ear. Junsu then pulled a huge piece of meat from his bag. Then he said, all right, partner. As he fed it, Junsu stroked its head and said, let's go. Watching the two leave, Celeria said softly, he's really going to take the Crimson Dragon with him. She said to her older brother, he's not seriously luring him with food, is he? He replied. Even if he isn't fully lucid right now, he's still the king of dragons. He added, I'm sure the Crimson King can sense that boy's potential too. Meanwhile, the Crimson King kept yelling, meat, meat. Celeria's older brother's voice echoed faintly, the one who can truly become the leader of the Dragon Legion. The scene shifted to night in southern Egypt. Someone shouted, what the hell is that? When they looked up and saw the Crimson King, people screamed in panic, it's a monster. Seeing that, Junsu looked down and muttered, they're probably in total panic. Where am I supposed to hide this big guy? At that moment, the system displayed, warning, warning, a mana fog is approaching. This is a magic sensor nullification zone. It is recommended that you turn back. He chuckled with satisfaction. At last, it's here. The scene shifted to Lake Nasser. Beneath the lake, bizarre fish stared upward with wary eyes. This was the dwelling place of the river goddess and spirits of her kind. The deeper he went, the more the system's alerts blared red. Warning, warning, a mana fog is approaching. Warning, this is a magic sensor nullification zone. Junsu thought calmly, mana fog, passing through the frigid mist zone. He muttered, I can't use my mana here. Looking at the map, Junsu asked, how wide is this fog's coverage? The system replied, based on satellite imagery, its range is approximately 10,000 km. He calculated silently. Seoul is about 600 square kilometers, so its area is about the same as Gyeonggi province. That's huge. The system asked, what should we do now? He answered calmly. Charging in to fight there right now would be reckless. We'll prepare here, where the government still maintains control. After that, Junsu ordered, head to Adwan City Hall. The system responded quickly. Understood. I will request approval from the controlling authority and proceed with landing. The aircraft began to wobble in the thick fog. He said, this erratic climate, it's clearly the result of the river goddess's interference. Soon after, Junsu arrived at Adwan City Hall, Egypt. The moment he stepped into the main hall, a dignified voice rang out. Greetings, guardian of the sacred soul. Holy Knight, Sword Saint of Asia. Hearing that, Junsu said awkwardly, no, do you really have to make it this grand? Inside, he thought, this is embarrassing, looks like I've gotten pretty famous. He glanced at the eye insignia. That alone was enough to tell him this was Adwan City Hall in Egypt, and also the headquarters of the Osiris Society. He muttered, I told the airport I was coming here, but I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Just then a man came forward to greet him. You're here, Sword Saint. He was the mayor of Adwan, Egypt, and also a member of the Osiris Society. He continued, welcome to Adwan, Egypt's fortress. Junsu replied politely, thank you for receiving me, you must have worked hard. And to make preparations in such a short time too. The mayor said modestly, this is only the bare minimum to welcome you. Would you like something to drink to wet your throat first? He said bluntly, I'm a bit busy, so let's get straight to the point. He cleared his throat. Of course, a holy knight wouldn't come here without a reason. The mayor guessed, I think I can already tell why. He went on. You came here to hunt those fish monsters, didn't you? Hearing that, Junsu let out a quiet breath. Images of the fish monsters appeared as the mayor explained. After the Osiris Society finished building the Adwan Dam, the river's native creatures, the ones who were the true owners of this lake, the merfolk began waging war against them. He laughed and said, killing them all would bring immense benefits. Their bodies could be used as raw material. It's a kind of divine elixir, and though he smiled brightly, he secretly felt worried inside. The market master's intentions were too obvious, and the more he spoke, the more excited the market became about the plan. Once the Sword Saint appeared, that person had even defeated the Phantom King. The Red King had personally arrived, and the evil god's mist would finally dissipate. Junsu whispered to himself, they want me to end this battle, while I'm only here to collect primal energy. The image of a beautiful river goddess flashed in his mind, and he wondered, but there's an 8th-level river goddess in the lake. How can we deal with that? For now, follow their plan. Junsu thought, scratched his head and hesitantly said, fine, let me handle the fish. But I need one thing. He asked if he could get a large amount of the divine elixir. The market master replied cheerfully, of course our guild will provide it completely free. Then he handed Junsu a lamp and said, please accept this. Seeing it, Junsu asked, isn't this a piece of water element energy? He replied, yes, with this lamp wherever its light reaches. The market master said it would neutralize all the mist when shown over the lake. Holding the lamp, Junsu stepped onto the artificial lake created by the Adwan Dam. Junsu muttered it should be around here somewhere. He looked out toward the distant dense forest. The market master's strange voice echoed in Junsu's mind, because the river goddess had become enraged. The Egyptian government and the Osiris Guild had declared this area a danger zone. He assessed that, except for times when holy knights were sent to hunt the river's minion. After a while of searching with the lamp, Junsu saw the fish surface and exclaimed, found them. A fish saw this and snarled viciously. He waved his hand and said, calm down, I'm not here to hurt you. In fact, they posed no threat to humans at all. They were just trying to protect their home. Junsu imagined a conversation with the fish. Listen up, get out of here. If you leave obediently, I'll spare your life. He said it, and it did sound pretty threatening. Longtham judged that words wouldn't work with them right now. Then Junsu focused the flame in his hand and said, but with this. Watching the fish keep snarling viciously, he muttered, they're really showing their teeth, telling me to get lost. Fine, just wait a second. Junsu shaped the flame into the word hello, then added, I've got something to say. He waved innocently and said, hi, can you read? The fish looked at each other in confusion. The scene made Junsu realize the fish folk had a different mouth structure from humans. That counted as the start of communication. Surprisingly, they formed the word hi on the water's surface. He yelped, startled, they answered. Then the fish laughed with delight, and Junsu guessed they found this interesting too. Well, maybe this was the first time they'd seen a human acting friendly. The system notified Junsu that he had gained the fish language trait. Satisfied, he said, now I can talk to the fish folk. A fish folk stood up big and burly and asked, aren't we scary? Seeing its body, he froze, not knowing what to say. A moment later, Junsu put on a mischievous look and blurted something out. The fish folk laughed along. Very good, you're an interesting human. Why did you come to find us? He asked calmly. I came here to take a drop of the goddess's blood. Hearing that, a fish folk snapped back. What did you say? Without waiting for an answer, it grabbed its weapon and charged, shouting, how dare you, the goddess's blood, you're one of those evil humans. As the spear was about to stab down, Junsu thought he understood why they were so wary. Holy knights often patrolled the river and harmed the fish nest, but this wasn't that. With quick reflexes, he dodged to the side and shot out his hand, swiftly grabbing the spearhead. Holding the spearhead tightly in his hand, he said calmly, relax, listen to me first. The fish folk tensed, trembling harder, thinking, why is this human so strong? Gritting his teeth as he kept the spear in check, Junsu explained, I'm not here to beg for her blood for free. I'm going to help the goddess regain her sanity. Staring at the massive wall, the fish folk said, it's been 100 years since that intact concrete wall was built because of Osiris's betrayal. How can a human do what all of us have failed to do for 100 years? He hesitated. It's a little embarrassing to say it like this. Junsu flexed his muscular arm and joked, but I'm planning to beat her until she wakes up. The fish folk flew into a rage, grabbed him by the collar and roared, has this human gone insane? Junsu hurried to explain, listen carefully. The goddess was originally born as the spirit of the river, and she attained divinity through human worship. He continued, so the goddess's true nature is a soul, and guiding souls are usually only lucid when they're close to death. While the fish folk stood there, baffled, Junsu finished the thought he'd left hanging. After explaining, Junsu asked, now do you understand my method? It replied in a low voice, fine, we'll trust you. Junsu forced a smile, that's enough. Suddenly the fish folk spat sacred water into his face without any warning. After doing it, it dove straight into the river. Junsu panicked, his fingernails digging in. Hey, you could at least warn me before you do that. With his face dripping wet, he muttered. He'd expected something, but it was worse than he thought. But then Junsu looked at his palm, and at the energy radiating from his whole body. He realized he'd gained adaptation from the fish folk ritual. He adapted and swam down with them. It let Junsu breathe freely underwater. Close quarters fighting was no problem. Even his airstrike trait worked. Seeing that, he thought, I don't have a swimming trait, but airstrike works underwater too. After swimming for a while, the fish folk turned and said, we're here. Reaching a solemn place, it said this was the goddess's temple. Junsu said, thanks for bringing me here, get ready. The fish folk replied, before that, promise us human. In a heavy voice, it demanded a pledge, an assurance that he would save the goddess. He agreed at once, of course, if you cooperate. And after that, Junsu took out a vial of elixir and said gravely, I've got plenty of recovery elixirs too. Watching the current of the potion swirl into the water, the fish folk cried out in shock, that's an elixir made from us. It thought the goddess might really wake up. Junsu asked, so the prerequisite check is done, right? With that, he created a stream of fire. Then let's begin, he said, and with his gear, Junsu shot straight into the goddess's temple. The writing on the stone tablet flared with brilliant light. From within the temple, surging whirlpools burst forth. Junsu asked, so it's appearing. The river goddess's form emerged, eerie and mesmerizing. The water soul spiraled and churned. Her face showed anger, yet her eyes were empty. She formed a ring of swirling water around her body and controlled it to drag Junsu under. Then threatened, you won't escape. Struck off balance, you fall backward as a red shadow flashes past. It's Scarlet King, swiftly scooping Ron Su onto its back. You turn to Scarlet King, giving a thumbs up in approval, timing spot on. Scarlet Dragon, how did I do? Scarlet King's gate rises high. Junsu says, you're the best. Once this is over, I'll reward you with a feast of meat. The river goddess furiously directs whirlpools forward. Scarlet King dodges each strike with exquisite skill, while she calmly manipulates the waters, murmuring, Phase 1, Water Spin Barrier. The whirlpools, like serpents, chase after Junsu on her command. Observing, he silently evaluates. They pursue the target relentlessly, like guided missiles. At this moment, a stream of water speeds towards Scarlet King. Caught off guard, it is struck in the chest, devastating the area. Scarlet King cries out in pain, it hurts, focus, there's more. Watching the whirlpools charge like feral beasts. He thinks that failing to evade these attacks would be extremely dangerous. Junsu uses the Flame Blaze skill, engulfing himself in fierce flame. He thinks to himself that as long as he evaporates them all, it will suffice. Placing his hand on Scarlet King's body, he activates the Dragon Knight trait, blending it with Scarlet Dragon's energy. His body turns golden like fire, surrounded by unrelenting flames, pushing Flame Blaze's power to its limit. With Junsu's skill, the swirling water waves dissipate. He assesses, I survived the opening of Phase 1. The river goddess now appears confused. Using his equipment traits, Junsu pulls out a bazooka and aims at the target ahead. Just as he prepares to fire, he says, now it's my turn. Instantly, Junsu launches a missile at maximum speed. An explosion erupts, binding arms and shattering the surrounding earth and stone. Admiring the effect, Junsu asks Scarlet King, what do you think? This is a bullet storm. He explains that by attaching an attribute to the weapon, the Mountain Echo can fire energy entities with that same attribute. Meanwhile, the river goddess is slowly freezing. Junsu calculates, first, freeze her with the Emperor of the North's massive blast to create a perfect ice crystal. He presses a system interface, then continues to summon a flame at his fingertip. A booming sound erupts as the flame shoots straight toward her. Yet the river goddess remains unharmed. Seeing this, he exclaimed. Just a scare, observing the front, Junsu mutters, I'm aiming at its heart. Now she weaves through the waters like a ghost. He realizes. Phase 2 has begun. In this situation, Junsu reassesses. Fighting an 8th-tier entity like the river goddess is already extremely difficult. But to fight alongside healing-boosted spirits simultaneously, that's utterly insane. At this moment, from the river depths, shadows rise. These are merfolk armed, targeting the river goddess directly. Seeing this, he is pleased, realizing fellow merfolk share the same goal. He presses his hand to his chest, then draws out a glowing mana core. They even sacrifice themselves. A radiant energy binds from the core. The merfolk crush it simultaneously. The river goddess appears dizzy, unable to stand. Junsu analyzes once they destroy the mana core. Essentially their heart, she gradually melts away. Screaming in pain, the water spirits falter. She no longer has illusion. This is the critical part of the battle against the river goddess. Furrowing her brows in fury, a powerful water column lifts her body. Scarlet King twists to evade the water column. Ron Su shouts, Scarlet Dragon, dodge. It sidesteps to avoid the strike. He scans her and thinks the river goddess is thrashing in extreme desperation. Simultaneously, her core will be exposed. Chaos reigns with surging waters as he maneuvers Scarlet King, shouting, let's finish it. Scarlet Dragon observed the situation. Junsu realizes he is too small to pass through that water column. He grips his sword tightly, breaking the lock to overcome the current. Standing in the chaotic space, Junsu mutters, considering his traits. Using the 2 swordsman traits as a base, then adding 2 more traits, calculating mana support, he can merge with the sword, so does Scarlet Dragon. While moving, Junsu calculates. Finally, he wields the blazing sword after combining all traits, using the last trait to complete the fusion. Junsu slashes out with intense flame. He will cut through the water storm, severing the core that channels the water's force. Maintaining the surging waves like a tsunami, the merfolk cry, "Oh goddess, it's time to return to the lake," after a tense struggle. The sky calms once more. The merfolk gratefully say, "Humanity, our goddess." Suddenly their eyes widen, astonished at something. It is the river goddess in her beautiful form. The merfolk exclaim, "Goddess," while she asks in surprise, "Where am I?" The merfolk joyfully say, "Goddess, you've truly awakened." Meanwhile, Junsu rushes to the river goddess, bowing respectfully as he speaks. "Have you regained your senses? O river goddess," you mutter wearily and dazedly as you search for the sacred artifact. Junsu kneels respectfully before the river goddess and speaks. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kim the warrior." She glances at him and immediately senses two sources of power. The power radiating from Junsu. Bao, I sense the strength of earth and lightning from you. He looks up at the river goddess quietly, thinking to himself. Can she sense divinity? It seems that even if forms change, a god is still a god. Then Junsu slowly asks, what about your memory? Do you remember what happened? Upon hearing this, her expression turns uneasy and she struggles to speak. I remember. The river goddess frowns tightly, muttering a name. Osiris, realizing something, she becomes furious. The waters surge violently because that selfish one deceived her. That's why our river was devastated. The river goddess's eyes glow red. Massive waves rise as she raises her hand, issuing a commanding presence. I will strike down Osiris immediately, destroy this dam, and reclaim our territory. Facing the river goddess's rage, Junsu calmly asks, can you really win? Hearing this, she lifts her head to look at the small figure below near the riverbank. What? You dare doubt me? Junsu shrugs slightly, speaking seriously. Not exactly, it's just that inside the river goddess, the gem has cracked. Concerned for her, he says. Your mana core, I'm worried about the wound in your heart. At this, she stands silently in line, listening. Because of anger and pride, we must not lose the entire merfolk tribe. His words full of concern calm the river goddess. Now I hope you will heal your wounds. She softens gradually, hesitating. But thinking of the high wall blocking the river, her tone sharpens again. The flowing waters have been held back by this dam for too long. At this rate, I will never regain my strength. Remembering the images of merfolk being slaughtered, she says painfully. And in the fight against humanity, I cannot protect my people. The river goddess's face darkens as she speaks with sorrow. Do you want me to just stand by and watch? Junsu looks straight at her and slowly says, then I have a proposal. The river goddess looks at him in doubt, exclaiming, a proposal? Then he quickly presents his idea. There's another river in the world comparable to the river Min. How about we relocate there? She gently strokes her chin, murmuring slowly. The idea is excellent, but I'm not sure we can move such a large number of divine beings. Seeing her concern, Junsu smiles slightly and says, if possible. Above the clear sky, a massive spaceship appears. He smiles brightly, pointing and saying, will you allow me? She lifts her head, delighted by the sight of the ship, and replies, with this artifact, it's feasible. Immediately, the river goddess turns to Junsu and asks, all right, human, what do you want from me? At this moment, he already has a plan. With the materials upgraded to level 8, Junsu achieves his goal and says, a drop of your blood. The massive ship hovers above the blue water. His serious voice echoed, and your promise to remain on this ship, to assist me for a while longer. Hearing this, she looks down at Junsu and asks, it seems you need my help. Without waiting for an answer, the river goddess quickly agrees. Very well, I agree. Hearing this, Junsu grins in satisfaction. Good then. Looking at her power and the merfolk, his initial objective has been accomplished. With the water elementals added, his alliance is complete. The large golden ship bobs on the water briefly before slowly rising. It then soars into the sky, passing over vast stretches of land. At this time, Junsu sits in the cockpit, looking delighted, exclaiming, perhaps because this is originally a ship, it moves faster on the water. The ship crosses multiple sand dunes, propelled by the river's strength, guided by the river goddess. Once the ship connects with the water elementals, the stored mana immediately undergoes a material transformation. In other words, creating a river in the sky. Seeing the spaceship swiftly traverse the heavens by her power, Junsu thinks to himself, at this rate, I'll reach the destination soon. Elsewhere, the tree god remains still, eyes closed, quietly enjoying the surrounding space where the final materials for level 8 reside. Suddenly, at the area with the erected tents, everyone shouts loudly, move quickly. A white-haired girl slowly approaches the village chief, anxiously asking, village chief, what's happening? She is fearful, barely speaking, constantly glancing around. It's bad, the skull snake. The village chief cannot contain his fear and shouts. A powerful entity is approaching from the west. The girl freezes, muttering, a powerful entity, it relentlessly attacks the turtles in vain. Mother said on the radio, a voice announces, the deity is coming. The village chief faces the girl and says, she said so. The girl stops in astonishment, exclaiming, a deity? Her white-haired eyes show worry. She gently strokes her chin, whispering, after the holy war, the gods were forbidden from descending into the mortal world. So why are they now sweating, terrified, and screaming? I don't know, we must prepare immediately at all costs. We have to protect the godmother. Suddenly, the girl remembered something and turned to the village chief. Lan Bao, wait. Then the swordsman, no, should we call the sword saint to help? He paused, then shouted, great idea. Immediately after, the village chief quickly grabbed his phone and called Jun. I'll call him right away. The call was already picked up on the other end. Hung quickly answer and put it on speaker. Hello, before Junsu could say anything. A hurried voice cut in, Sword Saint, save us. The village chief was in tears. The line on the other end echoed with urgency. The gods are approaching our village. At this rate, godmother will be in danger. Junsu panicked and shouted, gods. Impossible. At this moment he was standing on the spacecraft. The goddess saw this and slowly approached. The voice on the other end anxiously stammered, asking Junsu, "What's happening? Have we been attacked? Did you notice anything unusual?" It seemed the spacecraft was flying over the forest. Junsu didn't know what to say. They must have mistaken him for a god. He could only force a smile and quietly said, "I'm sorry, village chief, that god is probably me." Hearing this, the village chief suddenly shouted in surprise. What? The spacecraft swiftly glided over the forest. At last, he truly felt like he belonged here. Then Junsu put down the phone, pressed the power button, and reflected on the long journey to level up. Below in the forest, the white-haired girl was already waiting. The silhouette of the spacecraft gradually appeared. The final location of the tree god slowly became desolate. In quiet, the village chief's welcoming voice rang out, "Sword Saint, in just 1 year you've grown incredibly strong." She stood behind him looking up seriously and sincerely saying, "Godmother, the Sword Saint would never harm us. So we can lower our guard now, right?" Junsu stepped forward, confidently grinning, and patted his chest emphatically. "Of course, who do you think I am? I drank Godmother's blood." Then he gestured toward the spacecraft, looked at the tree god, and said with care, "The deity I brought here is to help her." Immediately after, her gentle voice replied, "Help me," Junsu quickly answered. "That's right," the tree god continued. "Han, it seems you are looking for the final piece." Junsu wasn't too surprised she knew. He said, "So you already know? Then this negotiation will be much easier." He stood opposite the tree god, hands lightly behind his back, speaking solemnly, "Godmother, do you want to become the world tree?" Hearing this, the village chief and everyone there were stunned, mouths agape. He widened his eyes, speechless. A trembling voice uttered, "Apart from the one that existed in Northern Europe, hasn't there never been a second world tree?" Another person nearby exclaimed, "Even that one was destroyed in Ragnarok." At this moment, the village chief was somewhat bewildered, looking toward. Junsu tried to stop him. "Hey, Sword Saint, you're going too far. Even for her to become the world tree, a true deity, she will need to live for tens of thousands of years. If you recklessly hurt her," suddenly, a sound cut in. "My child," the white-haired girl sitting far away slowly stood up. "Try trusting him this time." She slightly raised her head, her voice firm. "He is the Sword Saint." Hearing this, he and the others immediately felt awkward. Then the village chief turned and softly asked the tree god's opinion. "What should we do, my lord?" She quickly answered his question, "Just listen to him. Speak, let me hear your idea." Given permission, Junsu happily raised 3 fingers and began explaining. "I'll explain simply. A tree needs 3 things to grow. For it to develop, it requires 3 elements: light, water, and nutrients." Looking up at the tree god, Junsu said, "I'll clarify so everyone can understand. Even if you are a deity at your core as a tree, that essence will never change." She understood his point at a glance. Meaning, Junsu placed his hands on his hips, proudly smiling, and confidently said, "Today I will prove all 3. For you, Godmother." After a long moment, Soren pulled the cart and called out loudly, "Master, where should I place this?" Standing outside, he pointed authoritatively, "Put it down on the lower left." "Understood. First, everyone will prepare fertilizer made from the 2 great dragons. First, we will prepare fertilizer from the flesh and blood of the high-level Kim Long and Thai Long." And everyone began digging up the ground everywhere together. They worked without stopping, sprinkling shards of the Arctic Emperor to use as lubricant. While the village chief and the girl were resting, he gave a faint smile and said the nourishment was complete. Next was water. After that, Junsu called on the river goddess's power. She immediately flew up and sprayed water around the tree god. The river goddess Neen was more than willing to help with the water. The necklace the river goddess wore began to glow. The water element, strengthened by angel tears, would raise her abilities even higher. Then he mounted the Red King and flew up. At last, a refined light, Junsu lowered his gaze and pondered. Not too strong, not too weak. A trait panel appeared. He spread his hand and began channeling his power into the tree god, pure faith, brimming with sincerity, as long as this beam of light was maintained for a while. For a set amount of time. After completing the steps, her entire body began to shine brilliantly. As if a gentle melody had begun to play, the light spread throughout the forest. Now the tree god seemed reborn, her whole body radiating dazzling golden light. At last, the first god to be born since the Holy War. With the god revealed, the world tree spoke. The tree god smiled kindly and said in a voice full of gratitude, "You've worked hard, Sword Saint. All debts are dissolved." Junsu stood watching her and replied, "Not at all. I'm the one who's been helped the most." Hearing that, she gave a slow smile and said, "I truly owe you a great debt. My mother would surely find you extremely interesting." Hearing that, the image of a huge green tree rose in his mind. Her mother was Grsoso, and the trunk answered, "Yes, though by now she has been completely burned away. She was the mother of all world trees and sacred trees on this earth." At that, Junsu remembered and swept his eyes over her in appraisal. Right back in the side story, she had then, with great respect, offered, "I should give you a reward you deserve." On the surface, he looked embarrassed, scratching his head and raising a hand as if to refuse. "Really, I didn't do this expecting a reward," he said, though in his heart he definitely wanted it. "Listen, nothing in this world is free." From the tree god's golden leaf, a small droplet separated and fell. "This is for you, the final piece." The instant it fell, Junsu's entire body seemed to blaze with overflowing vitality. He grinned smugly at the result, reaching level 8. Light burst forth, engulfing Junsu's whole body, and an intense thrill surged through him. The tree god glowed as if transferring power to him. Junsu spread his arms wide and savored it, a vast sense of release spreading everywhere. The world tree bestowed was opening up. Suddenly, a tiny glimmer of light peeked out, drifted down, and turned black. Curious, he opened his palm to catch it. It transformed into black feathers that scattered everywhere. Junsu hurriedly unrolled the scroll and muttered, "What? Why did it fail?" Even though it followed the blueprint the goddess Gaia had given, it still went wrong. Her voice rang out, "That's because you, Sword Saint, are not ready yet." Hearing that, he stared in shock, looked up at the tree god before him and asked hurriedly, "Not ready even after coming this far? Then what about everything I've gathered up to reach level 8? She explained slowly to Junsu. "From level 8 onward. You've already stepped into the ranks of the divine. That's why it's called the Transcendent Realm." He fell silent, listening to what the tree god said, a divine seat far beyond the limits of a superhuman. He had to define it himself. At that, Junsu froze, eyes wide. How am I supposed to do that? Her small branches stretched out, spiraling around his tiny image. And from the center, she said, "Your body is ready. Your soul, as an omnipotent being, has opened the path that leads to divinity." In the depths of space, a streak of light gathered into a triangle that encircled the earth at its center. "So let me ask you this. Don't turn from human into god. Where do you think you're stuck?" Junsu's body looked so small he could stand atop one of the 3 glowing spheres. God tier, the image of Junsu tapping on his phone in the past appeared. It truly existed in the game's setting. Fragmented images of his former self drifted on like that. Characters could reach level 9 after level 8. A character could decide their god rank. The fragments bearing other people's images also gradually linked together. Level 9, in other words, becoming a constellation, or put another way, a god, a lord. And there was always a title bound to that god's name. Soren's profile information, and hers as well, appeared along with a special panel. Those unique traits, the things that determined a title, were the traits that symbolized that person's life. Junsu received something similar too. He was enveloped by a surge of power. Around him, notification panels rose one after another, traits, like a person's direction in life or their fate. Level 4 warrior class, the authority they held: colossal musculature, unwavering musculature, immortal recovery, heartborn nature, mount. Sigurd's mana power, combat, Tiger King swordsmanship. Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but feel confused. His face darkened as he raised a hand to rub his chin, deep in thought. It was vague. The Kim warrior could alter its traits, making it difficult to define. After a while, Junsu looked up at the tree deity and asked about what she said was still missing. "You mean I still don't have a divine level?" She smiled softly and replied, "Exactly. You have only acted to survive. You've never truly reflected on your own identity." The tree deity continued to radiate dazzling light. "If both body and soul lack a solid self, then everything is just an illusion." Junsu stood below, looking up at her, placing his hand over his chest. He asked what he could do to fix it. Then the tree deity slowly answered Junsu's question. Through experience, his mind felt a bit hazy about what he had heard. "Damn, identity, self, I've never thought about that." She suddenly comforted Junsu. "Do not despair, Sword Saint." Hearing this, he bowed his head, placed his hand over his chest, and fell silent. "The answer lies within you." Suddenly, a swirl of black smoke appeared, piercing into Junsu's chest. He quickly clutched his chest. "This is the power granted by the general." A trait card suddenly appeared. Junsu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at it. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, destroying everything. Then unexpectedly, his soul was inside someone else's body. Junsu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, wondering, "Where am I?" Suddenly, a trembling voice cut through his curiosity. "You're wrong." Junsu turned and saw the person sitting on the ground, clutching their wound. "Run on your own, quickly. The enemy is right behind us." The person grabbed a sword, facing the enemy, shouting, "Don't talk nonsense. How could you abandon Do Dong Dai and run?" The other sat on the ground, furious, cursing. "Idiot, you think I would be grateful for that?" At this moment, Junsu was witnessing the full scene of the past. This was the past of General Gujism. The enemy stood not far away, pointing swords at the two, shouting, "Surrender obediently. If you do lower your sword, I will show no mercy." Seeing this, Junsu kept reflecting. The reason the general awakened the hero trait was because he kept shouting to that man, "Please run, I beg you." Did he think he was some kind of hero? The other tightly held the sword, facing upwards, sacrificing for his comrades. In other words, the trait card image appeared with that man. The man's eyes widened, he turned excitedly and shouted, "Not a hero, but a man to be proud of, whether we live or die. We will always do it together, right?" Thinking this, Junsu's mind snapped back to reality. He gasped, clutching his chest, breathing heavily. His body nearly collapsed. Junsu thought to himself wearily, "It's too hot. I can vividly feel the surging emotions of the general, but I'm different from him. In this past, what kind of will and purpose should I seek?" Suddenly his eyes lit up. His pupils shone. Realizing something, Junsu smiled knowingly, muttering softly. That's right, looking back now, the reason I've always been here is to become stronger. Outside, the river goddess calmly sat on the tree deity's branch, observing. The starting point of me and everything that has carried me this far. Junsu gradually straightened up, trait cards seeming to appear around him. Different images gradually emerged, building noble traits like layers of a fortress being erected. A special trait card suddenly appeared. Now holding a sword, a stream of power enveloped him, uniting high-level traits to create a supreme level. The sword Junsu wielded continuously discharged electricity, and he gleefully swung it forward. Castle was built brick by brick, a towering spire. Constructed, Junsu stood below looking up thinking, and this is how I grew stronger. The tower emitted a powerful force. At its peak, a blinding light appeared. Suddenly, Junsu's entire body surged intensely. He clenched his hands, soaring upward. The Kim warrior, the trait collector. Before the tree deity, a brilliant light spread, illuminating the whole area. The river goddess remained calm on the branch. Congratulations, Sword Saint. Junsu slowly opened his eyes. Now his entire body radiated immense power. He had become a transcendent. That evening in a large building, a cheerful voice rang out. Level 8, Master has reached level 8. Everyone was thrilled upon seeing Junsu. Everyone kept sending congratulations. Truly a natural genius. Congratulations, Master. All of them were elated. Chozio quickly approached with 2 bottles of wine, saying, heartfelt congratulations. Kim has become a transcendent. Now you are among the 100 strongest in the world. Mage Kim also joined in, saying, in this country that's top 7. Priest Kim also clenched his hands, saying softly, you're no longer the Sword Saint. Sword Heaven fits you better. Junsu hurriedly clenched his teeth, raised a hand for silence and said, this time let's have our own private celebration. Cho Seo answered with a bright smile. Of course, suddenly, everyone grew tense and turned to look elsewhere. If the father's order finds out, we'll begin the operation. He flicked his gaze aside and let out a quiet sigh. Lately, he'd publicly let everyone know about the connection between himself and the father's cult. Junsu recalled Poka, presenting evidence from the data gathered by the Mamakilla Society. He realized that the phone report from Hai Yang, along with the mastermind behind the disasters in chapters 1 and 2, all proved it was the holy maiden of the father's order. After a long while, Junsu stood on high ground, looking down at everyone training their professions. But it wouldn't be long before they discovered he'd reached level 8. In his head, he calculated how to help everyone on the team rank up. Before that, he had to make everyone stronger. Bigsoren level 7, Seo Gujin level 7, Janet level 6, Kali level 6, Kim Priest level 6, Kim Mei level 6. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, setting a whole stretch ablaze. Their 6 traits were all maxed out, so he would evolve them together. Images of the allies Junsu had gathered surfaced one by one. Thinking of them reassured him. I've gained a lot more allies too. With a flawless plan, he could win the battle against the Holy Maiden. 1 month later, in a colossal castle beneath the night sky, the grand cathedral of the Father's Order. Fireworks kept bursting across the sky, filling it with lively crackling booms. The Holy Maiden lounged arrogantly in her chair and muttered in boredom, how dull. The soldier at her side replied respectfully, yes, a transcendent has appeared. Propping her chin on her hand, she said in a weary tone, and that one is the savior of our congregation and this wretched world. At that moment the Holy Maiden's eyes turned sly. She chuckled under her breath, murmuring softly. After resigning himself to endless reincarnation and tempering his soul through countless trials, even after reaching godhood in this hell, he still chose reincarnation rather than ascension. A magic circle was formed. A mage stood there, performing a summoning through a purification rite, following the prophecy of the Father's order. The Holy Maiden's face lit up with excitement. Blushing, she burst into laughter. He's finally reached level 8. He's at the optimal level for the Father to descend. We've waited far too long. Below, all the soldiers lined up, ready to carry out the Holy Maiden's orders. All preparations complete. Please give the command. She briskly drew her weapon. Standing proudly before the troops, the Holy Maiden issued her order. Begin. Her face darkened and her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Our sacrificial plan. On the other side, Junsu suddenly stomped the ground and sprinted off. A TV anchor announced the breaking news. Breaking, the entire Father's order has vanished. The broadcast spread everywhere, drawing widespread attention. Members worldwide, including those at the Grand Cathedral, have disappeared without a trace. The moment he heard the report, he flung open the door and rushed outside, because the Father's cult had recently come under suspicion. With a string of nationwide terror incidents under investigation, Junsu ran as fast as he could. Chapter 3 begins. As he ran, a crowd suddenly blocked his path. Move fast, focus. They moved as if mind-controlled, shuffling forward and screaming non-stop, Savior, oh Savior. Then they rushed in to attack Junsu. Please end this suffering, save Earth from hell. Seeing that, his face went pale. He grit his teeth and tried to dodge. Savior. Luckily, he had a binding cord. Everyone froze in place. The police arrived to protect Junsu. If anyone moves, I'll shoot. He spotted his allies and felt a surge of relief. From a distance, a policeman shouted, Junsu, holy sword. The president rushed over in alarm and asked, Han, are you all right? Even Junsu was surprised by the concern. Both the president of South Korea and the supreme commander of the military were there. He remembered that ever since the terrorist attack in Seoul, the man had kept an eye on him. He quickly took in the situation. Junsu stood at attention and asked politely, Mr. President, you're very busy. Why did you come here? His sincerity was unmistakable. I came to protect you. Lately, the father's order has been acting very strangely, the president said, referring to the current situation. I suspect they're trying to have a god possess your body by calling you the savior. Junsu agreed. Something like that, but before they can make a god possess my body, they have to stockpile a huge amount of mana. The deeper it went, the more suspicious the president became. But how can they stockpile mana if they're hiding like this? Right? Junsu calmly proposed the most plausible scenario. Maybe they're trying to use the same method the Archfather Order used in ancient times to stockpile mana. And that method is brutally inhumane and dangerous, human sacrifice. Hearing that, the president still had plenty of questions. You mean the missing members volunteered to become offerings? But how could that ever be enough? Junsu seriously named a number and fired back at the president. What if it were 1,000,000 people? That instantly left him stunned. Even so, Junsu continued laying out his thoughts. If they sacrificed the entire population of a megacity, then how much do you think they'd gain? In the meeting room, a report rang out in the heavy silence. Minutes earlier, the ranger district in Gyeonggi had been sealed off. A colossal barrier descended, all requests for reinforcements were rejected, and they used force to prevent the army from entering. Jijeon slammed the table in fury and shouted, their scheme is painfully obvious. Even during the Japanese protectorate era, they only wanted to expand their religious influence. Ian Zhang was calmer, trying to infer those people's true objective. Clearly, they want to sacrifice the citizens of Wangzhou to carry out the ritual. No way. How could they do something so horrific? Yang spoke up, presenting the evidence he had gathered. I have proof. We found these while investigating the connection between the Black Leopard Society and the Archfather Church. Based on what we already know, you can reach a conclusion by looking at these classified files. It's clear as day, they're plotting to sacrifice the entire population of Guangzhou to create a god king. Daido ground his teeth, seething now that everything was unmistakable. Just as predicted, it's a plan to resurrect the Oktra. Next, Junsu stood and brought up his proposal. So I have a plan, Mr. President. Now is the time to issue a general mobilization order. The president fell into a tense silence, thinking hard. At last, he said he wanted to hear everyone's thoughts. A general mobilization order. Before issuing that command, I want to hear everyone's opinion. Daejeon stated his stance without hesitation. I agree. We should wipe them out as soon as possible. Ian Jiang also agreed with his view. I agree as well. With evidence this clear, I don't see any reason for us to hesitate. Besides, the Tower Master is eager to join in. For this operation, our Sun Tower also votes in favor. Yang also confirmed that his faction would join forces. We will participate in this battle. This includes the entire Kumo security force and my personal guards. After everyone expressed their position, the president made his decision. I understand. If everyone agrees, then he seriously called Junsu Sword Saint. The president entrusted the full command responsibility to him. The objective of this campaign is to completely subdue the Father's Church. You will take command of all leading forces. This idea pleased Zizum greatly. Both Yanjeng and the Tower Master did not object. Receiving that look full of trust, he accepted. Very well, the system immediately appeared and updated information. You have received a special trait. As a commander, your effect grows and the armies under your command become larger and stronger. You will become formidable. Junsu smiled confidently and stated, there is no reason for me to refuse. Then everything continued naturally. Thus, the battle began. Everyone was assigned clear duties. The Eastern and Western legions would lead the battle on land. Zizum was the commander, issuing orders. Open fire, a massive explosion occurred, but Yan Jiang remarked, is it really harmless? Next came a clear rallying cry to initiate the attack. All troops ready. Soldiers from all over united. Holy knights from the Mamaculia Guild. Everyone shared the same goal. The Father's Church, everyone exerted themselves to attack with all their might. Even the Gaia Church fought alongside us in this battle. Junsu mobilized assistance from everywhere. The Northern Line legions supported us in the regional battle. Another group, following his plan, used waterways to attack. Meanwhile, the Monster Village and the Sun Tower happily advanced onto the airship. Junsu Ai Fang fully assumed the role of leader, commanding them all. No one else, he himself. Within him, Warrior Kim felt a deep determination. I will use all useful traits to fight alongside them. Suddenly, a massive airship appeared in the sky. He panicked, pointed at it, and announced, Warrior look. Junsu turned, his face showing slight emotion. Finally revealed, he had anticipated everything. A powerful light appeared. The core element of this battle, an even more imposing ship, began participating in the fight. With 8 mid-level bosses above, Junsu scoped and targeted it for destruction. That was the young lady's airship. I must destroy that first. Immediately, he requested the Tower Master to act first. Tower Master, can you attempt to strike on it? He approached showing no fear, stating, interesting. The Tower Master readied his weapon, aiming at the flying ship. Now is when we need a mage. With his shout came a direct attack. Die! The ship's shield showed a water-like crack, much to the Tower Master's satisfaction. The strongest magic, absolute fire flame. Finally, what kind of being is this? Thanks, sir. Junsu also expressed his gratitude and continued to the next phase. Tower Master, we will handle the rest ourselves. Mage Kimtsu Cze and another followed his orders, ready for action. Understood, the Supreme Fire Cannon is ready to fire. Then Junsu loudly commanded the launch. The projectiles struck the enemy airship like a giant dragon. He communicated for aid from the River Goddess. The left side shield of the airship was gone. River Goddess, please bring the Skidratnia ship to the left side. She immediately accepted Junsu's request. Understood. The water surged, lifting the ship, creating an opportunity. The moment was now. Maximize the magical effort. Choi Seo followed the command on the controls. The ship raced over the water like a spear. The communication team contacted him. The Supreme Fire Cannon has been recharged. We are ready to fire on your command. Seeing the moment ripe, Junsu ordered the attack. No time to waste. Fire again. After the impact, debris scattered in all directions. The enemy was thrown into chaos by the counterattack. Damn, what is this? At this rate, the airship will fall. At that moment, a voice rang out. Calm, no need to panic. They turned to see who was coming, the leader. The leader loudly reinforced the troops' morale. We serve the greatest god among all fathers. We have nothing to fear. He raised both hands, began chanting, focusing magical power. O Father, please show mercy to those who serve you, we pray. Grant us your power. But then a direct strike came from Junsu's team. He shielded his eyes at the sudden change. What? Junsu's voice startled him. The landing was successful. The enemies, seeing Junsu, panicked and shouted, the Savior has arrived. He observed the enemies whispered among themselves. Even though they anticipated it, they went insane, screaming, kill him, pin him down. For the father, Junsu's mind and body feared this overwhelming force, but they were too many. Suddenly the Red King appeared, standing as a shield for him. The panicked leader faced its sharp teeth up. Soon their situation fell into chaos and fear. The leader had been swallowed, yet he stubbornly refused to surrender. Don't be afraid, the enemy is only one. With the blessing of the bishop, we can. Then a proud voice rang out, who said he's only one. Soren's team had arrived to fight alongside you. Teacher A, I hope you're not secretly having all the fun alone. Junsu looked at the students, smiling confidently. It started with Gyujin's one-on-two duel, but with his technique, he easily defeated the enemies. After handling the two, Gyujin exhaled, glancing to the side. Next was Kalaiju pursuing the enemies, yet with a very relaxed mindset. Now will you surrender? Come on, at least I'll spare your life. The enemy, though surrounded, still refused to admit defeat, yet lost which. The girl, hearing this, created thousands of afterimages, finishing them all. Is that so? Then die. Suddenly from somewhere, a sharp sword lightly took the enemy's head. Kali screamed in frustration at being outdone. Soren. No, Soren could only apologize to his teammates. Sorry. In a moment of carelessness due to excitement, someone had struck from behind the girl. Kali, behind you. Luckily, teacher Janet timely blocked the blow with her shield. The girl spoke sternly, not forgetting to remind Kali. Remember, with a single swing, Janet had sent them all flying. Enemies must not lower their guard in enemy territory. The commander was stunned by this overwhelming power, unable to. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could thousands of soldiers be wiped out so quickly? Before he could even comprehend, the Red King swallowed him whole. He trembled, pleading for his faith. No, the bishop. Bishop, it's not too late to share that power with us. But it was already too late. A bullet pierced his head. Junsu announced sternly over the radio, the air battle is over. On other fronts, the fight continues. The enemies are fleeing before Zizang's sword strikes. Yan Jiang, seeing this, offered praise. Hey old man, your sword still feels light. He laughed heartily, very pleased, no big deal. Zizang began chatting with her about his impressions. Since colonial times, this is the first time I've faced such a large number of enemies. Yan Jiang lifted her head, confidently asserting, this time should be nothing to worry about. She looked at our approaching airships, gaining more confidence, as it seemed we were assured of victory. A series of thunderous explosions destroyed enemy tanks. Zizam turned his head back, unable to resist murmuring, oh my. He praised the team as Junsu's group easily completed the mission, and it was spectacular. Junsu smiled mischievously, raising his hand to report. Commander of the bishop's riot suppression campaign, Warrior Kim, has returned safely. The city ahead still has a protective barrier. Soren couldn't hide his astonishment witnessing this. Yan Jiang's technique, I never expected to see the orders spell firsthand. The high priest is this close. Gu Jing also strongly agreed with her opinion. With this, we can definitely pierce that barrier easily. Junsu silently stood aside, observing her. He clearly understood the core of Yan Jiang's technique, a combination of martial arts, And spellcraft, this was the supreme ultimate technique of the Western general. In terms of instant damage alone, this move was even stronger than the Eastern general's Black Tiger sword technique. Knowing this, Junsu still felt skeptical. It is one of the strongest penetrating skills in Seoul. Yet, immediately after Yan Jiang finished, Gujin hurried to celebrate the victory. Amazing the barrier must have shattered, however, a voice full of astonishment rang out, "Huh," and Junsu confirmed his suspicion. As I suspected, they were stunned because the protective layer remained untouched. Even after being struck, it suffered no damage. A wave of unease rose in him, a bad premonition. I have a very bad feeling about this. Gu Jin couldn't believe the sight before him. The previous technique had been completely nullified. Zism wanted to step up and try. Not allowed, let me see. Junsu stepped forward to stop him. Not allowed, General, because if even the Western general cannot pierce the barrier, then it can only mean one thing. Yan Jiang also spoke to confirm what he just said. He's right. That thing is the strongest martial art, the level 9 celestial demon technique. Soren couldn't contain his voice, full of astonishment. Celestial demon technique. Jaijong clenched his teeth, extremely frustrated. I knew it, I had a premonition that it was very strong. Then someone asked cautiously, "But has the celestial demon technique always been like this?" Yan Jiang hesitated, unable to give a full answer. No. But you devised the most feasible option. If we use the heart of the celestial demon, it could. Before Yan Jiang could finish, the tower master interrupted. Are you saying the celestial demon is dead? That is absolutely impossible, not to mention the heart. Suddenly, Haiyang appeared, Ms. Tran. This is entirely possible. In her hand was a paper of great importance. I just decoded the plan for the grand resurrection ceremony and returned here. It mentions the second disciple of the celestial demon, known as the Demon King. The tower master looked at the results in shock. But Wang Wu, did the student really kill his own teacher? How could anyone do such a thing? Dai Zam also lost his composure, questioning repeatedly. But the celestial demon should have been the strongest among them, right? This shouldn't have been possible. Ian Jiang agreed with both of them. He was right, even the Demon King couldn't have done it. At this point, Junsu proposed a hypothetical. What if the church helped the Demon King? Even with just a bit of information, he reached a decision. That wasn't entirely impossible. In fact, it was a very clear answer under these circumstances. They gradually calmed down and asked Junsu's opinion. So what do you want us to do? Without hesitation, he stated his plan. We must confirm first. Junsu would personally execute this plan. I'll handle it myself. He approached the enemy's lair without any fear. To check the condition of the celestial demon, Junsu rode on the red dragon to scout, his mind constantly focused on the shield layer. The celestial demon's martial arts were an invincible technique, perfect in both offense and defense. The only way to penetrate that barrier was to confront it with the same celestial demon technique. Earlier, Jom wanted to confirm again, so you're going to Mount Celestial. Junsu was determined in his choice. That's right, I need to assess the situation. If the celestial demon is really dead, he also considered some doubts in his mind about who alone could pierce that barrier. It would be none other than the God King, the first-generation true disciple of the celestial demon. Upon arrival, Junsu thanked the Red King by tossing a piece of meat. Thanks for waiting for me. The dragon happily accepted the reward. Delicious meat. Seeing the Red King still full of energy, Junsu marveled. It had flown 4,000 km straight without a hint of fatigue. Truly a top-tier mount. Junsu looked at the tower ahead and decided, Celestial Demon Church, all right, let's go. He stepped inside with extreme vigilance. The eyes of the two dragons glowed brightly as their master spoke. Welcome to the Celestial Demon Church, Holy Sword of Fuangdong. The senior elder, cautious by nature, asked first, why are you here without prior notice? Junsu didn't rush to the cave, simply introducing himself. Nice to meet you, I'm Warrior Kim. Nothing serious. Then he reversed the question, leaving them confused. I'm here only to pay respects to the celestial demon, who is currently in seclusion. To confirm whether he is alive or dead. He evaded, giving no answer. I think you know this is impossible. But Junsu, undeterred, countered. A barrier created by the celestial demon's martial arts has just been discovered in Guangzhou, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. His cold tone delivered a sharp judgment. Isn't that clear evidence that the celestial demon's life status is extremely uncertain? This enraged the senior elder. What nonsense are you talking? He loudly defended his faction. The celestial demon is currently in seclusion. No one is allowed to enter or leave, yet this couldn't escape Junsu's notice, could it? He calmly questioned the senior elder. Aren't the disciples still allowed? The elder's face darkened. What? You mean the God King or Demon King harmed the celestial demon? This accusation was unacceptable to the senior elder. Blasphemy. The disciples immediately surrounded Junsu. Do you think we'll let you go after that? He ordered them to attack. Teach this insolent one a lesson. Amid the chaos, Junsu remained composed. Casual remark, I'm busy, elder. The senior elder coldly began the slaughter. Kill him, they grinned arrogantly and surged forward. As ordered, Junsu quickly dodged. They were stunned by his swift movements. Since when? Too late, Junsu had already lunged toward the senior elder. He was terrified along with the disciples' loud, helpless screams. No, he's going for the senior elder. In a flash, Junsu easily pinned him down. If you won't let me in, then this. The senior elder was astonished. What? Panic filled him as Junsu held the artifact. How do you have the celestial demon seal? Junsu smiled confidently. I have the right to enter. Then he clearly stated, ignoring those around him, the celestial demon's third gate. He boldly provoked, I want to challenge it. The senior elder watched Junsu's every move on the monitor and sighed slowly. He looked intently and discouragedly said, the Blood King entrusted the celestial demon's tasks to that one. The senior elder thought tensely. This was the supreme training hall of the early generation demon sect, guarded by puppets born of millennia-old iron. Supreme martial arts level, even heavenly swords cannot surpass this place. Seeing him about to be attacked, he muttered, not worth watching. Immediately, the senior elder turned and left, instructing, I'll enter first, the rest is up to you. But his subordinate turned pale, stammering, please wait, senior elder. The grand elder turned back with an icy expression, then stared in disbelief. You passed already? He couldn't believe his eyes, yet he still began analyzing calmly. First trial, Usura Gate. Maxius sword fighting art, Venus the fighter, the sword's master. Close quarters combat, a demon man, one strike, one kill. In just a few seconds, he cleared the second trial, the heavenly tribulation gate. The grand elder suddenly screamed in shock. He has no protective aura, yet he can still withstand that demonic power. The grand elder watched closely, carefully setting up the mana channels. Reacting in real time, the grand elder immediately reached a final conclusion. Heavenly demon body equipped traits, magic resistance, darkness resistance, diamond body, fortress, extreme limit, unyielding. Junsu laughed smugly, thoroughly satisfied. As easy as pie, he cleared the second gate too. Now for the final door, the third trial, the supreme gate. Whoever passes all three trials will successfully inherit the heavenly demon. That legend exists for a reason. He tensed up, thinking hard about how to deal with the enemy. How to clear the last gate. The heavenly demon was brutally savage now, charging forward like a madman. Junsu studied every movement to imitate the heavenly demon divine art. Relying on only his usual traits wasn't enough. Determination showed on his face as he drove straight ahead. But if possible, Junsu quickly came up with a good idea while trading blows with the heavenly demon. If the world trait could copy everything, maybe it could do it. Their two swords ground fiercely against each other. Just from the imitation alone, space itself began to war. Right after that, both of them violently knocked their blades aside. The heavenly demon instantly struck first to seize the initiative, forcing Junsu to block with great effort. He wanted it badly too, but the heavenly demon divine art was rank 9. He had to fight while also figuring out how to counter it and win. I need to expand my world even further. Still a long way to go. Equip world-shattering hammer, demon eye, sixth sense, spell brain. Breaks training, Junsu counterattacked fiercely, but it still wasn't enough. The heavenly demon showed no sign of tiring, so he had to stay even more alert. If he wanted to learn the heavenly demon divine art and gain the power to shatter Guangzhou's barrier. With an emotionless face, the heavenly demon surged forward. At once, Junsu swiftly stayed on the heavenly demon's heel. His eyes flashed red with resolve. In his mind, Junsu kept reminding himself to aim for the very peak. And then, he lined up his target perfectly and unleashed a heavy blow, launching the heavenly demon into the air. A thick cloud of black smoke appeared along with his words. Even using the heavenly demon's style, Junsu still beamed as he sheathed his sword. Can't lose to a bunch of puppets, can I? He'd cleared all three trials. The door opposite suddenly began shaking, startling him badly. Junsu stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong with everyone? The grand elder clung to the floor in terror and shouted, the new heavenly demon has spoken. Then he and his subordinates prostrated themselves and cried out, may the three great heavenly demons rule forever. Meanwhile, Junsu stood frozen, utterly confused. They all looked completely deranged, chanting non-stop. The heavenly demon descends, 10,000 demons bow. Outside, a half-giant circle suddenly appeared. The grand elder hurried after him, saying, please don't be so modest. I will definitely serve you, three great heavenly demon. But Junsu kept waving him off. No, I was just copying it. The old man looked surprised. Copying? The grand elder's face was extremely earnest as he asked. Then that means you aren't the inheritor of the heavenly demon divine art. Junsu glared in anger. Exactly. I've been saying that this whole time. Then he thought again, but I really want to learn the heavenly demon divine art. Seeing Junsu looking around, the old man spoke up. This is. The grand elder quickly introduced the two statues before them. Statues of the heavenly demons through the ages. The one holding the sword was the founder of the heavenly demon divine cult. And the one in front was the current heavenly demon. He chuckled and cut in. I know especially the present-day heavenly demon. Junsu puffed up proudly. I know all about it. Then he stroked his chin thoughtfully. I wonder if there's a heavenly demon divine sword. Even in games, some weapons exist only as data. The old man grinned excitedly. And this is the place you mention. Junsu looked up in astonishment at the huge nameplate overhead. The Cave of Atonement. Here, one of the three who can open the Heavenly Demon Cave is being imprisoned. The door slowly opened, along with his inner thought. Recently, because of a duel with the Divine Lord, he was imprisoned here. Chen Wei smiled and asked, "Who's this? Long time no see, master of the Black Tiger Sword." Junsu was stunned. "The Blood King." He immediately straightened his posture. "Long time no see." The man examined him carefully, then silently praised him. "You've reached level 8 already," Junsu answered bluntly, though his demonic power was sealed. His eyes are the same as ever, he bragged proudly. "Now in the East they call me Sword Heaven. I'm no longer the Black Tiger Sword Master you knew, Blood King." Chen Wei nodded, smiling brightly. "I can't believe you've surpassed me. Looks like I really have been lazy. So, what brings you to me?" No beating around the bush, Junsu got straight to the point. "Actually, a city in the Republic of Korea has been sealed by a massive barrier." His next words made the man flinch. "And that barrier was created using the Heavenly Demon Divine Art." Chen Wei asked in shock. "The Heavenly Demon Divine Art?" Hearing that, Junsu began to explain. "Yes, although the reason is unclear, I believe my father's old sect used Tian Ma's heart." But immediately after, he stood up in anger and shouted, "Nonsense! Could it be that master has ascended to immortal?" Right now, apart from that speculation, Chen Wei could no longer sit still and urgently demanded, "Senior Elder, I must go personally to Tian Ma Cave, where master is." But the senior elder seemed to disagree, as it was against the rule. In the end, he reluctantly consented. "But with my authority over the Tian Ma cult, I can grant you a little time to take a walk." Before leaving, the senior elder gave careful instructions. Within 30 minutes, he must return to the Grey Repentance Cave. He was so eager that he agreed immediately. "Fine, as long as the sky doesn't fall," Chen Wei boldly confirmed and leapt away. "I will definitely return." Everyone below looked up in fear. "The Blood King has escaped. Alert the Divine Army." He shot forward and then looked back to give a warning. Almost reaching where Tian Ma was, Sada Junsu was overwhelmed by Chen Wei's speed. He moved with terrifying speed without using any magic or inner power. He pondered, if so, how powerful must the Divine General and Demon Queen be, those who dominate the Blood King? Suddenly something struck from behind, hitting Chen Wei, who screamed in pain. Then a voice rang out, "Junior brother, didn't I say you'd be confined for 3 years to focus on training?" The Divine General appeared to scold him. "What reckless action is this?" SSR Divine General, the first disciple of Tian Ma. Chen Wei looked up thinking. "The chief disciple of Tian Ma, inheritor of Tian Ma Divine Skill, Divine General. Chased so fast," he stammered. "Senior brother." It seemed Master had transformed, leaving only his body and magical power. He coldly ordered, "Confirm the situation immediately, stop talking nonsense. Return to your original place." Divine General sternly emphasized, "If you cause more chaos, I will sever all your limbs like last time." Junsu descended from behind, mocking. Terrifying, truly a disciple of the demon sect. He looked disdainfully and asked, "Are you Jian Tian?" He answered casually, "I am Golden Warrior." Divine General bluntly said, "I've heard of your reputation, but this is where Master is training. No chaos can be tolerated." But contrary to that seriousness, Junsu teased back, "Yes, I heard the demon cult follows the strong." Then he lightly laughed and quickly drew his weapon. "Then why not settle it with a duel?" He flew into a rage and challenged, "Come at me as a senior in the martial world. I'll give you 3 seconds." As he finished speaking, they lunged at each other. "Then I won't hold back." At this moment, Junsu was shocked to see Tian Ma Kaiangba. Divine General's provocative strike was sharp. "But it's useless. I will make you regret wielding your sword." But he was not afraid at all and replied, "What are you talking about?" Junsu nimbly blocked. "Compared to the circular formation I saw in Guangzhou." Then he proudly slashed hard, "This is just child's play." Divine General's face was wounded, twisting in anger. Junsu seized the opportunity and aimed directly at his opponent. 3 seconds. Who gives you that?" He laughed lightly. This was the master of a sword whose power had doubled. Junsu pointed the sword at the evil Divine General. Though at a disadvantage, his face remained sinister. "I was rude. Perhaps I was too confident in myself." Divine General spoke slowly, then lunged fiercely. Then this time it truly begins. He shouted and struck down hard. Tian Ma heaven-smashing palm. But Junsu was nowhere to be seen, only Divine General amidst shattered rocks. Junsu carefully observed Axel Soul's strongest attack. "If that's the case, then I also..." He flinched and shouted, "No." At this moment he had formed a solid defensive circle and surged forward. Junsu carefully calculated his path. He would use Axel Soul's strongest defensive move to counter. Streams of purple light formed from somewhere. Chen Wei clutched his wounded arm in pain, pale, and alongside Divine General, they exclaimed in unison. That was when they realized. "Tian Ma Divine Skill," he smiled proudly. "I copied it." Junsu anxiously looked around the rubble. If he had taken it directly, he would have been crushed. Divine General went berserk, gritting his teeth. "How dare you use Tian Ma Divine Skill?" then he frenziedly charged at Junsu. Unbelievable. Divine General struck a powerful knee, hitting Junsu like a thunderbolt. He turned pale, shocked by the sudden attack. Junsu immediately clenched his fists to regain composure. He struggled to jump out of reach, then painfully got up. Immediately after, Junsu analyzed. Indeed, to surpass Tianma Divine's skill, Divine General lunged at him again, attacking proactively. Still inferior in proficiency, Junsu flew backward, thinking, if so, there's only one thing he can do. He calculated carefully, changing his strategy. Marcius two-tier sword technique. He flinched. The movement has changed. Again. Junsu carefully executed his moves, fighting situationally, blocking the black light of Tianma Divine's skill. At this moment, it was as if he was splitting himself to fight. And so, Junsu continuously attacked his opponent. With every strike, the world's attributes absorbed that power as nourishment to grow. The Divine General went berserk, shouting, "Good, let me show you Sword of Heaven. This is the true Handing Furious Assault, the authentic heavenly demon divine art." The universe shimmered beyond the starlight. Evolving his attributes, Junsu noticed a stream of golden light. A dazzling glow appeared. The cosmic sword merged into Sang's blade, shining toward the Divine General. He exclaimed in shock. "I've never seen Sang shine like this before." Shortly after, the Divine General knelt and bowed his head. "I admit defeat. Sword of Heaven, signal him to rise." "Well done, I've learned a lot." Junsu gently approached, helped the Divine General up, and reflected. "Through this battle, I've come to understand clearly." He also realized, even with the heavenly demon divine art, the Divine General couldn't break the black barrier in Guangzhou. Junsu carefully calculated, if he were to rank it, it would be roughly like this. He immediately asked, "So can we open a path into the heavenly demon cave now?" The Divine General answered briefly, "Yes." Excited, Junsu moved toward the towering structure. "Let's go into the deepest part of the cult, the heavenly demon cave." It was crowded and a voice echoed, "Welcome to the heavenly demon cave, Divine General." He stepped in and said, "Master, forgive my disrespect." Suddenly, the Divine General turned pale. "Master," he was stunned to see the heavenly demon defeated. "Master," Chen Wei kneels in helplessness. "What is this? What exactly happened?" The Divine General unexpectedly knelt. "Heavenly demon, did you say you'd post money?" he said with pain. "You said you'd wait in the celestial realm. Who could have caused this?" At this moment, Junsu carefully observed. Looking at the floor, he found the answer. He confidently analyzed, "This pattern is evidence left by my father's former cult." Hearing this, Chen Wei became furious, shouting, "What? That demonic priest left this." The Divine General still doubted. "But strangely, they shouldn't have been able to enter here." Junsu immediately pointed out a solution. "Isn't there still one person allowed in here?" He suddenly thought of someone else. "Do you mean the demon Empress sister?" Chen Wei was enraged, scolding, "That wretch must be captured immediately." The Divine General agreed, adding, "Exactly. Daring to destroy the Master's body and violate the cult's dignity, this crime must be punished with death." His expression grew more ferocious than ever, ordering, "Gather the entire cult at Tian Mountain. We will go to Brazil, where the Demon Empress resides." Suddenly, Junsu froze. The Demon Empress is in Brazil. Could it be he subconsciously remembered? "It seems I was fated to die, marked by the cult's black record on people you know. Kidnapped, tortured, and suffering pain." The maiden still aimed at the embodiment of God Pukasa. Hoka solemnly knelt, serving as an offering for the birth of the God King. Night fell over the city, filled with lanterns. Someone spoke. Hippie connected with Director Choi. Choi Seo cheerfully asked, "Yes, Sword of Heaven, do you have any orders?" Junsu immediately commanded. "I want to purchase as many magical weapons as possible," he frankly replied. "Just tell me, I can prepare any amount." Junsu responded tensely. "Probably a few hundred. I'll send the file to Seo." Promptly starting the task, he said, "I will check." Junsu recalled and pondered, if speaking precisely about the world, it's the attribute of achievements. He calculated nervously, wanting to upgrade the type of attribute, needing to collect all public attributes of Accenture. Then Junsu seriously suggested acting as quickly as possible. Suddenly, someone came with news. "Things are not good, great god of Sao Paulo." Hoka trembled violently, collapsed, smoke rising. The clan chief ran over worried. "Han, are you all right?" he said disappointedly. "It seems we failed to awaken the human god. Why is this happening?" Junsu appeared out of nowhere, declaring, "You've been poisoned." Hoka cried out sharply, "Sword of Heaven." He anxiously asked again, "Poisoned, what do you mean?" Junsu approached calmly and suggested, "Let me check." Then he considered the human god's body. As expected, it was excellent, just a slight opening could be felt. Immediately, he paused. But as predicted, the poison of the heavenly demon divine art had taken hold. Junsu realized the danger. The poison hadn't lasted long but had already penetrated deeply, a divine power containing both darkness and light. It contained both evil and purity simultaneously. He slowly withdrew his hand. "This is not ordinary poison," Junsu explained calmly. "It is both martial art and inherently of the original turtle nature." Hearing this, the clan chief was astonished. So after all, who is it? Junsu anxiously looked around, urging. We must capture the one with the turtle nature. Whoever sabotaged the human god's awakening is surely hiding nearby. Junsu's eyes fixed on the other side. It's time to stop this meaningless play, immediately he asserted. The demon empress in her soldier's outfit suddenly moved. Someone exclaimed in surprise, the demon empress. Her hat simultaneously fell heavily to the ground. A voice rang out, a name given by the god of the old world. I have discarded it. And that person gradually revealed themselves, exuding mystery. My name is Attribute Gear, Heavenly Demon Divine Art, 9 Yin Supreme Meridian. Mystic Gang Demon Art, Master of the Fist, one strike kills all mutant form transformation. A Yang appeared excitedly laughing, the Queen of Darkness.